Seeing her reaction, sister-in-law Tang felt more uncomfortable and forced a smile. I just want to tell you that when you moved to the new house, you didn't come back. Mom and your brother kept mentioning it. Ji Xiaoyi, who was bringing the children out, overheard this and immediately smiled. Moving is a big, happy event. Teacher Tang, if you had said earlier that your family was moving, the school would definitely give you a holiday. Now that there aren't many children living at school, you could go back and enjoy the celebration. Last year, after a good harvest, every family had extra grain. After the new year, many parents wanted to bring their children home to live. This year, only a few children are in the kindergarten class. Tang Xiaofu hesitated slightly, but agreed. All right, I'll go back tonight to check, and I'll come to work tomorrow. Sister-in-law Tang was very happy. Even her children were excited. On the way back, a child was chattering beside them, but neither sister-in-law Tang nor Tang Xiaofu felt awkward. When they returned to old Tang's house, sister-in-law Tang immediately went next door to tell Tang's mother. Tang's mother, upon hearing that her second daughter-in-law had brought her daughter back, felt her earlier dissatisfaction fade a bit. She came over and started talking to Tang Xiaofu, asking questions. Tang Xiaofu looked at the new house and smiled slightly. Mom, you won't have to squeeze into that small, broken shed anymore. I'm really happy for you. Tang's mother immediately welled up with tears. Xiaofu, are you still upset with us? What does it mean to be happy for them? Her daughter had clearly excluded herself. Sister-in-law Tang Er was anxious and quickly said, Little sister-in-law, your room is upstairs. From now on, this is also your home. When you finish work, come back. You don't need to stay in the kindergarten staff dormitory. Mother Tang nodded quickly in agreement. When brother Tang Er returned and saw his sister, he was surprised and happy, his serious face softening. Little sister is back. Second brother. He stepped forward, patted Tang Xiaofu's head, and said kindly, I arranged a bedroom for you. Go upstairs and see if you like it. Tang Xiaofu followed his suggestion and went upstairs to look around. She saw the room's bedding and decorations were all pink, which made her laugh. Second brother, I've grown up now. Why did you make the room look like it's for a little girl? I think this room would be better for my niece. The little girl was frightened by this and shook her head quickly. Auntie, my room is next door. She hurriedly opened the next room to show Tang Xiaofu. The two rooms had similar styles, but the one next door was more playful and fun. Brother Tang Er scratched his head awkwardly. I didn't know what little girls like, so I prepared it based on what a girl might enjoy. If you don't like it, you can change it. Tang Xiaofu quickly shook her head. Second brother, you don't need to prepare a room for me. There's something I haven't told you yet. I have a partner, and we've registered our marriage. Everyone in the Tang family was stunned when they heard this. They all widened their eyes, looking at Tang Xiaofu in disbelief. Mother Tang was even more nervous. She pulled Tang Xiaofu close and asked, What's going on? When did this happen? You didn't tell me anything? Oldest brother Tang counted on his fingers, his face turning pale. Oh no. Mom, little sister probably reached the right age and was forced to be matched by the government. Mother Tang was frustrated and hit her thigh, tears welling up but not falling. Oh heavens! Why is my daughter so unlucky? Eldest brother, second brother, go find out if there's any way to fix this. And what's the situation with him? After a long while, Mother Tang finally asked the key question. Tang Xiaofu pulled her to sit down and signaled everyone to stay calm. She explained carefully, his name is Sun Yufan. We're not forced to be matched by the government. We decided to get married after thinking it through. Mom, don't you remember? During the new year, I worked at the base for a few days. He's a staff member there. We spent a few days together. Because he's of the right age and Miao Miao Jia mentioned him once, I thought he was pretty good and he's a nice person, so I agreed. I wanted to tell you earlier, but at that time you were all busy with building the house and farming. I thought I would wait until everything settled before telling you. Of course, that was just polite talk. In reality, she felt that her brothers had their own small families and didn't need her anymore. Her mother was worried about many things, and even if she faced trouble, her mother couldn't help. So, She decided it was better to handle things by herself to avoid causing more problems. Mrs. Tang understood her daughter's feelings and started to cry again, feeling sad. Brother Tang Da and Brother Tang Er looked at each other and sat down to ask questions. Little sister, what exactly is the situation with that person? Can we invite him to our house to meet? Brother Tang Da asked. Tang Xiaofu hesitated for a moment before replying, I need to call and ask. The base has many issues, and he can't always come when called. But our new house has been handed over, and I can take you to see it. New house? Mrs. Tang looked up in confusion. Tang Xiaofu nodded. Sun Yufan's parents are no longer alive, and he only has a younger sister. They rely on each other. Since he started working at the base, the government took back the textile work they were assigned. Now that we are registered for marriage, the government will reassign us a house according to the rules. We plan to build the house during this opportunity. The address is in District F, close to the kindergarten, not far from the base. It's quite suitable. Hearing this, Mrs. Tang decided to go see the house with her daughter right away. It was already dark, but luckily, the road was repaired during the construction, with streetlights illuminating the way, so it didn't feel too bad. The whole family arrived at Sun Yufan's new house, which was surprisingly as big as their two families combined. Inside, everything was available, with some thoughtful design details, clearly better than the Tang family's house. Mrs. Tang initially felt uncomfortable, but changed her mind after seeing Sun's house. She looked back at Tang Xiaofu making a phone call to Sun Yufan, and everyone became quiet. From the phone, it sounded like the other person was coming back, so the Tang family members sat up straight. In less than 15 minutes, Sun Yufan arrived home. When he saw everyone in the house, he quickly went forward to greet them. Mrs. Tang carefully observed Sun Yufan. Her first impression was that he looked clean and fair, tall enough and quite strong. She nodded secretly and asked with a smile, Yufan, do you all live at the base now? Sun Yufan nodded, yes, that's how it was before. I will come back often in the future. Mrs. Tang smiled happily and continued, how much is your monthly salary at the base? Sun Yufan was honest and answered straightforwardly. When we first moved in, my monthly salary was 3,000 points, including meals and accommodation. Now, as the base has grown, my salary has increased to over 10,000 points. There are also year-end bonuses, and meals and housing are still provided. The Tang family was all stunned and wide-eyed. Is the base salary really that high? Mother Tang covered her mouth, looking more surprised than ever. Last year, the family had a good harvest, kept enough grain for themselves, and sold the rest for about 200,000 points. But that was because it was their first year selling grain, and the trading center was easy to deal with. It's uncertain if they will get the same price this year. Sun Yufan receives a fixed salary of over 100,000 points a year, plus bonuses at year-end. His meals and housing are covered, which is much better than farming. Everyone in the Tang family understood the numbers and became more satisfied with Sun Yufan. They also approved of Tang Xiaofu's judgment. When Mother Tang came, she looked worried, but when she left, she was very happy. Jiang Miao knew that after Sun Yufan visited his mother-in-law's family, he suggested, although we don't need to hold a wedding now, we have the means. We can provide ingredients. Your new house hasn't moved in yet, so let's do it together. Let's have a good meal and announce your relationship with Tang Xiaofu publicly. Sun Yufan didn't understand much about these things, so Jiang Miao just told him what to do. The next day, Tang Xiaofu specifically went back to Tang's house to talk about this. Second brother Tang and second sister-in-law had already reconciled. When they heard Sun Yufan was inviting everyone for a meal, they understood the reason and agreed. Big brother Tang and second brother Tang even wanted to help, but Sun Yufan didn't mention it, so they continued working in the fields. On the day of the meal, the entire Tang family went to Sun Yufan's new home. When they arrived, they found it lively and bustling with many people there. Even the head of the maternity hospital and the kindergarten director attended, along with some unfamiliar faces who looked like important people. Mother Tang felt even happier inside. After everyone sat down, some started chatting and exchanging greetings. Soon, the dishes were served. The first dish was roast duck, followed by boiled chicken, braised pork, braised rabbit, and 4 vegetable dishes. The main courses came last. The staples included rice, large buns, sweet buns, steamed bread, fried sugar cakes, and flatbreads. The dishes weren't just abundant. The portions were generous enough to feed over 30 people easily. The Tang family had only started to have a better life last year. They didn't dare slaughter their chickens or ducks, so they had never eaten such good food before. Sun Yufan kept urging them to use chopsticks. Others helped serve dishes. By the end of the meal, the whole family was full and leaning on the wall as they left Sun's house. After witnessing Sun Yufan's skills, the Tang family was completely satisfied with the marriage proposal. Jiang Miao also felt reassured. At this moment, the verdict on the mutated milk leak incident was announced. Bai Tianyi came over in person during the day, looking very grim. He sat down and started scolding, "I'm so angry. The government has only been established for a few years, and there are so many bad elements. Everyone inside and out is corrupt." Jiang Miao poured him a cup of honeysuckle tea, saying, "Calm down and speak nicely." Bai Tianyi took a big sip and suddenly widened his eyes. "What is this? It tastes strange. I found it by the river. Don't worry, it's not a mutated variety. The shape is stable. I first tested it with chickens, ducks, and rabbits. Once I confirmed it was safe, I sent it to the trading center for testing. Director Zhou personally organized experts to do the experiments. It's definitely a healthy, green product." Bai Tianyi was so startled he coughed violently. "You went to the river? Didn't you say you shouldn't go near water? Aren't you too brave?" Jiang Miao looked innocent. "I didn't go near it. I was still dozens of meters away from the river. I didn't even see the water." Bai Tianyi sighed in frustration and decided to remind Su Yi carefully. Jiang Miao was a top talent in the government and had contributed greatly to its development. Such a person must be kept absolutely safe, and no risk should be taken near dangerous areas. Jiang Miao didn't know Bai Tianyi's thoughts at all. "You weren't finished talking just now." Bai Tianyi scratched his head, put down his tea, and said, after investigation, the minister found that many senior officials in the government had contact with outside forces, especially a peacekeeping organization. They've been secretly trading, from food and clothing to strange and exotic items, especially those mutated plants and animals. The peacekeeping organization provides research specimens to the research institutes in the inner city, and they send various research results back to the organization, even some government secrets. These secrets weren't highly classified, but they still belong to the government. Without the council's approval, no one could leak them. Research institutes in the inner city? Aren't they private organizations? Jiang Miao frowned in confusion. He had heard Su Yi say that the government also had its own laboratories located inside government buildings. Outside the government buildings, the various research institutes were privately owned. During the day, he nodded somewhat gloomily. Although it's a private organization, the research institute still has to deal with official authorities, especially the security mercenary group. Su Weiyang is in charge of maintaining order in the institute's area. The high government officials use him to gain benefits from the institute and also to connect with outside forces. They have formed a black industry chain. At least 3 years or more. This was what he found hardest to accept. The government was still in chaos, and 3 years ago was a very difficult time. Now, they were starting to seek personal gain, which was simply hateful. Jiang Miao suddenly realized and sighed helplessly. How many people were caught this time? He was silent for a long time and muttered about 300 people from top to bottom. The commander of the mercenary group was also arrested. 10 high-level leaders, including him, fell from power. There are even more squad leaders below. Too many to count. If Sui hadn't had a deep talk with the minister, he might have been sent into the city to be a leader or something. Now, the higher-ups want to promote a new batch of people, so they're busy again. Jiang Miao suddenly stood up, looking at Yi with eager eyes. Director, Yi, can I ask what your standards are for selecting people? I mean, I think everyone under Su Yi's command is good. You can check for yourself. Yi finally understood and asked what? Do you want to recommend someone? Jiang Miao nodded without hiding it. He chuckled, It's rare to see someone so openly express their personal motives. All right, who do you want to recommend? Give me a list, and we will focus on evaluating them. Jiang Miao immediately listed the names of Zhang Cheng, Tang Zheng, Gao Yi, and a few others. After Yi left, she immediately went to boast to Su Yi. Su Yi was both amused and speechless. Little lady, have you ever thought about the fact that they are all my right-hand men? If you recommend everyone, what am I supposed to do in the future? Isn't that perfect? You can promote new people. Even the best brothers can't be your subordinates forever, right? It's time for a change. Sui caught her subtle hint and felt warm inside. Not to mention, if it were him, he would do the same. After all, they are brothers who have fought side by side. He also hopes his brothers will keep rising and doing better. However, within a week, the higher-ups made decisions about personnel promotions and appointments. Zhang Cheng was originally promoted along with Su Yi as a squad leader. Although his achievements weren't as outstanding as Su Yi's, he had been diligent and responsible in his position over the years, never slacking off, and had a very good reputation. The higher-ups are quite satisfied with him. After promoting the second team leader of the outer district to the inner district, the position of the second team leader in the outer district fell to him. Tang was promoted after Su Yi became the leader of the 8th team. Although his time in the position is short, the past 2 years of extensive construction in the eastern part of the outer district have made up for his lack of experience. His impressive background allowed him to directly take over Gao Meng's position and become the leader of the 7th team. Gao Meng and the other team leaders went to the inner district. A few others, including Gao Yi, also became small team leaders. It can be said that almost all capable people under Su Yi were promoted by one step. For everyone, this was definitely a cause for celebration. Plus, the spring planting went smoothly. Jiang Miao was so happy that she decided to prepare a big meal to celebrate with everyone. We'll kill 300 rabbits, 100 chickens, and 100 ducks. As soon as she said this, everyone led by Su Yi looked shocked. Tang, still shaken, covered his chest and said, "Sister-in-law, I didn't hear wrong, did I? Kill so many at once? That's not okay." Jiang Miao pulled up the surveillance footage of the breeding area and looked at it with a serious expression. Let's not talk about the chickens and ducks first. Look at these rabbits. I thought after a year of observation, I'd understand their growth patterns, but this year, the newborn rabbits started mating. Over 70% of the litters had more than 20 babies. They're reaching maturity faster, and the rabbit population is almost out of control here. I originally planned for everyone to raise rabbits, but rabbits are different from chickens and ducks. These are wild, mutated rabbits we brought back from the wild. There are too many uncontrollable factors. The conditions here aren't suitable for raising them. If they escape, they might mutate further or cause a rabbit disaster. That's a risk we can't afford. The only solution is to eat them all, consume as much as possible, and eliminate the problem. The group of mercenaries swallowed hard. Gao Yi finally came to his senses and said, "God, who would have thought that a year ago we were just nibbling on radishes?" Everyone nodded in agreement. Su Yi pondered and said, "Meow meow, can we process these rabbits into food?" "Yes." Jiang Miao immediately nodded. "But I don't have the extra energy for that. If you guys want to do it, I support you. We could set up a food processing factory. We can process all kinds of products and later we'll have grains and various crops to sell externally." She then looked at Tang and said, "The 7th team you took over, if I remember correctly, mainly manages the area around the city wall entrances, right?"
Tang note that.
"Yes, the northern part of the outer district." Jiang Miao stroked his chin thoughtfully. Because the north is close to the city wall, even the residential areas there are considered last. My suggestion is to set up the factory in the north. First, the processed food can be traded externally. Second, the area is vast and sparsely populated, with plenty of land to do as we please. We can do whatever we want. Exactly. We can choose a location near the northeast, where there are planting and breeding zones. The factory can also cooperate with residents, buying raw materials from them. It's a win-win situation. Su Yi also thought this was a good idea, but some small details hadn't been fully considered. After some discussion, They finally told Li Jianfeng about the situation. Li Jianfeng had just answered a call and didn't ask what was going on. Instead, he spoke earnestly. Su Yi, I know you and your wife are ambitious people, so I sincerely hope you'll think carefully about the promotion. If you don't want to go to the inner city, then I will go instead. Who else will do it if not me? Right? If I go to the inner city, you'll be the head of the outer district. Work hard. I believe in you. Su Yi looked confused. What was this person doing? First, he let him consider, then he suddenly pushed him forward. Boss, are you out of your mind? Su Yi kindly asked, but Li Jianfeng cursed loudly. You're the one out of your mind. If it weren't for your lazy not moving, I wouldn't have to leave the outer district. Su Yi raised an eyebrow, with no guilt at all. What position did they give you? Li Jianfeng, hearing this, calmed down a bit. Supreme Commander. Cough, cough, cough. Tang Zheng and the others were shocked, their eyes wide as they looked at Su Yi's smartwatch in disbelief.
Su Yi snorted.
You should thank me, Supreme Commander. Hurry up and pack your things to report, and clear out the office for me. Did you agree? Li Jianfeng was very happy, his tone changing. Su Yi rolled his eyes. For your future, I have to go too. Luckily, it's still in the outer district, so it doesn't affect me. But who will manage my 8th team? Who cares? That's your business.
Don't bother me.
Su Yi. He had seen people who betrayed their friends, but he'd never seen someone so shameless. After hanging up the smartwatch, Su Yi looked around and directly appointed Gao Yi as the leader of the 8th team. Now, Su Yi was the boss of the outer district. He could make decisions on building the factory directly. Next, the northern part of the outer district began major construction. Under Tang Zheng's command, the people still need to guard the city, so only some are working. Fortunately, Zhang Cheng sent support, finally filling the urgent manpower shortage. Compared to the thriving city inside, the atmosphere outside has become increasingly tense. Hai Tianlong, leader of the Flying Dragon organization, arrived at the peacekeeping base before dawn with his men, shouting outside for a long time. When they finally entered, he slammed the table and demanded, "Are you hiding something from us?" Luo Kai frowned. His mustache covered his upper lip, making his speech hard to read. Su Qian, dressed in a tight-fitting skirt with bright red lips, coldly stared at Hai Tianlong, who was acting crazy. Perhaps because their reactions were too indifferent, Hai Tianlong had to suppress his anger. He took a deep breath and said, "The mercenaries on the city wall have been replaced again. Do you know that?" Su Qian, playing with her nails casually, raised an eyebrow and sneered. "I thought it was something important. Those city guards have been replaced before. What's so special about it? Besides, how do you know they were all replaced? Those mercenaries were fully armed. Not only would they not show their faces, but they wouldn't even let one eye see anything. Presence, presence. Do you understand? The guards in those key positions we've been watching have changed their demeanor. The previous group has disappeared. Don't you have contacts? How could you not know this?" Hai Tianlong's surprised and teasing look was really irritating. Luo Kai looked seriously at Su Qian, calmly instructing, "Go ask what's really going on." Su Qian didn't dare disobey Luo Kai. She only glanced at Hai Tianlong and left. Hai Tianlong seemed determined to stay here and not leave. After Su Qian left, he immediately approached Luo Kai with a look of disdain. "Brother, I'm not trying to criticize, but your peacekeeping organization is one of the top forces in our wild land. You have such a fierce woman by your side. Isn't that interesting?" Luo Kai looked expressionless, playing with his ring. "Hai Tianlong, don't try to play tricks in front of me. My affairs are none of your business." It's not that he was overly focused on her, but women like Su Qian, capable, resourceful, and understanding, were rare. Naturally, he wouldn't be careless about her. Hai Tianlong's scheming was exposed, but he didn't feel embarrassed. He continued to sit cross-legged, waiting for news as if nothing had happened. By noon, Su Qian finally returned with her people. She entered the base with a serious expression and whispered to Luo Kai, "Did you say what? Our people lost contact with the city? What's going on?" Luo Kai was furious and surprised. He had worked hard to establish connections with the city's powerful groups. Over the years, the peacekeeping organization mainly relied on these connections to keep running smoothly. Su Qian frowned slightly and shook her head. We don't know the full details. The informant said that Su Weiyang and his group haven't appeared for a long time. At first, we thought it was because of the cold weather and they didn't want to leave the city, but now that it's warmer, they should have come out to resupply after winter. We've waited over half a month, but haven't seen a single sign of them. Could it be that something went wrong with the mutated milk? The only reason Luo Kai could think of was that. Su Qian thought for a moment and looked at Gao Tianlong. Old Gao, your flying dragon organization, also has its own channels.
Why?
Are you guys also out of contact with the city? Gao Tianlong felt embarrassed and annoyed, snorting coldly and turning his head away. So what if we are? Luo Kai, it seems something has happened in the city. Such a big event, and we haven't heard a single word. Is that normal? Su Qian and Luo Kai exchanged a look and fell silent. After Gao Tianlong and his group left, Luo Kai was so angry he kicked over the table. How much supplies do we still have? Su Qian took a deep breath, rubbing her forehead with a headache. Half of the livestock in the breeding area died over winter, and with what we ate, less than a quarter remains now. Plus, the mutation cases among our brothers are getting worse. It shows that the so-called low-radiation safe plants and animals aren't really safe. We shouldn't eat too much. The only way now is to get the mutated milk. Otherwise, our losses will be huge. Luo Kai's hidden anger grew stronger. That sly fox Li Jianfeng. We've shown our sincerity, and he still won't budge. His appetite is big. Su Qian shook her head. They say the city has started large-scale farming and planting. Maybe they anticipated this situation early and kept the mutated milk tightly controlled. If that's true, it won't be easy for us to get a share. Why be afraid? No matter how powerful the government is, it can't compare to the local forces. As long as we spread the news about the mutated milk, I don't believe everyone will stay calm. If they refuse peaceful trade, we'll have to show our true strength. Luo Kai sneered, his eyes bloodshot. He originally wanted to hide the news of the mutated milk and become the first force in the wild to get involved in the trade, mainly to reduce competition. Now that the government isn't cooperating, he can only give up on monopolizing it and try to profit from the chaos. Su Qian still had some doubts and hesitated in her mind. This method might cause trouble for the government, but the amount of mutated milk is small. We might not get any, and if we push the government too hard, what if they send a large force against us? Luo Kai was unconcerned. Women are like that, lacking courage when it comes to action. The government initially took in survivors to build a good image. Over the years, they've been collecting them. Those selfish and useless burdens are only a drag. What good do they do besides that? Resources are limited, and even supporting mercenaries is tough. There's no way they can afford to support a bunch of useless people. If a fight breaks out, the government will suffer the most, right? He didn't believe the government had enough stored grain. Even if they did, it would be similar to theirs, low-radiation food. As soldiers fight, they consume more food, and eating radiation-containing food will, sooner or later, cause mutations, just like members of the peacekeeping organization. However, this approach could help observe how much mutated milk the government has, making it a practical and feasible plan. Su Qian thought about it and agreed that Luo Kai's reasoning made sense. She proposed, maybe I should go into the city again and give them one last ultimatum. Luo Kai turned around, surprised. Don't you think that's humiliating? Last time Su Qian went into the city, she came back angry for days, complaining about being bullied. Later, he had to step in and negotiate with Su Weiyang. He managed to get some valuable things from Su Weiyang to settle the matter. That was also the last time he interacted with Su Weiyang. Afterward, Su Weiyang disappeared. He thought that maybe they scared him off with their harsh demands, but now it seemed that wasn't the case. Su Qian sneered coldly, feeling a chilling coldness. Last time, I misjudged and underestimated my opponent. This time, I will be fully prepared. Even if I can't make a deal, I'll give them a lesson. She was naturally vengeful and couldn't let this go without getting some justice. Luo Kai withdrew his gaze and slowly lowered his eyelids. Be careful.
Things are different now.
Talking about friendship doesn't work anymore. Su Qian paused but didn't take Luo Kai's words seriously. When she entered the shelter again, she was recognized by Patrol Officer Tang Zheng within a day. Fortunately, Tang Zheng was wearing a mask, so Su Qian had no idea who he was. Tang Zheng went up to the city wall and immediately reported the situation to Su Yi. Boss, do you think Su Qian still has a grudge against the mutated milk thief? Su Yi understood Su Qian, paused, and said thoughtfully, I'm afraid it's not just this reason. The government hasn't spread the news about dealing with those traitors, and the forces outside the city probably don't know about the change inside. She might have come into the city to gather information. Of course, that woman definitely won't give up on the mutated milk. So, you should first understand her purpose. On the 7th day, add something to her food to make her dizzy, then bring her back to the base and search her. Tang Zheng nodded and turned to leave. Su Yi immediately called Bai Tianyi to update him on the situation here. Just then, the government council was in a meeting. After hearing Su Yi's report, Bai Tianyi looked serious. He waited until the meeting ended, and the other council members left before walking over to Jiang Yan and telling him the situation seriously. Jiang Yan stroked his chin, a thoughtful look in his eyes. Peacekeeping organization. Is that right? If he remembered correctly, the trigger for this change in the city was when members of the peacekeeping organization came in to deal with the mutated milk. Now, the purpose of their second visit is obvious. Which of you can go to the mercenary base outside the city to cooperate with Su Yi? Jiang Yan looked at some close council members. Jin Yuza was the first to jump out. I'll go. Boss, I look harmless, so I won't attract attention. I can help watch their purpose and even gather some information. Jin Yuza swore confidently, but Ling Yu immediately interrupted. Stop. Just not embarrassing our council is enough. Unwilling, Jin Yuza glared at Ling Yu angrily, then stubbornly looked at Jiang Yan. Boss, trust me, I can do it. Jiang Yan looked calm, his gaze sweeping over Jin Yuza and the other council members. The only ones who often had contact with the outside city were Jin Yuza, Bai Tianyi, Ling Yu, and a few others. Sending one of these three isn't hard to coordinate. Ling Yu is a woman. Well, still a pretty woman, and among all these big men mercenaries, she stands out. Not suitable. Bai Tianyi can blend in easily. As for Jin Yuza, forget it. He's eager, and it's not good to crush his enthusiasm. Alright, this matter is assigned to Bai Tianyi and Jin Yuza. Meeting adjourned. Bai Tianyi knew this would be the result. When he and Jin Yuza left the government building, he felt a bit helpless. Soon, it was the 7th day since Su Qian entered the shelter. Tang Zheng followed Su Yi's instructions and added a small amount of something to Su Qian's meal, watching her eat it with his own eyes. Initially, Su Qian was very cautious when she first arrived. She only ate the food she brought and carefully controlled the amount to avoid leaving any leftovers. She brought steamed buns, corn cakes, and some vegetable dumplings, all sealed in plastic to keep for several days. However, on the first day in the shelter, she discovered that the government provided real food: boiled sweet potatoes, braised rabbit, and a green vegetable. At noon, the sweet potatoes were replaced with corn, and in the evening, the corn was replaced with potatoes. They ate 3 different meals a day, each with rabbit meat. The strong smell of the food stirred Su Qian's memories of life before the disaster. After inner struggles, she gradually went from trying to eat a little to finishing every meal. After all, she couldn't just refuse food completely. Meanwhile, her doubts grew. How could the government be so powerful? They even provided such good food to city residents. Did that mean city people ate even better? If so, it would make sense why Li Jianfeng rejected her earlier proposal. But could that really be true? The peacekeeping organization faced high risks in the wild, but also had many opportunities. Over the years, through relentless plundering and conquest, their resources were enough to challenge the government. She was confident about their food supplies. If even the peacekeeping organization couldn't do something, how could the government possibly achieve it? These doubts made Su Qian unaware that her confidence was wavering. On the last day, she didn't suspect the mercenaries and ate all the food as usual. When she opened her eyes again, she found herself in the mercenary base, in the same room as the first time, with no change in the surroundings. Su Qian quickly realized what was happening. She stood up angrily, glaring at the fully armed man in the center. The mighty mercenary captain is cheating. Li Jianfeng, you're shameless. She had planned to secretly attach a small pinhole camera to any moving person or object once she entered the city, so she could monitor the city's movements. If she captured something useful, it would be a big gain. But she never expected the other side to drug her, leaving her no chance to act. Fortunately, she was still in the city and had another opportunity. Thinking this, Su Qian subtly reached into her pocket and felt that it was flat. She looked inside and saw it was empty, her eyes wide with disbelief.
Li Jianfeng.
You took my belongings without asking for my opinion. Is this how the government operates? It's utterly shameless. Faced with a furious Su Qian, Jean Yuza sitting next to Su Yi couldn't help but laugh. Auntie, aren't all your things right here? As he spoke, the person behind Jean Yuza handed over a package with both hands. The items were sealed in a transparent plastic bag. Su Qian noticed that her hidden device in a concealed spot on her body had also been searched out. Her face instantly turned pale, and she crossed her arms in anger.
Disgusting.
Jean Yuza immediately understood that Su Qian had misunderstood and looked disgusted. Auntie, what are you thinking? We're all gentlemen here. We don't care to bother with an old woman like you. The items were taken from you by someone else. I didn't expect you to hide things even in such a place. He said this with a look of disgust, pretending to. Su Qian was so angry she nearly lost her mind. Because she didn't know Jean Yuza's identity, she could only direct her fiery gaze at the man in the center, Su Yi. Li Jianfeng, you must give me an explanation today. Otherwise, our peacekeeping organization won't let you go easily. What explanation do you want? Su Yi took off his mask in front of Su Qian, his cold gaze fixed on her. Su Qian was stunned, looked around to confirm that Su Yi was the boss here, and felt somewhat incredulous. How can it be you?
Su Yi.
How could you treat me like this? Su Yi looked at the devices with an expressionless face. Tell me, what is your purpose in bringing these devices into the city? According to the city's rules, we have the right to search anyone entering the city and confiscate suspicious items, including but not limited to devices, medicines, or even pets. These items will be returned after you leave the city, but if you can't give a reasonable explanation now, we won't be lenient. Don't bring the peacekeeping organization into this. Here, I am in charge.
You.
Su Qian was furious and shocked. It was clear that Su Yi had really got a hold of her. Thinking of her goal, she took a deep breath, pretending to look nostalgic and sad. Su Yi, we once went through thick and thin together. I already told you last time that our purpose was just to get mutated cow milk to treat our team members. This time, we're here again for the mutated cow milk. If you agree to trade, the conditions can be set by you. Conditions set by us?
On what basis are you saying that?
Bai Tianyi interrupted Su Qian just as she was about to pour out her carefully prepared feelings. Su Qian glared at him, instinctively thinking he was one of Su Yi's subordinates and not paying much attention to him. Her mind was full of thoughts about Su Yi. She slowly sat down and said, "Last time I came here, you suggested exchanging normal food. After returning, I advised Luo Kai, who was initially against it, but now he agrees. We truly want to exchange supplies with you." Su Yi tapped the table occasionally, showing no respect for Su Qian, and sharply exposed the trap in her words. Su Qian, a trade requires both sides to have the items they need and be willing to exchange. You stayed in the shelter for 7 days, so you should know what the lives of ordinary people are like in the city. If you can't provide food that is better than what they have now and in enough quantity, do you think the government will agree to trade with you? Don't talk to me about feelings. In the face of collective interests, any emotion is insignificant, isn't it? These were the words Su Qian had spoken when she tricked him before, and now he was returning them exactly as they were. Su Qian stared blankly at the cold-blooded man in front of her. No matter how hard she tried, she couldn't connect him with the warm-hearted Su Yi she remembered. Indeed, power can make anyone appear emotionless, without exception. She chuckled bitterly, leaning back, her gaze falling on the scorched earth outside the window under the blazing sun. She softly said, "Then there's nothing to talk about. Su Yi, mutated cow milk is a treasure in this post-disaster world. It's not something the government can hide. We kept this secret for various reasons, but now it seems we can't keep it anymore. Good luck to you all." Jin Yuza suddenly turned his head to look at Su Yi. Is she threatening the government? Everyone else looked at him, as if he were a fool. The next second, Jin Yuza suddenly stood up, breaking the steel-reinforced backrest of the chair in front of Su Qian with a loud snap, and sneered fiercely. "Bring it on. It's been a long time since I saw blood." Such violent behavior from a young boy shocked everyone. Even Su Qian, who had seen many storms, turned pale and kept a wary eye on Jin Yuza, who seemed a bit abnormal. Bai Ying reached out and pulled Jin Yuza back. The guy immediately behaved himself, standing quietly and still. Su Yi then said calmly, "Since Miss Su has no other questions, let's go. I hope we won't see you in the city again." Su Qian clenched her fists tightly, her nails digging into her palms, but she didn't let go. Tang Zheng led his people forward under Jin Yuza's surveillance. Su Qian was forcibly taken onto the deportation vehicle. Once they left, Bai Yai immediately scolded and leaned back, saying, "What is this? How dare they challenge the government? They are overestimating themselves. Luckily, we brought Jin Yuza along this time, which saved us a lot of trouble."
Sui agreed deeply.
Just now, he saw Jin Yuza's special ability for the first time. He realized that Jin could control any metal at will. With just a thought, any metal object could be revealed. Jin had used his power to scan Su Qian's body and found that she was hiding secrets everywhere, even in private areas, with tricky methods that were astonishing. Fortunately, Jin could control metal devices to make them reveal themselves and quietly resolve a big crisis. The two of them discussed possible future situations and made emergency plans. After they finished, Jin Yuza returned. He entered the room loudly bragging to Bai Yai, See, I told you I'm essential for big tasks. Just now in the car, that old woman kept asking us to return her equipment. Tang Zheng refused her 3 times. During that time, she kept touching herself, so inappropriate. TSK. Society is going downhill. I think I should remind the minister to strengthen residents' moral awareness. Our people can't be like those wild folks. It's just not right. Bai Yai gave him a thumbs up. Jin Yuza, you've improved a lot recently. Not bad, not bad. That's a good suggestion. When you propose it to the minister later, I'll back you up. The two of them somehow reached a strange consensus. Su Yi felt both amused and speechless. He pondered, aren't you two now mainly focused on dealing with the outside forces fighting over the mutated milk? Don't worry. I have a plan. Jin Yuza excitedly pulled Su Yi aside. He turned on his smartwatch, projecting the screen onto the wall, revealing Su Qian. Su Yi was shocked. How did you do that? Jin Yuza puffed up proudly, patting his chest and saying, She's a beginner, I'm a pro. I learned from her. Her tight leather outfit has a belt. As long as there's metal nearby, I can use it. The image is clear enough, right? Su Yi and Bai Yai nodded in unison. The 3 men stared at the screen without blinking. After Su Qian left the city, she immediately went to a dilapidated shed 2 miles outside the city. As soon as she entered, she angrily kicked the person inside and cursed fiercely to vent her anger. Useless. All of you are useless. The reason the peacekeeping organization keeps you is because you have the role of gathering information on the ground. But you know nothing about what happened in the city, so why do they keep such useless things?
Get out.
From now on, you are enemies of the peacekeeping organization. Disappear within a minute, or I will kill you. 2 scruffy middle-aged men inside the shed cried out in pain. Seeing Su Qian's fierce gaze, They dared not beg for mercy and scrambled to leave the shelter. Su Qian vented her anger, sat down, and took out a communication device to contact Luo Kai. Within half an hour, Luo Kai arrived with a convoy to pick them up. Seeing the vehicle, Jean Yuza couldn't help but laugh. Is this their transportation? The vehicle was actually a modified electric tricycle with a main frame and power system, and the carriage was made of iron sheets and wooden planks. It was clear the other side put effort into it, but the result was somewhat disappointing. If the peacekeeping organization only had such vehicles. Jean Yuza suddenly felt insulted by Su Qian. How dare they threaten the government? Su Yi signaled him to stay calm, and the three of them continued to watch. Su Qian got into the vehicle with a cold face and told Luo Kai everything that had happened over the past few days, including the food she ate at the shelter. Luo Kai and the others thought Su Qian was exaggerating after hearing this and showed obvious skepticism. Luo Kai frowned and looked at Su Qian with concern. If you didn't do a good job, I wouldn't blame you. The people in the organization know you tried your best. There's no need to make up lies to boost your confidence or to show off. Let's hear about the situation in the city. Su Qian's face twisted with anger. You don't believe me? Luo Kai, you know my personality after all these years working with you. Do you think I would boast or show off? Since you want to know everything about my trip into the city, I'll start from the beginning. Last year, I first entered the shelter. The setup was quite ordinary. Today, when I went back, it was obviously different. They had renovated it and replaced the facilities. But these are minor details. The most important thing is the 3 meals provided by the government: sweet potatoes for breakfast, braised rabbit meat, and a plate of greens. Lunch was the same as breakfast, except sweet potatoes were replaced with corn. In the evening, the corn was swapped for potatoes. All the food was fresh and warm. I didn't bring radiation detection equipment and originally didn't plan to eat anything. But the food smelled so good that on the first day, I tried a little. I was surprised to find that the taste was excellent, almost the same as before the disaster, and my body didn't feel any discomfort. So, I didn't eat my own supplies for the next 6 days. Members of the peacekeeping group looked at each other in surprise. Then, they carefully observed Su Qian and noticed that her complexion had improved a lot compared to 7 days ago. The most obvious change was the dark circles under her eyes. Long-term consumption of radiation-affected food often causes eye problems, but her symptoms had clearly gotten better. Huang Ping, who was nearby with Luo Kai, looked uncertain and excitedly said, "Did you secretly drink the mutated milk? It's impossible to get this kind of effect from normal food, unless the government provided radiation-free food, which is unlikely." Su Qian almost fainted from anger, her eyes bloodshot. She glared fiercely at him and gritted her teeth. "Do you think the government would serve me mutated milk? Or do you think I could get mutated milk in just half a day?" "That's true." Huang Ping rubbed his head and calculated that Su Qian had been in the shelter for 7 days. Excluding the time spent inside, she only stayed in the city for a few hours. The chance of her getting mutated milk was very slim. If it wasn't for that, it would mean the government had really solved the food problem. If this news got out, all the underground groups would go crazy. People would lose trust, and those who sided with the government would increase several times. They were already struggling to survive. If they lost more people, how could they stand their ground? The men led by Luo Kai looked grim and remained silent. The vehicle moved along the bumpy road. During the ride, Su Qian hit the window curtain accidentally, capturing the outside scenery in the process. Su Yi's expression flickered. "Can we replay this surveillance footage?" Jean Yuza nodded. "Absolutely. You have to trust my skills." Su Yi relaxed slightly and continued to observe quietly. After about half an hour, the vehicle finally stopped. Su Qian was the first to jump out, and the 3 of them saw the peacekeeping base. The place looked more like a ruined town after a disaster. The buildings were damaged but not completely collapsed, just quite old. The base was located in the tallest building in the town center. There were faint signs of other people nearby, indicating that the base was probably controlled by more than just the peacekeeping group. Su Qian walked straight inside with a clear goal. Soon, she reached a room and took out clean clothes from the wardrobe.
Oh!
Jean Yuza shouted. The three of them all looked away at the same time. They stopped watching the video. Soo-yi asked Jin Yuza to rewind to the previous scene. Bai Tianyi looked confused and asked, "Is there something wrong?" Soo-yi told Jin Yuza to zoom in on the screen and pointed at a shape in the grass. "Look, isn't that a person?" The two of them squinted and looked closely. Jin Yuza immediately covered his mouth. "Oh my goodness. It really is. This person looks completely not wearing any clothes." Bai Tianyi's face changed drastically. It's broad daylight now. The sun is so bright, and this person is just asking for trouble. Jin Yuza shivered and said, "It seems outside the city is truly on Earth. Only a few can live normally." Soo-yi glanced at him silently. "That's not the point. Look at this person. How should a normal person react to being exposed to the sun? Feelings of discomfort, pain, and radiation symptoms in a short time. But this person, don't you think he looks too calm?" In the video, the person was crouched in the grass, looking relaxed and carefree, unaffected by the sunlight.
Wow.
Brother Soo-yi, your observation skills are incredible. You can see all that just from this? Jin Yuza exclaimed in amazement. Bai Tianyi sneered and said, "Now I finally understand why the director doesn't want you to walk around in the name of the council. With your brain, I really don't want to admit we're colleagues." After criticizing Jin Yuza, Bai Tianyi turned to Soo-yi with a serious look. "I think we need to find this person and investigate what's going on. This person must be hiding a secret. Maybe they possess a mysterious weapon that can withstand the sun's radiation, or perhaps they ate something more powerful than mutated cow colostrum, enough to fight off the radiation. Whatever the reason, it's very important to the government." The three discussed and decided that Bai Tianyi would report the matter to Jiang Yan, and the task would be secretly assigned to Soo-yi. Meanwhile, a food processing plant on the north side of the outer city was under rapid construction. Because there was only this one plant in the north, and given everyone's craving for food, they wanted to build the plant into a small town. When the factory was completed, the equipment was brought in. Everything was ready. Jiang Miao arranged for some rabbits to be moved in overnight. Soo-yi contacted the management of the shantytown to start official interviews. Currently, residents are all focused on their small plots of land. Their desire to work is not as strong as before, and some even refuse to work in factories, being stopped by their families. After all, having land is more important than having food. Since residents are not eager to work, Soo-yi can only go to schools to recruit workers. Fortunately, the factory operates entirely with machines, so workers need to be able to read and have some moral standards. Otherwise, they might steal food while working, which the large family business cannot tolerate. Students who are about to become adults or already adults are worried about their future. Soo-yi offers them job opportunities. Smart ones quickly seize the chance and eagerly sign up. After careful screening, 500 people are selected and assigned to the food processing factory. A group of inexperienced graduates, carrying small bags, are taken by mercenary trucks to the northern outskirts of the food processing factory under the night breeze. The journey from the school takes about half an hour, and the road is pitch dark along the way. With the wind howling, everyone feels nervous and stays silent, tense and anxious. Until they see lights ahead, the people on the bus start to move. They stand up and look out, murmuring Pinsien Town. A nearby mercenary on duty explains, "This is the food processing factory. It is called Pinsien Town, covering 10,000 acres, with several processing plants. Although not all are operational yet, we hope all these factories will start working together in the future." Hearing this, everyone feels excited, their eyes fixed on the sign. The vehicle drives directly inside and stops at the workers' dormitory. Everyone gets off the bus. The mercenaries, led by Soo-yi, have been waiting for a while.
Bianc miao sit spesi de sui, drossi.
She only wakes up a little when she hears the noise. Soo-yi supports her and waits until she is fully awake. Then he looks at these young faces and says, "Congratulations on becoming employees of Pinsien Town. You will be the first residents and workers here." The town is divided into living areas, production zones, waste treatment areas, sewage treatment, and deep processing zones. Since you will live here long-term, We have prepared single and family suites in the workers' dormitories, in various sizes based on your needs. The suites are fully equipped with household appliances. You don't need to buy anything extra. However, you must take good care of them because maintenance and replacement will be your responsibility later, and you cannot take the appliances with you. Regardless of whether they are in Pinsian town or at school, avoiding sunlight remains the top priority. Therefore, we hope you will work at night and rest during the day to adjust your biological clock, making it easier for you to handle your future work and life. Next, please hear a few words from Ms. Jiang Miao, one of our raw material suppliers. Jiang Miao stood up under Su Yi's warm introduction. Everyone present had heard of Jiang Miao's name before, but none had seen her in person. Now, they couldn't help but stare eagerly, wanting to take a good look. Jiang Miao fixed her intense gaze on everyone, cleared her throat, and said, "First, welcome everyone. I want to emphasize one point. Starting tomorrow, your main task will be processing rabbit meat. The base will send over a batch of live rabbits each day. Your first job upon receiving the rabbits is to slaughter them. This step requires 100 people and strict skills because rabbit skins can be made into clothes, bags, blankets, and more. Nothing should be wasted. You need to learn how to handle this skillfully. The second step is cleaning and disassembling, which includes removing internal organs and other parts. Disassembly must be done carefully, as practice makes perfect. The third step is seasoning and marinating. Ideally, we would produce various flavors, but due to limited conditions, we can only do simple marinating with scallions, garlic, and salt before moving on to the next step, drying, baking, or steaming. This step also needs 100 people. The fifth step is packaging and sealing, which is the simplest and least technical part of the process. The initial demand is uncertain, so we will adjust the number of workers accordingly. Since the factory is not yet profitable, we can only provide free meals and accommodation, covering daily living needs. Once the factory makes a profit, after deducting raw materials, utilities, and management costs, the remaining profit will be divided into wages. Hearing this, everyone immediately gathered to whisper among themselves. Jiang Miao reminded them again, "Don't think you're being taken advantage of by getting fixed wages. This way of working is predictable. If everyone works hard and does their best, the factory's profits will grow, and your wages will increase. If you don't believe it, we'll just wait and see." Because of their admiration and respect for Jiang Miao, not a single person objected. The decision was made this way. When the workers lined up to choose their rooms, Su Yi finally relaxed and secretly gave Jiang Miao a thumbs up. Jiang Miao glared at him with a bit of annoyance, but inside, she was even happier than Su Yi. Without saying much, having this processing plant meant she could handle 1,000 or 2,000 rabbits a day easily, greatly easing the farm's breeding pressure. As she expected, everything went smoothly. On the first day, 2,000 rabbits were sent out from the farm, and Sun Yufan and others were so excited they hugged each other to celebrate. In the first few days, Jiang Miao stayed at the processing plant, teaching everyone how to handle the rabbits. Only after all the workers on the assembly lines learned the skills did she return to the farm. When the first batch of rabbit meat was produced, 2 large supply and marketing cooperatives suddenly appeared in the southeast and northeast regions. Each had only 2 employees, and their only product was processed rabbit meat. Currently, only students from schools and kindergartens could eat the rabbit meat supplied by the farm. Ordinary residents could only buy it at the farm, and no one dared to be the first to try it. Now, with these supply cooperatives, people could come and go freely to buy and sell, which made life much easier for residents. Especially since the meat on the shelves was something they had wanted to eat for a long time, about half a gene per package, priced at 100 points, and it was ready to eat, making it very cost-effective. Anyone with a little savings would grit their teeth and buy a package to try at home. The sales on the first day were quite good, giving everyone great confidence. Starting is always the hardest part. Once the first step was successfully completed, the rest became much easier. Jiang Miao had been sending rabbits to the processing plant for over a month before she finally relaxed. The next batch of rabbits would need about 10 more days before they could be processed. During this time, she began teaching factory workers to produce sweet potato chips, potato slices, and popcorn. These three foods use staple ingredients, so every household still had plenty in stock. This year's crops grew well, and new grain supplies arrived quickly, so residents naturally had no hesitation to sell. Plus, they were selling last year's stock, which was cheaper. The processed foods could sell for around 100 points per package, and the profit was quite good. In just 2 months, the factory had earned a large number of points. Under the profit-sharing system, each worker received their first paycheck, 5,000 points. If they could earn 5,000 points every month, they could save tens of thousands of points in a year, with little need to spend and no risk from planting or breeding. The workers were very happy. When the news spread, those residents who had refused to work in the factory began to regret their decision. But regret aside, if given another chance to choose, most of them would still give up working there because the rice and wheat crops were about to mature. Jiangmiao's crops are high-yielding, drought-resistant, and pest-resistant. The plants grow full and look very healthy. It's not harvest time yet, but the local farmers are already eager and waiting in the greenhouse, ready to start harvesting as soon as they get the order. Jiang Miao has been inspecting 2 planting areas for several days. When the time is right, he will ask Su Yi to give the order to harvest. Zhou Yongnian was the first to arrive after hearing the news, eager to start collecting the harvest. Su Yi didn't want to burst his excitement, so he arranged a table and chairs for him and sat down to chat. "You're quite well informed," he said. Zhou Yongnian chuckled happily. Being well informed is necessary. Team Su, I really have to say I'm impressed. In just half a year, you've built factories and set up a supply and marketing cooperative. Our trading center's business has shrunk by more than half. If we don't keep up with you, people in the inner city will start moving out to the outer districts. Then, where will our trading center stand? It's better not to say anything, but once he does, Zhou Yongnian feels upset. The things Su Yi has done in these 6 months have directly impacted the trading center. The government leaders have given Su Yi a lot of power, and at first, they didn't openly declare a monopoly on trade. As a result, the trading center is no longer the only place for exchanging goods. It has lost its special status. Zhou Yongnian feels helpless and has to flatter Su Yi quietly. Su Yi looks serious. After thinking for a moment, he asks Director Zhou, "When was the last time you visited the outer districts?" Zhou Yongnian was confused but honestly replied, "The last time I came was for the grain collection. Since then, I've been busy running between the city center and the inner districts. I haven't had a chance to come here." "What's wrong?" "Then come with me for a walk," Su Yi invited. Zhou Yongnian happily got into the car. The vehicle moved from the southeastern planting area heading north, first stopping at the shantytown zone. Zhou Yongnian was surprised and kept pointing at the houses along the road, asking, "Is this the shantytown zone? I remember last year the houses here were all broken down. You've renovated everything in just half a year?" Su Yi nodded and explained in detail, the development of the zone has always been slower than the other 2. The residents here only started planting last year. They don't have as many points as residents in the other 2 shantytowns, so they can only build small 2-story houses. Zhou Yongnian couldn't help but exclaim, "They're so small." The residents in the inner city live in much bigger houses. Inner city residents mainly live in apartment buildings, which are not comparable to the self-built houses in the outer districts. Su Yi smiled calmly and said, "When the government planned the city, safety was the top priority. Building tall buildings in the inner city was to prevent sudden beast attacks and make management easier. The outer city is different. People rely on themselves to get by. Don't be fooled by the 2-story houses. There are actually 2 or 3 underground levels. If their points aren't enough, they come to us for loans." "Loans?" Zhou Yongnian was surprised to hear the word and looked lost. Su Yi nodded and explained, "They have prepaid us this year's grain." Zhou Yongnian suddenly understood and gave a wry smile. "Looks like I'll be making a pointless trip this time. But, Captain Su, why do your mercenaries stock so much grain?"
Sui checked it.
"Director Zhou, we're not stockpiling grain. The board members in the outer city are always there and they are informed of all our decisions. The Eagle Mercenary Group has so many people, do they not need to eat? The grain we collect will be their reward later." It also helps improve the mercenaries' meals, doesn't it? Zhou Yongnian had nothing to say, but was still unhappy. He continued bargaining with Su Yi. The residents in Zone 3 can't sell their grain, but maybe those in Zone 1 can sell a little. Captain Su, this concerns the public's interest. You can't take everything for yourselves. Su Yi's face darkened immediately. Director Zhou, what do you mean by taking everything? The grain is grown by the residents with hard work. It has nothing to do with us. It's their stuff. Even government leaders can't just seize it without reason. Realizing he had spoken out of turn, Zhou Yongnian quickly apologized and slowed his tone. Captain Su, I didn't mean that. I'm just saying you shouldn't stop residents from selling their grain. When have I ever stopped them? Su Yi asked back. Zhou Yongnian choked and decided to stay silent. The vehicle passed through Zone 3 and arrived at the shantytown Zone 2. The planning there was clearly much better than in Zone 3. Residential areas, public facilities, roads, streetlights, all looked like a newly built small city. The houses here also appeared much more beautiful than those in Zone 3. Zhou Yongnian couldn't help but ask, can residents here sell their grain to the trading center? He emphasized this repeatedly.
수의 수룩. I don't know about that.
Director Zhou, you can talk to them directly. Hearing this, Zhou Yongnian secretly relaxed. As long as the mercenaries didn't interfere, he was confident he could persuade the residents to sell their grain, even if it meant raising the price. Sui found his determined look amusing and shook his head, continuing to drive forward. In Area 1, Zhou Yongnian found that all the houses were connected in a row. Each row had a roof in the middle, and the houses were linked together. Compared to Areas 2 and 3, this layout was more practical. At least residents could go outside and walk during the day. However, the cost was definitely higher. Su-yi only took him around the residential area and then drove directly to the northeast planting zone. Most of the land here was leased by residents from Area 1 or 2. Zhou Yongnian got out of the car and immediately ran toward the nearest greenhouse. Inside, people were busy harvesting grains, so no one had time to greet him. He boldly approached a worker, stopped him, and introduced himself despite the worker's puzzled look. When the worker heard he was the director of the inner-city trading center, his attitude immediately became more respectful. Hello, director. What brings you here? Zhou Yongnian quickly explained his purpose. I want to buy grain from you. The worker's smile disappeared quickly, and he didn't want to talk to Zhou anymore. We don't sell grain here. You should ask the neighbors to see if they are willing to sell, he said, and walked away. Zhou Yongnian was stunned and confused. Seeing the worker walk off, he had no choice but to go to the next group of houses. He asked about 10 households in a row, but everyone's attitude was the same. At first, Zhou Yongnian felt disappointed, then gradually became angry, frustrated, and confused. He thought Su-yi was joking. If Su-yi hadn't told the residents something in advance, how could everyone refuse to sell grain? He had already raised the price to the maximum limit. Thinking this, he asked directly. Su-yi was not upset and kindly offered a reminder. Director Zhou, I think when you get rejected, you shouldn't leave right away. It's better to communicate with them, ask why, and understand the reasons before making a final decision, right? Zhou Yongnian was stunned. Su-yi's honesty made him start to waver. So he gritted his teeth and returned to the first greenhouse, insisting on getting a reason from the worker. The worker looked annoyed, but didn't want to offend Zhou Yongnian. He had to stop and speak sincerely. Director Zhou, everyone has been hungry before. The feeling of an empty stomach is terrible. Last year, we sold grain because our broken houses didn't even have a place to store it. We couldn't just watch our grain spoil. So, the government made a plan for us: sell grain, earn points, and build houses and storage warehouses. Now, every family has a warehouse of hundreds of square meters. Not only can they store this grain, but even more if needed. Who would want to sell grain under these conditions? Having enough points is good, but now their main concern is food. Their living conditions are decent, and the children are getting proper education. So, their focus is definitely on grain supplies. This is the first time this year that everyone is planting rice and wheat. The granaries are empty, and they have to wait until the storage is full before selling grain. Zhou Yongnian was stunned. He never expected the reason to be this. On the way back, Sui noticed his pale face and distracted look and finally felt a little sympathy. Director Zhou, don't give up yet. Harvesting has just begun, and we grow crops in greenhouses twice a year. Once we finish this round of grain, everyone will have a better idea. Maybe some people will be willing to sell, right? Zhou Yongnian forced a bitter smile. Don't try to comfort me, Sue. I just asked around. Every household in the outer city has built larger and wider granaries. Some even said they can live in broken sheds, but their granaries must be the best and biggest. Not just 2 harvests, even 3 harvests could fit in. But we won't have enough to eat, Su Yi said calmly. In the end, Zhou Yongnian took his people back first. The grain collection process took nearly a month. Most of the work involved drying the grain in a dry environment and threshing it afterward. Luckily, most of the processing was machine-assisted, with some manual work, so it wasn't too hard. Once all the grain was weighed and stored, the land that had been cultivated for a month could be used again to plant more crops. This time, everyone chose to plant corn, sweet potatoes, and some vegetables to prepare for winter. Zhang Miao guided everyone through harvesting and planting, and finally, they could rest for a while. He was about to talk to Su Yi but found he was missing. When he asked around, he learned that something had happened outside the city. Zhang Chen was carefully watching everything outside the city walls. When he saw Jiang Miao's car approaching, his face darkened. He hurried down from the city tower and jumped into Jiang Miao's car. Sister-in-law, why are you here? You should go back quickly. The area near the city wall is quite sensitive, whether inside or outside the city. Jiang Miao pointed to the trunk of the car. Xiao Yi said you've been guarding the city lately. I brought some fresh, homemade buns and tea for you. Su Yi and Gao Yi haven't been in touch recently. Did something happen? Su Yi is now the leader of the outer city team. It's normal for him to be away for a few days. But Gao Yi is responsible for her base's security, and his disappearance for a few days seems suspicious. Zhang Qing rubbed his forehead in frustration. I knew you'd figure it out, but I can't tell you everything. If you want to know more, you can ask Director Bai or Director Ling. Oh, and Jean Yuza too. What is going on? Jiang Miao muttered to herself. When she contacted the 3 of them in front of Zhang Cheng, only Ling Yu's phone was connected. After learning Jiang Miao's doubts, she had to come personally to explain. At the top of the city wall on the defense platform, Ling Yu quietly led Jiang Miao inside without making a sound. Inside, a busy mercenary was operating a machine, with numerous surveillance screens in front of him. Ling Yu took Jiang Miao directly to a monitoring station where a mercenary figure was visible. Look, this is Su Yi and the others. Since we refuse to cooperate with a peacekeeping organization, they are furious and spreading rumors about the mutated milk. Now, various forces outside the city are eyeing the government, seemingly planning joint actions to challenge it. Jiang Miao's heart tightened, and she clenched her fists silently. So, Su Yi took people out to fight? Ling Yu turned back, giving her an amused look. No, the other side hasn't attacked first, so how could there be a fight? Besides, unless it's absolutely necessary, no one starts a fight first. They went on a different mission, to find a suspicious, mysterious person. We don't know the other side's exact situation. We're on high alert to intimidate the outside forces and also to protect the mercenaries. Don't worry. During the day, Yi and Jin Yuza also went out, equipped with the most advanced weapons and gear. Plus, there are 4 teams surrounding them for cover, and our aerial monitoring drones provide real-time updates. If any outside force shows malicious intent, the monitoring system will report immediately. These devices also have some offensive capabilities, so they are quite safe. As soon as she finished speaking, Jiang Miao saw a long, thick object quickly pass through the high near the mercenaries. What is that? Jiang Miao's eyes widened as she turned pale and asked in a trembling voice. The technician rewound the footage and zoomed in. The 3 of them gasped in unison. A giant snake. Hurry! Quickly notify Su Yi and Bai Tian Yi and keep close track of the giant snake's movements. Ling Yu snatched the walkie-talkie and issued the command. Jiang Miao's heart pounded again because of the appearance of the giant snake. The technician, operating the controls, exclaimed in shock, "Oh my God! What is this snake eating to grow so big? We need to get in front of it to observe its eyes." Only then could they determine the extent of the radiation mutation of the giant snake. With great effort, the operator finally managed to get a plane in front of the snake. The camera just captured the entire snake's head, which was huge, comparable to an adult crocodile. It had a pair of sharp, horn-like protrusions on its head, glowing red eyes, vertical pupils, and a cold, chilling light reflected in its gaze, creating a strong visual impact. Everyone instinctively leaned back. In the next moment, the giant snake opened its mouth wide and suddenly raised its body, swallowing the surveillance device in one gulp.
Wow. It.
It ate the machine. Can it digest it? People whispered nervously. Even while staying in the safe monitoring tower, they were sweating coldly, their clothes soaked through. At this moment, the giant snake unexpectedly changed direction and quickly moved toward the soldier's position. Ling Yu looked serious and called Bai Tianyi, saying, "Watch out for the giant snake approaching. It just swallowed a monitoring device. Its eyes are red and it shows signs of mutation. Its attack power is unknown." Bai Tianyi amplified the message, so everyone could hear. Su Yi immediately gathered everyone together and pressed the device on the ground. In the blink of an eye, they were 3 meters off the ground. This support system was mainly used for wilderness observation. Once activated, it allowed them to briefly avoid ground attacks. The long pole had a lubrication device, preventing even a snake from climbing up the support. The support could rise up to 5 meters high. However, this system had a drawback. The higher it went, the less stable it was, and it couldn't move. They could only observe from the spot, wait for backup, or lower it after the crisis was over. 3 meters was the height of a single story. Once elevated, it was hard to move, but everyone huddled together for warmth, stabilizing their footing and allowing them to see far into the distance. Finally, Su Yi and the others saw the true form of the giant creature. Even Gao Yi, who was experienced in the wild, changed his expression upon seeing it.
Wow.
This thing looks so exaggerated. Is it going to turn into a dragon now? Bai Tianyi muttered, but no one paid attention. Su Yi quickly reacted, saying, "Prepare to attack." As soon as he finished speaking, the giant snake approached and wrapped its long body around Su Yi and the others, opening its mouth wide. Su Yi raised his rifle and fired rapidly at the snake's head, completely provoking it. The snake hissed coldly, tightening its body, and the stable support structure seemed to be about to be pulled out from the ground. The staff in the tower were nearly panicking. They desperately operated the controls while continuously shouting, "My God, where did this thing come from? Why haven't we seen such a beast outside the city before?" The giant python is different from other small creatures. Its large body would definitely leave traces in the wild, and satellites could monitor it. Yet, after so many years since the disaster, no one has found any sign of the python, which is very strange. Jiang Miao held her breath as she watched Su Yi on the screen, her eyes turning red. Just when she thought Su Yi might not survive this time, the giant python suddenly roared loudly, its huge body convulsing. It painfully smashed its head against the ground repeatedly. What's happening? The staff was confused by this scene. Ling Yu looked relieved and glanced at Jiang Miao. "It's Jin Yuza. The python just swallowed one of our monitoring devices. That device was made of steel." Jiang Miao suddenly understood and kept staring at the screen without blinking. From an overhead view, everyone saw that the ground in that area was quickly soaked with bright red blood. The python was still hitting its head in pain, but its strength was not as fierce as before, giving Su Yi and others a chance to breathe. At this moment, everyone lowered the support frame slightly to stabilize the platform and carefully observed the python. They were surprised to see that the python seemed almost invulnerable. "Is this thing immune to weapons? We just used a machine gun." Apart from a large tear in its body, the python had no external injuries.
Sui frowned deeply.
Everyone stayed still, waiting patiently. Nearly an hour passed, and finally, the python stopped moving. Jean Yuza relaxed a little, feeling soaked with sweat. He crouched down weakly. Now it's over. We can. Before he finished speaking, they heard a gunshot. The once still python suddenly lifted its body again, its blood-red eyes glaring fiercely at Sui, as if trying to fight to the death with him. Sui calmly fired 2 more shots, hitting the python's eyes perfectly. The python let out another loud roar and finally collapsed completely, silent at last. Jean Yuza was still shaken and only avoided falling when mercenaries supported him. Oh my god, that was so scary. Bai Tianyi, pale-faced, was glad he was fully armed. No one saw him, and he rarely didn't argue with Jean Yuza. Instead, he comforted him. It's okay now. It should be dead for good this time. Gao Yi and the others weren't sure, so they fired a few more shots. Seeing no movement from the python, they still didn't dare to go down. They just continued standing under the hot sun, exposing themselves to the sun while observing the python's condition. At first, I didn't realize anything, but once I saw, everyone was stunned. Under the sunlight, a large pool of bright red blood on the ground was changing color visibly. It first turned from bright red to orange red, then to yellow, then green, and finally blue. The blue color faded until it almost became transparent. Sui felt something was wrong. He said in a serious tone, "Keep your position steady. I'll go down to check and collect some samples." Gao Yi looked worried and warned, "Be careful, Sui," as he kept an eye on the giant snake. Sui quickly opened his small portable box, took samples from the ground, and marked them. Then he cautiously approached the giant snake, kicked it twice, and used his sharp dagger to cut it several times, but he didn't hurt a single scale. He was a bit speechless. He waved to the others above and told them to come down. "This thing is definitely dead. Now we need to figure out how to bring it back." Just as he finished speaking, the sound of cars came from afar. Everyone looked up and saw more than 10 trucks rushing toward them, kicking up dust. The trucks carried prominent flags. Everyone seemed to see their saviors and looked at them with hope. The convoy quickly approached. A group of people hurriedly got out of the trucks. Jiang Miao ran toward Sui wildly.
Sui. Sui's face changed.
He quickly caught Jiang Miao. "Why did you come out of the city? Don't you know it's dangerous outside?"
"I know.
I saw you fighting the giant snake, and I came to take you back."
Jiang Miao hugged Sui tightly.
Others helped lift the giant snake onto the truck, giving the two some space to be close. Sui patted Jiang Miao's back, took her hand gently, and looked at her with tenderness. "Let's go back first and talk." Jiang Miao nodded obediently. After confirming Sui was safe, she asked, "Is the valley where the mutated cattle and sheep were found far from here?" Sui nodded. "Not in the same direction. There are some bases outside the city nearby. Usually, such huge creatures wouldn't appear there. Also, the blood of the giant snake changes color under sunlight and is resistant to weapons." "Why do you ask?" Jiang Miao shook her head and mumbled, "Just curious. Such a big beast must need food and water to survive. Maybe there are other things nearby." Everyone looked at each other in confusion. Sui thought for a moment and decided to send some people back to the city with a giant snake. The rest would patrol around in vehicles, looking for the mysterious person's trail. Perhaps they might find something useful. So Ling Yu and some mercenaries took the giant snake back first, while others and another group of support mercenaries went out to patrol. Jiang Miao was worried about Sui and asked to stay behind. Sui couldn't resist her and could only compromise, bringing Jiang Miao to stay with him. From a distance, Su Qian, who was watching secretly, saw Sui and Jiang Miao close together. Her expression grew colder, and she clenched her fists silently. Next to her younger brother asked softly, "Second boss, the giant snake is dead. Should we retreat?" Su Qian pursed her lips, feeling unwilling but knowing she had to take her people back first. The group hurried back to the peacekeeping organization's base. Seeing Su Qian's expression, Luo Kai knew the mission had failed. He immediately looked grim. "What happened?" Su Qian pounded the table in frustration. There should be a special ability user with Su Yi. The giant snake was torn open from the inside. Hiss! Luo Kai gasped in shock, feeling his blood run cold. What did you say? The giant snake was torn open? That's impossible. This giant snake was personally raised by him and was a secret weapon of the organization. He had used it to wipe out an enemy group before, and no one suspected. It was his proudest secret. Now, Su Qian told him the giant snake was dead, which was a huge. Su Qian's face was turning pale. Can I still lie to you? The others saw it too. What was supposed to be a foolproof plan had unexpectedly gone this way. Luo Kai's eyes darkened as he looked at the other members. They all lowered their heads. He took a few deep breaths to calm down. Where is the giant snake's body? You didn't bring it back? No one dared to speak. Su Qian looked worried as she explained. It was taken by government people. They are many and well-armed, so we didn't dare to reveal ourselves. Good-for-nothings. All useless. Su Qian, I trusted you so much to give you such an important task, and this is how you do it.
Get out.
Go back and reflect. Luo Kai's eyes were fierce, and he showed no kindness to Su Qian. Her face grew even paler, but she stubbornly stayed silent. She nodded and turned to leave. Tao Gui, the third boss of the organization, came out from another door. Seeing Luo Kai still angry, he walked over slowly and said thoughtfully, Ever since Su Qian returned to the city last year, her work has been getting worse. Boss, I think you should consider changing women.
Change who?
Luo Kai was angry but asked casually, following Tao Gui's words. A flash of light appeared in Tao Gui's eyes. He clapped his hands, and a young girl dressed in a tight black leather dress, looking fresh and beautiful, stepped out from the door. The girl's face was bright with a cheerful smile, radiating youthful energy. Her low-cut neckline revealed her proud figure, and every smile and frown was full of charm. Tao Tao, I've met the boss, she said softly and gently, her voice sounding sweet in Luo Kai's ears, easing much of his earlier irritation. Is she your sister? Luo Kai's gaze boldly fell on Tao Tao, casually inspecting her, finally focusing on her chest area. Tao Gui immediately understood and laughed loudly. Yes, my sister has been staying at home these past few years, learning skills from me. Now she's achieved some progress and wants to work with me. I was thinking, since you're the strongest around here, maybe you could see if she's suitable? If yes, let her stay with you to learn something. Of course, since she's your sister. I'll treat her well, Luo Kai replied kindly. Tao Gui quickly took his people and left, giving space for the two of them. At this moment, Su Yi was driving around in the wilderness. After wandering until evening and finding nothing, it was clear this area wasn't the habitat of the giant snake. Since the giant snake appeared here, it was definitely coming for them. That made things interesting. With a clear direction for their investigation, Su Yi decided to return to the city with his team. Ling Yu personally came to pick them up. The giant snake has been sent to the city center research lab. The director went there immediately. Experts are conducting an initial study and have made some discoveries. Congratulations, Captain Su, on another major achievement. Thank you, Director Ling. I have a few findings about the giant snake that you might find useful. It appeared out of nowhere in that area and was targeting us. This creature is invulnerable to weapons, and its blood mutates rapidly under radiation. We're not sure what kind of mutation it is. I suspect it was artificially bred. Ling Yu was surprised but also understood. I see. You should go back and rest for a couple of days. We'll wait for further orders from above. Jiang Miao was very happy to hear this. After Ling Yu left, she hurriedly took Su Yi home. Today really scared me. I almost thought you wouldn't come back. Jiang Miao finally let loose and expressed her feelings openly. After reuniting, the couple, having just faced danger, naturally became more intimate. Later, lying in bed, Su Yi asked about the children and the base. Jiang Miao muttered tiredly, the children have been staying with Grandma Ji recently. They have Zhang Ji's kid to play with over there. They're having so much fun, they don't want to leave. At the base, Sun Yufan and the others are there, so no worries. My cattle and sheep have had many lambs and calves. I want everyone to help raise cattle and sheep. What do you think? Sui suddenly became excited and hugged Jiang Miao, asking eagerly. Jiang Miao leaned into his arms, found a comfortable spot, felt very safe, and quickly fell asleep. Sui listened to her steady breathing, feeling both amused and helpless. He had to put his doubts aside for now. The next morning, Jiang Miao woke up to find no one else around. Outside, she heard the sounds of pots and pans. She hurriedly got up, dressed, and went outside. Sui had already prepared breakfast, all her favorite foods: flatbreads, boiled sweet potatoes, corn, shredded potatoes with vinegar, 2 fried eggs, and a glass of soy milk. Jiang Miao squinted happily. After brushing her teeth and washing her face, she couldn't wait to take a flatbread, stuff it with shredded potatoes, and nibble on it. As she ate, she sighed. Finally, I'm alive. Yesterday was so intense. When they got back, they did something embarrassing, then she fell asleep without eating anything. She was so hungry and anxious when she saw all this delicious food. She felt a deep satisfaction she couldn't put into words. Sui gently rolled up a flatbread with a fried egg inside and asked about what they hadn't finished talking about yesterday. Jiang Miao took a sip of soy milk and said, the original goal of the livestock research base was to improve the lives of residents outside the city. Now that everyone has solved the food shortage, the next step is to change the monotonous diet. Grains and vegetables are now more diverse, but meat is still far from enough. Currently, people mainly eat chicken, duck, rabbit, and eggs, along with milk. Pork, beef, and mutton are not yet widespread and are hard to promote. So I've been thinking about encouraging everyone to raise cattle and sheep. The planting area is so large, and each household grows plenty of grains and vegetables. Feeding cattle and sheep with the surplus is enough and can also ease the pressure on the base. We don't need everyone to raise a lot, just 1 or 2 cows and 3 or 4 sheep per family. That way, they can get enough milk and sheep's milk. I wouldn't need to expand the livestock farming. She explained that the milk would mainly supply schools, kindergartens, and maternity clinics, while residents could sell the excess to processing factories. The products could then be supplied to the inner city and supply and marketing cooperatives, creating a healthy cycle. Sui stroked his chin thoughtfully, saying, but cattle and sheep aren't cheap. Not everyone might be willing to spend that money. Jiang Miao shrugged.
Things are different now.
In the past, it was about solving basic needs. Now, it's about improving living conditions. Not everyone is willing to spend that much money. Plus, I don't have that many cattle and sheep. We follow the principle of voluntary participation. Anyone willing to sell can register at the Housing Management Office. First come, first served. As for the price, I'm selling lambs and calves. I can't sell them too expensive. 1 calf costs 1,500 points, and 1 lamb costs 800 points. That price isn't high at all. After breakfast, Sui first took Jiang Miao back to the base and then went to talk to Dai Des Han about this matter. Dai Des Han is efficient. In half a day, he had everything arranged and notified everyone. For residents who just had a big harvest, 1,500 points is manageable. Even if they hesitate to spend that much, they can buy a lamb for 800 points. Some people worry they lack experience and might lose money if the animals die. Because there are no government rules, the residents' confidence and courage are fully tested at this moment. After Grandma Ji sent her 3 children to kindergarten, she stayed behind to discuss this with Ji Xiaoyi. Do you think our family should buy a few cattle and sheep too? Grandma Ji looked eager, clearly having this idea strongly. Ji Xiaoyi felt tempted, but still habitually tried to persuade her. Grandma, you're now planting hundreds of acres and raising dozens of chickens and ducks. Isn't that enough for you to keep busy? Plus, Xiao Bao and Nian Nian Haoren also rely on you for help. Can you handle so many things? Grandma Ji wasn't worried. She was a bit upset because her granddaughter didn't support her. What's all this? The kids are in kindergarten during the day. Even little Hao Ran is very sensible now. After school, he plays with toys or reads books. He's obedient and doesn't cause trouble. If I'm too busy, I'll pick them up later. I just asked the kids on the way here and they agreed. They said once I raise the cattle and sheep, they want to come see them.
Fine.
Clearly, everyone has discussed everything thoroughly. Since she isn't contributing much, she seems to have no right to oppose. But thinking about how Grandma is getting old and still working so hard made Ji Xiaoyi feel uncomfortable. She hesitated for a while. Just as Grandma Ji was about to ask again, Ji Xiaoyi spoke up. Grandma, I've decided. I'll resign from my job. I'll farm and raise animals with you. Share the family's burden. Grandma Ji was so shocked she started coughing violently. She patted Ji Xiaoyi hard. Are you crazy, or am I? Now, it's not easy to get into kindergarten easily. You finally gained some experience and now you want to quit? I can handle the farm work alone, and besides, everything is now automated. The machines do the planting and harvesting. I mainly do light tasks like watering, fertilizing, and pest control. Do you really need to get involved? She was speaking the truth. In the past, there was a shortage of workers, and since the kindergarten was just starting, it was quite easy to get a job. Now, all the facilities in the outer districts are built, and residents are settling into their lives. Under these circumstances, more people prefer stable jobs. Jobs like teachers or doctors require higher qualifications, but kindergarten work is different. As long as you have some education and patience, you can do it. Many people are asking about it. Everyone is focused on this opportunity. Quitting kindergarten is definitely not a wise choice. Ji Xiaoyi also knew the truth but wanted to say something, only to be interrupted by Grandma Ji.
I know you're worried about me.
But as I said, if you let me worry less, I can enjoy a few more happy years. You don't need to manage everything at home. I know my limits. She still wanted to enjoy a good life for a few more years and didn't plan to leave early. Ji Xiaoyi felt helpless and could only compromise. She personally informed Jiang Miao. Jiang Miao responded, Grandma is already hardworking, and she raised us all by herself. She's got the right idea. It's unrealistic to ask her to listen to you. At most, I'll visit her more often. I know more about farming and breeding, so I can help her get the work done early. It's not a big deal. Ji Xiaoyi felt much more at ease. The decision about raising cattle and sheep was settled. Jiang Miao hung up and specifically went to the Shantytown management office. From Dai Deshan, she learned that over 100 households had signed up, which was quite a lot. Fortunately, her herd of calves and lambs had grown to over 500, so there was enough to distribute. All right, tell everyone that those coming later need to register clearly. For now, we'll supply the first batch. The second batch will have to wait until next year, based on the registration order. Dai Deshan quickly arranged for preparations and then looked at Jiang Miao with a pleased expression. Researcher Jiang, lately many people have been asking about jobs. Some are residents, and most are students about to graduate. Can you provide positions for everyone? If he remembered correctly, the staff at the Animal Husbandry Research Base was the smallest. He still couldn't understand how these people managed to keep the base running smoothly. Jian Miao directly refused him. Director Dai, the base is now officially registered with the government. Besides the old staff, everyone else working here is from the Eagle Mercenary Group. This is to keep the base's secret safe. Do you think I can still recruit more people? Yes. Dai Deshan smiled awkwardly and forced himself to ask, if your base doesn't need more recruits, could you give us some good advice? Jian Miao looked at Dai Deshan in surprise and chuckled. Director Dai, I'm not in charge of managing the housing projects. Your request is a bit too much. Dai Deshan looked apologetic and admitted his mistake. Seeing his pitiful expression, Jian Miao couldn't just ignore him. He sat down and helped him brainstorm. Do you have data on birth and death rates over the past few years? This sudden question made Dai Deshan pause briefly. He hurriedly fetched some materials. The data is here. Since people's living conditions improved, residents mainly focus on farming, raising animals, or having children. They don't have many other hobbies. The birth rate has been rising sharply in recent years, especially this year. The number of new residents in the first half of the year is already equal to last year's total. The second half's data hasn't been compiled yet. A higher birth rate is good, but it also puts pressure on the population. We are currently discussing ways to encourage eligible residents to move to the inner city. However, most are not interested and refuse to listen. They are determined to live permanently in the outer city. If this continues, we might need to develop districts 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Once the land in the East District is used up, the West District will also need planning. Currently, land is allocated together. Housing land is simple, but there isn't much land for farming. We also need to build public facilities, which require a lot of points. That's a big problem. It's better not to mention it, but once he does, it feels overwhelming. Dai Deshan feels like his Mediterranean Sea is turning into the Atlantic Ocean. Jian Miao examined the data carefully and realized that his reasoning was correct. However, Dai Deshan's words were somewhat exaggerated. Although the birth rate had increased sharply, the death rate was also quite high. How can so many people die when everyone's living conditions have improved? Faced with Jian Miao's question, Dai Deshan looked a bit wistful. Life, old age, illness, and death are normal. In the past, many died unnaturally. In the past 2 years, most of those who died were elderly, weak, and had underlying health issues. Their bodies were already failing, and they were just holding on by a thread. Now we have everything we need. The anger in my heart has eased, but I am not doing well. The cause of death reported by the hospital is almost always one of these few reasons. Basic illnesses refer to mutations caused by radiation, worsening mutations, or serious injuries sustained early on that lead to complicated health issues. Most of these are related to solar radiation. After developing the mutated milk, the hospital started treating patients with it. However, some people are not suitable for it, which can worsen mutations. But most people benefit, so doctors are hesitant to use the mutated milk widely. The problem remains unresolved. If only we could find a special cure or control the solar radiation, that would be great, but it's very difficult. Dai Deshan casually speculated, and Jiang Miao listened carefully. She thought for a while, then returned the data to Dai Deshan. We don't need to worry about the population for now. If necessary, we can keep developing. The outer city area can still hold more people, and the government will control the number of newcomers based on population growth. As for work, you can report jobs like mechanic or infrastructure work to Sui. He will arrange it. Others should return to normal life, farming and raising animals, just like everyone else. Once they have basic security, we can think about other plans. Dai Deshan agreed that this was the best temporary solution and nodded in agreement. Soon after Jiang Miao returned from the Shantytown management office, she saw Bai Tianyi and Jean Yuza arrive. Before she could speak, Bai Tianyi made a serious gesture. Researcher Jiang, we want to talk to you about the giant python. Jiang Miao hesitated for a moment and led them to a quiet laboratory building. Bai Tianyi directly stated his purpose, placing a special metal box on the table with a serious look. Our team used various cutting tools to dissect that giant python. Its scales are incredibly strong and hard, suitable for military equipment development. Jean Yuza is most familiar with this. Jean Yuza put away his childish look, showing a rare sense of calm. Brother Bai is right. When you saw me manipulating metal to cut open the python, it looked simple, but it actually drained most of my mental energy. The python's skin and flesh are surprisingly tough. Breaking through its layers of defense was very difficult. Fortunately, its stomach acid is highly corrosive. Once we broke through the first layer of flesh, the acid quickly eroded its skin and tissue. Having seen the power of the giant python firsthand, Jiang Miao was not too surprised. And then, during the day, he opened the box and took out small bottles one by one. These are the foods we extracted from the giant snake's stomach. It has a big appetite, and the keepers find it hard to provide enough meat. That's probably why the other side fed it a lot of fruits. These seeds haven't been fully broken down because of their hard shells and still have some vitality. They have a good chance of sprouting. In the field of plant and animal cultivation, both the inner city and the Central Research Institutes are cautious. The director asked me to give these to you, hoping that researcher Jiang can try to grow them for government research. Jiang Miao's forehead was covered with several question marks. Wait. Are these seeds safe? What if they are mutated and highly toxic? If I plant them, will anything happen? The direction of plant mutations in the wild is unknown. Who knows what kind of things the giant snake eats? During the day, he pushed up his glasses and explained the researchers' guesses. We've studied it. About 80% of the giant snakes are kept by humans. They can't even supply enough meat for the snake, which shows limited conditions. Under these limited conditions, I don't think they would touch unsafe wild fruits. These plants probably don't have toxins, or their toxicity is weak. They shouldn't affect people much. Of course, this is just reasoning. We also used professional instruments to analyze them. So far, they seem safe. With Yi's explanation, Zhang Miao's tense heart finally relaxed a bit. All right, since that's the case, I'll try to grow them. But if I find any danger, I will destroy them immediately.
Don't blame me.
He let out a sigh of relief and nodded. After reaching a consensus, the two left together, leaving Zhang Miao alone in the experiment building.
Ding.
Congratulations, the territory construction is 98% complete. The system detects that you have obtained a batch of mutated plants. Small flowers and grasses are nice, but large trees are also essential. We should carefully nurture the saplings to grow into towering giants. Today's check-in items: A. Food. B. Drinking water. C. Daily necessities. D. Plant and animal growth enhancer. E. Building materials. F. Poultry feed. G. Soil improvement. H. Survival medicine. I. High-tech equipment. J. Maternal and baby products. Please make your choice. The sudden appearance of the system made Zhang Miao's mouth twitch and his heartbeat race inexplicably. Since the infrastructure in the outer city has become stable, this guy appears at very regular times, almost always just before midnight. The progress of construction has been stuck there, with no visible improvement. She thought she might have to fight a long-lasting tug-of-war with the system, but unexpectedly, this guy changed his attitude today. It seems these seeds are quite unusual. Thinking of this, Zhang Miao immediately picked up the seeds to examine them carefully, trying to recognize the species. After looking around, she was confused and decisively gave up. Since that's the case, she could only follow the old method. I choose option D. Plant and Animal Growth Assistance Potion. Okay, the host's choice is the Plant and Animal Growth Assistance Potion. The system is checking in. Congratulations, the host has received a batch of plant toxin purification agents. Usage instructions: soak the cultivated plant seeds in a solution of the toxin purification agent at a certain concentration. The toxins inside the plants will gradually be expelled, and the gene expression will change over time until no toxins are left, allowing normal cultivation. Friendly reminder: it's best to use the plant toxin purification agent together with radiation purification liquid. After reducing the radiation level, replace the radiation purification liquid with a concentrated plant growth nutrient to boost seed vitality. Hearing the words toxin purification, Zhang Miao was so frightened she threw the bottle back into the box. After the system finished speaking, a large box of 10 cubic meters appeared in front of Zhang Miao with simple, blunt words on it. Nothing else. She took out a bottle of the potion, which had detailed dilution instructions on it this time. To avoid complications, she quickly put on her specialized protective gear for experiments. She prepared the correct concentration of the potion, then carefully used tweezers to transfer the seeds from the bottle into a petri dish. The laboratory was equipped with a complete set of research instruments. When Zhang Miao started the analyzer, it began showing the components in the solution inside the petri dish. Of course, the instrument could only detect known data from its database. Anything not recorded in the database couldn't be analyzed. For the toxin purification liquid, it could only identify half of the components, the rest being question marks. Interestingly, several values started to rise slowly from very low levels, showing dynamic changes. Through investigation, Zhang Miao found that all these components were toxic, which made her feel uneasy. If the instructions hadn't clearly specified the dosage, she might have just poured all the toxin purification agents in at once. Worried about uncontrollable mutations during the purification process, Zhang Miao kept a close watch the entire time, not even daring to leave for meals or bathroom breaks, and had others bring her supplies. Worried about involving innocent people, She even forbade anyone from entering the laboratory building. Unaware of the truth, Sun Yufan and a few others secretly guessed that Jiang Miao was working on a major experiment and dared not disturb her. After 5 days, the mutated seeds, initially as small as a fingernail or a finger, gradually expanded in size, continuously absorbing the medicinal solution. The petri dishes were replaced with large basins holding 50 or 60 liters. Just when she thought the seeds might keep growing, suddenly they began to shrink. The once smooth, full, and elastic surface started to wrinkle. It looked like something swollen in water had burst, which was a bit disgusting and strange. Jiang Miao couldn't understand what was happening. However, the data on the analyzer kept showing increases, then suddenly started to decline. After about a week, the values finally dropped to 0, and red warning symbols appeared on the screen. Jiang Miao recorded the data and immediately replaced the solution, this time with only radiation purification liquid. She reconnected the device, and the warning signs disappeared. She observed for a whole day, and the data remained stable. Only then did she add concentrated nutrients. The ingredients of the concentrated nutrients were simple, and the data changed slowly, but steadily decreased. Once the data stabilized, Jiang Miao knew she could proceed with normal cultivation of these plants. After the laboratory alarm was lifted, Jiang Miao became even busier, almost daily working in the greenhouse, recording seeds sprouting. In just 3 days, tiny sprouts emerged from the soil. From the moment they sprouted, these plants grew almost daily, with astonishing speed. In just a month, they reached 1.5 meters tall and continued to grow at the same pace. The greenhouse was only a few meters high, so if the trees kept growing upward, it would be impossible to contain them. To compare experiments, she dared not remove the top growth point prematurely and had to continue observing. By the second month, the trees had grown to 3 meters, with thick, sturdy trunks. If they kept growing, Jiang Miao wouldn't be able to control them anymore. Reluctantly, she had to grit her teeth and ask Gao Yi to bring people over. Everyone thought she was crazy when they heard Jiang Miao's request. Gao Yi looked serious and tried to persuade her, saying, "Sister-in-law, I understand you're doing this for science, but planting these trees outdoors is not realistic. If they mutate, the consequences could be terrible. Please think carefully." Yes, Jiang Miao's idea was to create a control group by transplanting a few plants outdoors, so there would be a comparison. Jiang Miao took a deep breath and lowered her eyelids. "I understand, but as you can see, in just 2 months, the trees have grown 3 meters tall. If they keep growing, they might break through the planting greenhouse. Instead of waiting for that to happen, I think I should act first. Could you help me build a smaller greenhouse? The roof should be adjustable, so we can expose only the branches and leaves. The roots and soil should stay in a radiation-free environment. What do you think? This is a reasonable compromise plan. If the trees mutate uncontrollably, they can cut the roots immediately to prevent danger." Gao Yi and his team quickly built a small greenhouse at the back of the base, as far away as possible from the planting and breeding areas. It only took 3 or 4 days to finish. After Jiang Miao used radiation to purify the soil inside the greenhouse, she had Gao Yi and the others transplant a few large trees after sunset. All the dominant tops of the existing trees were removed. Since the trees were transplanted, Gao Ye's mercenary team has been very alert. Especially after sunrise, they monitored every angle carefully. If anything unusual happened, they would act immediately. Jiang Miao also felt uncertain but kept recording data silently. People outside the base didn't know what was happening inside. As winter approached, the leaves of these trees showed no signs of fading. Instead, they seemed to be racing against time, growing faster. Inside the greenhouse, because the tops were removed, the trees grew outward with lush branches and leaves. The trees exposed to the sun had already grown over 7 meters tall, with thicker trunks than those inside the greenhouse. All Jiang Miao could do now was monitor the height of the trees in real time. If they grew taller, she would cut them immediately. She also kept an eye on the thickness of the branches in the control group to regulate the size of the openings, preventing abnormal growth caused by the openings. Until the first heavy snow fell, The leaves of these trees remained bright green, and there were signs of blooming. Even the mercenaries found it incredible and marveled at the sight. Big sister, do you think these trees will bear fruit in winter? That's so unusual. Otherwise, they wouldn't be mutated varieties. Help me collect some leaves so I can test them, Zhang Miao said. Gao Yi immediately followed her instructions and, after dark, collected a few leaves. Zhang Miao stared at the broad leaves, which were wider than her wash basin, lost in thought. This type of leaf vein pattern looks a bit like the old loquat leaves, but they are about 10 times larger than normal loquat leaves. Honestly, each leaf could cover a dining table. If they fall off in the wind, it could be very dangerous. Fortunately, the leaves are tough. Gao Yi struggled a lot to cut off one leaf. She armed herself fully and took the leaf into the lab. She added a certain amount of plant toxin neutralizer, based on the previous method used to purify seed toxins, and monitored all the data changes in real time. After observing, she was surprised to find that leaves exposed to the sun for a long time were actually non-toxic and the solar radiation level was 0. She even doubted whether the machine was malfunctioning. For several days, Zhang Miao stayed in the lab until Su Yi came to check on her. The second season's harvest is in. Compared to last year, the yield has slightly increased. Zhou Yongnian brought people to harvest. Because of the processing plant, the trading center no longer has a price advantage. This year's purchase price is quite good. If this trend continues, in a year or two, residents in the outer districts will be richer than those in the inner city. I have already reported the situation in the outer districts to the minister. The minister highly appreciates your contribution and said you can do whatever you want next. The government's research funding remains unchanged. Zhang Miao raised an eyebrow and smiled. So generous. Then I won't be polite. Before she finished speaking, Bai Tianyi's call came. Researcher Zhang, have you made any progress with those seeds? Zhang Miao and Su Yi exchanged looks. What's wrong? Bai Tianyi's voice became more serious. Yesterday, a researcher in the lab was killed by plants. Zhang Miao's face turned pale, and Su Yi quickly pulled her back. She reacted quickly and asked, what kind of plant? What exactly happened? I'm almost at the base. We can talk face to face. The call ended. Less than 10 minutes later, Bai Tianyi appeared at the lab building. He immediately saw the huge leaf. What is this? You grew it from the seeds you gave me. What's going on over there? Bai Tianyi was still stunned but followed Zhang Miao's words and explained what had happened recently. The seeds I gave you were only part of what we had. We kept some for research ourselves. The mutated seeds are indeed very hardy. After treatment with various agents, they sprouted quickly and grew very fast. Apart from that, there are no other problems. The researchers analyzed the mutated plants and only found radiation levels and trace toxins within safe limits. After testing, they confirmed that the toxins were not deadly. But just a few days ago, the plants bloomed. They are alive. What do you mean alive? Su Yi held Zhang Miao tightly, his face pale. Bai Tianyi took a deep breath and explained, it's literal. The flowering plants emit a strong fragrance that can numb the nerves. Breathing it in makes you dizzy and your limbs feel numb. Then, the trunk slowly moves toward the poisoned person, wrapping their body completely once the flower bud gets close. By the time we find the victims, only bones remain. Zhang Miao shivered at the thought, recalling the experimental trees at the base. She quickly called Gao Yi. Immediately take your team and retreat. Stay far away from those trees, wear gas masks and oxygen masks before going back in to handle the situation. Gao Yi didn't ask questions and ordered the team to evacuate. Su Yi and the others put on their gear and rushed over, just in time to see several flower buds in the greenhouse already blooming. Su Yi and Bai Tianyi both grabbed Zhang Miao to stop her from getting closer. Zhang Miao was very anxious. She turned to Bai Tianyi and asked, is this the plant you were talking about? Bai Tianyi shook his head. I'm not sure. I don't understand plants at all. Maybe we can find out through an experiment. Su Yi slowly stepped forward, bringing over a few chickens, ducks, and rabbits. He put the animals in cages and hung them near the closest flower buds. All right, now we just need to observe these animals to make an initial judgment. The three returned to the monitoring center and watched the footage of the chickens, ducks, and rabbits for a long time. But the animals remained normal, and the flower buds showed no change. Tianyi stroked his chin and thought deeply. Could it be a breed issue? Or maybe the flower buds haven't fully bloomed. Or perhaps the timing is off. The experiment was conducted at night when the incident happened. Then we wait. No one gets close during this time, Zhang Miao decided, arranging the next few days' plan. Tianyi stayed at the base to learn more about the research. Over the next half-month, the flowers fully bloomed. Each blossom was about the size of a basin. The chickens, ducks, and rabbits underneath seemed to be doing well. The mercenaries feeding them went from nervous and tense to calm and composed. Sometimes, they even used high-definition cameras to get close-up shots of the flower buds. Zhang Miao worried that the flowers might wilt if they continued like this. She clenched her teeth and ordered someone to kill a chicken, placing its blood near the flower buds. Now, Su Yi and Tianyi both became nervous. They observed for a whole day and night, but nothing happened. The base then lifted the alarm. Zhang Miao's confidence grew, and he asked someone to run the same tests on the control group. The results were the same. Tianyi took the research results back to the government building's experimental center. Yang Su, the head of the center, was stunned. This can't be. This can't be. All the plants we planted are the same, so why are the plants we bred capable of harming people? Seeing Yang Su getting a bit out of control, Jiang Yan gently patted him and said, "Calm down. Look carefully. What's different between the plants Zhang Miao bred and those in the lab?" Yang Su took a deep breath and, after calming down, retrieved all the data about the plants from the lab. Look at this. The leaves of these two plants are exactly the same, including the shape, size, and color of the flower buds. They are the same plant. Where is the problem? Why is this happening? Yang Su's eyes were bloodshot, and he seemed to lose control again. Jiang Yan exchanged a glance with someone nearby. Lao Xie stepped forward, injected medicine into Yang Su's body, and Yang Su immediately fainted. Lao Xie carried him on his shoulder and said, "Minister, I think it's necessary to ask this highly capable researcher Jiang to come to the government building." Jiang Yan hesitated for 2 seconds, then turned to Tianyi. "Contact Su Yi and make arrangements." Tianyi looked at Lao Xie's back, feeling resistant, but still nodded in agreement. Zhang Miao received the message, looking surprised. "You mean the minister wants to see me?" Su Yi smiled and comforted her. "Don't worry, I am here with you." Tianyi echoed, "It's mainly about the plant that harmed people." "That's too unbelievable. Our experiment leader has become a bit mentally unstable because of this. The minister has to take it seriously. The most important thing is, the plants you bred are normal." This made the situation even stranger. Either there was a problem with the government's experiments or Zhang Miao had some special ability. Either way, it would attract the attention of the council. Zhang Miao hesitated. The government building was full of talented people and mutants. What if her secret was discovered? Su Yi sensed her worry and told Tianyi to step back. He whispered to Zhang Miao, "I know what you're worried about. Don't worry. The government building is full of mutants. Everyone is special. Even if you have some unique traits, they will see it as normal. You've done so much for the government, and the minister won't make things difficult for you." This finally made Zhang Miao feel a little more at ease. The married couple went out together and got into Tianyi's car. The car headed toward the inner city. This was Zhang Miao's first time in the inner city, so she was naturally curious. Tianyi secretly watched her reactions and was a bit surprised. "You've never been to the inner city before?" Zhang Miao honestly nodded. "In the first few years after I moved to the city, I stayed at home almost all the time. Later, I started researching livestock, so I gradually started to go outside, but only within the outer city districts. I rarely went to districts 2 and 3. Later, I only went a bit farther when checking on residents' farms and breeding areas. That's all." Her activities were very simple and limited. Tianyi smiled and said, "You should take a good look at the inner city environment. Honestly, with Su Yi's current skills, he could be promoted to a top mercenary leader in the inner city. He refused because he's worried about you." Su Yi quickly denied, "It's just a small matter. More importantly, our home is in the outer city. We worked hard to build it and it means a lot to us. The inner city is full of talented people, so I won't join in the busy scene there." The couple looked at each other and smiled. The car drove through the entire inner city and soon reached the city center. As they entered the area, Zhang Miao noticed many patrol mercenaries. They had to go through multiple checks to enter the government building. When they arrived at the meeting room, it was empty. No one was inside. Bai Tianyi muttered, "That's strange." He quickly took out his smartwatch to make a call outside. Zhang Miao and Su Yi stayed inside, waiting. Suddenly, there was a noise behind the door. The couple looked at each other and saw a pair of bright blue eyes. They looked at each other in surprise. Zhang Miao looked at a girl about a meter tall, feeling a bit of compassion. Shi Dudong took the initiative to speak to her.
Who are you?
The girl didn't say a word, just kept staring at her. She cautiously took a few steps forward, hesitating. Su Yi quickly stopped Zhang Miao. "Be careful. This person's identity is unknown. Don't get too close." The girl seemed not to hear Su Yi's words. Her damp eyes stared at Zhang Miao without blinking, her brows slightly furrowed, as if feeling some sadness and helplessness. Zhang Miao couldn't bear it, and even Su Yi's brows furrowed. He softly asked, "Whose child are you?" This was the government building, and strangers with unknown identities couldn't come in. "Someone here must be one of us." Zhang Miao thought of this and gave Su Yi a reassuring look. She stepped forward and squatted in front of the girl. "What's your name?" "Hug. Baby?" Jian Miao was confused as the little girl reached out her hands. Now she finally understood, and she gently picked up the girl, sitting her back down. The girl obediently stayed in her arms, finding a comfortable position. Her innocent face quickly showed a satisfied smile. Su Yi silently watched for a while, relieved that the girl posed no danger, but still felt suspicious. "Why is there a child inside the government building? I thought she was a supernatural ability user just now." Like Ling Yu and Bai Tianyi, who also changed appearance due to mutations, maybe this child is actually an old woman. Jian Miao instinctively felt the girl meant no harm, so she teased, "Are you a supernatural ability user?" The girl shook her head.
How old are you?
She held up 2 small fingers, looking very cute. Jian Miao felt happier and wanted to hug and kiss the girl. "Aunt has an older sister at home, but I didn't bring her today."
No. Huh.
"Not what?" Jian Miao was confused. The girl turned her head to look at her, eyes shining brightly. "Not aunt, but auntie." Jian Miao was surprised for a moment before understanding what the girl meant and laughed. "An aunt is just an aunt. You can call me whatever you like." The girl happily turned her head away. Bai Tianyi suddenly ran in. "Sorry, there's a situation with the minister. He's looking for." Before he finished, he saw the girl in Jian Miao's arms and shouted in alarm. Nervously, he pressed his smartwatch.
Boss.
"We've found Minmin. In the meeting room. Hurry."
Please.
After that, he carefully approached Jian Miao, staying close to the wall. But as he took a step forward, the girl showed her teeth at him, with a hint of aggression. Bai Tianyi was so scared, he quickly stopped, raised his hands, and made a surrender gesture. Fortunately, 2 minutes later, Zhang Yan arrived with a group of people. "Where's Minmin?" Zhang Yan asked anxiously. Bai Tianyi pointed at Jian Miao.
There.
A group of people stared blankly at Jian Miao and the girl. Several fully armed staff tried to approach, but the girl immediately reached out her hand. Zhang Yan's face changed, and he lowered his voice. "Minmin, don't be naughty. The person holding you might get hurt." Finally, this made the girl stop attacking. She turned her head and hugged Jian Miao tightly like an octopus, ignoring Zhang Yan. Ling Yu looked surprised. "It's really strange. It's the first time I've seen this girl be so close to anyone besides the boss." Zhang Yan also found it strange. His gaze fell on Zhang Miao's face, and he felt that this face looked familiar, but no matter how he tried to remember, he couldn't recall where he had seen her before. Su Yi noticed the awkward atmosphere and stood up to speak. "Minister, this is my wife, Zhang Miao." The strange feeling in Zhang Yan's heart grew stronger. He slowly lowered his eyelids and said thoughtfully, I have a sister named Jiang Miao too. In the conference room, everyone looked at Jiang Miao with surprise and confusion, then at Jiang Yan. Their eyes moved back and forth between the two faces. Surprisingly, these two did look somewhat alike, but weren't all the minister's family members supposed to be dead? According to their investigation, Jiang Miao was an orphan. Old Evil habitually prepared to use his special abilities to scan Jiang Miao forcibly, but just as he was about to act, Min Min countered him. A loud explosion followed, and Old Evil's face was burned black, smoke rising from his head. A foul burning smell quickly filled the room. This sudden event caused chaos in the conference room. Jiang Yan angrily glared at Min Min. Why did you hurt Old Evil? Min Min held her head high, stubbornly challenging Jiang Yan to protect Auntie. The word Auntie stunned Jiang Yan. His carefully managed mood became even more chaotic. Jiang Miao, witnessing the little person in her arms' abilities, was so frightened she couldn't speak, her whole body stiff and afraid to move. Min Min, meanwhile, hugged her neck and stood up, glaring fiercely at the others. Jiang Yan felt a headache coming on. He first told the others to leave, then gave Jiang Miao a comforting look and patiently coaxed, Min Min, come here, Daddy. Min Min still ignored him. Jiang Yan's face darkened halfway, took a deep breath, and continued to speak gently, You can't keep bothering the guests. Be good. Otherwise, Daddy will really get angry. As soon as he finished speaking, Jiang Miao clearly felt the temperature in the room drop several degrees. Su Yi had already taken a defensive stance. Min Min looked at Jiang Miao with grievance for a while, then reluctantly released her hand. Just as Jiang Miao thought Min Min was going to leave, she suddenly leaned in and kissed Jiang Miao on the hand before turning and walking toward Jiang Yan. Seeing her distressed little face, Jiang Yan also felt uncomfortable. He quickly picked up the child, gently pressed her forehead for a moment, and soon Min Min's small body relaxed. Jiang Yan carried the sleeping Min Min out to the staff, then returned to the conference room with Jin Yuza and Bai Tianyi. Jiang Miao had recovered and was feeling a bit nervous. Jiang Yan discreetly glanced at her, his voice softening unintentionally. Today's incident scared you all. I didn't expect that child to suddenly wake up and run away, nearly causing a big problem. Afterwards, Bai Tianyi will apologize to me. Now, let's talk about the mutated plants. I've looked at the data Bai Tianyi sent back. You should also see the mutated plants cultivated in the government laboratory. Jin Yuza immediately turned on the projector. Suddenly, an entire wall displayed a high-definition video showing footage from the government lab. At a glance, Jiang Miao confirmed that the mutated plants she grew were the same as those cultivated by the government scientists. Do you think there's any difference between these plants and the ones you grew? Jiang Yan asked calmly. Jiang Miao honestly shook her head. They are the same kind. Jiang Yan nodded. We think so too. Clearly, they are the same species, but why do the mutated plants from the government have such strong aggression? While speaking, Jin Yuza played a video showing the mutated plants attacking people. Jiang Miao stared at the screen without blinking. Because the video was sped up, she only thought the plant's behavior resembled an animal and casually said, Don't you think this tree looks like a snake? When viewed like this, Bai Tianyi and the others looked at each other and nodded slightly. You're right. When we faced the giant python that day, it swallowed the monitoring device in a way similar to this. Plus, these seeds were taken from inside the python's belly. We suspect these solar radiation seeds have undergone a second mutation. But that's not the main issue now. The key question is, you cultivated the same species, so why aren't these problems happening? Everyone looked at Jiang Miao. Her heart suddenly raced faster. Thinking about what she saw and heard today, she made a decision. Because I can move objects with my mind. Jiang Yan didn't seem surprised at all. Su Yi was ready to protect his wife at any moment. Only Bai Tianyi and Jin Yuza reacted as if they had seen a ghost, their reactions exaggerated. So you're also a psychic? Keeping it hidden? Show me how you move objects with your mind, Bai Tianyi said, staring intently. Jiang Miao felt a bit frustrated. I don't know how. You can say I'm a psychic, or say I'm nothing special. I just can't control this ability well, and I can only use it once a day. The good thing is I can get whatever I want, at least for now. Rather than hiding it, she decided to reveal everything to take control of the situation. Jiang Yan interrupted by Tianyi and Jin Yuza, who wanted to speak again, and asked in a deep voice, "What does this have to do with the mutated plants?" Of course it's related. I'm someone who values my life very much, so I wouldn't do anything dangerous. After getting the seeds, I analyzed their components and used remote object retrieval once, which produced a batch of plant toxin neutralizers. Before planting, we purified the seeds of toxins and radiation. This process took quite a bit of time, so the plants bloomed a few days later than usual. Zhang Miao looked sincere. Zhang Yan and the others were still doubtful. Jin Yuza couldn't help but ask, "Actually, our researchers also analyzed the seeds. They concluded that the seeds are non-toxic or only slightly toxic, and since our plants are grown indoors without sunlight radiation, how could those toxins cause such serious effects?" That was also something Yang Su couldn't understand. Zhang Miao frowned and thought about the unknown ingredients on the analysis device, then gritted his teeth and guessed, what if toxins grow like living beings? After all, the plants already have animal-like mutations. Isn't it normal for toxins to mutate along with them? This gave Jiang Yan and the others a new idea. After some discussion, Jiang Yan temporarily asked Su Yi to take Jiang Miao away. Only after Jiang Miao's figure disappeared did he withdraw his gaze. Staff entered to report, "Minister, Miss Minmin has entered the protective isolation chamber and is in a deep sleep. She won't wake up for now." Jiang Yan rubbed his forehead and exhaled a long, heavy breath. "Keep a close watch. I don't want this kind of mistake to happen again." The staff nervously responded and then turned to leave. Soon, another group of people entered. Lao Xie, who had just bandaged his wound, was pushed into the room. Seeing the empty conference room, he went straight to Jiang Yan's side. "Minister, does that woman Jiang Miao have any relation to you?" Jiang Minmin's body was something others didn't understand well, but he knew very well. This child, because her parents were both powerful mutants, was different from birth. Her small body contained great energy, with destructive power beyond normal, and her intelligence was extremely high, but her emotional intelligence was shockingly low. She only trusted close relatives by blood. No matter how kind others were to her, they couldn't move her. Like today, she had only just met Jiang Miao for the first time, and he was someone who had taken care of her since she was a child. Yet, Jiang Minmin, between him and Jiang Miao, chose to protect Jiang Miao without hesitation. The only explanation he could think of was blood relation. Jiang Yan involuntarily clenched his fists. Old Xie roughly understood what he was thinking and advised, "Minister, this matter is easy to check. All residents entering the city have personal information files, and their genetic data is stored in the gene bank. By comparing the data, we can probably figure it out. If Jiang Miao is truly related by blood to Jiang Yan, Old Xie can no longer treat her with the previous attitude." During the day, Bai Yi was very curious and volunteered, "Boss, I can handle this small matter. I can go right now." The council began investigating Jiang Miao's identity. Meanwhile, Jiang Miao returned to the base under Su Yi's protection. Seeing her worried, Su Yi comforted her, "Don't worry, it will be fine. Even if the sky falls, I'll be here to protect you." Jiang Miao smiled and nodded obediently. She wasn't the type to worry too much. Now that things had come to this, she could only take one step at a time. She was prepared to face whatever came, but surprisingly, the council suddenly stopped their investigation. Bai Yi didn't come to ask about the mutated plants anymore, nor did anyone inquire about her background. Life returned to normal. As the new year approached, Jiang Miao once again marveled at how quickly time flies. Counting the days, after the Spring Festival, it will be 10 years since the Wasteland was established. Unconsciously, she had been in this world for so long. Now the residents outside the city are living normal lives. At year's end, families began preparing for the new year. The Supply and Marketing Cooperative introduced many festive items, and the processed food section gradually stocked various sweet rice cakes and similar foods. There was also roasted chicken and duck, cooked to perfection. Although everyone kept chickens and ducks, they lacked spices, making it hard to prepare all kinds of delicious dishes. Since these were rare items sold at the supply store, everyone rushed to buy them. While shopping, they muttered, "This winter seems colder than the past 2 years. My greenhouse is frozen through. Luckily, I didn't plant vegetables this year. The soil was loosened early, or I'd be worried next year." Exactly. I noticed that too. I told others, but they didn't believe me, saying it's not true. No, it really wasn't there before. But just in the past 2 days, it's like the land was sealed overnight. Some people refused to listen and insisted on planting vegetables. Now they're hiding at home, crying secretly. Jiang Miao was just walking through the supply and marketing cooperative with her daughter, overhearing conversations about the weather all around. Su Nian, a young girl, was holding a big bag of dried sweet potatoes. She looked up with her clear black and white eyes and asked Jiang Miao, "Mom, is it really very cold this winter?" Jiang Miao playfully pinched Su Nian's cheek and asked, "What do you think?" Nian honestly shook her head and said, "I think it's the same. I stay all the time at kindergarten, the base, or with grandma. Mom or dad pick me up and Uncle Zhang also comes. We haven't been outside much." "Mom, why can't we play in the snow?" she asked. The teacher said snow is dangerous and rain is even more dangerous. If we get wet in the rain or snow, we might get sick, and the sickness can be very serious. The teacher also said we should stay out of the sun because sunlight can cause serious illnesses that are hard to cure. "Mom, it's so dangerous outside. Why do we still have to go out?" Kids always have a lot of questions. Jiang Miao patiently listened, thinking back to her own childhood, feeling a bit sad for her daughter. At this moment, a family of 5 or 6 people passed by. A young boy loudly said, "Mom and Dad, buy some meat. Grandma said we can eat plenty of meat during the new year." A woman playfully patted the boy's back and said, "You're so cute. Just a few days ago, your uncle brought us a bag of marinated rabbit meat. Did you not eat it?" The boy shook his head and said, "Grandma said it's for the new year." "Mom, I love the new year. We can eat delicious food." Uncle also said Annie made sweet I want to go to Uncle's house. I want to go too. Other children eagerly joined in. Jiang Miao noticed her daughter standing still and looked a bit surprised. "What's wrong?" Nian withdrew her gaze, hesitated, but finally said nothing. She pointed excitedly at the clothing section and said, "Mom, let's go buy some clothes." Jiang Miao immediately took her daughter over. The clothes sold at the supply store were still salvaged from ruins. They had been washed and processed in various ways, so they looked almost new. But no matter how new the clothes looked, they were still old antiques from over 10 years ago. Because the government hadn't found replacements for natural fibers like cotton and silk, the only fabric available now was synthetic fiber. However, synthetic fibers also required raw materials. After 10 years of natural disasters, those once easily available raw materials had become scarce. So, regardless of the material or origin, clothes were expensive. She looked around the clothing section, choosing 2 winter outfits for her 2 children and Zhangji, spending 3,000 points. She also bought some stationery for the kids, and then went to pay the bill. The mother and daughter didn't choose any snacks because the homemade food at home was much better than the products from the supply store. When they returned home, Su Yi and his youngest son immediately ran out to help carry their things. Jiang Miao went straight into the kitchen to prepare dinner. Sui stayed with the 2 children, playing on the soft mats and reading books. Su Nian secretly glanced toward the kitchen and whispered to Su Yi, "Dad, do I have an uncle?" Su Yi was surprised and looked down at his daughter, asking, "Why do you ask that all of a sudden?" Su Nian happily explained what had just happened. "Many kids in my kindergarten have uncles, aunts, and many brothers and sisters. But I only have a little brother." Sui hugged his daughter gently and said kindly, "That's not true. You also have brother Zhang Ji and brother Kong Sheng." Su Nian shook her head. "It's different. We're not related by blood." Again, related by blood. Su Yi frowned unconsciously, asking, "Who told you that?" Su Nian quickly went to the bookshelf, took out a thick history book, and said, "It mentions aunts, uncles, cousins, and many other relatives. I asked my teacher, and she told me." She also said that siblings can be of different types: same father and mother, same father but different mother, same mother but different father, cousins, or relatives from the same clan. It took me a year to understand all that. Su Yi was surprised by his daughter's knowledge, but also felt some pressure. Thinking about the possible situation, he quickly calmed himself, rubbed her head gently, and said, "Every family is different. You have wonderful parents, a cute and sensible little brother, and a comfortable life. That's enough." Su Nian nodded obediently and didn't dwell on the question too much. The father and daughter interacted for a while, each quietly reading their books. Jiang Miao had already prepared most of the dinner. Since it was cold outside, some older sheep from the base were sold to the processing plant. She bought 2 sheep, slaughtered them, and kept the meat frozen at home. When Su Yi finished his rest, she planned to cook a stew. She also planned to make some noodles or pancakes for the children, and just 2 dishes would be enough. After dinner was served, Jiang Miao looked at Su Yi and asked, "How long can you rest this time?" Su Yi helped his youngest son onto the table and replied, "If everything goes well, I can rest until after the new year. When I have free time, I'll occasionally go and check on them. If there's anything, they will report to me." "Such a relaxed year?" Jiang Miao was a bit surprised. Su Yi chuckled and nodded. "I should thank you. In the past 2 or 3 years, the outer district has changed a lot. All the residents' houses have been renovated, and safety has greatly improved, especially in Area 1. In the second half of the year, residents voluntarily built iron fences, so there's no need to worry about their safety anymore. Previously, hundreds of mercenaries patrolled daily, but now just 200 people are enough for 3 zones. With better food, everyone's health improved rapidly. Fewer people got sick, hospitals felt less pressure, and new graduates filled the gaps in various places. Everything is running smoothly. Unless there's an order from above, I can afford to be a little lazy." In fact, with his current position, he didn't need to do everything himself. It was just out of a sense of responsibility. He couldn't turn a blind eye. Jiang Miao listened and felt happy inside. Since their family could reunite for a while this year, she didn't want to return to the base so soon. She contacted Sun Yufan and the others, handing over all the base's affairs to them. On New Year's Eve, Jiang Miao prepared a bunch of food as usual and asked Su Yi to deliver it to each family. The mercenaries had already informed her that she didn't need to bother preparing food this year. Jiang Miao enjoyed her leisure time and didn't prepare anything for them. In the afternoon, Bai Tianyi and Ling Yu suddenly visited. Honestly, Jiang Miao was a bit afraid to see them now, but she forced a smile and invited them in. It was their first time visiting, and they looked around curiously, their expressions exaggerated. "Miao Miao, your house is really beautiful." No wonder Captain Su said he didn't want to leave the outer district. "If my home were this cozy, I wouldn't want to leave either," Ling Yu said seriously. Bai Tianyi nodded in agreement, then looked at the 2 children reading in the corner and immediately went over. "Little babies, what are you doing?" Su Nian raised her hand with a history book, giving a look that seemed to say, "Are you blind?" Bai Tianyi wasn't annoyed and sat down next to Su Nian with a shameless smile. "Can I read with you?" "Go ahead," Su Nian said confidently, moving the book slightly. But within 5 minutes, Bai Tianyi couldn't sit still and started chattering nonstop. "Do you understand what you're reading? What's this character? Is this person sick? Why did they kill innocent people? He's breaking the rules of warfare. Let me see what this person is doing. Then they started fighting over the book, one wanting to keep reading, the other insisting on flipping through the pages they hadn't seen. Lingyu shook her head in frustration and kicked Bai Tianyi hard. During the day, Yi winced in pain and looked at Lingyu with a warning gaze. He pouted in frustration and took out his smartwatch, nervously looking at Su Nian. Good baby, Uncle likes you very much. Can you take a photo with Uncle? Su Nian agreed without much thought. In the end, Yi held one child on each side, forcing them to take several photos together. The youngest, Su Haoran, even doubted Yi's sanity. After completing the task, Yi played games with the two children, taking the opportunity to transfer some points to them. This is Uncle's New Year red envelope for you.
Keep it safe.
The children were curious and wanted to check, but Yi stopped them. The game continued, and the children gradually forgot about the points. Before leaving, Jiang Miao prepared 4 portions of food. One for each of you. Please help me pass the other 2 to Jean Yuza and Min. Why did you suddenly think of her? Could it be that Jiang Miao found out something? Yi and Lingyu exchanged a look, feeling inexplicably nervous. Jiang Miao looked calm and smiled gently, explaining, that child already calls me auntie. She's so small but said she wants to protect me. How can I forget that? I don't know what she can eat, so I made some kid-friendly food with safe ingredients. Lingyu looked at Jiang Miao deeply. Seeing she had no extra expression and said nothing, she felt slightly reassured. They quickly left with the things. As soon as they left, Jiang Miao called the 2 children over. Let me see your smart watches. The children obediently raised their hands, their small heads leaning in. When they saw the 7-digit points on the screen, Su Nian was shocked and covered her mouth. Mom, what does 6 zeros after 2 mean? 2 million, Jiang Miao said, slightly furrowing her brows. Su Nian, who didn't understand what a million was, begged Jiang Miao to explain. Just then, Su Yi returned with some snacks, and Jiang Miao asked him to clarify for the children. Su Yi learned that Yi had given each child 2 million points. He immediately called him. Minister Bai, I don't want to accept this reward. I'll transfer 4 million points to you now. Driving, Yi was startled and quickly tried to stop him. Su Yi, why are you so stubborn? That's a red envelope for the children, not for you. Don't interfere. No, I can't accept that. Giving the children a few hundred points is fine, but 4 million points. They shouldn't take it, Su Yi insisted. Jiang Miao silently listened without saying a word. During the day, he was forced into a corner and lowered his voice to say, honestly, these points are from someone who asked me to transfer them to the kids. It has nothing to do with me. Don't ask who it is, I won't tell. That's it. If you dare transfer the points to me now, I'll turn the car around and go back to bother you, making your life difficult. Su Yi was very speechless and, understanding the situation, hung up. He looked up at Jiang Miao and said thoughtfully, Bai Tianyi says someone asked him to help by giving the kids red envelopes. It seems he really has a connection with you. Jiang Miao slowly lowered her eyes and said, I guess that. Su Yi sighed in relief. If that's the case, he definitely won't do anything against you. That's good for you. Who knows? Jiang Miao replied calmly. Su Yi was quite confident, not to mention from these few interactions, I think he's a good person. Otherwise, so many people wouldn't follow him. Now he's showing friendliness to you, which also shows he values family. Jiang Miao nodded almost imperceptibly. She wasn't very eager about family ties or anything. She preferred to go with the flow and not worry too much. Bai Tianyi and Lingyu immediately went to see Jiang Yan after returning to the government building. Boss, we've taken care of everything you asked. We didn't say anything, and she didn't ask. We also took photos of the kids. Plus, Jiang Miao prepared a snack for Minmin. Bai Tianyi reported all the matters in one breath. Jiang Yan opened the snack box and found some cartoon vegetable buns, small steamed buns, and cakes that kids liked. There was also a bowl of lean meat and egg custard, and a dessert that looked like double-layer milk pudding. Old Xie calmly said, Minister, Minmin only eats food made by you. I wonder if she'll accept food made by Miss Jiang Miao. She will, Jiang Yan replied confidently. Then he took the snack and left. Old Sia followed, and they arrived at Minmin's isolation capsule. The little girl was quietly holding a small doll on the bed, playing peacefully without making noise or showing much emotion. Jiang Yan approached gently, sat beside Minmin, and tenderly patted her small head. Minmin, your aunt made some delicious food for you. Do you want to eat it? When Minmin heard the word aunt, she immediately lifted her head, eyes shining.
Aunt.
I want aunt. Jiang Yan patiently coaxed her. Be good. Aunt isn't here, but she made some tasty food for you. Do you want to try it? Minmin looked a little disappointed but still nodded excitedly. The food box was opened, and Jiang Yan took out the top-boiled egg to hand over. Minmin pushed it away angrily, waiting for Jiang Yan. Dad is lying. This isn't made by Auntie. I don't want to eat it. I want Auntie. Lao Xia quickly took out the top layer of the food box, revealing colorful steamed buns and dumplings underneath. This time, Minmin didn't push the food away again but obediently ate a pineapple-shaped steamed bun. Then she pointed at a small rabbit-shaped bun and said, I want to eat that. Jiang Yan immediately handed it to her, then opened a cup of egg custard. The little girl cooperated very well, eating the egg and meat custard spoonful by spoonful until it was all gone. Then she looked at the other snacks again. Jiang Yan quickly closed the food box. That's enough. You've eaten enough. The rest can wait until tomorrow. The little girl touched her round belly with a sad sigh and muttered, Why are you so small? Her cute expression made Jiang Yan and Lao Xia both laugh. Jiang Yan comforted her a few words and played with her for a while before leaving. Lao Xia left the protective isolation chamber immediately and went to find Bai Tianyi. Miss Minmin just ate food made by Miss Zhang Miao. Bai Tianyi raised an eyebrow. How does that little girl know the food was made by Zhang Miao?
Lao Si sighed.
Maybe this is the power of blood ties. We're still studying Minmin's situation. I came to tell you that since Miss Minmin can accept food from Zhang Miao, please make more trips in the future to buy more food from her. The chef skills are really not impressive. Miss Minmin has suffered a lot these years. Although he was loyal to Jiang Yan, some facts had to be acknowledged. Jiang Yan was good at everything, but he had no talent for cooking. After Minmin was born, no one could soothe her except Jiang Yan. She would rather go hungry until she was weak than eat food offered by others. Later, they accidentally discovered that Minmin was willing to eat Jiang Yan's food. From then on, Jiang Yan started to study cooking seriously. But talent determines the upper limit. Someone without a gift for cooking can only make a decent dish with great difficulty. Over the years, Jiang Yan learned to make only a few dishes. One was milk powder porridge, another was rice porridge, plus boiled eggs and a variety of miscellaneous ingredients and rice stews, which he called assorted porridge. Although the ingredients were good, no matter how he cooked them, they all tasted the same in Jiang Yan's hands. Minmin accepted the food he made, but that didn't mean she liked it.
She didn't eat much.
The 2-year-old child looked thin, and those responsible for caring for them looked worried. During the day, he seemed to understand what was happening. Don't worry, it's a small matter. I'll call Zhang Miao later and arrange for someone to pick it up. We did the same when we bought the mutated milk. He has experience with this kind of thing. Old Xia left happily. Just 3 or 4 days after the new year, a sudden heavy snowstorm made the residents, who had just started to feel settled, feel anxious again. Su Yi had to rush back to the mercenary base immediately. Zhang Miao looked at the snow piling up at the door, frowning. The snow is almost a meter deep now. The cars probably can't get out. How will we go? Don't worry. The mercenaries are professionals. We have tools for all kinds of emergencies. Someone will come to pick me up soon. You and the kids stay safe at home or go next door to talk to Zhou Lantian. Don't risk going out. The base has Gao Yi and others watching over it. Nothing serious will happen. I might not come back so soon. Stay in touch if needed. Su Yi, fully armed, walked out of the yard through the iron gate under Zhang Miao's watch. Outside, a support frame suddenly extended from his feet, rising to the same height as the snow and stopping. Then, he carefully took a few steps forward and stopped a few meters from the shanty town. An airplane roared overhead, and a rope descended from the sky. Su Yi clipped the rope onto himself, and he was pulled up. After 5 more minutes, the plane's roar gradually faded away. Jiang Miao secretly breathed a sigh of relief and turned to go inside. Suddenly, the wind and snow picked up sharply. The door was blown shut, and she struggled with the cold wind for a while before finally closing her door. The fierce wind seemed to be angered, forcing its way through the tiny gap, creating all sorts of strange, rustling sounds, especially around the small ventilation window at the top of the wall. Even the special transparent glass window seemed to struggle, with the sound of it hitting the window clearly audible. The children, experiencing such extreme weather for the first time, all huddled together around Jiang Miao. They stopped reading and stared blankly at the glass window on the ceiling. Soon, Jiang Miao's smartwatch buzzed. She looked down and saw it was an unknown call. Without hesitation, she answered. A deep, magnetic voice came from the other side. Are you at home, at the base, or outside? Jiang Miao paused for a moment before recognizing who was speaking. After a brief hesitation, she obediently replied, staying at home with the children. That's good. The weather is unusual. None of you should go out. If supplies run low or there are emergencies before the alert is lifted, you can contact me. Dial this number, and someone will help you. Jiang Yan's calm and strong voice sounded very clear in the quiet room. The 2 children snapped out of their surprise, and, before Jiang Miao could speak, they asked one after the other. Uncle, what should we call you? Su Nian Nian asked softly. Su Haoran also chimed in with a sweet voice. What is Uncle's name? Jiang Yan was suddenly greeted by his 2 nieces and nephews. His heart was touched. Usually, he didn't show much emotion, but he couldn't help but smile gently. After a moment of hesitation, he slowly said, My name is Jiang Yan. Hello, Uncle Jiang. Hello, Uncle Jiang. The 2 children said together. Hearing this name, Jiang Miao understood everything. Currently, Jiang Yan hadn't directly revealed their relationship, but showed it through his actions. What should she do? Call him Big Brother? Jiang Yan seemed to be waiting for Jiang Miao's reaction, but also afraid of it. After a brief silence, before Jiang Miao could speak, he said, You all take care of yourselves and your mother. Got it, the 2 little ones responded loudly together. Jiang Yan chuckled softly, All right, I'll hang up now.
Goodbye.
Until the call ended, Jiang Miao didn't say a word. Su Nian Nian looked up and saw her mother's eyes reddening with worry. Mom, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Or do you miss Dad? Jiang Miao shook her head repeatedly and hugged her daughter.
I'm fine.
The wind is so strong. Sitting here makes me feel a bit anxious. How about we go to the basement? There are lots of books and a wide, big tatami mat with ready-made blankets. We can sleep there tonight. Su Nian Nian nodded and looked at the window. She tightly hugged Jiang Miao's neck, her eyes showing some fear. Mom, do you think our house might be blown down? Jiang Miao hugged her daughter tightly. No, Mom will protect you. Let's go. We'll head to the basement first. You can read there, and I'll come back later to cook for you. The mother and children dressed warmly, packed some toys and toiletries, and left through the back door. Outside the back door is a planting area. When it was built, Su-yi considered the problem of thieves. The walls and roof were reinforced, but not as strong as the house. Now, the wind sounds are even louder, like a battlefield with horses neighing and weapons clashing. Jiang Miao's face turned a little paler. She hurriedly took the children to the basement next door. After settling the kids, she quickly moved the food supplies and kitchenware from the neighboring room to this side, planning to cook here for now. The large fridge in the basement still stored plenty of pork, beef, mutton, chicken, duck, lamb, milk, and other dairy products. The cold storage had some processed and fresh vegetables as well as eggs. These supplies were all stocked by Sui. People who have experienced 10 years of natural disasters tend to stockpile food. Jiang Miao didn't originally think this way, but seeing everyone else do it, she decided to go along so she wouldn't seem so different. These supplies are regularly checked and replenished. The fridge is still full. On the other side, they stored daily necessities, packaged foods, and grains. For the mother and children, food was enough. Feeling reassured, Jiang Miao took a deep breath and prepared to cook dinner. The weather was strange, and she didn't feel like focusing only on cooking. She planned to knead dough, make dumplings, buns, and noodles, all in one go, so they could freeze leftovers for a long time. While she worked upstairs, the two kids read books and played with toys downstairs. When they got bored, they called Jiang Miao. Jiang Miao told Su Nian Nian to bring her brother upstairs to help make dumplings. Surprisingly, the kids worked quite well together. The mother and children worked and played until it was almost dark. Jiang Miao didn't know if the snow outside had lessened, but the wind was even more fierce, as if angered. Occasionally, she heard dull thuds of heavy objects falling, but she couldn't tell what they were. In times like this, people tend to feel more uneasy. She cooked 2 plates of boiled dumplings, steamed 3 buns, and made a bowl of egg drop soup. They quietly ate dinner together. After tidying up, she went back to the basement. When the basement door closed, the frightening sounds immediately stopped, leaving only silence. Jiang Miao turned on all the basement lights. Having some light made her feel better. The 3 of them returned to the tatami mats. Seeing that the children weren't interested in reading, Jiang Miao played white noise and did some games with them. After they drained their energy, she took them for a bath. After the 2 children finished their bath, she quickly went to make the bed. She laid 2 thick comforters on the tatami mat, placed pillows on top, and the children slept inside, each covered with a winter blanket. Under the calming white noise, they fell into a deep sleep quickly. Jiang Miao waited until they were sleeping soundly before preparing to take a shower. As soon as she entered the bathroom, she received a call from Yishui. "Miao Miao, are you at home?" Yishui's voice sounded very anxious. Jiang Miao's expression changed slightly. She closed the bathroom door. "I'm at home. What's wrong?" Yishui sniffed and said, "The hospital called. They said a lot of injured soldiers were sent there. They are short-staffed and need help. Lantian has already gone ahead. I'm the only one here taking care of Kongsheng. The situation is worse than I thought. I can't keep taking care of him, and I can't leave him alone at home. The hospital said they can send someone to pick me and Kongsheng up, but I don't feel safe taking him to the hospital myself. After thinking it over, I have to ask for your help." Jiang Miao agreed, without hesitation. "Wait for me. I'll come up and open the door. But with such strong wind outside, how will you go out? You might get blown away." Yishui was also confused. "The hospital said their driver can handle it. They will make sure we get there safely." "I understand. When you come, just knock on the door," Jiang Miao said as she headed upstairs. Soon after, she heard firm knocking at the door, thinking the wind had died down. But when she opened the door, she found an extra door outside her house, like someone had brought a subway train right to her doorstep. "What is this?" Jiang Miao asked curiously, stepping inside to look. She realized it was a vehicle, much bigger than a bus, with a spacious interior and a very high chassis. It was a heavy, large vehicle. Inside, there were already many people, including Yishui, her son Kongsheng, and some unfamiliar faces, probably medical staff heading to the hospital to help. Yishui brought Zhou Kongsheng to Jiang Miao, squatted down, and gently touched his head. She softly reassured him, "You will stay with Aunt Miao Miao, Sister Nian Nian, and Brother Haoran for a while. Mom will be back soon." Zhou Kongsheng carried his small backpack and pulled a tiny suitcase, obediently nodding. "Mom, I will take good care of myself. You and Dad also take care of yourselves. Come back safe and healthy." Hearing this, Yishui's eyes instantly reddened, and others looked a bit sad too. She nodded, turned away, and wiped her eyes. Jiang Miao took Zhou Kongsheng's luggage and was about to take him out when a woman nearby suddenly shouted, "This is our head nurse Yi and Director Zhou's only precious son. If you don't take good care of him, you won't be able to handle the responsibility." Jiang Miao looked at her in surprise. Yishui's face changed, and she frowned in displeasure. "Zhao Qingmai, what nonsense are you talking? Mind your own business." Zhao Qingmai immediately looked at others, pretending to be wronged. "Everyone, judge for yourselves. I was just trying to help. It's not my fault if head nurse Yi doesn't recognize good intentions and says I'm meddling." If Director Zhou were here, I wouldn't even bother to say this. By the way, head nurse Yi, did you discuss with Director Zhou about leaving the child with the neighbors? If Director Zhou were here, he definitely wouldn't leave the child with others. I really don't understand how you, as a mother, can be so careless and not consider Director Zhou's feelings. Some people in the carriage knew Jiang Miao, while others had never seen her before. Several friends of Zhao Qingmai, who didn't know Jiang Miao, nodded in agreement with her words. Because Yi Shui was the head nurse, they didn't dare to scold her openly, but their stance was clear. Yi Shui's face was cold, and she gritted her teeth in anger. What does my man have to do with you? Colleagues have no right to interfere in my husband's family affairs. Who do you think you are, pointing fingers at me?
What?
Are you jealous of my husband? Shameless. Zhao Qingmai's face turned red with anger. She held her neck and argued with Yi Shui. You're slandering me. Director Zhou wouldn't marry someone like you who can't tell right from wrong. Everyone come and judge. Head nurse Yi is being too mean. Zhao Qingmai covered her face, not sure if she was genuinely crying or pretending. Her friends immediately stared angrily at Yi Shui. At this moment, 2 patrol soldiers arrived. What's all the noise about? Zhao Qingmai immediately stepped forward, crying out, Big brother soldier, head nurse Yi is bullying me. Please help me. The soldiers recognized Yi Shui and frowned. What is head nurse Yi doing to bully you? Zhao Qingmai pointed at Jiang Miao. She casually left Director Zhou's son with the neighbors. I just reminded her and she started scolding me. The soldiers then looked at Jiang Miao, who only showed her face. When they saw her fiery eyes, they quickly saluted, Hello, sister-in-law. Jiang Miao gave a slight smile and nodded. She stepped forward and slapped Zhao Qingmai hard. This slap left Zhao Qingmai so stunned, she almost couldn't tell east from west. Her friends all criticized Jiang Miao, saying, How can you hit someone so casually? Jiang Miao sneered and spat. Bah. I've seen plenty of fake, kind-hearted women like that. I've never met someone so confident, rude, and pretentious. Who gave you the courage to come out and scare people? Zhao Qingmai, just recovering, was so angry at Jiang Miao's string of insults that her eyes widened. At that moment, the mercenary's communication device rang. Zhao Qingmai had to hold back and dared not speak. On the line, Zhang Cheng's voice came through. Why is the gravity train not started after so long? The base monitors all equipment outside on missions in real time. If a target stays in one place for too long, the control center will notice immediately and notify the responsible person. The mercenaries were about to respond. Jiang Miao spoke first. It's my fault that I delayed your work. Big sister? Why are you in the car? Didn't the captain tell you to stay at home? Zhang Cheng was very surprised. Jiang Miao curled her lips and looked coldly at Zhao Qingmai and the others, then smirked. That's a question for the nurses at Area 1 hospital. They kept picking on me, so I had no choice but to fight back. By the way, who is in charge of the hospital now? Zhang Qing quickly replied, The current director of Area 1 hospital is Gu Yi, and Ma Lao is the director of the main hospitals in Area 1 and Area 2. Okay, I got it. That's all for now. Once I get this off my chest, I'll make the car leave, Jiang Miao said, glancing at the mercenaries. The mercenaries hurriedly hung up. Then, she dialed Guye's number in front of everyone. After a moment, the call was answered, and Guye's tired voice came through. Cousin, what's wrong? Nothing much. Just wanted to tell you, I don't like a nurse named Zhao Qingmai at your hospital. Investigate her background carefully. If she has issues with her conduct, fire her. Also, inform Dai Deshan. People like her shouldn't be assigned work in the future. Jiang Miao's clear voice echoed inside the car. Zhao Qingmai finally recovered and screamed, How dare you revoke my position? Gui initially wanted to ask more, but hearing Zhao Qingmai's rude questions, he also got angry, because she is a creator from the outer district. With her status, who are you? Who gave you the courage to provoke her? Zhao Qingmai didn't know Jiang Miao, but she knew Gu Yi and understood his importance at the hospital, something she couldn't afford to offend. Unable to hold back, Zhao Qingmai burst into tears. Jiang Miao immediately hung up the call and gave her a cold glance. The nurses who had previously spoken in Zhao Qingmai's favor were now hiding their faces, wishing to shrink away so Jiang Miao wouldn't see them. Jiang Miao let out a breath, feeling calmer. Her face softened as she looked down and smiled at Zhou Kongsheng, taking his hand. "Let's go, little guy. We're going home." Zhou Kongsheng happily handed his hand to Jiang Miao and waved goodbye to Yishui. The two mercenaries only dared to start the car after confirming Jiang Miao's house door was securely closed. They then drove away. As the car moved, those who had been silent earlier finally relaxed and whispered among themselves. Zhao Qingmai sat on the ground crying. She had been crying for a long time without anyone coming to comfort her. When she looked up, her close friends had all moved to the farthest corner, closing their eyes as if pretending to be dead. Yishui sat calmly in her previous spot, closing her eyes to rest. She glared angrily at Yishui, wiped her tears, looked around, and finally fixed her gaze on an elderly woman nearby. She quickly ran over and asked Director Yang, "Can I sit next to you?" Zhao Qingmai hesitantly looked at Yang Ping with a pitiful expression. Yang Ping slowly lifted her drooping eyelids and asked with a fake smile, "Why? There are plenty of seats in the car. Why squeeze in with the old lady?" Zhao Qingmai didn't expect Yang Ping to directly dismiss her. Yang Ping was known as a kind person in the hospital, always gentle, caring, and patient. Was she just pretending? She thought to herself, but still bravely sat down without hesitation. Yang Ping didn't move or pay attention to her. She shifted slightly to the other side, adjusted her clothes, and closed her eyes. Seeing that Yang Ping ignored her and everyone else was cold toward her, Zhao Qingmai felt wronged and started crying again. "I was beaten. We're colleagues. I don't expect you to help me, but how can you isolate me? What did I do wrong?" Yang Ping was annoyed and had to speak. "What did you do wrong? I ask you, why did you warn Nurse Yi to be careful of the neighbor?" I was just trying to help," Zhao Qingmai stammered. Yang Ping sneered. "Good intentions? What good intentions? How much do you know about her affairs? Do you know how her relationship with the neighbor is?" Zhao Qingmai was speechless and quickly changed the subject. "That's because Yi Shui didn't tell me. If she had, I would have known. Why should she tell you?" Yang Ping brought the topic back around. Zhao Qingmai was angry, her eyes flickering with fear, not daring to look directly at Yang Ping. Yang Ping smiled and shook her head.
People shouldn't have bad thoughts.
"Look at this. You've ruined yourself. From now on, just go home and farm honestly, live a simple life, and stop thinking about nonsense and crazy ideas." Zhao Qingmai, feeling hurt and angry, stood up and snorted, "I just can't understand you." The gravity car moved on to the next house. Gradually, more and more people got on the vehicle. Zhao Qingmai looked around, finally saw someone she recognized, but after hearing a few words from others, that person immediately distanced themselves from her. By the time the vehicle reached the hospital, no one paid attention to Zhao Qingmai anymore. She was furious and went to the department to ask about Zhou Lantian. Learning he was in the outpatient clinic, she rushed over and saw Zhou Lantian. Without caring if there were patients inside, she burst into tears. "Director Zhou, please help me. I don't know who your neighbor is. I just warned my sister-in-law not to leave the children with strangers, but she scolded me. Your neighbor even slapped me, and the director wants to fire me. I have no way out, so I have to ask for your help." She ignored everything else and threw herself at Zhou Lantian. To avoid her, Zhou Lantian almost knocked over the monitor. The clinic was a mess. Zhou Lantian's face turned green with anger. He shouted, "Security, come quickly." Seeing Zhou Lantian so indifferent, Zhao Qingmai was furious and cursed loudly. "Zhou Lantian, are you a man? That old woman Yi Shui is ugly and lacks femininity. How am I worse than her? I've been so proactive, yet you still pretend to be a gentleman. Come on, touch me." As she spoke, Zhao Qingmai started to take off her clothes right there, shocking everyone. Zhou Lantian's face darkened like a pot. Unable to bear it, he was about to act but saw a patient with a broken arm kick Zhao Qingmai, knocking her to the ground. This stopped Zhao Qingmai from Security personnel arrived and quickly subdued her. They dragged Zhao Qingmai up, and her buttons had come undone. She had come with a determined, desperate attitude, wearing only a underneath. The patients found it too shocking and loudly muttered, "Wow. So small, using a big bowl to hold rice grains, no need at all." The two security guards, initially serious, couldn't hold back and burst into laughter. Zhao Qingmai, feeling humiliated, kicked and struggled, twisting her body like a knot, fighting with the security and even trying to tear the patient's mouth apart. Zhou Lantian's brow furrowed so tightly, it seemed he could crush a fly. He shouted loudly, "Can you behave? If it doesn't work, change someone else." The two security guards didn't dare to argue anymore and simply dragged Zhao Qingmai out. They also wanted everyone to see Zhao Qingmai's real strength. Things got a bit serious. Today, the hospital was very crowded with medical staff and patients, mostly mercenaries. Zhao Qingmai instantly became famous. Guyi received the news immediately and angrily kicked over a nearby chair, criticizing the personnel director. "Is this the nurse you hired? What did I say before? This is a hospital. While skills are important for medical staff, character must come first. How did you end up hiring someone like this?
Tell me.
What's her background?" The personnel director shrank back and quickly handed over 2 printed sheets of paper. "Director, I just contacted Director Dai from the Housing Management Office. These are all of Zhao Qingmai's records." Guyi looked at the documents briefly and frowned. "People from Zone 3? You hired someone from Zone 3 to work at Zone 1 hospital?" The personnel director hurriedly shook his head. "No, she came from outside the city 2 years ago. Her notes say she's a descendant of a family of medical experts and understands medical knowledge. As you know, the government screens information of survivors seeking refuge. She passed a skills test. Since the hospital was short-staffed, she was assigned here. Later, because Zone 1 had no extra space for her to stay, her residence was arranged in Zone 3, and she was assigned a partner. That man is also a doctor, working at Zone 2 hospital." Guyi felt more, and more something was off. When did Director Dai lack judgment enough to separate a couple? Do they have children? The personnel director shook his head.
No.
Guyi was silent for a moment, and then personally called Dai Deson. Outside, the wind and snow howled fiercely, and they could only communicate through smart devices. Under Guyi's questioning, Dai Deson immediately retrieved information about Zhao Qingmai's partner, Wu Lida. "Director Gu, Zhao Qingmai's partner is named Wu Lida. They came to the city around the same time. Both know some medical knowledge. They were classified as special residents, and the government consulted them when assigning partners. They chose each other from the candidates." Dai Deson checked and found no useful information. Guyi, relying on his sharp instincts developed over years as a mercenary, was convinced something was strange about these two. He immediately called Su Yi and explained the situation. Su Yi sent someone to secretly investigate Zhao Qingmai's home and install surveillance equipment. After the personnel had evacuated, the heavy-duty vehicle finally took Zhao Qingmai back to her home in Zone 3. Zhao Qingmai was almost pushed inside the house. With a loud bang, the door was slammed shut. Zhao Qingmai clumsily got up from the ground, sat down on the sofa, and angrily hit a pillow. She immediately contacted Wu Lida. When the call connected, she shouted irritably, "I was fired from the 1st District Hospital. You need to find me a job in the 2nd District quickly." Wu Lida felt confused and a bit impatient. "What did you do this time? Didn't I tell you to wait and see what happens? How can you still say that? If you hadn't been so passive, I wouldn't have to take risks to get close to that old man Zhou Lantian," Zhao Qingmai said angrily. Wu Lida chuckled bitterly. "Zhao Qingmai, do you understand the situation? I've already become the director. If I work hard, becoming the hospital director isn't impossible. The organization wants us to climb higher. I've done it. And you? What good have you done? I don't care. You must arrange for me to go to the 2nd hospital. I'm not happy here, and you won't be happy either. If I get expelled from the city, don't expect to keep your position as director. Are you crazy?" The two argued fiercely, and within half an hour, they were both taken away by mercenaries. Meanwhile, Jiang Miao didn't know about all the chaos outside. After she settled Zhou Kongxing next to the two children, she waited until Zhou Kongxing fell asleep before taking a shower. Then she lay down, curled up in the warm, soft blanket, and fell into a deep sleep. The next morning, Su Nian woke up and was happily surprised to find Zhou Kongxing beside her. She was so excited that her two children also woke up one after another. They didn't argue or make noise. They dressed quietly and went to wash up. Then they quietly left the basement's second floor and went to the food storage area on the first floor. Are you hungry? Su Nian looked at Zhou Kongxing and her younger brother, Su Haoran. Both nodded at the same time. What do you want to eat? Su Nian opened the fridge and let them choose. Zhou Kongxing was suddenly amazed by all the food, his eyes shining brightly. Nian, your house has more food than the supply store. He felt like his eyes couldn't take it all in. Su Nian proudly raised her chin, looking very confident. Of course. These are all prepared by Mom and Dad. There are lots of dumplings and steamed buns, meat buns, vegetable buns, sweet buns. There are noodles and pancakes with various flavors. What do you want to eat? I can cook dumplings and steam buns. Su Nian looked eager for praise. You're so amazing. Zhou Kongxing's eyes almost turned into stars as he looked at her. Su Nian gradually got lost in Zhou Kongxing's praise, and they packed a bag of dumplings and a few buns for them. The three kids quietly went to the kitchen after coming out of the basement to start cooking. In Zhou Kongxing's expectant gaze, Su Nian took out a set of miniature kitchen tools from the cabinet. Zhou Kongxing's smile froze. Nian, these are toys. You can't cook with them. Su Nian rolled her eyes at him. Your things are toys, but mine are not. These are specially prepared for me by Dad, and Mom has already taught me how to use them. Zhou Kongxing still found it hard to believe. He watched as Su Nian set up a small stove, plugged it in, and heard a beep as the stove's light turned on. Then she brought out a steaming pot, stepped onto a stool to wash it in the sink, and placed it on the stove. She poured water into it, set the rack inside, and carefully arranged buns on a plate. She gently placed the plate on the rack, covered it with a cloth, put on the lid, and pressed the steaming button.
Done.
Now we wait 15 minutes. Let's start boiling water for dumplings, Su Nian said cheerfully. Zhou Kongxing was already impressed by her skills. He looked at her with deep admiration. Su Haoran, on the other hand, was used to this and called out, Sister, I want to drink milk. Su Nian nodded. Wait a moment, little brother. I'll go to the basement and get some. Maybe we can also boil some eggs, okay? Both children nodded together. When Jiang Miao woke up naturally, she found the three kids were not around. She called out twice but received no response. She quickly put on her clothes and shoes and went upstairs. As soon as she stepped out of the basement, she smelled a strong aroma of food. Jiang Miao hurried into the kitchen and saw a table full of a delicious breakfast. Next to it was the set of miniature kitchen tools she hadn't had time to clean up. She was both surprised and delighted. She had indeed taught her daughter how to use that set, but every time her daughter used it, she watched closely and reminded her in real time. Usually, her daughter only used it to cook eggs or similar simple things. Today, she had prepared such a big meal. Mom, come quickly and have breakfast. Su Nian and her brother and sister called out, inviting Jiang Miao to sit down. Zhou Kongxing took the initiative to bring her a bowl. Jiang Miao smiled. You eat first. I'll brush my teeth and wash my face. When she finished washing up, the children had almost finished eating, and it was time to clean up. After everyone finished eating, Jiang Miao stood by the back door, listening carefully but heard no wind. She quickly contacted Su Yi. When the smartwatch connected, Su Yi's tired voice came through. Meow meow, is everything okay at home? I heard someone bothered you yesterday. Jiang Miao paused for a moment before realizing what Su Yi was talking about. How do you know?
Sui checked it softly.
Anything happening in the outer city do I not know? Especially since it's such a big deal. Jiang Miao sheepishly touched his nose. Are you accusing me of bullying others? No, luckily you caused a big fuss yesterday. We've checked, And that woman named Zhao Qingmai really has issues, including her husband. Now they've both been taken away by the authorities. Su Yi's words stunned Jiang Miao. Really? I just thought that woman had bad intentions, was shameless, and didn't listen. I didn't mean for it to get so serious. Yes, Su Yi said with a light laugh. Jiang Miao also smiled. Su Yi asked, is everything at home okay? Jiang Miao nodded. All good. Your daughter is quite capable. She made a big breakfast this morning. I just ate what she prepared. I'm really blessed. By the way, how's outside? Is the wind calmer? Su Yi's voice became more serious. The wind has lessened, but the snow is heavier. When I left yesterday, the snow was about 1 meter deep. Now it's probably 3 meters. You can't get out. The mercenaries are now using special vehicles to clear the roads, with radar detection and drone snow shoveling. We don't know how long this snow will last. He paused before continuing. The city itself is better, but outside, we don't know what will happen. Jiang Miao took a deep breath, looking a little sad. It's a personal choice. We've done our best. Don't worry too much. Take care of yourself. The kids and I are waiting at home for you. After hanging up, Jiang Miao immediately turned her attention to the 3 children. Kids, I have a question for you. Why does it snow? And what does snow turn into? The children started talking excitedly, competing to answer. They played and made noise at home, then got tired and slept, hungry and ate. Without watching the time, they didn't know what day it was. When the radio announced the emergency was over, Su Yi and Jiang Yan called her at the same time to tell her the alert was lifted and life was returning to normal. Jiang Miao quickly dressed the children in warm clothes and took them to school first. They left the house to see that a cleared path had been made outside the iron gate for people and vehicles. The roads were slippery from the snow, so buses were running to ensure residents could travel safely. Jiang Miao took the children onto the bus. The bus only headed in 2 directions, one to the hospital and the other to the kindergarten, school, and maternity clinic. Most people went to the latter, and each bus was packed full. After finally arriving at the kindergarten, Jiang Miao and Ji Xiaoyi reunite and hug tightly. The children also hug their friends affectionately. Ji Xiaoyi holds Jiang Miao's hand tightly and looks happy. Miao Miao, it's thanks to you. Everyone has stored a lot of grain, so even if something unexpected happens, we won't panic. My grandma said we should plant more grain this year to fill up the storage. Thinking of that scene, Jiang Miao can't help but smile. Take it easy, Grandma. The children are in your hands now. I need to go to the base and see how the animals are doing this year. There's nothing planted in the fields now, and no one is taking care of them, but the chickens, ducks, cows, and sheep still need food and water. Ji Xiaoyi reassures her, don't worry. The Eagle Mercenary Group has already organized people to take over the breeding area. My brother Zhang, Chung told me. That's good to hear. Jiang Miao breathes a sigh of relief and turns to head to the base. As she gets closer, fewer people are around. When she passes the security check and enters the base, Sun Yufan and 3 others come to meet her immediately. Is everything okay at the base? Jiang Miao looks at them carefully. They all nod repeatedly. Sun Yufan steps forward to report. The base hasn't been affected by the snowstorm. The cows and sheep produce milk, and we deliver it every 2 days. The mercenaries have special transport vehicles, and the processing plant is the same. If there's a problem, it's probably those big trees, especially the ones with branches and leaves exposed outside. Jiang Miao's face changes. She quickly heads toward the planting greenhouse. The trees inside the greenhouse are still healthy, full of leaves, dense and covering the sky. The mercenaries clean up fallen branches and leaves every day. The trees outside the greenhouse look normal at first glance, but upon closer inspection, something seems off. The leaves are noticeably sparser. Have you been recording any changes in the trees over the past few days? Jiang Miao asks the station mercenaries. They both nod at the same time. We've been following your instructions. Actually, the trees are fine, but the snow has pressed down on the branches and leaves, causing some to collapse every day. Now, most of the leaves are gone. The snow outside is very thick and covers everything, making it hard to clear. Jiang Miao asks Sun Yufan to confirm. He nods. It's just leaves falling, it's not a big deal. No need to worry. After saying that, Zhang Miao leaves with her team. Next, she needs to review the accounts of the base during this period, coordinate with the maternity hospital, school, kindergarten, processing plant and supply and marketing cooperative, and personally check the planting and breeding areas, as well as count the warehouses. After a busy day, the weather started to warm up. As the snow outside began to melt, it seemed like time was speeding up. In just one night, most of the snow melted, and the soil previously covered by ice and snow became visible. Within 2 or 3 days, all the snow was gone, and bright sunlight shone on the land. Outside, only mercenaries and vehicles could be seen. No other people were active. Sui led a patrol around the base and stopped to drink some water. Although the snow has melted, the melted snow water still has radiation. Some of it seeps into the ground. We are taking samples from the residents' planting and breeding areas for testing. The tests show varying levels of radiation pollution. Once the snow melts completely, we need to do a second round of radiation purification before planting or breeding again, he explained. Your planting and breeding areas are larger, so we need to be more careful with the testing. Hearing this, Zhang Miao immediately took his team to the planting and breeding areas. The mercenaries began working as instructed. They collected samples from all corners and reported the results one after another. Captain, 10 samples from greenhouse number 1 in the planting area, taken from 2 meters underground, show 0 radiation. Captain, 10 samples from greenhouse number 1 in the breeding area, taken from 2 meters underground, show 0 radiation. As more reports came in, Su Yi's face showed increasing surprise. He looked at Zhang Miao with curiosity. Miao Miao, did you do something special to prevent radiation? Zhang Miao honestly shook his head. I really didn't do anything this time. You can ask Gao Yi and the others. I was at home the whole time. I only came out after the alarm was lifted. Counting those accounts already made my head spin. I didn't have any extra energy to think about other things. That's strange, Su Yi said, puzzled. The others were even more confused, unable to understand what was happening. At this moment, Gao Yi ran over excitedly with a group of people. Boss, we made a major discovery. The couple looked at each other and then turned to Gao Yi. Gao Yi placed a batch of sampling materials on the table. Look at these.
They're samples taken from outside. See.
Everyone stared at the radiation readings on the smart device. When they saw the value 0, they all gasped in surprise. Are these samples really taken outdoors? The outdoor I know. Zhang Miao covered her mouth in shock. Gao Yi nodded and said, under the sun, we took samples near the experimental building and those few outdoor large trees. The radiation levels are all 0. I thought my smartwatch was malfunctioning, so I asked others to test and they got the same result. Su Yi and Zhang Miao looked at each other, realizing the seriousness of the problem. Su Yi immediately tried to call Jiang Yan, but the call didn't go through. Zhang Miao looked at the situation and said, I'll try. At this moment, Jiang Yan was in the government building's conference room, listening to reports about the disaster from different regions. His expression was not good. The current situation is that the environment, which was finally stabilizing, has seen radiation levels spike again due to melting snow and water. Based on residents' feedback, we now need to help them purify the radiation in their living environment. This will require a lot of manpower and resources. Do you have any good solutions? Please share your ideas. He finished speaking, his gaze passing over the members of the council. Everyone fell silent, as if struck by fear. Their expertise was clear. When faced with a snow disaster, ordinary people could do little, even hesitating to suggest ideas, including Bai Tianyi and Old Evil. Minister, we can't cut corners on the necessary funds. There's no other way, Old Evil said helplessly. Jiang Yan clenched his fists tightly. At this moment, his smartwatch rang. Everyone knew that during meetings, Jiang Yan's public communication line was usually unavailable. Only his private number could be used. All eyes immediately turned to Jiang Yan. He quickly answered without hesitation, his expression softening. What's the matter? The council members looked at each other, quickly leaning in to listen carefully. Jiang Miao's clear voice came through. Su-yi brought people to my base to take samples and test for radiation. The samples from outside show no radiation. Can you ask an expert to help me understand what's going on? Jiang Yan was momentarily stunned. Old Evil and the others were also confused. They understood every word Jiang Miao said, but together, they couldn't quite grasp what was happening. Jean Yuza leaned over and asked loudly, "Meow meow, are you saying that the soil with direct sunlight outside isn't showing any radiation?" Exactly, that's what I mean. The samples were taken near the experimental building, and those mutated large trees. I don't know what's going on, Jiang Miao replied. Jiang Yan immediately stood up, suppressing his excitement, his voice trembling slightly. Don't move, keep watch. I'll send someone over to help you. Contact me immediately if anything changes. Okay. After the communication was cut off, Jiang Miao asked Bai Tianyi and Jin Yuza, along with a few experts, to leave immediately. The other board members whispered quietly to each other. Jiang Yan glanced at them and said, "Meeting adjourned." Once everyone had left, he asked softly, "Lao Xie, how do you think the outdoor radiation was eliminated?" Lao Xie looked just as surprised and said, "Minister, this is something I've never heard of or seen before. I can't explain it. We can only wait for Bai Tianyi and Jin Yuza to bring back news. But I must say, Miss Jiang Miao is really impressive. Whether it's the mutated milk, mutated wild rabbits, or mutated trees, things that ordinary people can't handle, she seems to make them all seem strange and interesting." You mean this matter is related to the mutated tree? Jiang Yan raised an eyebrow. Lao Xie shook his head. We need professional tests and research to be sure. I'm just saying, Jiang Miao has extraordinary abilities. No wonder she's the minister's sister. Jiang Yan looked very happy and asked, "When did you become so good at talking?" Lao Xie chuckled. "It's not that I've become good at talking, I just recognized Jiang Miao's talent." He had doubted Jiang Miao at first because he didn't know her background and because of her many achievements. He suspected she might have issues and held some hostility toward her. Plus, the incident with the mutated milk made him see her as an unknown element. Until Min Min caused a fuss, he personally checked the genetic database of Jiang Miao and Jiang Yan, confirming they were related by blood. Min Min's natural dependence on Jiang Miao also explained his previous doubts. His view of Jiang Miao changed completely. Jiang Yan smiled, feeling very happy. When Bai Tianyi's team arrived at the base, their first stop was to examine the mutated tree. Yang Su, the leader, stared at the tall tree and exclaimed, "This tree is so tall outdoors. Have you seen such a tree outside the city?" The mercenaries all shook their heads. Su-yi was a bit speechless. There are many strange-looking trees outside the city. Even if we've seen them, it's hard to remember. If the minister needs, we can go find more. Yang Su hurriedly shook his head. I was just asking. No need to disturb the minister. Where did you take the samples from? Su-yi personally led them to the sampling sites. Yang Su thought the outdoor sampling points were close together, but Su-yi drove them to each point one by one. The sampling sites were at least hundreds of meters apart. With so much area showing no radiation, it was definitely unusual. The base has an experimental building. Yang Su quickly took people into the laboratory building for testing. The results shocked all the scientists, and they lost control of their emotions. Director Yang, really? There is no radiation. What is going on? If we figure this out, does it mean we can live normally in the sunlight? One technician expressed everyone's concern. Yang Su, suppressing his excitement, said, "Now I will assign you tasks. Go out and take more samples to expand our testing range until we detect radiation." Everyone became excited and hurried out with their toolboxes. Jiang Miao saw that they were eager and uncontrolled, so he furrowed his brows and went along with them. The next day, Yang Su personally came to see Jiang Miao and Su-yi. "We've tested it. Around the mutated giant trees within 500 meters, no abnormal values were found. Beyond 500 meters, the numbers started to fluctuate, and the further away, the higher the radiation levels. The problem still lies with these mutated trees. What do you all think?" Bai Tianyi looked at Su-yi and Jiang Miao. Jiang Miao frowned slightly. "Haven't you noticed a problem?" After the alarm was lifted, Gao Yi reported to me about the trees. He said many leaves were crushed by snow and covered in snow. After the snow melted, I wanted to study those leaves again, but they had all disappeared. No trace of the branches or leaves at all. Gao Yi nodded in agreement. Our team has been on duty around the clock, with at least 8 people per shift. These leaves are large and heavy, so no one could have secretly taken them. The problem is they're all gone. It's as if they suddenly evaporated. Gao Yi could only think of such a description. Jiang Miao suddenly had an idea, grabbing Sui nearby. Do you remember how the blood from the giant python that died changed color?
Sui nodded.
That strange situation is something I'll remember for a lifetime. Do you think those leaves might really have melted in the sunlight, just like the blood from the python? Jiang Miao blinked and shared his guess. Yang Su frowned deeply. If that's the case, it would be even more strange. I heard you also have samples grown in greenhouses. Greenhouse plants need pruning. How did you handle those before? Jiang Miao looked at Gao Yi. Gao Yi scratched his nose and awkwardly said, My wife said those things have unknown components, so it's better not to reuse them. The base also can't burn anything casually. After we cut them, we threw everything into the river and didn't pay special attention to any changes in the branches. If it were me, I wouldn't bother to pay attention either, Sui comforted him. Yang Su strongly requested Gao Yi to take them to see the place. Everyone followed along. As Jiang Miao expected, there were no branches of the mutated big tree by the river. Gao Yi even had someone carefully search around, but found nothing. However, since so much time had passed, it's normal for the branches to have decayed, which doesn't prove anything. So, everyone decided to do an experiment on the spot. They took soil with high outdoor radiation levels, added water, and leaves cut from the mutated big tree. At dawn, everything was ready, and the items were exposed to the sunlight. When the sun appeared, everyone focused their eyes on the transparent petri dishes on the screen. At first, the sunlight was faint, and the dishes showed no obvious change. As the sunlight grew stronger, the leaves in the dishes seemed to boil slowly, with tiny bubbles forming on them. When the bubbles burst, a faint green liquid was released, which quickly dissolved into the water and became clear. Although there was so much light green liquid, the water's color didn't change. It remained transparent. After about half an hour, the leaves had shrunk by 2/3. An hour later, the leaves were nearly transparent, and in less than an hour and a half, all the leaves disappeared. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, no one would believe it. The mercenaries immediately moved the petri dishes indoors to test the radiation levels after the leaves vanished. The results surprised them. Boss, the radiation really disappeared. Sui and Yang Su took turns testing again. Then, some dishes were placed back under the sun, and others kept indoors for further observation. This experiment was repeated for 5 days. When the final results were shown to Jiang Yan, all the members of the council were shocked. Minister, these mutated leaves can eliminate solar radiation. They must be able to cure our mutant abilities. A man clenched his fist excitedly, pounding on the table as he spoke. Jiang Yan looked at him calmly, clearly in a good mood. Everyone, stay calm. Yang Su and the others only did preliminary tests. The only confirmed fact is that once these leaves are separated from the mutated big tree and exposed to sunlight, they will melt. The melted liquid can purify solar radiation, but only for 24 hours. If used outdoors, after 24 hours, the land that has been purified will be exposed to solar radiation again. Currently, we can use these leaves for indoor radiation purification, but as for curing... His gaze fell on Yang Su. Yang Su stepped forward excitedly and said, Minister, don't worry. We have already started research and aim to make progress as quickly as possible. However, you need to send someone to strengthen security at the Animal Husbandry Research Base. Also, I want to give all the remaining mutant seeds from our lab to Miss Jiang Miao for handling. She is an expert in this area, and the seeds will only reach their full potential in her hands. Jiang Yan nodded. At this moment, Lao Xie stepped forward hesitantly and asked, Director Yang, has Miss Jiang Miao mentioned grafting? Grafting? Lao Xia nodded and explained, I think the mutant giant trees are incredibly powerful. If we can use grafting to quickly expand their planting, that would be perfect. Yang Su shook his head. That probably won't work. The mutant giant trees have some animal-like features. If you cut their bark, they immediately release a sticky liquid that hardens quickly. Plus, these trees have serious rejection issues. Right now, growing from seeds is the most practical method.
Lao Si Dawen.
If that's the case, we must protect these trees well. Jiang Yan immediately ordered Li Jianfeng. Li Jianfeng is now the commander of the mercenaries. When he received the order, he was in a meeting with leaders from planning, commerce, and other departments. Everyone knew that the minister had asked Li Jianfeng to lead people to protect the animal husbandry research base. Zhou Yongnian thought about last year's losses and couldn't help but speculate. The animal husbandry research base is really impressive. Now the commander himself is leading people to protect it. It's only a matter of time before researcher Jiang starts walking around the city openly. Deng Jianhong, influenced by Su Yi, also spoke up for him. That's not quite right. Since the establishment of the animal husbandry research base, it has shown great results and greatly improved residents' living conditions. Without it, we wouldn't know how many people would have died in this year's snow disaster. Li Jianfeng nodded in approval. Director Deng is a wise man. The animal husbandry research base is different from other private research institutes. Its main goal is always to improve residents' living conditions. Of course, this goal will inevitably touch on many people's interests, which is understandable. His words implied something else, and everyone looked at Zhou Yongnian at the same time. Zhou Yongnian was furious, puffing out his cheeks and glaring. Li Jianfeng looked at him with interest. Director Zhou, don't be angry. I'm just reminding you, don't clash with people from the outer city, especially researcher Jiang and Su Yi. Researcher Jiang has powerful backing, someone very influential. Zhou Yongnian rolled his eyes impatiently and spoke with a sarcastic tone. Yes, I know. The council. I've seen it plenty of times. Li Jianfeng nodded meaningfully and said, That's good to know. After the meeting, Li Jianfeng immediately took 300 mercenaries to Jiang Miao's base. At this moment, Jiang Miao was preparing to handle the mutated seeds sent by the council. Meanwhile, Gao Yi and the others were busy cutting leaves and making radiation purification liquid, aiming to spray the entire environment of residents' living and working areas within a week. Li Jianfeng brought his team along, and the efficiency of the mercenaries improved significantly. In less than a week, the houses and farming areas in both the outer and inner city zones were all purified. The lively spring planting season began. With experience from the past 2 years, the government no longer forced residents to plant crops this year. People could plant whatever they wanted. The Supply and Marketing Cooperative offered various high-quality seeds, which could be bought again or used from their own stock. By nightfall, the Supply and Marketing Cooperative was brightly lit, with people coming and going, full of lively human activity. Jiang Miao finished removing toxins and radiation from all the mutated seeds and then relaxed. She went to observe the big trees again and found they had bloomed again. Last winter, the first batch of buds was few, and after it snowed, she didn't pay attention. This year, the new buds looked much more numerous, dense, and large, but it was hard to tell what kind they were. Since they bloomed, they should also bear fruit. Otherwise, these things wouldn't appear inside giant snakes. Jiang Miao planned to fertilize a few big trees and worked for another 2 or 3 days. After finishing, she didn't bother anymore. Su Yi returned from his day off and found her lazily lying at home, surprised. Nothing to do? Jiang Miao weakly nodded. Sun Yufan and Gao Yi are quite capable. Now the base has 300 more mercenaries. They work twice as fast as others, and they're all eager to do the jobs. I'm just staying here with nothing to do. The kids are at kindergarten and only come back at night. Xiao Yi and Yishui are working, and you're busy too. Even Grandma is busy with farm work and has no time to pay attention to me. Su Yi found her like that amusing. He stepped forward and sat beside Jiang Miao. You were so busy before that your feet didn't touch the ground. Now that I give you some rest, you can't handle it? Want to go out with me for a walk? Go out? Where to? Jiang Miao became interested. When she was fully armed and standing on the city wall, she still felt a bit overwhelmed. Su-yi, are you really taking me out of the city? Aren't you worried I'll hold you back? Su-yi held her waist and looked firm. You are never a burden to me. This time, we're flying in a plane with a parachute. I will take you, and it will be very safe. Plane? As Jiang Miao was surprised, she heard the roar of an airplane overhead. Before she could understand, a rope descended from the sky. Su-yi quickly clipped the rope onto both of them and held her tightly. The rope lifted them into the sky. Jiang Miao screamed in fear and clung tightly to Su-yi. Su-yi chuckled and comforted her. Don't be afraid. Open your eyes and look. You'll see a different view. Jiang Miao refused to open her eyes. When she finally felt the wind stop, she slowly opened her eyes and was surprised to find herself inside an airplane.
Ha!
How did I get here? The co-pilot immediately explained, Our invisible stealth bomber has been upgraded. The ground controls it, and you were pulled in directly. Hearing this, Jiang Miao quickly sat down and didn't dare to put her feet down. Su-yi smiled and helped her fasten her seatbelt. Then he pointed to the scenery outside the window. Look, this is the difference between the city and outside the city. From this angle, it's easier to understand. Doesn't it feel more real? Jiang Miao's attention was instantly drawn away. She nodded in amazement. From the air, she could see more clearly how the government was developing. The city was orderly, but outside, it looked like the old world. Occasionally, a few people carrying metal sheets to block the sun wandered among ruins. Bodies were scattered along the roadside, and no one paid attention. It looked like a human. Jiang Miao's face turned pale. Su-yi explained, These are survivors who died in the snow disaster. If they had trusted the government earlier, they wouldn't have ended up like this. Unfortunately, not everyone trusts the government. They don't know how happy the residents inside the city are. Jiang Miao turned back, with a hint of sadness in her eyes. So, what is the mission you're carrying out this time? Su-yi showed her the surveillance footage on the screen. Find things. It could be mutated animals like giant snakes, mutated plants, or people. Do whatever you want. Jiang Miao thought Su-yi was joking. A bomber approached a disaster-stricken town at a steady speed. There were clearer signs of human activity here. The video zoomed in from the wilderness into the town, enlarging repeatedly, even revealing every place where survivors lived. Jiang Miao operated the camera. As soon as she entered the first house, she saw about a dozen children living there. The oldest looked only 10, and the youngest lay by the wall, dirty and unable to crawl. There were no adults in the house. The ground was filled with abandoned bottles, cans, and waste, and the children were with no clothes to cover themselves. She was so shocked by this scene that her eyes turned red. She kept controlling the camera, trying to find any adult inside the house. But there was nothing there. This house was on the edge of the town. The neighboring houses had collapsed and were uninhabitable, so there were no adults around these children. Jiang Miao kept searching and found that nearby only lived lonely old people and children who couldn't protect themselves. Su-yi looked serious. They were probably driven out by survivors. If danger happens, they will be the first to be sacrificed. He then called Tang Zheng and asked him to bring some people to take all these abandoned children away. The elderly agreed to follow their wishes and wanted to go to the government shelter. Those who wanted to stay would be given some food, and then they wouldn't be cared for anymore. This way of handling made Jiang Miao feel much better. The scene stretched from outside the town to its center. As it was about to go deeper into the town, Su-yi suddenly shouted, Stop. There's a base of some organization ahead. If we go further, we might be discovered. Let's turn into the valley and see if we can find other mutated animals. The plane flew over the town and continued forward. Jiang Miao was surprised to see behind the town were rolling mountains. These mountains had only rocks and weeds, with no large plants, which looked strange. Rushing waters flowed between the mountains, yellowish with black streaks, seeming to smoke under the hot sun. Jiang Miao stared wide-eyed, lost in thought. Are all the rivers like this now? Su-yi shook his head. What's exposed to the sun looks like this. Some are clear, but their radiation levels are too high. Usually, no one gets close. Are there fish in these waters?
Impossible.
The water is too toxic, the pilot replied with a chuckle. Jiang Miao pointed to a corner. That person is drinking water. Su-yi immediately moved closer, and the pilot and the soldier in the co-pilot seat also enlarged the front screen. Su-yi's pupils shrank, close to the target. The pilot quickly changed direction. Jiang Miao raised an eyebrow. You're looking for this person? Su-yi stared at the screen, where the person's skin color and gender couldn't be seen clearly, and nodded slowly. This person isn't afraid of the sun's radiation.
Hurry.
He's going to run. The plane circled above the target and gradually descended. The person drinking water also noticed the movement overhead. But he made no move. Just as the airplane was descending about 10 meters above the water surface, a water jet shot out from the water, nearly hitting the plane. The pilot quickly flew higher. Jiang Miao saw the falling water splashing onto the plants near the water, which seemed to be rapidly corroded as if poured with sulfuric acid. Is that a person? Jiang Miao, with a pale face, looked at the person in disbelief. No normal person could drink such a highly corrosive liquid. Su-yi also looked serious. They were trying to find a way to get closer to the mysterious person when, in the blink of an eye, that person disappeared. They lost sight of him right in front of their eyes. Su-yi decisively instructed the pilot to turn back along the same route. This footage was about to be sent as research material to the government building. Jiang Miao kept thinking about the dark smoke rising from the river and the mysterious person who could drink the river water directly. She couldn't lie down anymore, so she looked toward the open space behind the base near the river and went to consult Gao Yi. Your mercenaries are really good at construction work. Can you help me dig a few ponds? Gao Yi thought he must have heard wrong. Sister-in-law, why do you want to dig ponds? Aren't the mutated trees still not fully studied? Faced with Gao Yi's confusion, Jiang Miao explained what she had seen in the wild area. Gao Yi suddenly understood. So, sister-in-law, you want to test why the river water is emitting black smoke? Jiang Miao nodded heavily. Gao Yi quickly said, such experiments are too dangerous. They can't be done near the base. Not even in the city. When the government built the city, they considered water accumulation and river issues. The city is built with higher ground in the west and lower in the east to ensure rainwater naturally flows into the river quickly, preventing uncontrollable mutations. The government has put a lot of effort into drainage, but you want to dig water ponds in the city. Do you think they would agree? Jiang Miao frowned. Is there no other way? Yes. Gao Yi looked up at her, with some hesitation in his eyes. The experiment can be done outside the city, but ordinary people can't do it. Such experiments require government approval, a council's consent, cooperation from the trading center and mercenaries, and even planning units involved. It's a huge project. He thought Jiang Miao was very capable and the higher-ups knew her, but applying for such an experiment was a bit overestimating herself. Jiang Miao didn't give up. Instead, she quietly pondered and improved her plan. 2 months passed quietly in the midst of busy work. It was late spring, early summer, and the residents were busy with their daily work. Jiang Miao happily took her plan to find Su-yi. Can you help me see if this idea is possible? Su-yi carefully read Jiang Miao's plan and slightly frowned. Miao Miao, are you serious about setting up an experimental base outside the city? Jiang Miao looked determined. Su-yi didn't know how to advise her and sighed helplessly. All right, I'll take you to see the director. You can tell him your idea, and he will decide. Hearing that they would meet Jiang Yan, Jiang Miao hesitated. Su-yi waited quietly for her answer. After a while, Jiang Miao made her decision. Okay, let's go. Since we're going, I might as well prepare some snacks for Min Min. During the spring festival, Bai Yi called her during the day, asking her to make some food for Min Min because the child was picky and didn't like others' cooking, only her own. Since Min Min appreciated her cooking, she happily made a lot of dumplings for Su-yi to deliver. But soon after, a snowstorm came. Now, those dumplings should be almost gone. Thinking of this, Jiang Miao immediately turned around to prepare. She made various dumplings with different fillings, some buns, and even more complicated cakes and bread. She worked all day. Early the next morning, Su-yi drove to take Jiang Miao to the city center. The first time they came, they had to go through multiple security checks. This time, after a simple system scan, they were allowed through. Bai Tian-yi personally came to greet them. Seeing the large box in Su-yi's hands, he immediately took it. Are these special foods prepared for Min? Did Miao Miao make them herself? After getting confirmation, Bai Tian-yi's smile deepened. Min will be very happy when she finds out. You don't know, since the last time Miao Miao brought food, Min has been acting up. She refuses to eat anything others give her, even her dad's homemade food. And with the snowstorm, everyone is having a hard time. Her dad doesn't want to use special privileges for her, so she's been losing weight. TSK. So sad. Hearing this, Jiang Miao also felt worried. Can I go see Min? Bai Tian-yi hesitated, neither agreeing nor refusing. I think you should first meet with the director. If you want to do something, just tell him. That's more useful than telling me, he said. Jiang Miao glanced at Su-yi, who nodded slightly in agreement. They were taken directly to Jiang Yan's office by Bai Tian-yi. This office is usually not open to outsiders, and Su-yi was here so many times, but this was his first time inside. The office is large, with a huge desk in the center. The background wall displays a dynamic map of the city and surrounding plants. Opposite the desk is a black sofa set, with 2 potted plants beside it. The plants look like lucky bamboo or sugarcane, small and delicate. Jiang Miao's attention was drawn to these 2 plants, so much so that she didn't notice Jiang Yan coming out of the lounge. Seeing her staring intently at the pots, Jiang Yan chuckled softly. If you like it, take it home. Only then did Jiang Miao realize and smile shyly, still captivated by the plants. Are these lucky bamboo? Jiang Yan tilted his head, thinking. I'm not sure what kind they are. You know, the government has its own plant research center. These 2 were brought back a long time ago. Yang Su found that this plant can purify radiation, so they've been kept here. Purify radiation? Jiang Miao was surprised. Seeing her misunderstanding, Jiang Yan explained, no, not like the giant mutated trees you cultivated that are extraordinary. These can only purify in small areas and do so slowly. It usually takes several days to see any change. They're beautiful and delicate, kept in pots for years. Look the same through spring, summer, autumn, and winter. Do they need watering or fertilizing? Jiang Yan shook his head. Occasionally water them. If you don't water them for a long time, they don't seem to die. Mutant plants are very hardy. Jiang Miao couldn't help but reach out and touch them. Jiang Yan immediately ordered, pack these 2 plants and let the young lady take them home. Jiang Miao's heart skipped a beat. She sat up straight, solemnly handed over her plan. Director, please review this. You're here today just for this? Jiang Yan looked a bit disappointed but took the plan seriously, examining it carefully. He only read a bit of the beginning before his face darkened. His sharp eyes occasionally glanced at Su-yi. Su-yi sat more stiffly than Jiang Miao. The couple looked like children waiting to be scolded, clinging tightly together. After a moment, Jiang Yan put down the plan and chuckled silently. Whose idea is this? His gaze first fell on Su-yi, then shifted to Jiang Miao. They both raised their hands in unison.
Me, be honest.
Jiang Yan's expression changed. Jiang Miao quickly pulled Su-yi's hand away. It was my idea. I just want to do some research and see. When Jiang Yan tried to object, she leaned forward quickly and interrupted. When heaven is about to entrust a great task to someone, it first tests their resolve and tires their body. Since I have abilities that ordinary people don't, I should use them as much as possible, right? I just want to do a little more. Don't worry, I won't take risks. Jiang Yan's forehead veins bulged, twitching fiercely. Suddenly, he grabbed Jiang Miao's ear. Isn't that enough risk already? It hurts. It hurts. Big brother, let go. I won't do it anymore. Is that okay? Jiang Miao pouted and cried, looking wronged. Jiang Yan paused for a moment. Because she called him big brother, he immediately loosened his grip, lowered his eyes seriously, and warned, Miao Miao, have you ever seen a river that eats people? Jiang Miao shook her head honestly. Jiang Yan continued, Do you know how much effort the government put into managing the river back then? Jiang Miao still shook her head. Jiang Yan sighed softly and gently patted her head. The area outside the city is very dangerous, and the river is even more dangerous. You've already done enough. I don't want you to do anything risky. I can agree to other requests, but not this one. Jiang Miao looked disappointed, but nodded. I understand. Then I'll go see Minmin. Jiang Yan immediately asked Bai Tianyi to take Jiang Miao there. As Jiang Miao left, Jiang Yan's anger turned towards Su Yi. She's reckless, and you're reckless too? You even let her come up with the plan? Su Yi obediently listened without arguing. After Jiang Yan finished scolding, he explained, I know this isn't realistic, but it's what she wants to do. As long as she desires it, I will support her, even if it's impossible to achieve. Jiang Yan's pupils suddenly contracted sharply. He looked at Su Yi deeply, then slowly spoke, Is that really how you think? Su Yi nodded firmly. Since we met, I've always done things this way. Jiang Yan let out a long breath, his brows furrowing even more. He waved his hand irritably. Go out first. Protect her and the child. Su Yi nodded and turned to leave. Elder Xie appeared mysteriously again, picking up Jiang Miao's plan from the table. Even though he had guessed, Jiang Miao's ambitions still shocked him. Minister, Miss Jiang Miao. Is she trying to control the water? Jiang Yan was very annoyed. That girl has little experience and doesn't know much. She's a bit naive. Elder Xie, do you think there's a relatively safe place outside the city? Old Xie was stunned for a while before reacting. Minister, you really don't want Miss Jiang Miao to be disappointed. If we talk about relatively safe places outside the city, it should be. During the day, he took Jiang Miao through a long corridor, riding an elevator straight up. When the elevator doors opened, they entered a huge laboratory, similar in layout to her experimental building. Inside, there was a quarantine protective cabin. As soon as the cabin door opened, Minmin suddenly appeared in front of Jiang Miao. The little girl excitedly threw herself at her, affectionately wrapping her arms around her neck. Auntie, auntie, hug, hug. Jiang Miao quickly picked up the child, weighed her in her hands, and noticed she had gotten a bit heavier. She nodded in satisfaction and asked, Is this where Minmin lives? Minmin nodded. Daddy and Minmin live here. She spoke while pulling Jiang Miao inside to show her her room. The room looked about 200 square meters, with areas for toys, reading, drawing, and playing, every functional zone needed. Jiang Miao played with her toys for a while and chatted with her. Minmin, do you usually play alone? Minmin nodded. Aren't there any other children? Minmin still nodded and looked at Jiang Miao. I don't like others. Jiang Miao frowned slightly, thought for a moment, then asked, What about your mom? Mom died. I never saw her. Minmin's answer was very calm, but it stirred ripples in Jiang Miao's heart. Her eyes softened with pity and tenderness. She wanted to ask more but was worried Minmin might feel sad, so her expression was strange. Minmin immediately guessed her thoughts. Her innocent eyes revealed a wisdom beyond her age. Auntie, don't be sad. Everyone has to die someday. I will too. Uncle Xie said that if my illness can't be controlled, I will go to see Mom. Jiang Miao's nose prickled, and tears fell. Aren't you afraid? Minmin shook her head. If I'm with Dad or Mom, I'm not afraid. Do you have any wishes? Minmin looked up, staring at Jiang Miao without blinking. I want Auntie to come visit me often. I also want to eat the delicious food Annie makes. Lots and lots of tasty things. Dad's cooking is terrible. Jiang Miao laughed and cried at the same time, holding Minmin tightly. Okay. I promise I will come to see you often and make all kinds of delicious food for you. Su Yi came over and noticed her eyes were red. She silently glanced at Minmin to ask for permission. Can I come in? Jiang Miao introduced, This is Uncle's wife. Minmin nodded and ignored Su Yi. Jiang Miao gave Su Yi a look and, after comforting Minmin to sleep, left the isolation pod. During the day, Yi had been waiting outside for a long time, holding 2 pots of lucky bamboo, which looked a bit funny. Jiang Miao approached with a serious face and asked, Do you know Minmin's health condition? Bai Tianyi's expression changed slightly, looking a bit uncomfortable. Miao Miao, only our boss and Lao Xie know about Minmin's health. I really don't know. But her special power is too strong, and her body's mutations are uncontrollable. So, we can't get close to her, and we definitely shouldn't make her angry. When she gets angry, she uses her powers. The more she uses them, the faster her body might break down. This little one is not someone we can mess with. Jiang Miao asked in a hoarse voice, if she continues living like this, how long does she have? Bai Tianyi's face tightened, turning a few shades paler. Under Jiang Miao's gaze, he sighed helplessly, about 3 to 5 years. Su Yi quickly supported Jiang Miao, who was swaying a bit, with worry in his eyes. Jiang Miao nodded at him. The couple took the 2 pots of plants back to the livestock research base. Because of Minmin, Jiang Miao remained in a low mood and could only focus on work. Those 2 pots of lucky bamboo became Jiang Miao's goal. As usual, to grow this plant, they had to analyze its components to check for toxins. There was nothing better than plant toxin purification medicine. For 5 days straight, Jiang Miao analyzed the lucky bamboo in the lab. Through her experiments, she found that lucky bamboo could indeed purify radiation in the environment. The purification worked by using environmental radiation as nutrients to feed the underground tubers. The tubers were wrapped in the roots of the lucky bamboo, and the toxin levels inside were shocking. Moreover, this plant could grow larger. It hadn't changed much over the years because Jiang Yan had kept them in pots, limiting their environment. Jiang Miao used plant toxin purification medicine to extract the toxins from the tubers. The originally delicate and beautiful plant suddenly lost its luster, becoming plain and unremarkable, but it was still alive. She transplanted the treated lucky bamboo into a greenhouse and provided plenty of nutrients. The plant grew wildly, sprouting a new segment every day. In just half a month, it grew over 1 meter tall. Jiang Miao now described its appearance as a mutated sugarcane. This thing, apart from the tubers in the soil, looks almost the same as sugarcane. Sui checked some information and stroked his chin thoughtfully.
Can it be eaten?
Jiang Miao rolled her eyes. Why is everyone's first thought when they see this to eat it? Sun Yufan and Gao Yi asked the same question hundreds of times. Su Yi awkwardly scratched his nose and kept staring at the mutated sugarcane. If it can't be eaten, what is the purpose of cultivating it? Jiang Miao pondered. I plan to breed these 2 mutated sugarcanes and grow more to see if we can extract sugar. After 10 years of natural disasters, sugar became an important strategic resource. Survivors' only way to get sugar was through scavenging. But the sugar obtained from scavenging would eventually run out. In the government's laboratory, they cultivated a plant that could be used to extract sugar. This plant was similar to wheat, but produced less. It needed fermentation, similar to malt sugar production. The resulting sugar was sweet but slightly bitter, not high quality, and very expensive. Suyi's eyes sparkled, and he chuckled softly. My meow meow is getting better and better. But if you want sugar, there might be a faster way.
What?
Jiang Miao raised an eyebrow in surprise. Su Yi took her out of the lab building. Have you forgotten those mutated big trees you planted before? After they flowered, they all bore fruit. Recently, the green fruits turned yellow, looking like giant loquats, and there's also a bright red one about the size of a tomato. Hearing this, Jiang Miao immediately ran over. When she arrived, she was stunned by the dense cluster of fruits on the trees. Gao Yi quickly said, "These are in the greenhouse, and the few outside have also borne fruit. We don't dare to touch them without the command from the boss." Jiang Miao looked at the dagger at Gao Yi's waist and pointed at a nearby fruit tree. "Go get a few down so I can take a look." "Yes." Gao Yi sharpened his knife, ready for action. They had been waiting for this moment. Several mercenaries worked together to pick the fruits, but found that the fruits were harder to pick than the leaves. Finally, they replaced the dagger with an electric saw, which made it much easier. They picked yellow fruits that looked like mutated loquats, one about the size of a durian, with visible fluff on the surface, and heavy in weight. The red fruits looked more like mutated cherries, each about the size of a tomato, and some as large as a dragon fruit. They gathered some of both types of fruits and laid them out on a table. Everyone gathered around, waiting for Jiang Miao to speak. Jiang Miao held a knife and cut open both types of fruits. The internal structure of the mutated loquat is similar to that of a regular loquat, with a smaller seed about the size of a fist. The rest is flesh, juicy and plentiful. When cut open, a strong loquat aroma fills the room. Everyone is very excited. Jiang Miao asks Sun Yufan to bring over the prepared chickens, ducks, rabbits, and sheep. They are each fed the same amount of the mutated loquat to observe their reactions. The remaining samples are analyzed with instruments. While waiting, she continues to process the mutated cherries. The skin of the mutated cherries is thinner than that of the loquat and contains more juice. Each cherry has one seed, making it easier to handle. They feed the mutated cherries to another group of test animals. Now they just wait. 10 minutes pass, then half an hour, 2 hours. Everyone watches the animals for a long time. Nothing unusual happens. The analysis shows the fruits are safe and non-toxic. A few mercenaries volunteer to try tasting them. Jiang Miao hesitates, but agrees. Gao Yi leads by example and takes the first bite of the mutated loquat. His eyes widen instantly, and he jumps up excitedly. "Boss, sister-in-law, this fruit is so sweet. So sweet. So delicious." He bites another large piece, looking eager to have more. Sun Yufan and others are so tempted they start eating too. In the end, all the remaining mutated loquats are eaten. Jiang Miao tries the mutated cherry. She finds it tastes better than regular cherries, especially because it's purely sweet without any sourness. The sweetness isn't overwhelming but refreshing, not sticky in the throat. Everyone nods repeatedly as they watch her. They immediately shift their focus to the mutated cherries. That day, everyone only ate these two fruits. The observation confirms that the fruits are edible and safe. Su Yi ponders. No wonder they feed these fruits to the giant python. That snake must be eating very well. After all, as a fierce beast, it eats meat, but the plant-based food it can digest must be special. Jiang Miao agrees deeply. I'll keep the seeds and do more experiments to grow more plants. Su Yi has no objections and volunteers to help. Before leaving, Jiang Miao instructed Gao Yi, gather the two types of fruits grown indoors and send some to the government building, the maternity hospital, the school, and the kindergarten. Since we can't confirm the ingredients or safety of the seeds, we must collect all of them back. It's best if you keep an eye on how they handle it. Understood. Gao Yi immediately took people to work, planning to collect the outdoor fruits after dark and hand them over to Jiang Miao. The next morning, several mercenary trucks left the base, heading first to the city center government building. Patrolling mercenaries stopped Gao Yi. He quickly showed his ID, saying, "The livestock research base asked us to deliver some fruits." The mercenary leader thought he must be hearing things. What fruits? Where did they come from? Everyone knew there were no fruits after the disaster. Now, people just eat white radishes, tomatoes, or cucumbers as fruits. Gao Yi had his team unload baskets from the truck one by one. When the leader saw the mutated loquats and cherries, his eyes nearly popped out in shock. He hurriedly called to report. Soon, Gao Yi and his group, along with the fruits, were taken to a meeting room. Members of the council, hearing the news, arrived one after another. During the day, Yi and the others, familiar with Gao Yi, approached casually and picked up a mutated cherry. "Is this really a fruit? Miss Jiang Miao grew it?" Gao Yi nodded. "These are the fruits from those few mutated big trees. The government building also planted some. Haven't you seen them?" Yang Su, feeling awkward, coughed twice. "We destroyed all those in our hands, haha." Gao Yi kept quiet and closed his mouth obediently. Jiang Yan arrived with a group of people. Everyone immediately stopped joking and waited for him to speak. Jiang Yan pondered for a moment. "I already asked earlier. You ate them yesterday, right? How do they taste?" Gao Yi quickly described his tasting experience carefully. "Minister, I've never had such delicious fruit. It's fragrant and sweet, with thick flesh and small pits. When I bite into it, it bursts with juice. The wonderful feeling." "All right, we understand. Minister, instead of talking more, I'd like to try it myself. What do you think?" Bai Tianyi stared eagerly at the fruits, constantly swallowing saliva. Jiang Yan's face darkened. He ignored him, asked Gao Yi a few more questions, and then ordered the fruits to be taken away. After Gao Yi left, the council members eagerly spoke up. Minister, everyone should have a share. We want to be the first to try it. Jean Yuza said, pitifully. Old Xie, expressionless, said, they are ordinary people. We are mutants with different bodies. We can't take risks. Director, I think I should be the first to try. Bai Tianyi and Jean Yuza both angrily glared at that shameless old man. Jiang Yan nodded in agreement. Thus, Old Xie calmly ate a plate of mutated loquats and 2 mutated cherries under the watchful eyes of dozens of people. He let out a comfortable burp. Ignoring his annoyed colleagues, he sincerely reported to Jiang Yan, Director, Miss Zhang Miao's cultivated fruits are indeed delicious. We should promote them widely. You shameless. You ate the whole plate. Exactly. We want to be testers too. Everyone argued loudly. In the end, all the fruits brought by Gao Yi were divided up completely. Bai Tianyi and Jean Yuza, after finishing, still felt unsatisfied. They found an excuse to leave, claiming they were going on a mission, and secretly drove away. As soon as the car started, Jean Yuza boasted, let them fight over it. We won't compete with them. We'll just enjoy the leftovers. Exactly. And they set a limit for each person.
Who cares?
Bai Tianyi shook his head confidently. When they arrived outside the animal husbandry research base, they scanned their IDs, but the gates refused to open. Bai Tianyi tried several times, then had to call Jiang Miao. Is the base gate broken? Why won't it open for us? Did you change the permissions again? Bai Tianyi muttered. Soon, Jiang Miao came out. What's going on? As she spoke, she suddenly saw a small head poke out from the back window of the car. Shocked, she stared in disbelief, quickly ran over, and grabbed Min Min out, glaring angrily at Bai Tianyi and Jean Yuza. How did you bring her out? Bai Tianyi and Jean Yuza were so frightened they huddled together, crying loudly.
Min Min.
Little ancestor, when did you get on our car? Are those people useless? How did you escape? Bai Tianyi cried, scolded, and made a phone call. Jiang Miao hurriedly took the child inside. The little girl kept hugging her neck, affectionately rubbing against her. Miss Auntie miss me. Jiang Miao was at a loss and could only carry the child to the kitchen. Since yesterday, the base had been receiving more mutated loquats and cherries. The kitchen was filled with the sweet aroma of fruit. There was still some leftover breakfast in the pot. She held the child and warmed a bowl of mutated goat milk, took a small bun. Eat something first. Later, Auntie will take you for a walk. The young girl cooperated very well. Jiang Miao fed her, and she ate everything quickly. At the same time, Jiang Yan knew that his daughter had sneaked out. He couldn't leave the government building, so he anxiously asked Lao Xie to personally bring people to pick her up. Lao Xie's usual activity area is the government building. He rarely goes out. When he does, it's usually to meet with a few council members. He hasn't left the city center in years. When given the order, he didn't dare delay. After contacting Zhao Qingfeng, who knew the outer city area better, the two drove away together. The car left the city center. The scenery of the inner city came into view. Lao Xie nodded with satisfaction and muttered, "You've worked hard these years." The inner city looks almost the same as before the disaster. The roads were built to the highest standards, greatly meeting traffic needs. There were no green belts along the roads, but space was reserved for them. Beyond the green belts were sidewalks and a row of connected buildings. Near the road, small windows opened, with doors on the other side. The buildings were about 7 stories tall, with various energy conversion and purification devices on the rooftops. Lao Xie couldn't tell the residents' living conditions exactly, but he could roughly judge their environment based on the city's infrastructure. Zhao Qingfeng chuckled and said, "Chairman Xie probably doesn't go out much. The inner city has looked like this for years. The only difference is that some poorly built infrastructure was finished recently. The biggest change is in the outer city." Lao Xie didn't comment. He didn't think the outer city would change much in just 2 or 3 years. Plus, he was worried about Min Min, so he didn't want to ask further. The car continued along the main road. On the way, there were many government vehicles, mostly for official use or infrastructure work. Vehicles carrying people were rare. Once they left the inner city, Lao Xia noticed the environment changed again. The neat small high-rise buildings turned into rows of tidy two- or three-story self-built houses. The main road was still wide, just like in the inner city, with all necessary public facilities. This surprised him a bit. The houses provided for the survivors by the government are quite good. Oh no. Chairman Xia, you misunderstood. The outer city used to be full of shanty towns, but that's not the case anymore. These houses were built in the past 2 years. Look at the exterior walls, they're coated with radiation-resistant paint, which was only promoted 4 years ago. It's not cheap. Thanks to Zhao Qingfeng's reminder, Lao Xia finally noticed some subtle differences. The car left the shantytown area and passed by the 2nd District Hospital before entering the 1st District. When they arrived in the 1st District, Lao Xia clearly sensed that the environment was better and the crowd was denser. He quietly continued watching until the car reached near the kindergarten and school in the 1st District. He finally couldn't help but ask, "Are those tall buildings the school?" Zhao Qingfeng nodded and carefully explained the layout and some details. The school, kindergarten, and maternity clinic all get their food supplies from the livestock research base, which is right in front. As they spoke, many mercenaries appeared on the road, and they eventually reached outside the base.
Zaha Wingfeng immediately contacted Sui.
Su Yi led them inside. Lao Xia's attention was fully on Min Min. Where is the child? Su Yi led the way ahead. She's with Meow Meow. During the day, Yi and Jean Yuza were so scared they didn't dare move. If you don't come soon, they'll break down. They arrived at the large kitchen in the living area. Lao Xia saw Min Min sitting in Jiang Miao's arms, and his tense nerves finally relaxed a little. Min Min, you shouldn't have run away. He quickly ran to Min Min and looked at her with concern. The little girl remained expressionless, snuggling into Jiang Miao's arms and ignoring him. Lao Xia continued to persuade her, "Your father is very worried about you." Min Min still said nothing. Lao Xia could only turn to Jiang Miao for help. Jiang Miao patted Min Min's head and coaxed her, "Be good. Come back with Uncle Xia. Annie will visit you when she has time, okay?" "No." Min Min buried her head in Jiang Miao's arms. A cold sweat appeared on Lao Xia's forehead. "Min Min, where do you live here? And the first day of school is coming soon. Don't you want to avoid accidentally hurting your aunt, right?" Jiang Miao looked confused as she noticed Min Min holding her hand tighter. Lao Xia didn't explain much and was about to secretly use some methods. Suddenly, he was gently shocked. Looking into Min Min's big, dark eyes, Lao Xia felt a bit awkward and helpless. His tone softened unconsciously. "I'm worried about you too. You have to go home now." "I don't want to. I want to stay with Auntie,"
Min Min shouted loudly.
Fearing she might get too excited, Lao Xia quickly stepped back. He could only discuss a plan with Jiang Miao. In the end, Min Min stayed with Jiang Miao for a few days, but she had to return to the base before the first day of school. The little girl was happy to accept this plan, dancing with joy because she could stay. Lao Xia had never seen her so happy before. All his words finally turned into a sigh. During the day, Yi and Jean Yuza saw Lao Xia wanting to leave and became completely panicked. Each of them tried to hold Lao Xia back. "What will we do if you leave?" Lao Xia rolled his eyes at them and said, "The trouble is caused by you too. You have to clean up the mess. The way you brought him out, you must send him back the same way. If you don't complete the task, be careful the supervisor will skin you." The two were small, helpless, and greedy. Even at this moment, they kept stuffing fruit into their mouths with one hand. Lao Xia's forehead veins bulged slightly as he struggled to keep his temper under control. "This is ridiculous." He then broke free from their grip and walked away without looking back. Jean Yuza and Bai Tianyi exchanged glances, seeing a flicker of joy in each other's eyes. "Great. We can stay here and keep eating and drinking for free." "Exactly, staying here is so comfortable. Who wants to go back and work like a beast? Anyway, we don't have much use there now. Let's stay a couple more days." They kept talking casually, not feeling any shame. Jiang Miao's forehead was covered with dark lines. Seeing Bai Tianyi fighting for millions of research points and Jean Yuza cleverly killing a giant snake, she endured. Because Min kept sticking to her, she only had the children to take care of that day. In the evening, Su Yi picked up the two kids. For the first time, Su Nian and Su Haoran saw Min and were very curious about this adorable little sister. They circled around her. Min also widened her eyes to observe her older siblings. Su Nian naturally stepped forward and took her hand. "Sister, shall we play together?" Zhang Miao was initially worried, but seeing Min obediently nod, she relaxed and let her go to the toy area with Su Nian and Su Haoran. At this moment, Bai Tianyi and Jean Yuza had been watching Min all day. Now that she was willing to accept other children, they were surprised but kept a low profile, observing from afar. Zhang Miao took the chance, while the children weren't clinging to her to go prepare dinner. Today, Min had already eaten a small plate of mutated loquats and 2 mutated cherries. Her little stomach shouldn't be too hungry now. Su Nian and the brother and sister had snacks at the kindergarten before coming back, so it was probably about that time. She thought for a moment and decided to make roasted chicken for the kids, along with a pot of lean meat porridge. Although it was a bit troublesome, the children liked it. Bai Tianyi and Jean Yuza knew about this, and both said they wanted to eat too. They eagerly went to catch chickens, and Zhang Miao had a moment to relax and do other things. After a busy day, she finished preparing dinner. Looking up, she saw the 3 children sitting in a row, each holding a book. Su Nian acted like a little teacher, teaching Min to recognize characters. Whenever Min said the right word, she clapped and praised her like an adult. Zhang Miao's lips curved into a gentle smile. "Children, it's time to eat. Let's go eat." Su Nian tidied up her book, helped Min put on her small shoes, and sat with her younger brothers and sisters at the table. Zhang Miao served each of them a bowl of porridge, then tore apart the roast chicken, placing the drumsticks and wings separately. "Take whatever you want to eat. There's more than one roast chicken, so don't worry about enough for everyone." Su Nian looked at Min. "Little sister, do you want a big drumstick or a big wing?"
Drumstick.
"Okay. Here's a big drumstick for you." Su Nian placed a large drumstick on Min's plate. Then she looked at her brother. Ran, do you want a drumstick or a wing?" "I also want a big drumstick," Su Haoran said excitedly, shaking his body. Su Nian immediately gave him the big drumstick. Min quickly said, "Sister, there are no more drumsticks. I'll eat a big wing." Su Nian put a big wing on her own plate. Zhang Miao watched silently and reminded her, "Baby, there's still more roast chicken. If you want a drumstick, Mom can help you." Su Nian shook her head. "Mom, I'm fine with the wing. The roasted chicken wings are also very tasty."
Kids eat the same thing.
"Uncle will prepare it for you," Bai Tianyi said without hesitation, placing a large drumstick on Su Nian's plate. He then took the rest away. Zhang Miao smiled softly. "Eat up, then rest for a while. Later, Mom will give you a bath." The 2 children nodded. Min looked at her sister and brother, then mimicked their behavior and started eating herself. This scene surprised Bai Tianyi and Jean Yuza greatly. They quickly took out a smartwatch, recorded the scene, and sent it to Jiang Yan. At this moment, Jiang Yan was alone inside the isolation cabin. Watching the 3 children eat seriously, his eyes softened like water. The video zoomed in, clearly showing the dishes on the table. Jiang Yan had to admit that his sister's cooking skills truly outshone his. Just for her culinary skills, it was understandable that his daughter might sneak out. Thinking this, he got up and went to the freezer, taking out a package of dumplings made by Zhang Miao. Originally, these foods were prepared for Min, but since she wasn't here, it was only natural for him, as her father, to eat them instead. Zhang Miao waited until the 3 children finished dinner. He told them to wash their hands and rest for a while. After tidying up, he played with them for a bit longer. "It's almost time." Zhang Miao gently touched the heads of the 3 children and said, "I will prepare hot water and clothes for your bath." She turned to enter the bathroom, but suddenly, the system beeped loudly.
Ding.
Congratulations to the host for completing 99% of the territory construction. It has detected close relatives nearby. Children are hope and wealth. Caring for children's health starts with cleanliness. Today's check-in items: A. Food. B. Drinking water. C. Daily necessities. D. Plant and animal growth aids. E. Building materials. F. Poultry feed. G. Soil improvement. H. Survival medicine. I. High-tech equipment. J. Mother and baby products. Please make your choice. Jiang Miao. What is going on? What does the system mean? Caring for children's health? Cleanliness? Could it be that Minmin is not hygienic?
That shouldn't be.
She is Jiang Yan's precious daughter, cared for by professionals. How could she be unhygienic? She couldn't understand. Jiang Miao hesitated for a moment and said, I choose daily necessities. Okay, the host's chosen check-in item is daily necessities. The system is checking in. Congratulations! The host has checked in a special repair shampoo and body wash for supernatural abilities. Function: this dual-purpose product is specially developed for those with supernatural powers. It reduces their sensitivity to stimuli and works best when used with radiation purification liquid. Friendly reminder: mutant loquat leaves have medicinal effects and are suitable for supernatural children. After the system finished, a box of hygiene products appeared in front of Jiang Miao. There are 6 bottles in total. These items are not suitable to be kept in the bathroom. She first moved the items back to her dormitory and then carefully reviewed the information provided by the system. First, this system wouldn't give her supernatural care products without reason. Since it did, it meant these items were needed by the supernatural children. Minmin probably hasn't bathed much. Jiang Miao sighed silently and felt even more pity for the child. Since the system said mutant loquat leaves have special effects, she decided immediately to have Gao Yi send over 2 large pieces. After filling the bathtub with hot water, she placed the mutant loquat leaves inside. Without direct sunlight, the leaves didn't dissolve quickly. Under the heat, they slightly changed color. She added some of the special repair shampoo and body wash, and bubbles quickly filled the water. It was almost ready. Jiang Miao then went to find Minmin. Minmin, Auntie is giving you a bath. Minmin, who was playing with toys, turned pale at the mention of bathing. She hugged Jiang Miao's neck and said pitifully, Auntie, can I skip my bath? Jiang Miao shook her head. Good children always take baths. Don't worry, I will be very careful. If you feel uncomfortable, we can stop right away, okay? After hesitating for a moment, Minmin finally nodded in agreement. Jiang Miao carried her to the edge of the bathtub, took off her clothes, and noticed that the child's body was already covered in dirt, accumulated over time. Regular cleaning products probably couldn't remove it all. She didn't ask much and gently wetted Minmin's body with water, asking, Can you handle this? Is it uncomfortable? Minmin shook her head. Jiang Miao sighed in relief and placed her feet into the bathtub, then helped her sit down gradually. White Day and Jean Yuza, who had just returned from walking the dog, didn't see Minmin and were stunned. They hurriedly asked Su Nian, Where's Minmin? Where's your mom? Su Nian pointed to the bathroom. Mom is giving her sister a bath. Suddenly, White Day's mind exploded in shock. Jean Yuza rushed into the bathroom in a panic. He didn't see the expected scene of chaos, but instead saw Minmin sitting happily in a plastic basin, playing with bubbles, with a strange, mutated loquat leaf nearby. Then White Day, who had just entered, was also stunned by what he saw. Is this a mistake? Minmin, she's actually taking a bath? White Day exclaimed in amazement and moved closer to observe. Seeing Jiang Miao constantly scrubbing Minmin's back with a brush, she grimaced and said, I really give up. Even our department head can't do this to her. I feel like once this child is with you, her resistance disappears. That's not right, Jiang Miao said, unhappy. White Day moved even closer and said, I'm telling the truth. Since she was born, no one else has been allowed to touch her. Only the department head can take care of her, feeding, comforting, putting her to sleep. But she can't handle baths. When water touches her, she screams, and her powers go out of control. As she gets older, this has improved a bit, but she still only allows her hands and face to be washed and simple foot washing. Other places still can't be touched by water. Sometimes, the department head uses warm water to wipe her body, but she resists strongly. If you give her a bath, you'll see she's covered in dirt.
Jiang Miao didn't argue.
She gently patted Minmin's head and said softly, if that's the case, let's wash her a little longer, okay? Minmin obediently nodded. During the day, Yu found things more and more interesting. He recorded a video and sent it to Jiang Yan. Jiang Yan was already lying down but was so surprised by the video that he jumped up from sleep, feeling completely awake. He started questioning life and pondering philosophical questions. I must say, the special repair shampoo and body wash for supernatural abilities work really well. Minmin soaked in the bathtub for over 20 minutes, and most of the dirt on her body softened. The substances from the mutated loquat leaves seemed to have some healing effects. The red skin caused by Jiang Miao rubbing Minmin disappeared quickly. After about half an hour of washing, Jiang Miao sent Yu out and prepared a new basin of hot water. She added a bit of the special repair shampoo and washed Minmin from head to toe again. On the third wash, she didn't add anything new but placed a piece of mutated loquat leaf in the water for the final cleaning. After the bath, Minmin smelled of loquat with a faint hint of milk. Jiang Miao happily carried her back to the room, dried her hair with a dryer, and changed her into a pure cotton pajamas. Okay, you can play in the room first. Auntie will go help the older brother and sister take a bath, all right? Minmin looked into Jiang Miao's smiling eyes and nodded obediently. She seemed in a good mood after her bath, with a slight smile on her face. Bathing Su Nian and Su Haoran was much simpler. Because the system said the mutated loquat leaves had some medicinal properties, Jiang Miao followed the method and let each of the two children soak in a separate basin. Su Nian was older and could wash herself. Jiang Miao mainly helped the younger one. After finishing with the younger child, she helped the older one, and then she tidied up everything. The two children's baths took less than half an hour. All three children were cleaned up quickly. Jiang Miao gave each of them a book and asked Bai Tianyi to watch over them while she went to wash her own hair and take a shower. After finishing her chores, she climbed into bed to sleep with the three children. When she turned off the light, Minmin, who was sleeping inside, held Jiang Miao's arm with one hand and grasped Su Nian's small hand with the other. Her smile deepened, and she soon fell into a deep sleep. Jiang Miao listened to the steady breathing of the three children, relaxed her body, and soon fell asleep herself. In the next few days, Minmin continued to follow Jiang Miao during the day, occasionally helping her with chores. At night, she played, ate, and slept with Su Nian and Su Haoran. After a few days like this, as the first day of the new month approached, Minmin was reluctant to leave. Bai Tianyi and Jin Yu begged and pleaded, almost kneeling for Minmin to stay. Jian Miao saw how pitiful they looked and helplessly hugged Minmin to comfort her. Auntie will take you back. After a special day, your dad can send someone to bring you here, okay? Minmin shook her head, looking very sad. If I go back, Dad won't let me come out again. It won't happen. If your dad doesn't let you come, Annie will come to pick you up. Is that okay? Jian Miao looked at her firmly. The little girl hesitated for a moment before reluctantly agreeing. No one knew how many days Minmin would stay this time. During this period, she ate well, drank well, and slept well here, with no sign of any problem. Jian Miao worried she might lose weight again after going back. She quickly packed a bunch of dumplings and buns. On the way, Jian Miao held Minmin and kept talking to her to make her happy. Seeing the little girl forcing a smile made her feel sad too. When they entered the government building, they directly took Bai Tianyi to Jiang Yan's office. Jiang Yan appeared immediately, looking serious as he stared at Minmin in Jian Miao's arms. The little girl turned her back to Jiang Yan and seemed to sense his gaze, shrinking a little. Jian Miao quickly protected her, hugging her tightly. You scared her. Jiang Yan helplessly withdrew his gaze and lowered his eyes. Minmin went too far this time. She's very obedient. She doesn't make noise or cause trouble. Jian Miao listed Minmin's good qualities. Jiang Yan almost wanted to laugh, but held back. Noted. No more next time. They both let out a sigh of relief. Jian Miao hurriedly placed Minmin in Jiang Yan's arms and waved goodbye. Stay with your dad for a few days. When you're better, Annie will come to pick you up. Jiang Yan's eyes widened instantly. Jian Miao seemed to see a shock on his face and quickly left. Minmin looked longingly at Jian Miao's figure disappearing, and her face was full of reluctance. Dad, when can I see Annie again? Hearing her daughter's sad voice, Jiang Yan couldn't get angry, and all his emotions turned into a gentle sigh. Do you like Annie that much? Don't you want to see Dad? Minmin looked up, staring straight into Jiang Yan's eyes. Dad, I miss you, so I came back to see you. Jiang Yan. Dad, I heard Annie gave you a bath. Doesn't that feel uncomfortable? Jiang Yan decided to ask something serious. Minmin honestly shook her head. Auntie's water is very comfortable. After the bath, I smell nice all over, and I don't itch. I fall asleep quickly and sleep for a long time. Really? Jiang Yan expressed disbelief. My daughter was raised by me, and I know her body very well. She couldn't take baths, so dirt accumulated on her skin, leading to more serious skin problems. Whenever she sweated a little or felt upset, she would itch, and when she itched, she would start scratching herself. The more she scratched, the more addicted she became. As a result, she scratched her skin until it bled, and her nails were full of dirt and bacteria, but she refused help. This situation would make her break down, and I would have to comfort her for a long time. Minmin nodded seriously and immediately lifted her clothes. Daddy, look, I'm clean and smell nice. Annie says I'm a good kid who keeps clean. Jiang Yan carefully checked her and found that the dirt on her was gone, and her scalp was very clean. He felt amazed but tried to hide his inner worries and took her back to the isolation protective cabin. The night before the first day of school. Inside the protective cabin, the lights were bright, and all staff were ready. Jiang Yan stayed close to Minmin, his eyes full of tenderness.
Sleep now.
If you feel uncomfortable, tell Daddy. I'll ask Uncle to give you an injection. The body of a person with special abilities kept changing. The stronger the ability, the faster the changes. Especially for children, their small bodies couldn't handle too much energy, so they needed to release it regularly. On the 1st and 15th days of each month, the Earth's magnetic field changed, causing Minmin's body to become restless and her abilities to go out of control. If caught early, a special medicine could make her fall into a deep sleep for 24 hours. After the effect wore off, the magnetic field would stabilize and her body would calm down. But this method had side effects, and Jiang Yan didn't want to use it unless absolutely necessary. Minmin nodded obediently. Daddy, don't worry. I'll fall asleep soon. As long as I sleep, it's fine. Jiang Yan forced a slight smile, trying not to show his worries. Under his comfort, Minmin hugged the small doll sent by Jiang Miao and quickly fell asleep. Jiang Yan listened carefully to her breathing, not daring to relax for a moment. Outside the isolation cabin, Old Evil also kept his eyes on Minmin, exchanging glances with Jiang Yan from time to time. At 11 o'clock at night, everyone was alert and ready to rush in at any moment. However, as time passed, the bed remained in the same sleeping position, with no change in her breathing. After 2 a.m., the girl mumbled softly. Jiang Yan's eyes suddenly opened wide, and he saw his daughter turn over beside him, facing him with her eyes still closed. He was so frightened he didn't dare move, remaining in the same position until 5 a.m. When the first rays of dawn shone through the dome of the government building, all the staff outside the quarantine capsule felt relieved. They relied on each other, smiling happily but not daring to laugh out loud. Old Xia was surprised and confused, but mostly felt excited and happy. By 7:30 a.m., Minmin finally woke up slowly. When she saw Jiang Yan's kind eyes, she was a little stunned, and then smiled sweetly, saying, "Good morning, Dad." "Minmin, do you feel uncomfortable anywhere?" Jiang Yan gently picked her up and looked carefully. Minmin shook her head. "Dad, I need to go to the bathroom. Please put me down." Jiang Yan quickly carried her to the bathroom. After coming out, the little girl excitedly tugged at Jiang Yan's pants. Dad, can I visit Annie today? Visit Auntie? Jiang Yan raised an eyebrow. Thinking about his daughter's condition, he guessed that her energy hadn't gone out of control this time, probably because of Jiang Miao. Maybe he should follow the child's wishes. Thinking of this, Jiang Yan crouched down and patted Minmin's head. Okay, I'll pack your things and send you over, but only for 2 weeks. You must come back before the 15th.
Thank you, Dad.
Minmin cheered happily, hugging her doll and running around the room several times. Jiang Yan smiled along with her. The task of escorting Minmin fell to Bai Tianyi and Jin Yuza. The two got more familiar with each other as time went on. When they took Minmin to Jiang Miao immediately understood what was happening. She picked up the child and comforted her. Minmin, if you live here with Annie, can you go to kindergarten with your older brother and sister? They all go to kindergarten and there are many children there. Before Minmin could answer, Bai Tianyi and Jin Yuza were so frightened they almost lost their minds. Oh no, my dear girl. This child is different. She can't be mixed with ordinary children. Bai Tianyi was about to cry. Jin Yuza nodded wildly. Jiang Miao didn't agree. Minmin is so obedient and sensible. She wouldn't hurt anyone randomly. Why can't she get along peacefully with other children? And besides, you two are here. If she goes to kindergarten, you can volunteer and watch over her. Nothing will happen with you there. It's just a bit of trouble with food, but I can handle that. Mimi was very curious about the so-called kindergarten. Annie, are all the children in kindergarten? Jiang Miao nodded. Sister Nian Nian will go to 1st grade, but brother Hao Ran is still in kindergarten. Hao Ran can play with you. Mimi shook her head. I want to stay with my sister. Can I go to 1st grade with her? You're going to 1st grade? Jiang Miao looked at the little girl in her arms in disbelief. She couldn't imagine how a young child from a kindergarten class could go straight to 1st grade. But since Mimi was willing to compromise, Jiang Miao also wanted her to try, so she finally agreed. It's very unusual for such a young child to go directly to 1st grade. When Jiang Miao took the 2 children to register at the school, they were stopped by the head of the academic affairs office. He looked at Mimi for a long time, frowning so deeply it seemed he could squish a fly. No, this child is too young. It's better for her to stay in kindergarten. Jiang Miao pleaded, but she can't be separated from her sister. She wants to go to 1st grade with her. The head of the academic affairs office shook his head vigorously and kindly advised, Ms. Jiang, I'm not trying to make things difficult for you, but this child is really too young. She can't sit still and doesn't understand well. Putting her in 1st grade will only disrupt the class. The teachers can't just watch her and ignore the other children, right? Please don't make things hard for me. Jiang Miao wanted to say more. Bai Tianyi then took out his ID directly. Can I vouch for her? What is this? The head of the academic affairs office took the ID, looked at it for a long time, and didn't recognize it, but he saw the word senior government official on it. Jiang Miao almost wanted to laugh, but had to call Dyson Dai over. In the eyes of the academic affairs office director, Dai Shan was the most important. When Dai Shan appeared, he didn't ask any questions and simply told the director to handle the child's registration. Jiang Miao breathed a sigh of relief and quickly led the 2 children inside. After they walked away, the director whispered, Director Dai, are you helping them get in through the back door? Dai Shan rolled his eyes and replied, Isn't it obvious? You really have no sense of judgment. They showed their ID, and you're still whining about it? The director muttered in grievance, But I don't know them. Do senior government officials even care about our school? That's nonsense. Are there things in the outer district they can't handle? Remember this. Next time you see that ID, be smarter and don't offend people easily. Dai Shan scolded him and hurried to catch up with Jiang Miao and the others. By then, Jiang Miao had already led the 2 children to the classroom. The head teacher's last name is Qin, and her name is Qin Shuman. She is a young female teacher. When Qin Shuman learned that Xia Minmin was also a student in their class, she was so surprised that her mouth dropped open. Fortunately, she is a smart person and did not refuse to accept the child. Instead, she crouched down gently and softly patted Minmin's head, asking seriously, Little friend, can you follow the classroom rules? Minmin nodded obediently. Qin Shuman smiled and said, Good. From now on, I will watch your behavior. Let's go inside together. Jiang Miao watched from outside the door. Seeing Su Nian Nian and Minmin seated in the front row, both sitting straight with a few more smiles on their faces, she felt relieved.
See.
I told you Minmin would be fine. Bai Tianyi and Jin Yuza exchanged glances. One of them quietly left for 10 minutes. After 10 minutes, the principal appeared. He led Bai Tianyi and Jin Yuza to Qin Shuman. Teacher Qin, from today, these two will be your class assistants. This is Teacher Bai and Teacher Jin. They will watch over the children all day to ensure their safety. Qin Shuman swallowed hard, her beautiful eyes widening. Principal, is this only for our class, or do other classes have assistants too? The principal stood with his hands behind his back, smiling as he replied, only your class has this privilege. The two teachers mainly focus on student safety. It won't affect teaching work. Rest assured, Teacher Qin. Qin Shuman instinctively thought of Minmin and swallowed hard again, wisely choosing not to ask more. Jiang Miao believed that as long as the children maintained a normal routine, other concerns didn't matter. After handing the two children over to the school, she felt a great relief and continued her research plans. The mutated loquat and cherry seeds she previously collected had been detoxified and grown into seedlings. Jiang Miao planned to turn these two types of trees into street trees in the Shantytown area. Not to mention, planting these trees might allow residents to go out during the day. Even if that doesn't happen, they could harvest a large batch of fruit for processing or selling, enriching everyone's food options. She decided to do it immediately. Jiang Miao asked Su Yi to arrange for mercenaries to cover the planting areas along both sides of the road with tarps, to first purify the radiation in the soil. Complete radiation purification would take about 10 days. Once the radiation was purified, the young saplings had grown quite tall. While the trees were still small, not yet big, Su Yi organized people overnight to transplant fruit trees intensively. Almost all the mercenaries in the outer city district were called in to work. Before the young trees grow into large, towering ones, their roots and exposed soil still need to be covered with shade nets. This task is quite labor-intensive. It took a week for mercenaries in the outer district to barely plant all the small trees along the green belts. Next comes watering and fertilizing. Watering uses underground sprinkler systems set on a schedule, which saves manual work. However, fertilizing requires a dedicated person to do it regularly. Recently, residents in the outer district noticed more trees along the roads, making the green belts less bare. Everyone understands the dangers of mutated plants and cannot understand the government's tree planting plans. They worry these trees might mutate and disrupt their daily lives. Some are so anxious, they even want to secretly destroy the fruit trees. Fortunately, mercenaries discovered this in time and caught the culprits, warning others with a firm action. Residents no longer dare to act against the trees. They can only watch as the trees grow day by day, from 1 meter to 2 meters, then from 2 to 3 and 4 meters. The trees' trunks are getting thicker, so thick that an adult cannot wrap their arms around them. The side branches spread out sideways, like open fans, layered densely, blocking sunlight completely. At this stage, even if they wanted to cut down the trees, they wouldn't have the ability. Drones fly overhead, taking pictures from above. The once completely green residential area now appears as a densely vegetated zone. With these trees, the temperature in the living area seems to have dropped significantly, and the air humidity has increased. Breathing feels much easier, no longer dry and cracked, as if about to explode. Residents only realize the benefits after experiencing it firsthand. No one has any complaints about the trees anymore. Some also notice that with these trees, they can go outside even during the bright daytime, without any special protection. Currently, sunlight is very strong, and ordinary clothes can't block it, but the leaves do. Thanks to the trees, residents in the Shantytown can work outside without worrying about the sun, as long as the weather isn't extreme. The trees blocking sunlight are not a problem at all. Su Yi arranged for strong floodlights along the roads, making night look like day, with no impact at all. The most affected by these changes are Minmin, Bai Tianyi, and Jin Yuza. All three are advanced supernatural beings, and the stronger their powers, the more sensitive they are to environmental changes. The outer district's climate has changed significantly, becoming more comfortable and pleasant. The improvement of the environment has positively affected their mood. Minmin's smile has become more frequent. She used to only be close to her family, but now she is gradually opening her heart and playing with some classmates. She is no longer a lonely person. During the day, Yi and Jin Yuzo witnessed Minmin's change and felt happy. They regularly report Minmin's situation to Jiang Yan and Lao Xie, also sharing updates about the outside city. Lao Xie looked at the photo sent by Yi and was extremely excited. Great news, Minister. I didn't expect Miss Jiang Miao to succeed. She really changed the environment of the outside city. Maybe at the international conference in 3 years, we can also secure a place. Jiang Yan's eyes flickered, and he rarely showed his emotions with a big laugh. You're right. Maybe we can look forward to this time. After the disaster, the government forces were not only theirs. There are 4 major forces across the continent, located in the southeast, known internationally as the Vermilion Bird Kingdom. Besides the Vermilion Bird Kingdom, there are the Azure Dragon, Black Tortoise, and White Tiger Kingdoms. These forces are separated by rivers or mountains, making travel difficult. There are also many smaller groups surviving in the gaps, similar to peacekeeping organizations. Every so often, they hold a United Nations meeting to discuss issues among the countries and showcase scientific achievements, which also demonstrates their strength. Since war no longer makes sense, soft competition has become the main focus. The international conference is held every 3 years. The Vermilion Bird Kingdom, led by Jiang Yan, has a geographical advantage, but in other aspects, it is not very strong. This is not because Jiang Yan is weak, but because the climate in the southeast causes the number of mutated plants and animals to be several times higher than in other regions. Cleaning up potential dangers alone takes a lot of effort and resources. Plus, Jiang Yan feels sorry for the survivors and spends a lot of energy helping them, which slows down scientific progress. Lao Xie clenched his fist. Minister, should we invite Miss Jiang Miao to come over and discuss? Jiang Yan hesitated for a moment, but ultimately shook his head. Don't disturb her for now, so she doesn't feel pressured. I remember she once said she wanted to set up a research base outside the city. Bring me that plan, and I'll review it. He previously said he would never let Jiang Miao take risks, but now her abilities and courage have changed his view of her. Jiang Yan is also reflecting. Perhaps he shouldn't have suppressed his sister's potential for his own reasons. Old Xie turned around quickly and took Jiang Miao's plan from the bookshelf. Minister, about Miss Minmin's situation. She hasn't come back on the past few new moons. Should I call her back so I can check her carefully? Old Xie was always worried about Minmin's health. Jiang Yan paused, his usually confident expression shifting from the plan to the ceiling, his eyes deepening. Which month is it now? It's October. The weather is getting colder, and snow will fall soon. The weather was stable before, so I didn't think much about it. But now that the weather's changed, I'm worried Minmin's health might react. Old Xie spoke carefully, word by word. Jiang Yan nodded. Then go and bring her back. It's a good chance. I haven't seen that child in a long time. Old Xie was waiting for this order. He quickly packed his things and prepared to drive to the outer city to pick her up. At this moment, Minmin was still listening carefully to Qin Shumen's lesson, completely unaware that she was about to be taken away. After she answered a tricky question from Qin Shumen, the whole class erupted in enthusiastic applause. Zhou Kongsheng, sitting on Minmin's other side, looked at her with admiration. Minmin, you're really amazing. Are you a genius that my parents always talk about? Qin Shumen, standing at the podium, naturally heard Zhou Kongsheng's words. She also smiled and clapped along. She couldn't help but feel amazed. Although she had been with this child for 2 months, she was still often surprised by her. Minmin remained calm and looked dependently at Su Nian, leaning closer to her. Su Nian gently patted her head and sincerely praised. Our Minmin is the best. Sister is so proud of you. Su Nian is really a good sister. We should learn from her and support each other, okay? Qin Shumen gave high praise to Su Nian. The 2 children exchanged a look and smiled brightly. Old Xie's car drove all the way to the outer city. As soon as they entered the residential area, he was startled by the trees along the road. October is a time of change. About 20 days of the month are cloudy. With the mutated fruit trees covering the road, it was dark even in the daytime, and the streetlights automatically turned on. It gave a strange feeling of dusk falling. He unconsciously slowed down his pace and saw many people riding electric tricycles loaded with what looked like small mountains of goods, leisurely heading toward the residential area. Curious, he stopped to ask, "Hello, excuse me, what are you doing?" A man on the tricycle looked at Lao Xie strangely. Seeing that he was the driver, he knew Lao Xie's identity was not simple. He replied honestly, "We're harvesting grain now, preparing to take it home and store it in the warehouse." Lao Xie's eyes focused on the bags on the tricycle. He continued asking, "What's inside these bags?" "Mostly sweet potatoes. We're harvesting sweet potatoes now, and there are also corn and potatoes behind. This year, we also planted a lot of Chinese cabbage, cauliflower, cucumbers, and tomatoes." "Oh, and Miss Zhang Miao asked us to grow lots of onions and garlic. She said these can help keep warm and fight germs in winter. If you're sick at the start, just boil some water with them. No need for medicine. Everyone has grown quite a bit." The man was excited talking about his farm. His smile almost reached his ears. Lao Xie looked thoughtful. "How much grain can you harvest in a year?" The man shook his head, acting like it was obvious. "It's hard to say. The first year, we only got a few thousand jin. The second year, our family harvested over 10,000 jin. This year, we expanded planting, so all the crops together probably exceeded 20,000 jin." 20,000 jin? Lao Xie was surprised and nearly lost control of the steering wheel, turning sharply and almost hitting a roadside stone. Luckily, he braked in time and avoided an accident. The man was startled and quickly stopped the tricycle to check on Lao Xie. "Are you okay? Do you want to go to the hospital? Why would a healthy person hit a stone?" Lao Xie's face turned pale and red. He quickly changed the subject.
I'm fine.
"Do all households in the outer city harvest this much grain?" "Not exactly." Before Lao Xie could breathe a sigh of relief, the man continued, "Our family's workers only harvest about 20,000 jin, which isn't impressive. Some people can harvest over 10,000 jin alone. That's really impressive. And with 7 or 8 family members working, they can harvest over 50,000 jin. It's more than enough to eat without worry." Now, everyone usually sells last year's leftover grain to the processing factory. The factory is happy to buy it because it's from last year and the price is low, sometimes even lower than what the trading center in the inner city offers. "Then why do you sell?" Lao Xie couldn't quite understand. The man chuckled. "We sell to the processing factory with real names registered. Although they pay less, buying from the supply and marketing cooperative is cheaper for us too. We need food, clothes, and daily items. Nothing can be spared. Plus, the factory is in our outer city, and the workers there are all from our own community. Selling at a lower price is acceptable to everyone." Old Evil finally understood. Suppressing a shock, he looked up at the leaves above and said thoughtfully, "I've planted so many trees. Do you all have any objections?" The man continued to shake his head. "No objections. With these trees, we can go out during the day. These days are almost like a disaster. The only difference is we can't sunbathe. Life feels a bit darker, but isn't it better to be content? I won't bother you anymore. I need to go back and unload the cargo." Old Evil watched the man leave, then got back into the car and headed straight to the animal husbandry research base. As soon as he got out, he saw mercenaries transporting something in waves. "Sugarcane?" Anxiously, Old Evil hurriedly stopped Gao Yi. "What are these?" "Mutant sugarcane. Don't you recognize it, Chairman Evil?" Gao Yi looked surprised. Old Evil swallowed hard, gripping Gao Ye's arm tightly.
No.
"I know it's sugarcane. I'm asking where you got it from." "Never mind, I'll go find Miss Zhang Miao." Ignoring the crowd, Old Evil pushed forward quickly and soon arrived at the greenhouse where the mutant sugarcane was grown. Jiang Miao was inside, directing the mercenaries to harvest. All the sugarcane was cut down directly, with the roots still buried in the soil. Old Evil frowned and couldn't help but speak up. Miss Jiang Miao, you need to dig out the sugar cane with the roots attached. Jiang Miao turned around gently, smiling. Chairman Evil is here. Please wait a moment, I need to give some instructions. Inside the greenhouse, Jiang Miao carefully explained 3 times that the sugarcane must be harvested according to her method, then turned and left. The two sat on a bench outside the greenhouse, watching the mercenaries work back and forth. Old Evil couldn't help but ask, Miss Jiang Miao, if I may ask, was this mutant sugarcane cultivated at the right time? Are you sure there are no problems? Jiang Miao nodded. I've planted 2 batches. The first batch of failed experiments has been dealt with.
Huh.
Seeing Old Evil's puzzled look, Jiang Miao explained, these mutant sugarcanes came from those 2 pots of lucky bamboo I got from the minister earlier. Lucky bamboo? Old Evil's eyes widened like bells, surprised. He knew those 2 pots of lucky bamboo. They had been sitting for years, delicate, small, and capable of purifying radiation. They had nothing to do with the large sugar cane in front of him. Jiang Miao chuckled softly and said, don't doubt it. When I first brought it back for cultivation, I noticed something strange about it. It grew very quickly in the greenhouse, and its underground tuber also expanded. If you plant this thing in a flower pot without enough space, the tuber won't grow, and the branches above won't change either. This plant naturally grows tall in less than a month, but the longer you grow it, the worse it gets. As time passes, the tuber below ages. When the tuber starts to wrinkle and shrink, it means the plant has passed its mature stage and is entering the ripening stage. Before reaching maturity, the whole plant, including the tuber, is non-toxic. Once it passes maturity, the tuber begins to wrinkle, indicating a change. It starts producing toxins, and as the tuber shrinks, the toxin level increases. Eventually, even the exposed parts on the ground will start to shrink to prevent decay. When the mutated sugarcane is almost withered, the tuber underneath is fully mature, about the size of a human fist, and highly poisonous. Lao Xia listened, feeling nervous. Miss Jiang Miao, are these mutated sugarcanes now non-toxic? Jiang Miao nodded. To be safe, I had them cut down as soon as they reached maturity. The sugarcane we cut now is the same as the ones we eat. We've all tasted them. These sugar canes will be sent to the processing plant to make various kinds of sugar. After cutting the top parts, the tubers below will be dug out. To be cautious, I don't plan to reuse them. They'll be destroyed. Wait. Since Miss Jiang Miao doesn't need them, could I have the dugout tubers? I believe Yang Su's side might be interested in these, Lao Xia said with a gleam in his eyes. He was planning how to tease him about the mutated sugarcane. Jiang Miao was non-committal. If you want, you can find someone to help dig them out. I don't have enough staff here. For Lao Xia, this was no problem at all. Just a phone call would handle it. After mentioning the mutated sugarcane, Lao Xia finally spoke his purpose. The minister hasn't seen Miss Minmin for several months. Now that the weather is getting colder, the climate changes have been especially dangerous for her. The minister wants me to bring Miss Minmin back for a health check. If everything is fine, I'll send her back. Jiang Miao had anticipated this, and didn't refuse. She simply said, Minmin is at school. When they finish and come back, you can talk to her yourself. Lao Xia felt more at ease and was thinking about how to approach Minmin later. Jiang Miao turned and went to the kitchen. I don't know how long Minmin will be gone this time, so I need to prepare more food for the children. Even if Minmin doesn't finish eating, her dad is there, so no one will go hungry. When Minmin, Su Nian, and Su Haoran walk home hand in hand, the 3 kids see Old Evil and all show their displeasure. Minmin quickly runs into her room and locks the door. Old Evil feels both amused and helpless, chasing to the door and soothing gently Minmin. Your dad misses you. Let me pick you up and have you stay for a few days. He doesn't say a word more. Sure enough, when Minmin hears that her dad misses her, she instantly becomes obedient. She opens the door and looks seriously at Old Evil, saying, I'll call Dad. Old Evil is surprised. Minmin has already dialed Jiang Yan's number. Dad, do you miss me? Jiang Yan chuckles softly. Yes, Dad misses you. Do you want to come home and see Dad? Minmin looks a bit conflicted. Dad, I still have to go to school. Since when did Minmin become so eager to learn? Jiang Yan's tone becomes more cheerful. Minmin puffs her cheeks in displeasure. Jiang Yan quickly reassures her. Dad was joking. Uncle Evil is coming to pick you up. Just one trip back. Dad, can I invite Nian Yan and Howren to come play at our house? Minmin pleads sadly. On the other end, Jiang Yan pauses for a moment, then nods confidently, of course, as long as your aunt doesn't object. Minmin's eyes light up. Without hesitation, she hangs up and runs to find Jiang Miao, hugging her leg and whining, Annie, Dad asked Uncle Evil to pick me up. I want to bring my brother and sister to play at our house. Is that okay? You're planning to bring Nian Nian and Howren home? Jiang Miao is surprised, puts down the rolling pin, and crouches to look at her. Minmin nods firmly. I don't want to be separated from my brother and sister. Also, they haven't been to my house before. We have lots of toys, and they will like it. Jiang Miao can't decide immediately, so she calls Su Yi. In the end, Jiang Miao carefully bathes the 3 children and packs their luggage. Su Yi and Old Evil take them to the city center. Unlike Minmin's calmness, Nian Nian and Howren, who are traveling far for the first time, find everything fascinating. Even the common mutant fruit trees on the roadside seem very special to them. As the car enters the inner city, the street trees disappear and the light suddenly brightens. The overcast evening wind howls, making the car windows rattle loudly. The 2 younger children huddle close to Nian Nian. Horrified, Su Howren asks sister, is it going to rain? Nuanian shook her head and looked at Su Yi driving. Dad, why did the wind suddenly get so strong? Su Yi chuckled and glanced at the 3 children through the rear-view mirror. It's not that the wind suddenly got stronger. It's because we planted tall, big street trees in our living area this year. The trees block the wind, so we feel less wind. In the inner city, there are no plants to block the wind, so the wind blows fiercely and feels much stronger. Old Xie sighed, while street trees are good, such strong wind can easily down leaves. If big leaves fall and hit someone, it's not a small matter. He had this worry earlier but hadn't spoken about it. Su Yi reassured him, don't worry. Usually, wind can't down these leaves, even in the rain. Only snow might cause problems if it gets thick enough to weigh down the branches, but in winter, people rarely go outside. This year, the Supply and Marketing Cooperative developed an online shopping service that delivers to your door. I plan to tell residents not to go out this winter. When spring comes, they can start working again. After a hard year, everyone should relax at home, eat well, and rest for a few months to recover. Old Xie imagined that kind of life and suddenly felt a bit jealous. People in the outer city are living too comfortably, even more relaxed than those in the inner city. In the inner city, there are no such conditions. People have to work to earn points, then exchange points for food. If they don't work, they'll go hungry. Su Yi shook his head. That's because of the problems with the inner city government. They could change things, but they choose not to. That's easy to say. The inner city is complicated, with many factions pulling in different directions. Plus, the population density is high, so where would they find so much land to plant? Old Xie sighed helplessly. He thought Su Yi's ideas were a bit naive. Su Yi shrugged nonchalantly. Anyway, I'm just giving a suggestion. Whether it works or not depends on you. Just don't let it affect me. Old Xie twitched his mouth. Besides Jiang Yan's admiration, Su Yi's influence in the outer city was mainly because Jiang Miao and Jiang Yan's attitude toward the outer city was almost laissez-faire, letting Su Yi do as he pleased. Unaware government officials thought Su Yi was being promoted by Jiang Yan, believing that everything Su Yi did was Jiang Yan's idea. They could only hold back and dare not act rashly. The most direct impact of these changes outside the city was that the transaction volume at the inner city trading center dropped by more than half. Zhou Yongnian expressed his dissatisfaction to the council many times, but his concerns were suppressed. Beyond the inner city is the city center. Amidst Su Howren's exclamation, everyone turned their attention to the red carpet and balloon flower baskets outside the government building. So beautiful. Su Niannian pressed her face against the car window. Su Yi stopped the car and led them onto the red carpet, giving old Evil a puzzled look. Is there an important visitor at the government building today? Old Evil shook his head. This is the government building. If an important visitor came, I would know. There's no such thing. Is it to welcome Minmin? Soo-yi widened his eyes, feeling surprised. Old Evil continued, shaking his head. It's more to welcome your two children than Minmin. The balloon flower baskets on both sides of the red carpet were in pink and blue, clearly arranged according to gender. Soo-yi glanced at his two children, swallowed hard, and said, "Looks like I got some good fortune today." "Same here," Old Evil said, instinctively taking a few steps back to let the three children go ahead. The children, distracted by the flower baskets, didn't notice the adults' small movements. Minmin held one hand and cheerfully said, "Big sister, big brother, come with me. I have lots of fun things in my room, and we can also play soccer." Hearing play soccer, Su Haoran immediately ran after Minmin. Su Nian hurried to catch up. The three took the elevator. When the doors opened, Jiang Yan was standing right in front of them. Minmin happily ran over. "Daddy, look, I brought my brother and sister back." "Hello, uncle."
Shunyanyanan shuaoran pelait ligritit.
Jiang Yan held Minmin and looked intently at the two children. He stepped forward, stood in front of them, slowly squatted down, and then smiled. "Call me uncle." "Uncle." Su Nian immediately changed her address with Su Haoran, her eyes brightening. Jiang Yan noticed her change and gently ruffled her hair, smiling. "What's wrong?" Su Nian quickly brought up the previous topic about her uncle that she discussed with Su-yi, tilting her head to look at Jiang Yan. "So, you are related to my mom? Are you really my biological uncle?" A faint tear appeared in Jiang Yan's eyes, and a gentle smile played on his lips. He nodded seriously. "Yes. Your mother is my younger sister." Su Nian was very happy to hear this confirmation. She looked at Jiang Yan and made a request. "Uncle, can I hug you?" Jiang Yan's smile grew wider. Without hesitation, he used one hand to pick her up. I want to. Su Haoran raised his hand, looking at his sister and sister-in-law with envy. Jiang Yan simply put the two children down, gathered all three together, and wrapped his big hands around them. Just then, Lao Xia and Su-yi arrived and saw this scene. They quickly stepped forward. "Director, you can leave the children to me," Lao Xia said, reaching out to help. But Jiang Yan dodged him. "No need. I'll take them to Min's room. You prepare to give Min a full body check." Saying that, Jiang Yan carried the children and turned to leave quickly. The two followed closely behind. Su Nian and her brother saw the various play facilities inside the isolation chamber. Their eyes lit up. They struggled to get down from Jiang Yan and ran over happily, playing and laughing. Min followed them, climbing up and down, always smiling, looking just like any other normal child. Jiang Yan stared at them without blinking for a long time. It wasn't until Lao Xia came over and said it was time to start that he looked away. When he heard Min needed a checkup, Su Nian and Su Haoran stopped playing and stood obediently beside Su-yi, looking worriedly at Min moved by the expressions of the two children. Jiang Yan called them over. "Don't worry. Min is just having a routine checkup. Did you have a checkup at home?" The children shook their heads honestly. Jiang Yan looked at Su-yi. Su-yi quickly explained, both children were born at the Outer District Maternity Hospital. Dr. Su, an experienced obstetrician, delivered them. Their initial health checks were all good, and they've been healthy ever since. They rarely get sick. When they catch a cold, medicine helps. Director Su said there's no problem, so they don't need constant checks. Jiang Yan immediately turned to Lao Xia. "Later, check the children's health too." Just like Min, Lao Xia hesitated, staring seriously at the two children for the first time. "Minister, are you suspecting? This can't be possible, right?" Jiang Yan slowly lowered his eyelids. "We'll only know after the tests." Su-yi didn't understand their silent conversation and frowned instinctively. "What are you trying to find out?" "Superpowers, but that's unlikely." "Don't worry," Lao Xia reassured him. "In natural disasters, very few people develop useful special abilities from solar radiation. Only about 100 out of millions. If parents are normal and the child hasn't been harmed by radiation, how could they have special powers? Even if the parents are ability users, it's hard to have a child with abilities. Most ability users find it difficult to conceive, and even if they do, the pregnancy often ends in miscarriage. Many children born under these circumstances are born with disabilities or abnormalities. Because of this, Minmin's existence is especially remarkable. Even Jiang Yan invested a lot of resources in her, and no one objected because Minmin has great research value. Su Yi felt nervous after Lao Ye's words. Others might not understand, but he knew that he and Jiang Miao were not ordinary people, two unusual people having a child. President Yi, under what circumstances are children born with abilities?
수의 asket.
Lao Yi looked at the data on the screen and replied, usually, if one parent is a high-level ability user or both parents are high-level ability users, the chances are higher.
수의 프로넷.
What if they are ordinary ability users? Lao Yi shook his head. That's very rare. Even if both parents are ordinary ability users, the chance of having a normal ability child is very low. In the government building, there are several couples of ordinary ability users. They either have trouble conceiving or have children with problems. These children tend to have weaker health and serious congenital diseases, and most don't live long. On the other hand, children born to high-level ability users tend to be healthier. Although problems can still occur, the chances of normal development are higher. Sui felt that his and Jiang Miao's situation didn't match those others. Suppressing his unease, he continued, "What causes this?"
Lao Yi sighed.
The main reason is the ongoing mutation of abilities. While ability users have some superpowers, using these powers comes at a cost. The more they use their abilities, the faster their bodies break down. Even without using abilities, their bodies are constantly mutating uncontrollably. In such a situation, what do you think would happen if they conceived a child? Su Yi couldn't hide his worry. Jiang Yan patted his shoulder. "We'll know after the checkup. I think these two kids are fine. They haven't shown any abnormalities over the years, so probably no problem." Su Yi nodded, but his expression remained tense. Just as he was feeling anxious, the staff suddenly let out an eh. A report was handed to Lao Xie. "Director, look at these indicators. Why have they dropped so much? What's this?" Jiang Yan signaled Lao Xie to give him the report. Su Yi's heart tightened. The staff explained, these 8 data points measure the fluctuations of the abilities of mutants. The overall score indicates the likelihood of a mutant outbreak. Scores above 8 mean a 40% chance of an outbreak. Scores between 6 and 8 mean a 30% chance. A score of 5 is the borderline. If the score is 5, the chance is 20%. Scores below 5 suggest the abilities are stable, meaning the mutation speed is slowing down. The lower the score, the slower the mutation. If the score is between 0 and 1, the mutation may have paused. During the day, Yi and Lingyu had taken a special milk supplement, and their overall scores were below 1, remaining stable for a long time. Previously, Minmin's overall score was around 6, which was quite dangerous. Any sudden situation could trigger her emotions and cause the score to rise quickly. They tried many methods to control her emotional fluctuations, keeping her happy as much as possible, but her score still couldn't drop below 5. However, this time, Minmin's overall score was only 3, something never seen before. Because of this poor score, they hadn't explained it to Jiang Yan in detail before, knowing that the more he understood, the greater his work pressure. Today, he was so shocked by the data that he asked for a detailed explanation. There were many technical details in the report, which Jiang Yan couldn't understand, but he could grasp the main conclusion. So, Minmin's condition is now quite stable? Lao Xie snapped out of his thoughts, nodded happily, and said, "Yes, that's right. I've looked at all the data carefully. Everything looks good. Miss Jiang Miao is truly an expert in childcare. If I had known she could take such good care of Minmin, we should have let Minmin stay with her earlier. Mom is already very capable," Su Nian proudly said, her spoiled expression making the adults laugh. Lao Xie stepped forward, patting Su Nian's head. "Miss Nian, come with me." Encouraged by Su Yi's look, Su Nian took her brother and confidently left with Lao Xie. The waiting was torturous. Jiang Yan was happy about Minmin's test results and ordered some fruit to be delivered. Eat something. She'll be fine soon. I want to see how Minmin usually lives with Meow Meow. What method did Meow Meow use to make Minmin change so much? Suyi's thoughts were pulled back by Jiang Yan. His gaze fell on the plate of strawberries, and he pondered, Meow Meow is pretty relaxed about raising the kids. As long as they eat well, play happily, learn, stay healthy, and are happy, she's fine. She doesn't restrict their actions or interests. If the kids want to try new things, she always tries to support them. Most of Min's time is spent at school because she only eats the food prepared by Meow Meow. In the mornings, Meow Meow prepares lunch boxes for the 3 children, keeps them warm in a box. The kids wake up, exercise for a while, change clothes, eat breakfast, then carry their lunch boxes to school. They eat the food from the box at noon, and after school, a regular guardian picks them up to go home. Once home, the first thing they do is wash their hands, have a snack, play, and do homework. Meanwhile, Meow Meow prepares dinner. After eating, they rest for a bit, then take a shower and go to bed. Before sleeping, they read a book, then turn off the lights. Their daily routine is exactly the same as everyone else's. Su-yi didn't see anything special about this daily life and looked up to see Jiang Yan with slightly reddened eyes, feeling even more puzzled. Jiang Yan slowly closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and in a deep voice said, I used to hope she could live a normal life like this, but for her, it was just a dream. I never thought it would come true so easily. Does Min get along well at school? How are her interactions with classmates? He had used special privileges to get Min into the school, which made him quite worried. Su-yi smiled meaningfully and said, if you have the chance, I think you should go see for yourself. Now she's like a little genius in her class. Even older kids listen to her because she's so talented. Many classmates secretly bring snacks to share with her. She doesn't eat food given by others. All that goes to Nian Nian. Nian Nian feels guilty and often tries to coax her into eating together. Everyone says they have a good sisterly bond. Hearing this, Jiang Yan's lips unconsciously curved upward. As long as she likes that kind of life. Maybe in the future. Before Jiang Yan could finish, Lao Yi hurried over, looking at Su-yi with a serious expression. Are you sure both kids have no special abilities? Su-yi suddenly stood up, a moment of blankness in his mind. Did you find something? Jiang Yan also stood up and took a stack of reports from Lao Yi. What's going on? Old Evil frowned and said, Nian Nian and Howren's blood tests are similar to those of supernatural beings. All important indicators are checked, but the values are very low, which suggests a pause in mutation. What does pause in mutation mean? Su-yi asked with a serious look, staring at Old Evil without blinking. Old Evil took a deep breath and explained, a pause in mutation means the supernatural ability is inactive. The child may not have used their ability before, but a pause doesn't mean they don't have one. Maybe in the future, their ability could be triggered. What kind of ability? Jiang Yan asked with a raised eyebrow. Different abilities affect the body in different ways. For example, Su-yi's ability is very stable and hardly affects his lifespan or health. Old Evil shook his head. If the child has used their ability, I can check with my eye technique. But if they haven't, and there are no signs on their body, my technique can't detect anything. The type of ability is still unknown. This situation is awkward. We can't force the child to use their ability just to find out what it is. Jiang Yan sighed helplessly. Forget it. Not having used their ability is actually good. We should keep a close watch to prevent any uncontrollable situations. Su-yi was feeling very confused. After a while, he finally understood the key point. What could trigger a child to use their ability? Jiang Yan and Old Evil couldn't give him a clear answer. Humans only understand abilities for a few years, and our knowledge is still superficial. Abilities are like genes, even more difficult to decode. Su-yi felt overwhelmed. When he saw the 2 children brought over, he immediately changed the subject. Jiang Yan asked Old Evil to watch the children play, while he took Su-yi to the office and handed him Jiang Miao's plan. I've carefully reviewed Meow Meow's plan. It's not impossible to carry out. Su-yi's pupils shrank in surprise, feeling excited but also confused. Why so sudden? Weren't you firmly against it? Jiang Yan smiled bitterly. This girl is more capable than I thought. So far, she hasn't failed at anything she wanted to do. Since that's the case, I might as well take a bold gamble and let her try. But I need you to guarantee her safety, absolutely no danger to her.
Can you do that? 수희 nodded firmly.
I swear, I will never let her be in danger.
Good.
Jiang Yan leaned back slightly, a slight smile on his face. When the snow melts next year, you can set out. By Tian, he will give you the detailed information during the day. Sui nodded casually and said, that's fine. She is still busy with the mutant sugarcane work. It will take at least 1 or 2 months to finish her current tasks. She should rest for now and continue next year. Mutant sugarcane? Jiang Yan raised an eyebrow. Sui remembered they hadn't had a chance to tell Jiang Yan about this, so he mentioned it casually. Jiang Yan immediately became interested. Once the factory produces the sugar, send some over for me to see. Don't sell it to the public for now. Since sugar is an important strategic resource, it must be handled carefully.
Sui agreed.
Because the 2 children were visiting the government building for the first time and hadn't played enough, Jiang Yan was reluctant to see them leave so soon. He decided to let the 3 children stay here for a few days, while Sui went back alone. Holding the plan, Sui got into the mercenary's vehicle. On the way, the wind grew stronger, mixed with large raindrops hitting the window, making him feel uneasy. The car entered a shady road outside the city. It suddenly felt like night, and the wind and rain stopped abruptly, leaving only the gentle drip of rain falling from the leaves. Apart from their car, there were no other pedestrians on the road. The mercenary found it strange and said, Captain Sui, these green belts are really effective. The inner and outer city seem like 2 different worlds. Sui smiled and replied, they're okay. Suddenly, they heard the sound of machinery cutting outside. The mercenary looked puzzled. Sui explained, drones are trimming the trees to purify the rainwater. The mercenary nodded without asking more. The car stopped at the livestock research base garage. Sui got out, saw off the mercenary, and then went to find Jiang Miao. Jiang Miao was still busy in the mutant sugarcane planting area. As the harvest progressed, the ground was turned upside down, and baskets of mutant sugarcane tubers were being transported out. Sui called Jiang Miao twice, then took her back to the living area. The 2 kids are still at the government building. They probably won't come back for a few days. Miao Miao, there's something I think you should know. What is it? Jiang Miao looked at Sui with confusion. Sui's eyes grew serious as he lowered his voice and explained the results of the children's health check. Lao Xie said they were also mutants, but had never used their powers. Their bodies were in a dormant state of mutation, but that didn't mean they were normal people. They might activate their abilities if stimulated in the future. Jiang Miao was stunned and instinctively argued, impossible. They've been growing up under my watch since birth. If they had powers, I'd know. They are just normal kids. Sui smiled wryly and said, I hope so too. Forget it. Anyway, the children have been pretty normal all these years. Maybe there will never be a day like that. Jiang Miao nodded, not planning to dig deeper. After all, it hadn't happened, and there was no point in overthinking. Plus, she had the system. It would never just watch her child get into trouble. Speaking of the system, Jiang Miao couldn't help but frown. The territory construction was at 99%, just a little more, and the health bar would be full. She wondered what was missing. After the construction is complete, what will happen next? Too many questions troubled her. Seeing her distracted, Sui softly called her and handed her a plan. The minister has agreed to let you study at the base outside the city. Jiang Miao was momentarily stunned. He agreed? Why did he suddenly agree? Her full attention was on the materials in front of her. Sui chuckled and teased, it's because my wife is so amazing. Even the minister has to admit your skills. He gave me a task to ensure your safety. I plan to go out and see the place before it snows. If I can't make it, I'll wait until the snow melts next year. Jiang Miao held the plan and smiled happily. She cheerfully went to the mutant sugarcane planting area to continue directing everyone. 3 days later, All the mutant sugarcane was harvested and sent to the processing plant, while the tubers were transported to the research institute in the city center. The rest of the work had nothing to do with Jiang Miao. Her only job was to organize people for land leveling, purification, fertilization, and so on. After checking once more to make sure no one was left behind in the fields, Jiang Miao handed the remaining tasks to Sun Yufan to arrange. Autumn rain brings cold weather. Since that rain, within less than a week, the temperature dropped by more than 10 degrees. Because many mutant fruit trees were planted outside the city, the temperature there was even lower than inside. Every household finished harvesting their grains, and after tilling the fields, everyone began their winter hibernation. Meanwhile, the processing factory was busy producing white and red sugar. Due to the weather earlier, all the sugar produced was stored in the warehouse. Now that the weather had improved, Su-yi immediately organized people to deliver the first batch of sugar to the government building. During the day, he was responsible for coordinating. When a plate of red and white sugar was placed in front of the council members, everyone who tasted it was curious and asked questions. Daytime, where did you get this authentic red sugar? Isn't this produced in our research institute? The taste is completely different. During the day, he pretended to be very mysterious. Everyone had to focus on Jiang Yan, waiting for his explanation. Jiang Yan looked over everyone's faces and said seriously, "This batch of candy was made in the Pinxian town outside the city. After you try it, feel free to share your thoughts." When everyone heard outside the city, they immediately thought of the livestock research base and couldn't help but ask, is it another new variety cultivated by researcher Jiang? Jiang Yan looked at that person with approval. Everyone's faces turned pale because since Jiang Miao was involved, they couldn't have any bad intentions. Not only that, they had to agree with the director's decision and also praise Jiang Miao. Sure enough, amid everyone's praise, Jiang Yan's expression visibly softened, and he seemed to have a faint smile. Members of the council looked at each other, eyes downcast, sensing the situation, and wisely handed over the initiative to Jiang Yan. Jiang Yan smiled and said, "Since everyone agrees on this batch of candy, there's no need for debate. The government will allocate part of the funds to buy this candy from Pinxian Town as strategic reserves." Any objections? Everyone shook their heads. After the meeting, Jiang Yan asked Bai Tianyi to take the 3 children to Jiang Miao's place and also transfer the points to her, so she could coordinate with the factory in Pinxian Town. Bai Tianyi happily accepted the task and eagerly went to find the children. "Uncle is taking you home. Are you happy?" Bai Tianyi looked proudly at the 3 children, waiting for their praise. The children replied perfunctorily and hurriedly packed their luggage. Bai Tianyi. On the way, Bai Tianyi wanted to show off his presence several times but found that the children were discussing astronomy, geography, and history with solid reasoning, involving areas he didn't understand. It was a big to him, and he stayed silent the whole time. When they saw Jiang Miao, he immediately complained with a hint of resentment, "Jiang Miao, I think it doesn't matter if these 3 kids don't go to school. Once they do, they become so clever I can't understand a word they say. It's really hurtful to my pride." Minmin retorted angrily, "It's obviously Uncle Bai's fault for being too stupid and not studying properly. He can't join the conversation and blames us for working hard. Adults these days are really hard to please." Bai Tianyi. Jiang Miao barely managed not to laugh out loud. "All right, I'll have Sui come pick you up later." "Minmin, you haven't been to your aunt's house yet, right?" Minmin's eyes lit up instantly, and she nodded excitedly. "Yes, I want to go to my aunt's house." Suni tilted her head and asked, "Mom, are you planning to stay at the base this winter?" Jiang Miao shook his head. Mom plans to research a new base. During the cold winter, everyone stays indoors. The base can be managed by Uncle Gao Yi and Brother Sunday. I'll just visit occasionally to check on things, and it won't cause any problems. The 3 children all cheered happily. During the day, he put on a serious look and said earnestly, "The council held a meeting. The white sugar and brown sugar made from the mutated sugarcane you grew are very good and authentic. The minister wants to buy them, and you can set the price. Also, the minister hopes you continue planting mutated sugarcane." Because overplanting this crop could be unsafe and difficult to manage on a large scale, Zhang Miao would handle it carefully. Zhang Miao understood. The new mutated sugarcane has already been grown and planted. It's in a controlled environment, so weather won't affect it. The yield will gradually increase, so don't worry. He nodded with satisfaction and talked about the base outside the city. There are several locations. We've already taken all the aerial photos. Later, we'll discuss and pick the best one. Since it's before the snow, we can start clearing out mutated plants and animals. That way, when spring comes, we'll save a lot of work. Mutated plants are very hardy, but now they're at their weakest. It's the best time to get rid of them. Zhang Miao also thought this was a good idea. Let's follow your advice and choose a place. After they agreed, Zhang Miao called Sun Yufan and the others to discuss work arrangements after the snow. This winter, the base's work is up to you. The cattle, sheep, rabbits, and chickens will be fed regularly as before, and the milk supply for the school, maternity center, kindergarten, and hospital must continue. If anything unusual happens, contact me immediately. He also mentioned the planting area. You all know how to manage the grass, and vegetables and grains should be fertilized regularly. The mutated fruit trees are under Gao Ye's care, so you don't need to worry about them. The four nodded in agreement. Zhang Miao thought for a moment and gave each of them an extra 20,000 points. Seeing their surprised expressions, he explained, in winter, people usually rest, but you guys are busier. This is your reward. Sun Yufan shyly scratched his head. Meow meow. This is part of our duty. We should do it. Zhang Miao smiled and said, that's true, but you actually have better options now. You could resign, farm the land, and raise animals. Over a year, you'd earn a lot of points and have enough food. Wouldn't that be better than staying here? The four immediately shook their heads vigorously. Sun Yufan seriously said, Meow Meow sister, we are proud to be base employees. Besides, you pay us a lot of points every month. Over the year, we save these points so we don't have to worry about food and drinks. What's the difference between that and farming and raising chickens and ducks ourselves? After he married Tang Xiaofu, she continued working at the kindergarten. She also took some time to farm, grow grains, and raise chickens and ducks. The harvest from her land was enough for her and the children's daily food. He often sent milk, sheep milk, rabbit meat, and other supplies home. Tang Xiaofu and the children's daily expenses were almost zero. The two of them saved all their points. Zhang Junxiao Qing nodded in agreement. Zhang Miao saw that they had no complaints and smiled, feeling much more at ease. After everything was explained, Su Yi arrived. The whole family, including Ili, left the base in the daytime and returned to Shelter District E. Minmin visited here for the first time. As soon as she entered, she excitedly exclaimed, Wow! With big, clear eyes looking around. Annie's house is so beautiful. Su Yi chuckled and said, I had a few brothers come early to help clean, including the basement. Everything inside and outside has been cleaned. Considering Minmin's situation, Su Yi didn't dare to be careless. Zhang Miao was very happy and took the three children to the basement's second floor. Bai Tianyi also happily followed. When she saw the basement full of books, Minmin was overjoyed. She rushed over to pick out books carefully. She also pulled Bai Tianyi aside and said seriously, Uncle Bai, if you want to chat with us, you need to read more. Look, this children's history enlightenment book is perfect for you. We'll read it with you. If you don't understand something, you can ask us. Bai Tianyi. Minmin, you're so kind. I almost want to cry from being touched. Bai Tianyi clenched his teeth and gritted his teeth. Minmin nodded seriously. Don't thank me. This is what I should do. Bai Tianyi completely lost his temper and sat down on the tatami, looking hopelessly at the children's history book. Zhang Miao glanced at him and said, I feel more at ease watching them here. When I finish cooking dinner, I'll call you guys down. Bai Tianyi weakly waved his hand and watched Zhang Miao walk away. This was their first day back in the new house. Zhang Miao specially prepared a big meal and invited the Ji family, Su Baihui's family, and the neighbor Zhou family to join the fun. After the meal was ready, Ji Xiaoyi and Grandma Ji arrived with their family, bringing a lot of things. Zhang Miao scolded playfully, It's enough just to come. Do you have to bring gifts too? Ji Xiaoyi nodded seriously. Of course. My grandma grew a lot of vegetables this year. She said we can eat fresh vegetables during the winter. I saw it. So many shelves full. Enough to last a year. I thought you probably didn't plant much this year, so I brought some for you. She listed the items. Cucumbers, cabbage, cauliflower, tomatoes, white radishes, carrots, and several kinds of greens. There were also sweet potatoes, green beans, and more. I can't remember everything. In Zhang Miao's shock, Zhang Qing kept carrying things inside, one load after another. Su Yi couldn't watch anymore and helped move all the outdoor items down to the basement first floor. Not long after the Ji family arrived, Zhou Lantian and his family also came. They didn't bring local specialties, but prepared a few big dishes to share. Finally, Su Baihui, her mother-in-law, and Gu Yi with preserved eggs arrived. They brought a mix of things: cleaned fresh chicken and duck, 2 baskets of eggs, and various vegetables, all full and abundant. Zhang Miao couldn't help but rub her forehead. I just invited you for a meal, and it looks like you're moving out your entire family's belongings. Su Baihui laughed loudly. That's not true. Our family is quite well off. We haven't seen you in a year, and knowing you're busy, we wanted to send some things to help. We can't finish them anyway. Zhang Miao raised an eyebrow. Zhang Yunru explained nearby, now that everyone is better off, even hospital patients send small gifts to show thanks. If we don't accept, they just leave the stuff at our door. We don't even know who sent what, so it's hard to return or find out. Plus, we don't have much time to fuss over it. We just take it in, and every few days, there's always something at home. If we can't finish it, we give it to the hospital kitchen for everyone to eat. It's just convenient to send it here.
Oh.
So, I got a freebie. Zhang Miao happily took the items to the basement and called Bai Tianyi and the 3 kids upstairs. Seeing a house full of strangers, Bai Tianyi was a bit worried that Minmin might be upset. He turned around and saw Minmin staring intently at Zhang Yunru, occasionally glancing at Gu Yi and the preserved eggs. Her gaze was mainly on those 3, paying more attention to Zhang Yunru. Zhang Miao noticed this too. She went over, picked her up, and pointed at Zhang Yunru, asking, "This is your aunt's aunt. What do you think she should be called?" Minmin blurted out, "Auntie." "She's my auntie. Can you sense that?" Zhang Miao asked seriously. Minmin nodded firmly, yes. She's definitely my auntie. During the day, he was startled and immediately turned to contact Jiang Yan. "Minister, I have a new discovery." Jiang Yan leaned back on the desk, tiredly rubbing his forehead. "What is it?"
Well,
"I found another relative of yours on Zhang Miao's side." As soon as he finished speaking, Jiang Yan's eyes suddenly turned sharp. "Explain clearly." He organized his words and said, "I don't know all the details, but Miss Zhang Miao called her aunt, and Minmin immediately said she was her cousin. She also said she could sense it." "Minister, I think you should ask Lao Xie to investigate more carefully. Maybe we can find more relatives." "Aunt?" Jiang Yan frowned. "What's her name?" He hurried forward, staring intently at Zhang Yunru, and suddenly asked, "Excuse me, may I ask how you are called?" Zhang Yunru looked at the stranger with confusion and politely smiled. "My name is Zhang Yunru." Jiang Yan had already heard this and replied to "I'll have Lao Xie investigate clearly. You stay close to the 3 children and keep a close eye on their health changes." After hanging up, Jiang Yan went alone to Lao Xie's laboratory. He pulled up Zhang Yunru's information from the system and clenched his fists in anger, feeling a strong urge to act. "Lao Xie, compare my DNA with this person's."
yes.
At Zhang Miao's house, Zhang Yunru was unaware that Jiang Yan was furious because of her situation, even planning how to eliminate major forces outside the city. Everyone stayed at Zhang Miao's house until after 9 o'clock at night before leaving. Once they left, Su Yi immediately began cleaning. He ran to Zhang Miao's side first, asking about Zhang Yunru's background. "Zhang Miao, how did you recognize your aunt?" That person was Zhang Miao's aunt, which was also their minister's aunt. The minister was the boss of the city. The fact that Zhang Miao found a relative even the minister didn't know about seemed unbelievable to Yi. Zhang Miao understood his meaning and explained how Su Yi accidentally saved Zhang Yunru and her son. My aunt is also a person with a hard life. She wasn't in a good mental state before, but she's doing better now, shining in her own field. As for her relationship with my parents, I don't know much, and she doesn't know either. He suddenly understood and stroked his chin thoughtfully. Meanwhile, Jang Yunru, who had just returned home, was also recalling Minmin's words and her appearance. Su Baihui saw her distracted and couldn't help but worry. What's wrong? Jang Yunru came back to her senses and said thoughtfully, Mom, the little girl who called me Annie tonight looks very much like me when I was young. Seeing her made me feel like I was looking at my younger self. Su Baihui nodded in agreement. I also think that child looks familiar. Maybe you really are related. Anyway, don't overthink it. Rest for now. You have to work tomorrow. This year, there are street trees, so residents are not affected by the sun when they go out. The maternity hospital is busy 24 hours a day. Su Baihui, getting older, has started to step back from responsibilities this year, focusing on training Jang Yunru to handle things on her own. To match her schedule, Jang Yunru works in the mornings and rests at night. She nodded, and just as Su Baihui was about to go back to her room, she turned and saw her grandson standing at the door, hesitant to speak. They initially thought Guyi was there to ask about Minmin's matter and were about to explain. But they saw Guyi fidgeting, unable to say anything for a long time. Su Baihui scolded him with a playful glare. Big guys should speak directly. You're making me want to slap you. Guyi looked wronged. Grandma, you and my mom are really odd. You're supposed to be watching over your child's future, but you ignore everything and don't care at all. Do you really not care about my affairs? Su Baihui raised her eyebrows slightly and chuckled. What's this? Do you like a girl? Gui's face instantly turned red. He took a deep breath and nodded seriously. I just don't know if it can work out. Who is she? Which girl's family does she come from? Jang Yunru stood up and looked at her son with bright eyes. Guyi mumbled softly. She's an employee at the base, named Sun Yuning. Grandma knows her. You like Yuning? Su Baihui looked surprised. Jang Yunru quickly said, Mom, I remember Sun's siblings always bring you gifts during festivals and visit you every New Year. Why don't you ask her? It's not a bad idea. Su Baihui sat down thoughtfully, glancing at her expectant grandson, then slowly lowered her eyes. When did you start liking her? If she remembered correctly, Yuning rarely left the livestock research base all year round. Guyi scratched his head with a silly smile. Grandma, she's been coming to visit you every year. Recently, I've been the one to receive her. Su Baihui understood and teased. You've only met her once or twice and already like her. What's this? Do you like her looks? Guyi shook his head like a rattle drum. How could I? Am I that shallow? That's hard to say. Su Baihui shows no respect for her grandson at all. Guyi anxiously scratches his head, his handsome face scrunching up. Grandma, I like Sun Yuning's intelligence and clarity and her calm personality. She's gentle, doesn't fight or compete, and knows what she wants. I remember when her older brother got married that year. During the spring festival, their family of 3 came over. She kept defending her sister-in-law, acting as if her sister-in-law was in charge. I jokingly asked her what her plans were for the future. She surprisingly asked me what plans she needed to make and said her older brother was married now, so her brother and sister-in-law would be a family and she would have her own life. But she is nothing. Her house and land were taken by the government. Still, she remains calm and unhurried. Grandma, I think she's so steady at such a young age. Living with her would be very reassuring.
Su Baihui lagot loudly.
I didn't expect you, this mischievous kid, to have such good taste.
All right.
When they come over for the new year, I'll ask them myself. It's important that both siblings agree. Guyi jumps excitedly, eager to help his mother and grandmother rest. While the Gu family has finished resting, the Ji family is still tidying up. Grandma Ji pulls Ji Xiaoyi aside to ask about Minmin. When did Miao Miao get a niece? Did she find her relatives? Ji Xiaoyi shakes her head casually. Grandma, Miao Miao can find her aunt through the government's DNA database, so finding a niece isn't hard, right? Grandma Ji still can't understand. That's strange. This child looks so small, even smaller than Haren. She must have parents. Why didn't we see her parents today? She's mainly worried about Jiang Miao's situation, not about knowing her private details. The grandmother and grandson are both confused, so they ask Zhang Cheng. Zhang Cheng shrugs. Grandma, I don't know more than you and Xiaoyi. But I do know that child is a genius. She's only a little older than first grade, and is in the same class as Nian Nian. She's quite famous in the elementary school. Really impressive. Grandma Ji is very surprised. Zhang Cheng ponders. Not only that, Nian Nian's class is special. They have 2 additional safety teachers watching the kids all the time. I don't know if it's related to that child, but her presence hasn't affected Su Yi and his wife. You can rest assured. Grandma Ji sighed. Miao Miao and Xiao Yi were both raised by me. I just want them to have their own little home, happy and peaceful. It would be so wonderful if Xiao Yi's parents were still here. Ji Xiao Yi and Zhang Cheng exchanged a quick look and quickly changed the subject. Meanwhile, Zhang Miao had already bathed the 3 children and was taking them back to their room to sleep. The house has many rooms, including a special children's room. She let the 3 children sleep in the same room. She stayed with them for a while until they all fell asleep, then quietly left the room. In the living room, Bai Yi and Su Yi had already been studying the terrain outside the city during the day. Jiang Miao moved closer. Su Yi handed her some satellite photos. I told you before, the location of this city is carefully chosen, and it has special drainage systems to prevent flooding. Outside the city, conditions are different. Most outside forces gather in Xiaoshan town, which is relatively well preserved. There are no high mountains or dense forests nearby, so it's safer. The leader's idea is to clear out the forces inside, take control of the town, and use it as a base. Survivors outside the city can come to you for help and work for you. Jiang Miao was shocked, her mouth opening wide and unable to close for a moment. Why is that? The leader usually doesn't like to use force. Her eyes fell on Bai Tian Yi. Bai Tian Yi looked confused too. Don't look at me. I just got the news. The leader didn't say this before. Jiang Miao couldn't get a clear answer, so she focused again on the pictures, frowning. I don't want to use force. Using force means there could be casualties. Outside the city, there are evil people who deserve death, but also innocent survivors who are unaware of what's happening. If war breaks out, the first to die will be these innocent survivors.
Bai Tian Siket.
That's not what the leader wants, but he said everything depends on you. It's your decision. If you don't choose Xiaoshan town, there are 2 other options. One is a county town just across the mountain from Xiaoshan town called Guangming County. It's larger than Xiaoshan town and was once a densely populated area. It was destroyed in the disaster and turned into ruins. Because it's separated by a mountain, survivors from Xiaoshan town can't reach it. Over time, mutated plants and animals have taken over this area. If we choose this place, we'll start clearing it out now to create a safe zone before it snows. Jiang Miao stared at the satellite map for a long time, confused. Why are there no survivors here? Su Yi explained, because of this city. Outside the city, survivors are reluctant to rely on the government, but they're not fools. They want to keep a backup plan. All the outside forces and survivors gather north of the city, which is their main activity area. Also, the mountains are full of mutated plants and animals. Who dares to go in? Even outside forces don't risk entering the mountains. The Guangming County area is useless to them, so they definitely won't take dangerous chances. But if you choose this area, you'll only be able to come and go by helicopter in the future. Jiang Miao stroked her chin thoughtfully. Are there other options? Bai Tianyi took out another map. There's this one. It shows a valley where mutated cattle and sheep were found. The terrain is complex, but the cliffs are covered with mutated plants, creating a natural barrier for the animals and plants below. If you choose this place, our workload will be bigger. Jiang Miao's lips twitched fiercely. She couldn't pick this valley just because of Bai Tianyi's words. That would be too irresponsible. She sighed helplessly. It looks like I can only choose Guangming County. Bai Tianyi clapped his thigh happily and nodded. I knew you're smart and know how to choose the best option. By the way, I still don't know what you plan to research. Jiang Miao lowered her gaze and thought for a moment. Of course, it's to cultivate more mutated plants and animals. If it's just that, the city can handle it too. Bai Tianyi still didn't understand. Jiang Miao shook her head. You don't get it. No one knows what mutated things will grow into. Just look at the mutated sugarcane. It's not something everyone can grow. The advantage of choosing a research base outside is that we don't have to worry about losing control and affecting residents. The livestock research base is right next to the residential area. Who knows how much pressure she faces every time she tries to breed new plants and animals. Bai Tianyi understood. In that case, let's finalize Guangming County. Starting tomorrow, Sui will organize people to begin cleaning up that area. Jiang Miao quickly raised her hand. Can I join? Of course, Bai Tianyi replied confidently. The next morning, Jin Yuza came over. Like before, he would work with Bai Tianyi to continue serving as the school's safety teacher. With both of them protecting the children, Jiang Miao and Su Yi had no worries at all. After both of them were fully armed, they drove to the mercenary base. There were no mutated fruit trees planted here, only large open spaces for their movement. 60 helicopters were ready. Zhang Cheng was temporarily assigned to lead this operation. Last night, after receiving the mission, he hurried back to the base. When he saw Su Yi and Jiang Miao arrive, he immediately saluted and said, Captain, all personnel are ready. Waiting for your instructions. Su Yi waved his hand and said, Let's go now. The helicopters roared to life. 60 helicopters, carrying 224 mercenaries, flew high into the sky heading west toward the city. Tang Jing stood on the city wall, watching the helicopters leave, a worried look in his eyes. Guanming County. That's an undeveloped ruins town. Who knows what dangers might be inside? Although Jiang Miao was mentally prepared on the helicopter, she still felt confused when they arrived at Guanming County. Wait, you say this was once a county? Where are the houses? Looking down from above, it was just a vast forest with towering mutated eucalyptus trees, hundreds of meters tall and connected together. Even though winter was approaching, the trees remained lush and green. They couldn't even see what was beneath the trees clearly. Su Yi shook his head. Meow meow, this was indeed once a county. The coordinates are correct. Look carefully, you can see the remnants of broken walls through some cracks. That mountain range separates Guanming County from Xiashan Town. It's a continuous barrier. Jiang Miao looked along Su Yi's pointing finger and saw a towering green barrier reaching into the sky. The so-called mountain barrier was several thousand meters high. No wonder survivors couldn't cross it. What should we do now? She asked, frowning at the trees below, unsure where to start. Su Yi began organizing his gear. The best way is to burn them all. We brought plenty of gasoline, so burn as much as you can. Are you crazy? What if there are people underneath? Jiang Miao's eyes widened in fear.
Sui frowned.
People? Possible? Jiang Miao stomped her foot angrily. Anything's possible. What if? Su Yi, I don't want to hurt innocent people. And these eucalyptus trees, they're valuable for many uses. Burning them just like that, isn't it a pity?
Sui shook helplessly.
I know eucalyptus trees have many uses, but there are plenty outside the city. Plus, these trees have been exposed to sunlight for a long time. They're definitely mutated. Until we understand what's inside them, no one will touch them willingly. In simple words, humans fear the unknown dangers. Since this thing is not cheap and could interfere with humans, the best solution is to eliminate it. The government's first rule for dealing with mutated plants is to destroy them. In a way, Su Yi is just following the government's rules. Jiang Miao takes a deep breath and looks at him with regret, saying, Sorry, it was my fault just now. Su Yi shakes his head and comforts her. You're not part of the government, so thinking from the survivor's point of view is fine. I'll have someone cut down a mutated eucalyptus tree and bring it back to the city. After analyzing its components, we'll decide what to do next. Jiang Miao quickly nods happily, like a chick pecking at grains. She thought it would be difficult to handle a 30-meter-high mutated eucalyptus tree, but she was overthinking. A helicopter flies above a eucalyptus tree and drops 4 iron cables with a machine attached. The machine is controlled by people and moves closer to the tree. Another helicopter drops several ropes, tying them precisely to the tree trunk. The machine flashes a few times, and Jiang Miao sees red lights flickering. The branches are neatly cut and hang on the ropes. After finishing the branches, the machine targets the thick trunk. It descends to the bottom, flashing red lights again. The entire tree begins to tilt. The helicopter pulls upward forcefully. The whole tree is lifted into the air and slowly flies toward the city. It takes about 10 minutes. Jiang Miao watches with shining eyes, amazed. The mercenary team is really professional. Their efficiency is incredible. Su Yi laughs loudly. Let's go back and study these trees. If we can't use them, we'll just destroy them precisely. Jiang Miao no longer objects this time. Because Guangming County has more than just eucalyptus trees, Su Yi decides to take one of each type of plant over 5 meters tall for analysis. The helicopters place these trees on an open space outside the mercenary base. It's a cloudy day, but it doesn't affect anything. Soon, special vehicles transport the samples to the research institute. Jiang Miao sincerely hopes these trees can be reused and closely follows the research news. After a week, various research institutes gradually sent their reports. Surprisingly, several types of wood could be reused. For example, the mutated eucalyptus tree's wood is now harder, denser, and highly resistant to corrosion. It is non-toxic and can be used in construction, railway ties, mining supports, posts, furniture, farming tools, electric poles, fences, and firewood. Additionally, the young branches and bark of the mutated eucalyptus contain high levels of tannin, which can be refined into tannin glue. The bark and wood can also be used to make paper pulp. The leaves of the mutated eucalyptus have strong effects such as cooling heat, detoxifying, killing insects, relieving itching, and promoting healing. They can be used to treat flu, pneumonia, coughs, respiratory infections, and skin diseases. It seems that all the benefits of eucalyptus have been amplified after mutation. Of course, some trees become highly toxic after mutation, such as the osmanthus tree. This time, Su Yi had someone bring back a mutated osmanthus tree. As soon as it was planted, its strong fragrance made the base's mercenaries dizzy, and Su Yi ordered people to wear gas masks. After taking samples of the osmanthus tree, they destroyed it on the spot. This was the right decision. Laboratory tests showed that this type of osmanthus contains very high concentrations of toxic volatile oils, which can be deadly if inhaled in large amounts. Su Yi listed all the usable tree species and ordered Zhang Cheng to lead people to cut down the mutated large trees. When Li Jianfeng learned about this, he sent additional people to help. Finally, they managed to remove all usable vegetation within Guangming County before the snow fell. The next step was to precisely eliminate the toxic plants that could not be reused. They chose a gloomy, overcast day for this operation. During the operation, Jiang Miao also boarded a helicopter. Once again, they arrived at Guangming County. Jiang Miao clearly noticed that most of the large trees there had been cut down. Of course, many remained. The helicopter followed the same procedure, cutting down all the toxic large trees and transporting them to an open area. The roots were burned with laser technology. No matter how hard the wood, it couldn't withstand the laser. Once the roots started burning, mercenaries added fire accelerants. Within minutes, a fierce fire broke out on the ground. As more tree stumps were cut down, several fires appeared on the ground. The toxic wood piled in the open area also burned quickly with the accelerants. The flames soared into the sky, and around them, animals' calls echoed. Some sounded like fierce beasts, others like flying birds, shrill and chaotic. Jiang Miao put on headphones to block out the noisy sounds. Her pale face finally eased a little. She just took a sip of water when she noticed a small head flicker in the ruins gap nearby. She thought she was seeing things and moved closer to look carefully. What's wrong? Su Yi thought she was unwell and patted her back. Jiang Miao pointed at the dark hole in the ruins. I think I saw something flash past there. Could it be a person? A person? Su Yi's face tightened. He moved closer to check, but saw nothing. He immediately contacted the other mercenaries. There's a ruined black hole at 13 o'clock from my position. Did you see it? There might be something alive inside, not sure if it's a person or an animal.
Use the drone to check.
Over. Sui repeated his instructions and opened screen. Now we can observe the black hole through the screen. Jiang Miao focused intently on the screen. Soon, the black screen showed blue sky, white clouds, and distant black smoke from a fire. The view gradually moved downward. Through the video, Jiang Miao clearly felt how harsh the environment below was. From the aerial view, small flowers and grasses appeared to be taller than a person. Dense vines covered the ruins, blocking the land underneath completely. Clearing these weeds wouldn't be easy. The view continued to move forward, reaching the black hole in the ruins that Jiang Miao had spotted. This ruin was likely a tall building before, its exterior covered with vegetation. The black hole was probably a broken glass window. The drone flew inside through the opening and turned on night vision. Inside, the black hole was filled with debris, but there were no signs of plant growth. This alone confirmed that someone was alive here. Jiang Miao looked serious, and Suyi's reaction was equally tense. They held their breath as the drone moved through the cluttered room into a larger space, probably a living room. There was no one in the living room, but faint voices could be heard. The operator stopped the drone on a tilted shelf in the living room. Soon, the sound of hurried footsteps came from another room. A few children and 3 or 4 adults sat on a broken sofa, all looking worried. "Husband, where do you think these people came from? Are they planning to burn down the whole town? Will we die here?" The woman clutched her child tightly, her voice trembling with tears. Another elderly woman wiped her tears and said, "Ahai, can you think of a way? As long as we can escape, it doesn't matter about us old folks." Songhai immediately frowned. "Mom, don't say such discouraging words. If things get really bad, we might have to surrender. They probably won't make things difficult for us." "That's hard to say," the woman replied gloomily. When Sui heard the name Songhai, he immediately ordered the drone operator to approach. The family, worried and anxious, suddenly heard a sound overhead and screamed in fear. They hugged the child and shrank into the corner. Suyi's voice came from the drone Songhai. "Is that you?" The Song family looked at Songhai in fear, unsure of what was happening. Songhai was also confused by being called out and bravely responded, "Who are you?" Sui didn't answer right away, but asked further, "Is your wife named Gao Mylan or Zhang Mylan?" Zhang Mylan froze, her voice trembling as she said, "Who?
Who are you? How do you know me?"
Songhai quickly stepped in front of Zhang Mylan to protect her. "Her name is Zhang Mylan."
"Who are you?"
Sui sighed in relief, sounding a bit happier. "Teacher Song, I am Sui." Songhai thought for a moment and vaguely remembered that he had once taught a student named Sui.
You
are a student I taught before?" "Yes, Teacher Song. What's going on with you?"
Sui asked it seriously.
After many years, Songhai heard a familiar voice again. His feelings were mixed, and tears started to fall. "It's a long story. Sui, did you and your group set fire to the trees?" Sui didn't deny it. "Teacher Song, we are planning to develop Guangming County. Do you know how many survivors there are in Guangming County?" Yes. The Song family was sure that the other side wasn't here to arrest them, so they quietly relaxed and stopped crying. Sui paused and said thoughtfully, "It's not convenient to talk here. Could you come out so we can meet face to face?"
Songhai nodded repeatedly.
"Where are you? How can we meet?" Sui looked down from above, thought for a moment, and said, "Once that pile of wood burns out, we'll meet on the ashes." The area where the wood burned was cleared of all mutated plants and animals. For now, that place was the safest for Sui. Without hesitation, Songhai agreed. The family quickly moved back to the window, staring at the blazing fire outside. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. Songhai hurried over to open it. Standing outside were a middle-aged couple. "Songhai, did you see? Several helicopters came from the sky. Is that organization starting to move against us? The men are worried, and the women are also anxious." Songhai quickly invites them inside, and gently comforts them, saying, "It's not what you think. It's not that bad person. It's my former students. They want to develop Guangming County." "Your students?" Zhong Lishuan adjusts his cracked glasses, looking surprised. Song Hai excitedly points to the drone on the shelf. "Look, my students just contacted me through this. Our family was very scared at first. Now, we're just waiting for the fire to burn out, and then we plan to meet. Do you want to come with us?" "Old Song, do you think they're trustworthy? Could they be trying to trick us?" Yuan Linyue, Zhong's wife, doubts him. Song Hai hesitates, glancing at the drone with a flicker of hope. "Probably not. I have a faint memory of that student. They wouldn't harm me." Yuan Linyue shakes her head. "Old Zhong, I think we should tell Old Hor about this and let him handle the communication." Zhong Lishuan considers carefully, then looks sharply at the drone. "Are you still there?" "I am here," responds Su Yi with a steady, firm voice. Zhong and Yuan exchange a look, feeling a bit more at ease. At least, his voice sounds honest. Zhong pauses, then asks seriously, "What is your purpose for developing this place?" Sui knows he can't earn their trust quickly, so he decides to be honest. He replies sincerely, "The government plans to build a research base and Guangming County was chosen." "The government?" Zhong sneers coldly. 10 years since the disaster. No, almost 11 now. After all this time, the government still can't let survivors live normal lives. What kind of government is that? This is our home. Why do you think you can take it? Yuan Linyue is also furious, losing control of her emotions. It's been 10 years. The government ignores Guangming County. Now, when they need this place, they want to destroy our home. Who gave them the right? They call themselves the government, but I see them as bandits. We won't let you succeed. Their angry voices echo inside the helicopter. The pilot can't help but snap back. "You're too extreme. The government has always accepted survivors, even the old, weak, and sick who have no value. The government has helped many elderly, disabled, and orphaned people start new lives and live peacefully. Why do you deny everything the government has done?" Yuan Linyue simply didn't believe and sneered. "You're with the government, so of course you side with them. Anyway, don't think you can deceive us with sweet words. We will never be fooled again." "Again?" Zhang Miao asked with confusion. The three of them were all stunned when they heard her voice. "A woman?" Song Hai blurted out. Su Yi introduced Teacher Song. "This is my wife Zhang Miao. She came with me." "Zhang Miao?" Song Hai carefully searched his memory, sure he didn't know her. But since Su Yi could bring his wife along on missions, either Su Yi held a high position in the government, or his wife was not an ordinary person. Because there was a woman with Su Yi, Yuan Linyue was less sharp than before. She clenched her teeth and answered Zhang Miao's question. It was also a group claiming to unify the survivors, promising us many benefits and saying they would lead us to a better future. We believed them and dedicated ourselves to the organization. In the end, we found out that the so-called organization only cared about profit and plunder, even willing to sacrifice ordinary people for resources. We barely escaped with our lives and came here. After a few peaceful years, now you want to destroy our quiet life."
"Why?"
she said, her voice trembling with anger, covering her eyes and crying. Zhang Miao understood her meaning and felt a bit of sympathy. "Is it that if we provide you with a normal life, you will leave here? Easy for you to say. The environment is so harsh now. How can we be sure we can live normally? Instead of being dependent on others, it's better to stay in a safe place where we can decide our own fate. Our children don't have to be forced into doing things they don't want to do," Yuan Linyue said, clenched fists full of grief.
Zhang Miao sighed softly.
"I know it's hard to persuade you with words, but I want you to feel my sincerity. Living here isn't easy. Just the smell from the mutated osmanthus trees alone is enough to threaten your safety. Every year when the mutated osmanthus blooms, you can't go outside, right? Or maybe you have to avoid not only the sun's radiation but also poisonous plants and dangerous animals. In such an environment where your safety isn't guaranteed, are you sure your children can live a normal life? Humans are social animals, and there probably aren't many survivors here. If you are willing to trust me just once, I can help you live a nearly normal life. Is that okay?" Yuan Linue wanted to say more, but Zhong Lishuan pulled her back. Words are not enough. How can we trust you're not tricking us? Jiang Miao looked at Su Yi. Su Yi hesitated and said, "How do you want us to prove it? Provide normal food?" Jiang Miao's eyes lit up. That works. We brought plenty of food with us. We have buns, boiled eggs, and milk. Let's give these to them. Zhong Lishuan wanted to refuse, but when he heard about buns, boiled eggs, and milk, his expression froze for a moment. While he was lost in thought, Jiang Miao's team already attached the food to a drone, which then flew into the cave. Hearing the drone's noise, the Song family members all ran out of the room. Song Hale's mother, Zhou Shufan, clenched her teeth and stepped forward quickly, removing a bag from the drone. Yuan Linue hurriedly stopped her. "Auntie, we can't confirm if the food is safe. Don't eat it rashly." Zhou Shufan turned back with a comforting smile and said calmly, "I'm 70 this year. Whether I live or not, it's just how it is. Since the other side is a high student, I trust him this time. Now it's my turn to contribute. You all don't interfere."
Mom.
Song Hale was worried and almost cried. But Zhou Shufan calmly opened the bag, and a fragrant smell of buns filled the living room. A few children couldn't help but swallow hard, staring intently at the buns. Zhou Shufan coaxed, "Grandma will try a bite first. If it's okay, then you can eat too." Everyone watched closely as Zhou Shufan took a bite of the bun. Her calm face gradually showed surprise, and her eyes started to turn red. Song Hale was very nervous. "Mom, how is it?" Zhou Shufan, moved to tears, said, "Delicious. Very delicious. It's fresh pork filling with cabbage and green onions, completely fresh." Seeing that the elderly woman was having difficulty swallowing, Jiang Miao kindly reminded, "There's also milk, freshly squeezed this morning, and the boiled eggs too." Zhong Lishuan raised an eyebrow and asked, "Aren't these foods contaminated with radiation?" Jiang Miao spoke very casually, "You can check. You've been living here for so many years, so you should have your own testing methods, right?" Zhong Lishuan didn't argue. Zhou Shufan separated some of the food and handed it to Zhong Lishuan to take away. Now, they could only wait for Zhong Lishuan's test results. Zhong Lishuan, who everyone was thinking about, is now carrying food down to the basement. He also called out to Huiting, who lives downstairs, and explained the current situation. "We thought it was that scam group earlier, but now it seems not. This food was given by the other side. I need to do an experiment. You go to Old Song's house and watch over them. Make sure they don't get fooled." Huiting was a former Special Forces soldier, and because of him, everyone has survived until now. Huiting looked up at the dark roof above, nodded slightly, and quickly went to Song Hai's house. Su Yi and Jiang Miao saw Huiting on the helicopter's monitor. The pilot and his team exchanged glances, all looking serious. Su Yi turned off the communication system and said thoughtfully, "It seems there are still quite a few survivors here. The other side is very resistant, so it might take some effort." Jiang Miao was calm and steady. She looked up at the gloomy sky, her eyes dark, and said, "It's going to snow. They should be the ones worried. If someone can't be persuaded, it's better not to force it. Sometimes, letting things happen naturally is best." Sui thought about their goal and took a deep breath. "Yes, the plan continues as usual. Just keep a close eye on their situation." As it was getting dark, the helicopter decisively left Guangming County. All the mercenaries stopped working. Zhong Lishuan, who had been busy in the underground lab, returned to Song Hai's house and found everyone gathered in the living room, looking tired. When he appeared, Song Hai hurried over and asked, "How is it? Is there a problem with the stuff?" Zhong Lishuan shook his head, hesitant to speak. Huiting saw his hesitation and said in a rough but commanding voice, "Just say it. We've been together for so many years. No need to hide anything. Yeah, Lao Zhong, if there's a problem, just tell us. We'll face it together." Yuan Linue supported her sore legs and stood by the wall. Zhong Lishuan let out a sigh and signaled everyone to move somewhere else to talk. Huiting immediately stood up. "Let's go to my place." Everyone followed Huiting downstairs, and before leaving, they glanced at the helicopter. The mercenaries monitoring the cameras reported the situation to Sui.
Sui calmly said, "It's okay. Keep observing."
Everyone carefully followed Huiting downstairs. As night fell, they dared not turn on the lights, afraid of attracting unwanted things outside the building. They could only move in the dark. Old Shangfu, being quite elderly, wanted to carry Song high on his back but was worried about falling. If that happened, both mother and son would be in trouble. They could only proceed carefully step by step. After some difficulties, they finally arrived at the Hua family's home. The Hua family lives on the ground floor of a ruined building, surrounded by debris that blocks out light. There are only a few ventilation pipes connecting to the outside, so the house is brightly lit inside. Hua Ting's wife, Yao Qinghe, tidied up the room very cleanly. When everyone arrived at the Hua house, they felt an inexplicable sense of safety. Zhong Lishuan eagerly spoke. There is no problem with the food. Not only is there no issue, but there is also no radiation. You mean there's no radiation at all? Yuan Linhua asked, wide-eyed in disbelief. If this experiment hadn't been done by her husband, she wouldn't believe it. Zhong Lishuan nodded seriously. I find it hard to believe too, so I repeated the tests several times. I kept testing until now. Linhua, you were just there. The food was provided suddenly by the other side. That means their daily food is like this. Do you think the outside world has really changed? He even wondered if the outside world had returned to normal, and they were just cut off from the news. Huiting shook his head without hesitation. If that were true, this place would have been targeted long ago. Look at the entire Guangming County. The real rulers here are the mutated plants. If they want to restore social order, they first need to deal with these mutated plants.
But
Huiting's gaze fell on the food, showing some confusion. How did they manage to do this? Zhang Milan saw that everyone was struggling to figure it out and frowned. If you really can't understand, then negotiate with the other side. After all, he's Old Song's student. I don't think he would hurt Old Song. The most urgent thing now is to find a way to survive the winter. This time of year is the hardest. Winter is not only about food shortages but also keeping warm. They can light fires for warmth, but fires should be in well-ventilated places. At night, the firelight could attract wild animals. Also, the wood used for fires is a problem. Some mutated plants release toxic substances when burned, so they can't be used. Over the years, they've only found a few safe types of wood. Most nearby trees have been cut down, especially the tall mutated eucalyptus trees. They simply can't get those. Now the area is being watched again. Starting today, they will cut down and burn trees. Soon, all the big trees nearby will be gone. Without the trees to block the view, it will be very difficult to go outside during the day. Although they have cultivated some vegetables in the basement, they still need to go out sometimes to find food and safe water sources. Zhang Milan straightforwardly addressed the problem everyone least wanted to face. Lying on the broken sofa, Hao Ting's father, Hao Dong, spoke in a hoarse voice. If you're worried, let me go talk. If they really want to do something, I'm not afraid. Anyway, I'm useless now. If I die, it will be a relief. His leg was broken by the fallen house, leaving him completely disabled. His face was also cut by shards of stone, leaving several obvious scars that looked quite frightening. If it weren't for worrying about his son and family, he would have given up on life long ago. Zhou Shufan stepped forward, wiped her tears, and nodded in agreement. Big brother, I think the same. Maybe we can all go together during the negotiation. They stay at home, and if anything happens, we rush forward to buy time for them. Hao Dong wanted to refuse, but remembered he was disabled and needed help, so he nodded in agreement. Then I'll leave it to my younger sister. The two elders finalized everything quickly, giving Hao Ting and Song Hai no chance to oppose. The next day, the sound of chopping wood came from outside again. Zhou Shufan stood alone in front of the drone, serious, and asked, "Are you still there?" Jiang Mian and Su Yi, already on the helicopter, exchanged glances and activated the communication system. I'm here. Hearing the familiar voice from yesterday, Zhou Shufan's expression eased slightly. She politely nodded at the drone's camera. First, thank you for the food. It was delicious and we all ate it. Today, I want to talk to you face to face. Sorry that my son and others can't be here, but I hope they can participate in the whole conversation.
Sue-yi understood. Okay.
This drone sound system is the most advanced. If they want to hear our talk, they can come over. Zhou Shufan nodded with satisfaction. Let's meet in the place we mentioned yesterday in half an hour. She turned and headed outside. Soon, she pushed a wheelchair out of the ruined building. The weather today was still gloomy, with dark clouds pressing down as if about to collapse. The surrounding trees, cut and burned yesterday, had become sparse. The northwest wind blew coldly, piercing to the bone. The two elders' coats were already tattered, barely enough to withstand the current temperature. If it got any colder, they definitely wouldn't be able to go out. But at this moment, neither of them cared about the cold. Their heavy eyes looked toward the scorched open space nearby, slowly approaching. Zhang Chung on the helicopter began contacting Sue-yi. Captain, the target has appeared. Who will carry out the next task? Sue-yi looked down at the small black, with a serious gaze. I'll do it. Zhang Chung hesitated for a moment and said, Captain, should I go with you? Having one more person could provide extra safety.
No need. Shu-yi replied.
You keep watching them cut trees. The weather seems strange. It might snow tonight. Sue-yi was thinking about the time and realized they didn't have enough people. Just after feeling a bit emotional, he looked down and caught sight of a figure quickly approaching Zhou Shufan and the other person from nearby. He swiftly raised his long-range rifle and aimed at the target. With a bang, the shot was fired. The group led by Song Hai, including Zhou Shufan and Huadong, looked furious. They almost jumped out of the dark hole. Huating quickly held back Song Hai, saying, Wait, it doesn't seem like an attack on them. Song Hai froze for a moment, then looked carefully and saw that his mother and Huadong were just scared and squatting down, not hurt. Nearby, a mutated wildcat as big as a large Tibetan mastiff lay in a pool of blood, howling like a beast. The area was very quiet. The wildcat's roar clearly reached the ears of the two elders. Zhou Shufan's face had turned pale from fear, her legs trembling uncontrollably. She asked older brother, What should we do now? Should we keep moving? Huadong nodded seriously. Once you shoot, there's no turning back. That shot was to protect us. At least until we see them, our safety is guaranteed. Let's go. Zhou Shufan took a deep breath, steadied herself, and pushed the wheelchair forward through the cold wind. Soon, they reached a piece of land that had been burned black. It was about the size of a football field. Mercenaries had cleared a path in advance. Zhou Shufan pushed Huadong to the center of the field. At this moment, several helicopters hovered above the area. Just as they looked up at the helicopters, the top of each helicopter opened, and several fully armed mercenaries descended from above. In the blink of an eye, 10 mercenaries led by Sue-yi surrounded Zhou Shufan and Huadong. Seeing Zhou Shufan look panicked, Sue-yi waved his hand, and the well-trained mercenaries stepped back behind him. Sue-yi also took off his mask and greeted the two elders. I am Sue-yi. Zhou Shufan recognized his voice and asked, Was that beast you killed just now? Sue-yi did not deny it. Zhou Shufan took a deep breath and said, Thank you for saving us. Sue-yi shook his head. I asked you to come for negotiations, so I should be responsible for your safety. What are your names? I am Zhou Shufan, Song Hai's mother. I am Hua, a useless person, Huadong said calmly. Sue-yi nodded to the two of them. Grandma Zhou, Grandpa Hua, let me introduce myself. My name is Sue-yi, the captain of the outer district of the Kanjing mercenary group. I oversee all mercenaries outside the city. I am here on behalf of the government to discuss the development of Guangming County. Please feel free to share your concerns. We will try our best to meet them. Seeing how serious and sincere Sue-yi was, and noticing that his manner was very different from that of the previous scam organization, the two of them changed their attitude from aggressive to more open. Huadong thought carefully and asked, You want to develop Guangming County because the government has unified all the forces there? Sue-yi shook his head. Not exactly. We can ensure the safety of all city residents. Outside the city, it is still a dangerous area. Those who do not want to depend on the government still live outside. Huadong frowned. If that's the case, why are you so eager to target Guangming County? You can see that it is surrounded by mountains, full of mutated plants, and difficult to access. Even those scam organizations don't want this place.
수위 찾겠 구이트.
Exactly because of these reasons, we chose Guangming County. The government wants a place for scientific research, not to harm innocent people. Guangming County is the nearest uninhabited area to the city. Choosing here can greatly reduce costs and unnecessary casualties. Your presence was not expected by us. Who would have thought that such a remote and dangerous place would still be home to a group of survivors? After hearing Su Yi's explanation, the two elders could understand. It's good that you don't want to increase casualties. We have no objections. But this is where we have lived for over 10 years. We feel a sense of belonging here. Honestly, we don't want to leave. Zhou Shufin directly expressed their feelings. Su Yi thought about the mutated wildcat that had just appeared and the reactions of the two elders. His eyes flickered slightly. That's not necessarily true. Although you've lived here for a few years, you haven't fully adapted to the environment. If it weren't for my timely intervention, you might not have escaped the mutated wildcat unscathed. Living here mainly means hiding in ruins. The space to move around is very limited. If that dangerous building were to collapse, what would you do? If you left with us, the government could provide you with safe housing, farmland, chickens, ducks, cattle, and sheep, allowing you to live a comfortable life. The city has hospitals, schools, kindergartens, and all the public facilities you need. There are still many survivors in the residential area. You can communicate normally with everyone as long as you do not do anything illegal. The government will not interfere. Is it really that good? Zhou Shufin was very surprised. I must say, Su Yi is very impressive. He immediately touched her hidden worries. Su Yi nodded seriously. I can take responsibility for what I say. Zhou Shufin turned her head to look at Huadong. Huadong did not answer immediately. After thinking for a moment, he slowly said, Do we have the honor to go into the city and see for ourselves? Su Yi looked at Huadong with admiration and pondered, according to the rules. All survivors who rely on the government need to stay in the shelter for 7 days for observation. Only after confirming there are no problems can they enter the city. Considering your special situation, I can ask the leaders for approval. Please wait a moment. Song Hai and others in the building frowned when they heard Huadong's words. Zhang Milan was very worried. Do we really have to let Huabo and Mom into the city? What if they take Huabo and Mom hostage? Song Hai nodded in agreement, looking anxious. Although I trust my students, he might not have the authority to decide this. If that happens, I will risk my life to prevent them from being harmed. Huating clenched his fists tightly, staring fiercely into the distance. At this moment, Su Yi had already reported the situation in Guangming County to Jiang Yan. After receiving Jiang Yan's approval, his gaze fell on Huadong's legs and he pondered. The leaders agreed to your request. If you want to go now, you can set out immediately. If you just want a rough understanding of the city, we can take you around tomorrow and we will send you back the day after tomorrow morning. If you want to understand the city more thoroughly, it might take more time. The weather forecast says it will snow tonight, so you can decide when to enter the city. During this time, I will be responsible for your safety. Huadong was a bit uncertain because of Su Yi's straightforwardness. Just then, Yuan Linyue came out of the building, quickly walking towards the two elders. Zhou Shufin looked at her breathless and was anxious, almost jumping with worry. You reckless girl, what are you doing here? Hurry back. She also cast a sidelong glance at Su Yi. Yuan Linyue waved her hand at Zhou Shufin, trying to comfort her. Auntie, we don't feel safe with you two going into the city. Since you can go for a walk, I definitely want to see for myself to make sure you're not being fooled. No matter what others say, seeing it with her own eyes is more trustworthy. Zhou Shufin understood Yuan Linyue's temper and sighed helplessly. Fine, since you've decided, then let's go together. Su Yi turned on the smart device and contacted Li Jianfeng. Within half an hour, 2 helicopters arrived from afar and landed on the charred land. 2 mercenaries quickly descended and, under Su Yi's orders, efficiently loaded Huadong, along with his wheelchair, onto the helicopter. Yuan Linyue and Zhou Shufan boarded another helicopter. Seeing the helicopter take off into the sky, Su Yi immediately led the others to climb the ropes and leave Guangming County. Watching the helicopters gradually disappear into the distance, Song Hai and the others looked serious. Their journey would take at least 2 days, possibly 3 or 5 days. They had no choice but to wait. Zhou Shufan, sitting on the helicopter, curiously looked at the scenery below and occasionally exclaimed, "Linyue, look at this tree. How can it grow so tall? No wonder we couldn't see the top from below. What is this? It looks just like the banyan trees we used to have. Is it a banyan tree? And what's that over there?" Throughout the trip, Zhou Shufan kept talking, and the pilot occasionally responded to her a few times. They chatted casually and soon saw the tall city walls. Zhou Shufan couldn't help feeling nervous and stopped talking. As the helicopter flew over the city walls, they finally saw the cityscape. The most striking feature was the mutated fruit trees in the distance. Their huge branches blocked the view of the shanty towns below. From the air, it was impossible to see much. The helicopter landed at the mercenary base. Yuan Linyue helped Zhou Shufan down, and Huadong was also carried down by 2 mercenaries. It was just noon, mealtime. Su Yi and Zhang Miao approached the 3 and asked, "It's time to eat. You can choose any place to dine, come home with us, eat at the mercenary base cafeteria, go to the school, or even the hospital.
Just pick whatever you like."
Considering food safety, the 3 finally chose to go to the hospital. Su Yi drove the car himself, and Zhang Miao sat in the front passenger seat. They talked casually, as if discussing whether the weather was good that day. "Should we go to the East District First Hospital or the maternity hospital?" "Let's go to the East District First Hospital. The maternity hospital mainly has newborns and mothers, so the food there is more specialized. The hospital cafeteria has more variety." In the back seat, 3 people eavesdropped, and Yuan Linyue thought they were pretending, curling her lips into a mocking smile. Zhang Miao and Su Yi didn't care what they thought. After leaving the mercenary base, the car gradually approached the mutated fruit trees. Having lived in Guangming County for a long time, the 3 of them instinctively felt repulsion toward the mutated large trees. Their faces suddenly changed. Yuan Linyue scolded, "Why are you taking us closer to the mutated plants? Don't you know this is very dangerous?" Zhang Miao turned around, politely smiled at her, and explained, "These are just city plants in the green belt, very safe. No need to worry. Just like the mutated plants in Guangming County, not all mutations are bad. For example, mutated eucalyptus trees can have high economic value. Of course, if there are poisonous plants like mutated osmanthus trees, we would definitely remove them." The 3 people's tense muscles relaxed a bit, but their expressions remained serious. The car entered a road lined with street trees, and the light suddenly dimmed. The streetlights on both sides turned on all at once, as if night had fallen in a second. This scene was almost the same as before the disaster. All 3 felt a bit dazed. Zhou Shufan hesitated and asked, "Why are the streetlights on in the daytime? Aren't you worried about attracting those mutated wild animals?" Zhang Miao smiled and replied, "In the safe urban areas, there are no mutated wild animals, at least not in residential zones. We can guarantee that." "Always not?" Huadong asked slowly, his rough voice. Zhang Miao shook his head. "No, the outer city used to be run down, and there were always some escapees. Now that the houses have been rebuilt and iron fences installed, and the ruins cleared away, there's nowhere for hiding. It's naturally safe now." As he spoke, the car approached the first row of self-built houses. The 3 looked at the neat houses, deep in thought. Zhang Miao pondered, "This is the residents' living area. It's quite large. If you're interested, you can visit house to house. The harvest season is almost over, and before it snows, they mostly stay at home, feeding chickens, ducks, cows, and sheep. The yards are still lively." To confirm Zhang Miao's words, as the car passed the first iron gate, they saw several children playing and chasing each other in the open space between 2 rows of houses. Elderly people gathered at their doorsteps, chatting while watching the children. Some young people were repairing tools together. Their clothes were clean and intact, and their smiles were genuine. This scene was just like a rural area before the disaster. Zhou Shufan pressed tightly against the car window. A word flashed through her mind: peaceful and prosperous. Huadong asked, don't they need to scavenge for resources? Earlier, they survived by scavenging through ruins. Jiang Miao shook his head. I think you misunderstood. Our idea of normal life is normal production and living. If everyone continued scavenging, what kind of normal would that be? If they don't scavenge, what do they live on? Yuan Linhua frowned, seeming to look for flaws on Jiang Miao's face. Jiang Miao glanced at her strangely. It must be farming and raising animals yourself. With so many people, you can't just sit and wait for help, relying on government aid to survive. The government provides land and technology, and individuals can contract based on their ability. Those who work harder earn more. In the first 3 years, the grain you harvest doesn't need to be handed over. Starting from the 4th year, you pay a small amount of grain, which you can think of as a tax. Everyone has experienced hardship, so they cherish the chance to farm. Plus, with machines, some elderly people can manage 10 or 20 acres alone. They plant 2 crops a year, mainly rice, wheat, corn, sweet potatoes, and various vegetables. The harvest from their fields is enough for them to eat for years. In this situation, do people need to clear wasteland? Yuan Linhua slowly lowered her eyes. That's just your side of the story. Jiang Miao shrugged. So, you should come to the city and see for yourself. Otherwise, what's the point of making this trip? Yuan Linhua had nothing to say. The car continued forward, passing through countless residential areas until they finally reached the maternity clinic. The buildings here were clearly different from self-built houses, new, tall buildings. Zhou Shufan asked curiously, where is this? Sui slowed down the car and circled around to the entrance of the maternity clinic. Many pregnant women came and went. They only looked for a moment before understanding. Is this a maternal and child hospital? Zhou Shufan asked. Sui nodded slightly. Sort of. This place mainly focuses on obstetrics. It's called a maternity clinic. The hospital we're going to isn't here. Next door are a school and a kindergarten. Listen carefully, you can hear children playing inside. Everyone quieted down and indeed heard faint, noisy sounds. Sui drove the car to the school gate. It wasn't time for school to start or end, so the gate was quiet. But inside, many students were preparing to go to the cafeteria for lunch. You could still see a dense crowd of children. The scene in front of them was definitely not something that could be faked, and the 3 of them didn't have the kind of face that would allow the government to stage such a display. This realization made the 3 fall silent. After touring the school, Sui drove straight to the 1st District Hospital. When passing the livestock research base, Jiang Miao and Sui even greeted the guards at the entrance. When they arrived at the hospital, Sui asked them to get out of the car. He pushed Huadong and headed straight to the cafeteria. During meal times, the cafeteria was bustling but orderly. Everyone queued up with trays, waiting their turn. Some of the people here were residents seeking medical care, and others were injured mercenaries. When Sui and Jiang Miao appeared, most people immediately saluted them. Sui waved his hand, signaling everyone to continue queuing. The cafeteria manager approached kindly and asked, Team Su, are you here for a meal? Sui nodded. We'll order ourselves, no special treatment needed. Got it, the manager said, glancing at Huadong in the wheelchair, thinking Sui brought him here for treatment. The 5 of them quietly queued. When it was Zhou Shufan's turn, she was amazed by the many different foods in front of her, not sure where to look. What's this? She asked, pointing at a plate of meat, her voice trembling a little. The lady serving food patiently explained, this is braised rabbit, spicy rabbit, shredded chicken salad, roasted chicken, garlic roast duck, crispy roast duck, and salted duck. These are meat dishes, costing 10 points per scoop. There are cheaper options too, like steamed eggs, tomato scrambled eggs, and cucumber scrambled eggs, which cost 6 points. Vegetarian dishes cost 4 points. A bowl of soup costs 5 points, with options like chicken soup, duck soup, or clear broth. If you don't want salty food, there are sweet options like boiled milk, soy milk, and sweet porridge. Buns, steamed bread, cakes, everything is available. The staple food area also has many choices. What would you like to eat? Zhou Shufan didn't understand the point system and didn't know how to choose. Sui said, "We'll cover all your expenses in the city. Just pick whatever you want." Yuan Linyue pushed Zhou Shufan gently. "Auntie, pick." Zhou Shufan snapped out of her daze, looked at what she wanted: braised rabbit, shredded chicken, garlic roast duck, tomato scrambled eggs, and 2 vegetarian dishes with soup. She chose rice as her main food. Yuan Linyue and Zhou Shufan picked different dishes. Huadong did the same. It looked like the 3 of them wanted to try every kind of food. When they sat down with their meals in a corner, Yuan Linyue looked at a woman nearby. The woman wasn't wearing a hospital gown, probably a family member. She asked in front of Su Yi and Jiang Miao, "Aren't you worried about food radiation? Are these meats safe?" The woman looked surprised, then suddenly understood and said, "You're survivors who just came to the city, right? Did you get an intelligent watch? Like the one I have here. It has a feature that can test the radiation level of objects anytime and anywhere. If you're worried, you can test it yourself. See, these foods have 0 radiation, so they're very safe. We stopped eating foods with radiation a long time ago. How do you know the data from this smartwatch is accurate?" Yuan Linyue asked sharply. The woman didn't feel impatient, but pointed to an open space outside without street trees. "You can go find a sunny spot yourself and measure the radiation there. You'll know better than me. I'm done talking. My food has gone cold." The woman turned around and ate heartily, whispering to the man beside her, "This year's grain harvest is in, and most of the sales are done. Starting tomorrow, you can rest at home and avoid getting tired. I'll go feed the chickens, ducks, cows, and sheep. We should try the new online shopping system later to see if it really delivers to our door. It might rain tonight. I also need to dig out some winter coats. Sigh, clothes these days are old and don't keep warm enough. It would be great if the government could introduce warmer clothes." The woman kept talking about her plans. The man nodded thoughtfully. "That's good. If clothes are expensive, so be it. We don't have many points anyway. Last year, the supply and marketing cooperatives couplets were quite festive. I wonder what special things they have this year. When it snows, the kids won't go to school. We should buy some small toys to cheer them up. Hey, do you think the government could work harder? It would be nice if there was some alcohol."
Dream on. Things are good enough now.
"I don't want the government to start brewing alcohol. Drinking can cause trouble." The 2 argued about this topic, but Yuan Linyue and the others thought they were just bored and wasting time. However, this also showed that city residents were living quite well. The 3 of them ate lunch with many thoughts. They then arranged their own plans for the rest of the day. To give them more freedom in the city, Su Yi took them to the Shantytown management office. He asked Dai Deshan to get them temporary points cards so they could shop freely. Dai Deshan received the message, came out of his office, and was stunned when he appeared. He exchanged glances with Huadong for several seconds before suddenly shouting, "Uncle Hua! Xiao Shan, what are you doing here?" They said in unison. Soon, Su Yi and the others learned about the relationship between these 2 men. Dai Deshan offered everyone some sweet soup and sat down with a look of emotion. "Our families are old friends. But back then, some things happened. We weren't in the same city. Later, a natural disaster struck, and over 10 years, we lost contact. Not even family or friends. I thought I'd never see old friends again. But Uncle Hua is still here. It's truly a blessing from heaven." Tears welled up in Dai Deshan's eyes as he spoke. Huadong patted his back, took a deep breath, and asked about the situation in the city. Dai Deshan also hoped that Huadong's family could go to the city and personally took them to visit nearby residents. The residents all knew him. Without saying much, they invited them into their homes to sit. They visited dozens of houses in a row. By then, the 3 of them had a good idea and decided to stop. It was getting dark, and Dai Deshan warmly invited them to his home for dinner. Unable to refuse kindly, the 3 nodded in agreement. When they arrived at Dai's house, they found it was similar to other residents' homes. Even the decoration was quite similar. Huadong asked out of curiosity, "Was this house also built with help from the government?" Dai Deshan nodded. "To be precise, We paid with points to hire mercenaries to help build it. In the city, transactions require points. People farm with their hands, and after the first year's harvest, they sell the grain to get points to rebuild their houses. Most people used to live in metal sheds, which were cold in winter and hot in summer, very uncomfortable. Fortunately, those hard times are over now. Huadong immediately frowned. We don't have points. If we go to the city, won't we have nowhere to live? Dai Deshan shook his head like a rattledrum. That's not the case. In the past, the population was large and the government didn't have enough resources to rebuild everyone's homes. Now you're lucky. The current houses are 4-story self-built homes, nicely renovated. You can move in any time, and later, you can pay back by farming and raising animals. Since I manage this area, I can help make things easier for you. With Dai Dishan's words, the three felt more at ease. While they were talking, Dai Dishan's wife started serving food. A simple home-cooked meal couldn't compare to a fancy hospital cafeteria, but there was chicken soup, a plate of rabbit meat, scrambled eggs with vegetables, and pancakes, buns, duck porridge. For the three who had been eating all kinds of messy food for over 10 years, it was a feast. After confirming these were the residents' usual meals, the three made their decision. After dinner, Dai Deshan invited them to stay overnight, but they politely refused. Dai Dishan's house had many children, so although there were many rooms, it wasn't enough for the three of them, and they didn't want to trouble Dai's family further. After leaving Dai's house, the three followed Su-yi to a temporary guest house. The guest house was actually an annex next to the maternity hospital. Since the young people inside had gradually moved out after finding partners, many rooms in the building were vacant. In the past 2 years, a few lonely elderly people had also passed away, making the place even quieter. Now that the government has funds, the resettlement houses have been repainted and tiled. Although the decoration is simple, the conditions are very good for the three people who have been living in ruins for a long time. Su-yi explained, this house isn't as good as the residents' self-built homes. For now, you'll have to stay here temporarily. If you want to move to the city, just tell me in advance, and I will arrange a house for you. I want to ask, if we move to the city, where will we live? Yuan Linua looked at Su-yi nervously, no longer so aggressive. Su-yi smiled slightly. It's already dark. If you want to know more, I can take you to see tomorrow. After Su-yi left, Yuan Linua and Zhou Shufan went to Huadong's room together. Huadong took a shower with the help of mercenaries, changed into clean clothes, and the dirty ones were disposed of. Now he was lying comfortably on the bed, looking neat and tidy, except for being unable to walk properly. Everything else looked quite good. Zhou Shufan knew how hard Huadong had struggled over the years. Seeing him like this made her feel better. Big brother, what do you think about settling in the city? Huadong looked at them calmly, and then focused on Yuan Linua. He said slowly, Linua, what do you think? Yuan Linua moved her lips, hesitated for a while, then nodded firmly. Today, I looked around. The infrastructure here is real. At least these buildings can't be faked. And the food we ate twice, we didn't feel unwell. It must be safe ingredients. If we can live like this, who would want to struggle in that kind of place? Huadong patted the bed. Good. After we see the houses tomorrow, we'll decide. If everything is okay, we can go home tomorrow and start moving. Since the government was sincere, they naturally needed to cooperate well. As they talked, a gentle rain started outside. It's raining, Zhou Shufan said, trying to look through the ventilation hole in the wall but saw nothing. Huadong said slowly, everyone, go back and wash up properly. They gave us clean clothes, so we can rest comfortably tonight and talk about it tomorrow. They hadn't washed properly for years. Their bodies were dirty, and sleeping on someone else's bed didn't feel right. Yuan Linua blushed shyly and obediently returned to her room. Zhou Shufan was a step behind and casually said before closing the door, I noticed some patients in the hospital today also have leg injuries. They use a machine that can help with walking. Maybe we should ask about it tomorrow. Huadong remained gentle and nodded slowly, agreeing. The next day, the three rarely woke up late. After they left the housing, the mercenary at the door immediately informed Su-yi and Jiang Miao. They soon arrived by car. After getting in the car, Sue-yi explained, last night it rained in the middle of the night, and then it snowed mixed with rain later. The temperature dropped a lot today. I want to show you the houses, so you can decide quickly. Knowing the weather was harsh, they didn't dare delay. The car drove to the Shantytown district. The three noticed it was less lively and less prosperous than District 1. Jiang Miao explained, District 1 was the first place to shelter survivors and also the first to develop. District 2 was built after District 1 was full. There's also District 3, and District 4 is in planning. According to the rule of first come, first served, you should have stayed in District 3. But considering your special situation and that we took your homes voluntarily, we are offering you a few remaining houses in District 2. Each district has some reserved houses, which are useful in special times like this. Huidong expressed his gratitude sincerely. Jiang Miao smiled and said, You don't need to feel any psychological pressure. There are hospitals between District 1 and 2, and also between District 2 and 3, called the Second Hospital. Many patients are there. District 2 has already built a school and a kindergarten. The area is even larger than District 1. More students will be transferred here later. The supply and marketing cooperative is between District 1 and 2, with all necessary facilities. As for the yards between the shantytowns, those are built voluntarily by residents using points, not forced by us. If your neighbors are willing, they can also use points to find mercenaries for help. Yuan Linyue understood and said, That's fair. When they arrived, the three found that the few remaining self-built houses were connected, so they could live together and look out for each other. The houses were already decorated, even furnished, ready for move-in. After inspecting, they all nodded in satisfaction and immediately expressed their willingness to move into the city. Sue-yi felt pleased and looked at the sky. He decided to take them back first. If possible, they could move into the city tonight, or at the latest by tomorrow. After sending Huidong and the others back, Jiang Miao didn't follow. It was snowing now, and the weather was getting colder, so there was no need to make unnecessary trips. The helicopter landed in Guangming County. Yuan Linyue and two others, along with Sue-yi, exchanged a few words before quickly pushing Huidong back to the ruined building. Everyone came out to greet them and first took them to the Hor family's place. Huiting looked at his refreshed father and didn't know how to start a conversation. However, Zhou Shufan was quick to speak, describing what she saw and heard in the city. You don't know, life in the city was really good. Good housing, good food, good clothes, kids could go to school, and if you got sick, you could go to the hospital. There was also the supply and marketing cooperative. I never thought I'd see the cooperative again at my age, haha. Is that true? Zhong Lishuan asked skeptically, noticing his usually outspoken wife was unusually silent.
His face changed. Really?
Yuan Linyue looked at him with complicated eyes and nodded slightly. Pack your things quickly. Let's leave today. The houses over there are ready, and leaving early can help us avoid more hardship. Zhong Lishuan started to suspect that his wife might be possessed. Honey, is this really you? Isn't it you who trusts these forces the least? Yuan Linyue helplessly rubbed her forehead. It's a different situation now. Huibo encountered someone he knew in the city. Huiting looked at his father. Huidong told him about meeting Dade Mountain. Huiting didn't ask much about Dade Mountain because he was mainly focused on returning cleanly from his father. Inside, he had already made a decision. After a moment of silence, everyone went home to pack their belongings. Sue-yi had expected they would move soon and asked the helicopter to stay put and wait. When the mercenaries saw Huidong and his group carrying large and small bags out of the building, they couldn't help but twitch their mouths and advised, The city has everything you need. Some old household items can be discarded. Yuan Linyue shook her head repeatedly. These are my hard-earned books. I can't throw them away. Books? The mercenary leaned in to look and found they were various foreign language books. His eyes widened. Are you? I used to be a foreign language translator, Yuan Linyue said as she struggled to move her belongings forward. The mercenary looked at her with respect and quickly helped. After taking a large pile of foreign books from Yuan Linyue, they also moved several chemical tools and medicines from Zhong Lishuan. Sui looked at those items with a frown. Mr. Zhong, your research equipment and medicines are somewhat dangerous. You shouldn't keep them nearby. If you're reluctant, You can apply to set up a private research institute. As long as you meet the requirements, we can return them. Zhong Lishuan was already prepared for her belongings to be confiscated. When she heard Su Yi's words, she felt a sudden change in fortune, and her eyes brightened. After dealing with Zhong's items, the next was Song's luggage. Song Hai and his wife are both teachers. Their luggage mainly contained some books and old items with sentimental value, so there was no big problem. The most troublesome belonged to the Hua family. Hua Ting is a special forces soldier, and most of his luggage consisted of unassembled or partially assembled weapons. The quantity was enormous, and all these items had to be confiscated. Sui looked at him with a complicated expression. "Mr. Hua, I will take all your treasures. Do you mind?" Hua Ting waved his hand and replied seriously, "I kept these mainly to protect our safety. Since the government can ensure our safety, keeping them is useless. But you can join the mercenary group," Sui said, appreciating his ability and offering a friendly invitation.
Hua Ting chuckled.
"Let's talk about it later. After working so hard, I want to rest properly." Sui didn't say anything further and immediately ordered his team to act. Once everything was packed, Song Hai and others looked back at the place they had lived for over 10 years and resolutely turned around. The helicopter started, and Sui and Song Hai sat together. He casually asked, "Are there any other survivors in Guangming County besides you?" Song Hai shook his head regretfully. This city was already forgotten by people. During the disaster, we fled to Xiasan town nearby, thinking it was safer because there were more people. But we never expected that the most terrifying thing in the world is human nature. Where there are many people, there are conflicts. Different groups compete for talent, and they throw all kinds of tempting promises at us. We just wanted shelter, even if it meant working for a group. We have knowledge and skills, so we thought we could contribute to the organization. Who would have thought that these supposedly righteous organizations were secretly involved in dirty deeds? They burn, kill, and loot, ignoring the lives of the weak, even using their lives as bait. We witnessed several tragic scenes. In the end, we decided to leave the organization together. Hua Ting, who was a special forces soldier, became a core member after joining. He knew the terrain well and led us to escape to Guangming County. After the disaster, we lived a stable life in Guangming County. We also tried to find others like us, but unfortunately, we found nothing. As the mutated plants grew more and more lush, we were completely cut off in Guangming County. Sui sympathized with their situation, but was not surprised. "Which organization did you join back then?" Song Hai fell into memory. At that time, they claimed to be a peacekeeping group. We're not sure if they really were, since everything was very chaotic then. We didn't have the ability to verify.
Sui sneered.
"That's probably about right. Luckily, you escaped. If you had stayed, Grandma Zhou and Grandpa Hua wouldn't be alive now." When mentioning the elderly, Zhang Mailan's emotions got the better of her. "You're right. My mother was killed by them." Hua Ting also decided to run away with us to protect his father. If Hua Ting's father hadn't been a burden, he probably wouldn't have done such a difficult and thankless thing. Thinking about the past, Zhang Mailan felt so pained she couldn't breathe. Song Hai quickly patted her back to comfort her. After the helicopter landed at the mercenary base, Song Hai and the others immediately transferred to a bus, which was driven by government staff, to the shantytown district. Dai Deshan had been waiting there for a while. Seeing Huadong and his son, he eagerly stepped forward and hugged Hua Ting. "We've been waiting for you. Come on, I'll take you inside and show you around. I'll also tell you some important things about living in the city." Everyone, hearing this, was in no rush to go home. They followed Dai Deshan to the Hua family's house. As soon as they entered the living room, Dai Deshan pointed at the pile of clothes on the table. "These are clothes I just had delivered. I don't know how many of you there are, so I prepared a little extra. Later, you can pick out the ones that fit best, 2 sets for each season: spring, summer, autumn, and winter. If they don't fit, just tell me. I'll arrange for more. Since you're new here, planting season is probably too late for you to start farming now. The government has provided each of your 3 families with a year's worth of food, all stored in underground granaries. You can check them later." Also, about utilities in the house, the basement is used as a grain storage with a cooling system. The floors have air purification and temperature control systems. The bathrooms are equipped with water heaters and warm air blowers, and all toiletries are ready. Now it's dark. You should take a good shower, have a meal, and get some rest. Tomorrow morning, come to the Shantytown Management Office to register your identities and collect personal supplies. Oh, by the way, I want to remind you that it has snowed. The street trees are planted with mutant fruit trees. Their leaves are large and heavy, and when snow presses down on them, it's a big problem. The government has already notified all residents to try not to go out after it snows. If you need to go out, take public transportation. There are buses running on several important routes every day. Study the routes yourself. They are similar to regular buses. Traveling by public transport is definitely safe. Once you finish the paperwork at my place, you can choose farmland and livestock areas. I will explain all this to you in detail tomorrow. Everyone was stunned by so much information at once and couldn't absorb it all immediately. Seeing how understanding Dai Deshan was, everyone looked at him with gratitude. After Dai Deshan left, the Song family and the Zhong family also went their separate ways. Hua Ting's wife, Yao Qinghe, excitedly hugged her two children, crying happily, "This house is even better than I imagined. Kids, go upstairs and look around. Each of you pick a room." The two children didn't move. Yao Qinghe looked at them in confusion. What's wrong? 10-year-old Huasiki looked down at his dirty hands, feet, and clothes, even reluctant to sit on the sofa. Yao Qinghe quickly understood what they meant and softly sighed. "Let's take a shower first, okay?" The two children nodded in unison. This time, they went into the bathroom naturally without her needing to tell them. They only showered once or twice a year, so they were very dirty. Hua Ting came in to help, using shower gel and shampoo to scrub the two children vigorously 3 or 4 times. But the water was still murky. They went from initial excitement to silence. Hua Ting whispered, "This isn't good enough. Let them soak for a while, or they won't get clean." 7-year-old Huasixian looked up at his mother. "Mom, will we always live here in the future?" Yao Qinghe nodded and teased. "Does sister like it here?" Huasixian nodded seriously. "I like it. Then do you want to go back to our old home?" Yao Qinghe casually asked. Huasixian hesitated and was silent for a long time. Then he shook his head very seriously and looked at Yao Qinghe without blinking. "Mom, this place is good. It's crowded, safe, and we don't have to worry about the house collapsing. There's endless water. Can we stay here forever?" Yao Qinghe stared at her daughter in surprise, tears sparkling in her eyes. She gave her a firm answer. "Okay. From now on, we'll all live here. We won't leave."
Yay!
Mom promised. "Let's cross our hearts." Huasixian smiled brightly. Since their daughter became more understanding, Yao Qinghe hasn't seen her so happy in a long time. For a moment, her mood was very complicated. While the two children were taking a bath, the couple was also busy. Their top priority was food and shelter. They immediately went to the basement and saw a large pile of rice, wheat, corn, sweet potatoes, and cabbage filling the entire granary. The shock of seeing so much was hard to put into words. Yao Qinghe was so excited she was trembling and stammered. Ting, did I see things? Are these all for us?" Hua Ting came back to his senses and quickly stepped forward. He carefully checked the food for a while and confirmed everything was good. His furrowed brow finally relaxed. "Qinghe, we owe them a big favor." Over the years, he had helped others, and this was the first time he received help himself. The feeling was quite strange. More importantly, the government's intervention directly eased his worries. He knew how to be grateful. As long as his family could stay safe and healthy, he would be willing to sacrifice himself if needed. Yao Qinghe nodded silently. "Tomorrow, we will go to the Resettlement Management Office to ask about farming and raising animals. If possible, we can join everyone else in farming. That way, we won't run out of food." Hua Ting was non-committal. The couple returned to the bathroom and found their two children scrubbing off dirt from their bodies. They hurried to help. Once the children were clean and dressed in new clothes, It was their turn. Huidong had already washed himself last night, so he didn't need another bath. After tidying up the family, Yao Qinghe took an iron bucket and went outside. Feeling the wind and snow, she threw the family's dirty clothes into the bucket and burned them. Meanwhile, the Song and Zhong families living on either side of the Hor family also opened their doors to burn their dirty clothes. The three families exchanged quiet smiles, spoke softly, and the flames soared, illuminating their peaceful and contented faces. After finishing the laundry, Yao Qinghe turned to go inside. Huiting was already cooking, and the two children were gathered around him, eagerly looking at the foods they had never tasted before. That night, all three families stayed up late before turning off the lights. The next day, the children truly felt the comfort of home. They didn't want to go outside, but they obediently got dressed and followed their parents and elders to the public transportation heading to the resettlement management office. Dai Deshan arrived early in the morning to prepare materials. When he saw them enter, he immediately handed over the documents. All survivors entering the city need to have their identity information collected, including appearance, blood, and so on. It also needs to be compared with the genetic database. If you're lucky, we might help you find your relatives. Of course, the chances are very slim. So far, only a few hundred people have been successfully reunited. Huiting and his group didn't expect the government to be so caring, which made them feel even more connected to this place. Everyone queued up to have their information collected. After finishing here, Dai Deshan also set up their smartwatches and handed them out one by one. The smartwatch is like your ID card. Everyone gets one. It can make calls, shop online, watch videos, take photos, and check radiation levels of objects. It has many functions. The manual is in your hands. This long, boring winter gives you plenty of time to learn how to use it thoroughly. Oh, I almost forgot to tell you, he continued. The city has resumed traditional New Year customs. There might be couplets and decorations. Since you're new here and don't have points yet, you don't need to worry about it. Next year, work hard, and with points, you can buy anything you want. The online store on the smartwatch is connected to the supply and marketing cooperative. Anything available in the store can be seen on the watch, he added. Everyone's eyes lit up with excitement. With help from staff, Horsiki quickly learned the basic operations of the smartwatch. He opened the store and saw so many items that his eyes almost couldn't take it all in. He couldn't help asking, "Uncle, can we earn points now?" Dai Deshan affectionately patted his little head and shook his head seriously. "No, you can't. You're still young. When the weather warms up, you need to go to school first. Once you've learned your skills, you can work and earn points." School was the most important concern for the parents. Song Hai asked anxiously, "Director Dai, do children need to pay points for school? How much?"
Dai Deshan chuckled.
Although the school is run by the government, children still need to pay some points for food and lodging. Usually, your situation can get a year's fee exemption.
Just focus on studying.
He looked at Song Hai and asked, "You used to be a middle school teacher, right? Have you forgotten everything over the years?" Song Hai shook his head repeatedly. "We live in seclusion, but every family has children. We haven't given up on their education. They all have a basic foundation." Dai Deshan's eyes brightened. "That's great. When the second district school officially opens enrollment, you can take the teacher exam. If you pass, you can work at the school and return to teaching. It's not just you, others can also apply. Right now, talent is in short supply. If you have a skill, you can register with us. Those who know medical or caregiving skills can work at hospitals. If you're good at teaching, you can go to schools. People who can do research can work at research institutes. For example, someone like Huiting can join a mercenary group. They would definitely welcome him. Even if you don't have special skills, you can farm or raise animals. Work hard, and you can still earn a lot of points and food. There is also a large processing plant in the city called Pinsien Town. Every year or half year, they hire new staff. They require some education, which shouldn't be a problem for you." Dai Deshan's words gave everyone hope for the future. They were so happy they kept thanking him. Next, they introduced the details of the planting and breeding areas. This concerns their future life. Both adults and children listened very carefully. When the three families returned to the second district shantytown, it was already noon. Over the years, they got used to eating 2 meals a day. Whether they eat lunch or not doesn't matter much. As soon as they got back, they smelled delicious food nearby. To follow local customs, the three families quietly went home to cook first. After lunch, they gathered to discuss future plans. Song Hai was the first to speak. If possible, I still want to teach at the school. Zhang Milan quickly said, You do what you want. I'll take care of farming and raising animals. This winter is a good time for me to learn. Zhou Shufan also thought the same. Do whatever you want. I'm older, but I can still work. Even if I can't, I can help clean the house. Song Hai's eldest son, Song Wang, is already 18. After hearing his elders, he almost immediately stepped forward. Mom and Dad, I'll farm. I'll help you. And me. Song Hai's second son, Song Chun, also raised his hand. He's 2 years younger than his brother and can do a lot. The Zhong family and Hu family looked on with envy. Their families are smaller, unlike the Song family, which is large and lively. When there's work, everyone helps. Zhong Lishuan pushed up his glasses and sighed regretfully. If only we had tried harder to have more children back then. Yuan Linua rolled her eyes at him. Stop dreaming about good things. Exactly. Dad, I have you and my little brother. You can't be too greedy. Besides, I'm 15 now. Going to school probably won't help much. I can stay home and do chores. You and Mom can chase your dreams. The speaker is Zhong Susu, the eldest daughter of Zhong Lishuan and Yuan Linua. The young girl has suffered a lot since childhood and is quite mature. She knows her parents are talented and capable, and it would be a pity for them to spend all their energy farming. Yuan Linua was the first to refuse. Nonsense. You're only 15. Our parents have taught you a lot over the years, and Uncle Song has worked hard to give you lessons for many years. Do you think it's right for you to go farming and raising animals at such a young age? We will think of ways to earn points, so you don't need to worry about it. When the weather warms up, you and your brother can go to school and take exams. Just do your best to advance in grades. Nothing else matters. She definitely wouldn't let her children sacrifice themselves for her. Susu wanted to say more, but when she saw the looks from Song Wang and Song Chun, she had to shut her mouth obediently. Just then, there was a knock on the door outside. Song Hai went to open it and saw Dai Deshan. He quickly invited him in. Dai Deshan smiled and said, You're all here. I just finished organizing some information and realized I forgot to mention something. His gaze fell on Song Wang, and he said seriously, the government has a rule that all young men and women over 18 must get married. If they don't have a partner, they can leave it to the government to match them through the system. I had a lot to explain just now, and I thought these kids were still young. I didn't expect one of them to meet the standards. It was a rare exception. The Song family was a bit stunned by this news. Director Dai, do the children really have to marry? Isn't blind marriage bad? Song Hai and Zhang Milan both frowned. Dai Deshan sighed and nodded. Earlier, the government took over survivors unconditionally and provided all necessary resources for survival. The goal was to help them reproduce.
The rules were set back then.
Over the past 2 years, living conditions have improved a lot and the birth rate has doubled. The policies are gradually loosening, but generally, residents aren't allowed to stay single until 20. Since you're new here, I can use a little special privilege to extend this period by 2 years. During these 2 years, work hard and try to find a suitable wife. Song Wang breathed a sigh of relief and blushed shyly. Yuan Linua looked at her 15-year-old daughter. If this continued, in 5 years, her daughter would be married. She frowned slightly and asked, Director Dai, isn't there any exception? Do they really have to marry early? Dai Deshan shook his head. There are definitely exceptions, such as talented people who contribute to the government. Their lifelong matters might not be restricted by the government, or those holding important positions with powerful backing, or students in school. If they finish high school and get into university, they might also be exempt from marriage age restrictions. But this doesn't mean these people don't have to marry. It just means the time is more flexible. Still, They must get married before age 30. Good genes should be passed on to the next generation. Even if the next generation turns out to be useless, it's okay. Useless people can still farm, breed, and reproduce. As long as their ancestors produce talented people, the chances of their descendants being talented are higher. After Dai Deshan left, everyone looked at each other in silence. Huating pondered and said, "It seems we need to encourage a few kids to work harder. If they can't go to school, they will have to get married and start families." Knowing this made him feel more at ease. After all, there are no free favors in this world. It's normal for the government to have expectations of its residents. Song Hai nodded, clenched his fists, and looked at Zhong Lishuan. "Old Zhong, in the next few months, we need to help some kids catch up on their knowledge. We want them to do well enough on exams to enter higher grades, especially my eldest." Zhong Lishuan responded seriously and started thinking about how to train the children intensively. Meanwhile, Su Yi received a message from Dai Deshan. After confirming that everything was fine with Song Hai's side, he immediately ordered people to speed up the logging. They aimed to clear all the toxic mutated plants in Guangming County before the heavy snow arrived. Jiang Miao knew the situation was under control and no longer worried. She patiently played with the 3 children at home, made delicious food for them, and taught them deeper knowledge. When Yi Shui from next door learned Jiang Miao was at home, she simply sent her own son over. Jiang Miao thought that 1 sheep was easy enough, but a flock of sheep was lively. Having more children around made things more fun, and they could play together, saving her the trouble of taking care of them all. Soon, it was the end of January, and the new year was approaching. Jiang Miao prepared sweet cakes for the holiday with her 4 children. On the table were bowls of flour, rice flour, cornmeal, and the brown sugar and white sugar sent from the processing plant. Jiang Miao put small aprons on the 4 children, made a serious gesture to start, and the person filming, Bai Tianyi, was sneezing from the flying flour and coughed uncontrollably. He angrily complained, "Su Yi, control your wife and kids. They're going too far." Sitting nearby reading a book, Su Yi didn't even glance at him. "I only asked you to film, not do the work. Why are you so close?" "You." Bai Tianyi angrily put down his camera during the day, walked over to Su Yi, sat down heavily, and gave up. Seeing that Su Yi ignored him, he adjusted his mood and awkwardly asked, "Has the work in Guangming County stopped? What's the current situation?" Su Yi put down his book, hesitated, and said, "All the toxic mutated trees have been cleared. We used lasers to destroy the stumps, and the surface has been completely burned clean. The roots underground need deep digging, but we can't do that now. Also, only the city center has been cleared. The outskirts haven't been dealt with yet. These tasks will probably take another year or so." "Year and a half. That's so long. Can it be done faster?" Bai Tianyi knew the council's plan and immediately became anxious. Su Yi looked at him curiously, but didn't ask further. He simply said, "If you and Jin Yuza can come help, maybe it will go faster. Both are advanced mutants. One controls metal, the other can turn into liquid, so they could greatly help with the ruins development." Without hesitation, Bai Tianyi agreed. After the children finished making sweet cakes, he took Jiang Yan and drove back to the government building. "Boss, I want to discuss something. I plan to take Jin Yuza to help Su Yi develop Guangming County after the snow melts. We need to reassign people to watch over the 3 kids. What do you think?" Jiang Yan put down his work, looked at the lunchbox, and said, "Did you discuss this with Su Yi?" Bai Tianyi nodded. It's Su Yi's suggestion. Of course, he was completely in favor. After all, grown men shouldn't just watch over children like that. "So, who do you think is more suitable to help?" Jiang Yan raised an eyebrow, casually glanced at Bai Tianyi, picked up a sweet cake, and took a bite. The sweet, sugary filling burst in his mouth, and the soft, sticky texture instantly made him feel happy. His expression relaxed considerably. Seeing Jiang Yan happy, Bai Tianyi immediately leaned closer and whispered, "We can let the crazy woman take over our shift." Jiang Yan's face darkened, and he narrowed his eyes dangerously. "Do you want to die?" Bai Tianyi sensed the danger, quickly retreated to the corner of the wall, and shook his head vigorously. "Boss, listen to me. The crazy woman is a bit irritable, but she's basically kind-hearted. Most importantly, she's especially good to Minmin. Jiang Yan's expression froze, and suspicion flickered in his eyes. When did she get involved with Minmin?
I don't know about it.
The crisis was over, and Bai Tianyi let out a long breath during the day, slipping down like a lump of mud. It took a while before he returned to normal, and he muttered with a hint of grievance, "I've secretly watched her a few times. Sometimes, when you're busy, she sneaks into the isolation pod to play with Minmin. If she misses the chance, she hides nearby and secretly watches Minmin. Occasionally, she even gives Minmin tasty food. It's happened more than once. The most important thing is, this crazy woman is cold to everyone else, but she only lowers her guard around the children. Last time, when Nian Nian and Haoran came over, she probably hadn't seen Minmin in a long time and couldn't help but sneak a look again. I made an excuse to avoid watching her, but guess what? She really sneaked in, brought a basket of snacks for Minmin, and let Minmin share with Nian Nian and Haoran, playing with them for a while. From that observation, I confirmed that this woman only wants to get close to the children and is very protective of them. Isn't she better at watching the kids than I am or Jean Yuza? Although he didn't want to admit it, he wasn't very good at taking care of children. During this time, he didn't do much with the kids and was often disliked by them. After being criticized so much, he even started doubting himself. Jiang Yan frowned slightly. The so-called crazy woman Bai Tianyi mentioned was also a psychic named Yao Yulian, about 40 years old. She lost her only daughter in the 10-year disaster, and her personality changed a lot. Her psychic power was related to fire. When her energy inside her body surged, she would lose control, become angry, and even hurt others. The council knew about this, and no one dared to provoke her. How do you know she won't suddenly go crazy and hurt someone? This was Jiang Yan's main concern. Bai Tianyi chuckled, "Boss, you're usually busy and can't pay attention to everyone. I'm different. I know everything about the council members." The crazy woman used to be quite wild, but she kept drinking mutated cow milk. After controlling her mutation speed, she never had another episode. Later, she secretly drank mutated cow colostrum, and she's been fine ever since. I think she's recovered quite a bit, probably better than me and Ling Yu. Otherwise, she wouldn't have dared to get so close to the 3 kids that day. In the past, the crazy woman was very cautious when approaching Minmin, but that day, he watched coldly as she boldly rushed in front of the children, acting completely differently. Jiang Yan's expression changed slightly. He squinted and looked at Bai Tianyi. Are several people secretly drinking mutated cow colostrum? During the day, Yi's face tightened, and he chuckled awkwardly.
Boss, don't be angry.
Everyone just wants to get back to normal life quickly. They chose to take the risk secretly because they didn't want to cause trouble for others. After Jiang Yan banned everyone from eating the mutated cow's first milk, only those who had already used it without any problems could buy it, including Bai Tianyi and Ling Yu. This guy. If looks could kill, Bai Tianyi probably would have been executed by Jiang Yan long ago. Bai Tianyi felt guilty and nervous. He waited a long time, but didn't hear Jiang Yan speak, almost unable to hold on. Did you buy it yourself from Miao Miao? Jiang Yan tapped the table slowly, one tap after another. Bai Tianyi's heart was pounding, and he wished he could crawl under the floor to answer. Boss, I just wanted to make some extra money. Really, I swear, everyone agreed to free trade, and I settled everything with the seller. Don't worry, I was the one who contacted Jiang Miao to buy it. She doesn't know I was reselling. I didn't sell much, mainly to those council members who took the mutated milk and reacted normally. We all signed agreements, so even if something happens, Jiang Miao won't be involved. Jiang Yan took a deep breath to calm himself and glared at Bai Tianyi with clenched teeth. Do you realize that mutants are the government's most valuable treasure? If you mess with them, can you really bear the consequences? I can't bear it, I can't.
Boss, I really know I was wrong.
Bai Tianyi looked up pitifully. Jiang Yan closed his eyes in frustration and ignored him. Soon after, the crazy woman received orders and entered the minister's office. She moved silently, wrapped in black cloth, only revealing her eyes, looking like a ghost. Bai Tianyi looked at her with disdain. Ms. Yao, can you dress normally? You look so strange that kids might have nightmares if they see you at night. I'm happy to, but it's none of your business, Yao Yulian replied coldly, not taking Bai Tianyi seriously at all. Bai Tianyi was so angry his face turned red and his neck thickened. I can't control you, but the minister is here. Can't he do anything? Sure enough, after Bai Tianyi mentioned Jiang Yan, Yao Yulian's reaction became much more normal. Does the minister have any instructions? Jiang Yan hesitated, trying to find the right words. Bai Tianyi lost patience again.
You
clearly discriminate against me. No wonder everyone calls you the crazy woman. Bai Tianyi. Jiang Yan scolded him sharply, worriedly glancing at Yao Yulian. If others had spoken to her like that before, her emotions would have started to fluctuate, but today she remained calm and composed. Jiang Yan raised an eyebrow and asked directly, "Have you controlled your mutation?" Yao Yulian's heart tightened, and she quickly knelt down to admit her mistake. "Minister, I can't hide anything from you." Jiang Yan waved his hand. "Stand up. It's your own choice. As long as nothing happens, that's good. Since your situation is stable, I have a task for you. Are you willing?" Yao Yulian suddenly looked up, nodding vigorously without knowing the details of the task. "I'm willing." Seeing her eager attitude to make up for her mistakes, Jiang Yan smiled and said, "I want you to stay with Mingmin during the day, replacing Bai Yiyang and Jin Yuza, to protect Mingmin, Nian Nian, and Haoran."
Can you do that?
Yao Yulian looked surprised. Just like that? Jiang Yan nodded. Yes. The 3 children are living together now. You know Mingmin's situation, and the other 2 children have potential supernatural abilities, but they haven't been activated yet. I want you to protect them. If any abnormal situation occurs with the children, you must report to me immediately. Also, Zhang Miao is my biological sister, so you mainly listen to her when you're with her. Yao Yulian was stunned by Jiang Yan's last words and took a long time to process everything after returning to her residence. No wonder the minister gave so many privileges to the livestock research base. His favoritism was so obvious. Now she understood the reason. It seemed this task wouldn't be easy, but thinking about being able to stay close to the children openly and legitimately, Yao Yulian couldn't help but smile. The fact that Jiang Yan was the minister's sister didn't matter. As long as she could stay with the children, she felt very happy. That day, she packed her belongings and took a car to the outer district. Heavy snow was falling, covering the inner district in a blanket of white snow, while the outer district had even thicker snow, as if no one had cleared it. Just as Yao Yulian was about to close her eyes, she saw a tall fruit tree in the distance and immediately brightened up. "What's that?" The driver respectfully replied, "Yao Director, that's a street tree in the outer district. It's also a symbol of the outer district. As soon as you see a mutated fruit tree, it means you've arrived at the outer district." Yao Yulian straightened her mind and looked at the mutated fruit tree growing closer and closer. When the car reached the base of the tree, all the snow disappeared. Yao Yulian raised an eyebrow. It seems the sanitation work in the outer district is even better than in the inner district. The driver quickly shook his head. That's not how it is. The outer district has planted mutated fruit trees. Their leaves are thick and wide, and snow tends to stay on top of them. When the leaves can't hold the weight, they fall. Don't be fooled by the little snow on the ground. Most of it is piled on the trees, which can break or drop branches at any time. Now, residents in the outer district can only use public transportation to get around. Just then, a public bus passed by. Yao Yulian carefully watched and noticed that the roof of the bus was covered with a thick layer of sponge-like cushioning, about 5 meters thick, probably to protect against falling objects. Her eyes followed the bus as it nearly disappeared from her view when a large chunk of snow fell from a tree and landed right on the bus. Yao Yulian's pupils shrank. She saw the bus moving steadily without any trouble. She secretly breathed a sigh of relief and warned the driver, "Be careful. Things falling from above are no joke." The driver nodded repeatedly. "Don't worry, Director Yao. Our bus has been modified. If we couldn't handle this, the bus would be outdated. Look, we're almost there." Soon, the bus arrived at the shantytown area. The driver took Yao Yulian to Jiang Miao's house. Jiang Miao heard the knock and went to open the door. She saw only a pair of eyes peeking out from behind Yao Yulian.
Who are you?
Yao Yulian took a deep breath, nodded at Jiang Miao, and introduced herself. I'm Yao Yulian, a member of the government council. I am here to protect Miss Minmin. Sorry for the trouble recently. Jiang Miao suddenly understood. She glanced at the driver and stepped aside to let her in. Where are Bai Yi and Jin Yuza? Aren't they coming today? Yao Yulian nodded, and her gaze fell on the three children, unable to look away. They're going to help develop Guangming County later. Staying here would be a bit of a waste. Jiang Miao agreed, and looked at Yao Yulian. And you? I like children. This task suits me, Yao Yulian said, placing her small bag down and naturally sitting on the cushion. Minmin immediately recognized her and called out, Grandma.
Grandma?
Jiang Miao blinked hard. Although she hadn't seen Yao Yulian's true face, her voice didn't sound like a grandma's at all. Yao Yulian didn't say anything. She smiled kindly and cheerfully. Su Nian and Su Haoren also imitated Minmin and called her grandma, making Yao Yulian smile happily. Jiang Miao saw they were happy and didn't bother to ask further. She turned around to prepare other ingredients in the kitchen. After 2 or 3 days of contact, she almost understood Yao Yulian's habits and lifestyle. This person has a very low presence, is not good at speaking, and doesn't like to communicate with others. She prefers to stay with the children. Almost as soon as she opens her eyes, she looks for the kids. As long as she stays by their side and sits quietly all day, she doesn't even frown. She is truly a strange person and also an excellent nanny, the best choice. When Jiang Miao confirmed that Yao Yulian genuinely cared for the children, she felt completely at ease. Every day, besides preparing food for the kids, she was busy with her own things. Soon, it was the day before New Year's Eve. Every family was busy shopping online, decorating their homes, and preparing for the new year. Jiang Miao opened an online shopping mall and, after entering the clothing section, hesitated and looked at Yao Yulian. Yao, how about I buy you 2 sets of clothes? It's fine for you to stay with us like this, but if the kids go to school and you follow them, it might seem a bit strange. Yao Yulian, who initially wanted to refuse, could only nod in agreement because of Jiang Miao's words. But clearly, she wasn't very willing to change her clothes, and her mood seemed a bit down. Minmin noticed she was unhappy, put down her toy, and gave her a hug. Yao Yulian was instantly stunned. Minmin said seriously, Annie says that when you're unhappy, a hug can make you feel better. If Grandma doesn't want to change clothes, it's okay. However, because of the child's words, Yao Yulian's eyes became more determined. No, I want to. Jiang Miao quickly placed the order, worried that she might change her mind if she delayed. It wasn't because she meddled too much, but Yao Yulian's outfit was really quite strange. If she went to school like that, explaining it would be a hassle. Changing clothes would make everyone happier. After buying the clothes, she also ordered some new flavors of food from the factory and bought many cleaning and personal care products, including shampoo and body wash made from mutated loquat leaves, which had better effects. While browsing and selecting, Jiang Miao found she had spent over 10,000 points by the time she checked out. The next morning, delivery personnel arrived with a truck to deliver goods to their area. Su Yi had returned yesterday and quickly moved the goods into the house. Zhou Lantian's family also came out to pick up their items, and everyone stayed in the yard chatting for a while. Seeing Yao Yulian's fleeting figure, Yi Shui couldn't help but be curious. Is this the new nanny you hired? The word nanny made Jiang Miao pause briefly, then she burst into laughter. If you put it that way, it's not wrong, but she's not just an ordinary nanny. Just then, the public transportation stopped outside the Iron Gate. Mr. and Mrs. Huiting, along with Song Hai and his wife, and Zhong Lishuan and his wife, all got off. 6 people carried some homemade food and approached Jiang Miao. Miss Jiang, Happy New Year. These are some of our small gifts. Please accept them. Jiang Miao quickly shook her head. You just arrived in the city not long ago. Why are you being so polite?
Oh.
Are these pancakes? Yao Qinghe nodded shyly. We don't have enough points to buy much, so we could only make some food with limited ingredients. There's not much in it, but it tastes okay. Thank you. Come inside for some hot tea, Zhang Miao said. Since the iron gate was closed, and it was snowy outside, the children in the yard had nowhere to go. They played together in the yard, and Zhang Miao didn't close the door. In just a moment, 3 children ran out chasing each other, occasionally shouting and laughing.
Take your time,
Zhang Miao called out, just as she saw Yao Yulian running out behind the children. Her strange outfit immediately caught everyone's attention. Yao Yulian felt everyone's gaze and became uncomfortable, so she slowed down. The 3 children quickly realized and stopped making trouble, crowding around Yao Yulian to go inside. We'll go back to play, they said. Yao Yulian felt reassured and kept her eyes on the children, not bothering to look at anyone else. In this strange atmosphere, everyone entered Zhang Miao's house. The 3 children politely greeted everyone and then returned to playing on the cushions. Yao Yulian sat quietly beside them. Yuan Linyue and the others looked at Yao Yulian strangely, but didn't ask any questions. Zhang Miao brought over hot tea and asked, "Are you getting used to things here?" Yes. Thanks to you all. If it weren't for your help, we would still be stuck in the ruined building, with no idea what to do next." When she mentioned this, Yuan Linyue felt guilty. She remembered how she had treated them badly before. But they not only forgave her, they also helped a lot. She felt ashamed. Zhang Miao smiled. "It's normal. There's nothing to say. I've been studying Guangming County recently. Since you came, it's a good time to talk in detail about the situation there so we can plan our next steps." Su Yi brought over some things, sat down, and picked up a notebook to start taking notes. Hua Ting began to recall the mutated plants in Guangming County developed over many years. The place where we stayed was originally in the town center. Apart from the plants in the green belt, there were no other plants. After 10 years of natural disasters, the Bright County town was destroyed, but at that time, the area was not completely cut off from the outside world. Eventually, the survivors gradually moved to Xiaosan town. After a year, this place was almost taken over by mutated plants. I only discovered this by chance while on a mission. Curious, I wanted to find treasures here, but I didn't find much. Instead, I found that abandoned building. The building was supported by the collapse surrounding tall buildings, which formed natural supports. Its overall structure was still good. There was an underground parking lot below, with the exit buried. You could reach it via the stairs inside the building. It became our shelter and laboratory. Additionally, our main water source was from the second basement level. Maybe due to a broken water pipe or an earthquake causing groundwater to rise, the basement was flooded. The water was quite clear. Old Zhong tested the water and said its radiation levels were low enough to drink. Still, no matter how low, radiation is radiation, so we decided not to drink it. Most of our drinking water came from melting snow stored during winter. Zhang Miao couldn't help but interrupt. Since there's water in the building, are there rivers or streams nearby? Hua Ting nodded slightly. There used to be a small creek near the county seat, not far from where we lived, but not close either. The creek used to have fish and shrimp. Later, the entire creek was taken over by mutated plants. We haven't seen any streams since. Zhang Miao looked at Su Yi. Su Yi frowned. We've been busy clearing the big trees recently, and we haven't started on the ground. So, we're not really sure. Hua Ting listened and worried. If you don't mind, I can help next year when you go on missions. That would be great. Don't worry. We won't let you work for nothing. We'll hire you as an advisor, and you'll definitely get the points owed to you, Sui said with a slight smile. Yao Qinghe was pleased and couldn't help but smile. Yao Yulian, who had been quietly playing with the children, suddenly looked up and stared at Yao Qinghe with curiosity when she heard the laughter. Yao Qinghe noticed her gaze and looked over as well. They exchanged glances in silence, neither speaking. Hua Ting and the others also looked at Yao Yulian with some surprise. The room fell into brief silence. Min Min stood up, nudged Yao Yulian, and said, "Grandmother knows her." Her tone was certain. Everyone looked at each other with confused expressions. Yao Yulian pursed her lips, hesitated as she remembered Zhang Miao's words, and slowly lowered her mask to reveal her true face. Yao Qinghe, upon seeing her face clearly, suddenly stood up and excitedly rushed over.
Yulian. You are Yulian, right?
Yao Yulian looked at Yao Qinghe, who was crying, and opened her mouth.
Sister.
Little sister.
Boo-hoo.
Yao Qinghe tightly hugged Yao Yulian and cried loudly. The sudden recognition caught everyone off guard. Yao Qinghe held Yao Yulian's hand tightly, afraid this was all just a dream. Zhang Miao quickly handed her some tissue and happily said, I didn't expect you and Yao Li are sisters. What a fate. Everyone thought Yao Yulian was a housekeeper from Zhang Miao's family. Now hearing her being called sister, they were all a bit confused. Yao Qinghe, overwhelmed with emotion, didn't notice anything else. She sat down with Yao Yulian and explained through tears and smiles, before the disaster, I was studying out of town, and my sister stayed in our hometown to attend college. During school, she dated a boy, got married early, and had children. We sisters have been apart for a long time. When the disaster came, I wanted to go back home, but on the way, I faced many unexpected events. In the end, I couldn't return or see my family. I thought they were gone, but I never expected we would meet again. Have you been doing well all these years? Yao Yulian nodded briefly. I'm okay. When did you come to the city? Not long ago. Yao Qinghe wiped her tears and shared her experiences over the years. I really want to kneel before Captain Su and Miss Zhang. Without them, my sister and I wouldn't have been able to reunite. Yao Yulian stood up and bowed seriously to Zhang Miao. Miss Zhang, Captain Su, I will remember your great kindness and grace. After speaking, she asked Yao Qinghe to open her smartwatch in front of everyone. They exchanged contact information, and Yao Yulian transferred some points to her. The notification of the transfer surprised Yao Qinghe, and she almost screamed. Little sister, why did you give me so many points? Tens, hundreds, thousands, 10,000, 100,000, 1 million, 10 million. Yao Yulian had transferred her 1 million points. Hu Ting leaned over, also stunned. Sister-in-law, this is too much. What exactly does Yao Yulian do? How does she have so many points? Is earning points in the city really that easy? Yao Yulian looked serious. Not much. You just came to the city with your families, and there are many places where you need points. Also, your bodies need care, and buying mutated milk is another expense. You can't ignore health issues. You should start treatment immediately. Mutated milk? Hao Ting and the others had never heard that term before. Yao Yulian looked at Zhang Miao. This is milk produced by a mutated dairy cow bred by Miss Zhang Miao. It can slow down radiation mutations. There is also a type of mutated cow colostrum that can treat radiation mutations, but not everyone can use it. However, most ordinary people can. So far, I haven't heard of any problems from ordinary people drinking mutated cow colostrum. Most issues occurred in cases of severe mutations or among special groups. So, I suggest you start treatment soon. Such good stuff? Yao Qinghe was very surprised. Yao Yulian nodded and explained to Zhang Miao, my sister graduated in medicine, mainly focusing on cardiology. Zhang Miao's eyes lit up. You're talented. Do you want to work at a hospital? Yao Qinghe looked worried. I haven't practiced professional skills for many years. I don't know if I can do it. Zhang Miao smiled. That's easy. Now is the busiest time at the hospital. You can start with an internship, get used to it gradually, and when you're ready, you can go further. My cousin is the director of First Hospital. He might come to my house in the next few days. When that happens, you can talk to him. Yao Qinghe was so excited she couldn't speak. The couple from the Zhong family and the couple from the Song family looked at Hao Ting and Yao Qinghe, whose work was now settled. They couldn't help but feel envious. Luckily, Dade Mountain had pointed them in the right direction. With hard work over the next few months and passing exams in spring, they could also find their own jobs. Everyone chatted for a while longer. As it got late, they all stood up to leave. Yao Qinghe wanted to talk more with her sister, so she boldly stayed overnight at Zhang Miao's house. The sisters lay on the bed, whispering in the dark night. Yulian, there were so many people around just now, I didn't ask too many questions. Now it's just us. Can you tell me about your life over these years? Yao Qinghe's tone was full of worry and caution. Yao Yulian chuckled self-deprecatingly and sighed. There's not much to say. From school to marriage, I thought we were a perfect match. But after marriage, life became a mess. If it weren't for the kids, I would have wanted a divorce long ago. When the natural disaster came, he couldn't protect us and even drove my mother and me out. I held back my anger and took my child back to my parents' house. We endured hardships and later fled together with others. My parents passed away one after another, and my child also died from a serious illness. I was left alone. I didn't want to live anymore, but fate played a trick on me. Heaven didn't take me away. Later, I joined an organization, followed them into the government, and now I am a member of the government council. Now I live a good life, but what I lost can never be regained. I used to feel full of resentment, but now I am more at peace. Yao Qinghe feels sorry for her sister's experience and secretly cries. Why don't you think about getting married again? Your material life is so good now, you just need to find someone suitable. Yao Yulian shakes her head without thinking. My situation is special. It's better to be alone. What about you?
Me?
I had an accident on my way home and could only follow others fleeing. I went through many hardships and eventually joined the organization, where I met and fell in love with Huiting. After learning the true nature of the organization, we planned to escape to Guangming County. I didn't want children at first, but after settling down, I felt empty without them. Since the Song and Zhong families both have children, we carefully decided to have one boy and one girl. I plan to bring them to see you someday. Yao Qinghe once thought her life was hard, but compared to her sisters, she realized she was quite lucky. Yao Yulian's eyes lit up when she heard her sister had children.
How old are they?
Yao Qinghe was stunned for a moment and said, "One is 10, and the other is 7. Yao Yulian thought of her own unfortunate daughter, who had died at 10. Her mood stirred again. She was worried about her abilities causing chaos, so she took a deep breath to calm herself. After a few minutes, her emotions gradually settled, and she slowly said, "Next time, bring them over to see me. Use those points to treat them. Don't let their living conditions suffer." She couldn't enjoy her own children, so she hoped her nieces and nephews could make up for her regrets. Yao Qinghe nodded repeatedly. "Don't worry, I will. By the way, your brother-in-law's father broke both legs and has been lying down all these years. I heard from Aunt Jo that there are hospitals in the city and machines that help with standing. I want to take my father-in-law to see them." These points were given by her sister, but she still needed her opinion on how to use them. Yao Yulian didn't mind. Just arrange it yourself. Such an illness doesn't require many points. Yao Qinghe didn't understand, but since her sister agreed, it was a good thing. At least her father-in-law wouldn't have to delay treatment for another year. The two of them talked for a while until late at night before falling asleep. On New Year's Eve, early in the morning, someone from Jiang Miao's family came to visit, bringing gifts. Yao Qinghe was surprised by the scene and once again realized how special Jiang Miao's family was. After she and Yao Yulian parted ways, she took public transportation home and immediately told Huiting about it. Imrimit agrees that we can use these points to treat Dad's leg. The hospital is open today. Should we take Dad to see a doctor now? Although Huiting was tempted, he shook his head and refused. These points were given by your sister. It's better to use them on you and the kids. I've arranged with Lao Dai, he can lend me some points first. Once spring comes, we can slowly pay it back when we start work. Yao Qinghe hesitated for a moment, biting her lip. But my sister said Dad's condition doesn't need many points. What's the difference between borrowing points from Director Dai and using my sister's points? If you feel bad about it, I can give you all my salary in the future. She was joking, but unexpectedly, Huiting nodded and agreed. Okay, I'll give you all my salary then. Yao Qinghe playfully rolled her eyes at him. Then should we take Dad to the hospital now? Siki and Xixian can stay at the Zhong or Song family for now, so they can help take care of them. Huiting agreed and turned to take the two children to the Zhong family. It wasn't that he didn't like the Song family, but they had many members and their space was small. Going there might cause trouble. After settling the children, the couple pushed Huidong out of the house. The three of them took public transportation to the first district hospital. Perhaps because it was New Year's Eve, There weren't many people going to the hospital. But once inside, they saw that many patients were still hospitalized. Following the nurse's guidance, they registered and paid with points, quickly arriving at the orthopedics clinic. Unexpectedly, they ran into an old acquaintance. "It's you." Zhou Lantian immediately recognized Hu Ting and his wife. Hu Ting and Yao Qinghe were also surprised. They exchanged greetings briefly. Hu Ting pushed his father forward, looking serious. "My father's leg was crushed years ago. Both legs are useless. Over the years, due to poor conditions, he couldn't get treatment. Now we want to see if we can improve his quality of life." Zhou Lantian quickly understood Hu Ting's meaning, called his assistant, and ordered, "Take the patient for x-rays and blood tests." He then looked at Hu Ting and said thoughtfully, "Your father is getting older. I suggest he have a full body checkup to see if he has any underlying health issues. Once we get the results, we can decide on a treatment plan based on the actual situation." Yao Qinghe eagerly asked Director Zhou, "Can my father-in-law use any assistive devices?" When they first arrived at the hospital, she saw several patients with leg or foot problems using various devices, and some even had prosthetic limbs. They walked quickly and confidently, and unless the person took off the prosthetic, it was hard to tell they had any issues. Zhou Lantian nodded slowly. "In theory, yes. But because the patient is older, we need to rule out underlying illnesses and check his leg condition. We also need to evaluate whether he can use assistive devices based on his physical condition. Additionally, if he can use them, they need to be custom-made. This is not something that can be rushed." Yao Qinghe felt a bit embarrassed and nodded. The couple decided to follow Zhou Lantian's advice and go with Huidong for a health check. By the time they left the hospital, it was already 2 p.m. To avoid missing the New Year's Eve dinner tonight, the three hurried back home. Meanwhile, Sun Yufan and his sister, along with Tang Xiaofu, took homemade food to Su Baihui's house. Gui had been waiting all day for Sun Yuning and didn't dare to go out. Finally, when they arrived, he was so excited he couldn't sit still, his heart pounding faster. He opened the door for Sun Yufan's group, glancing subtly at Sun Yuning as if burned by something hot, then quickly looked away.
"Come in."
"My grandmother is at home." Gui led them inside and immediately went to the kitchen to help. Su Baihui warmly waved to them. Sun Yufan stepped forward respectfully, setting down the gifts, and said, "Grandma, this is some chicken soup, roast duck, and cookies that Xiaofu made. Please try them." Su Baihui looked at the food and praised, "Your wife is very talented, kind, clever, and virtuous. Where's the child? Didn't she come?" Sun Yufan smiled and explained, "At my mother-in-law's place. We're busy most days. Xiaofu has to work and take care of the child, so she's too busy. I asked my mother-in-law to come help us." Su Baihui nodded in agreement. "That's a good idea." Then her gaze fell on the quiet Sun Yuning. "Yuning is looking more beautiful and calm. Are you thinking about finding a partner?" Gu Yi, in the kitchen, quickly pricked up his ears to listen. Sun Yuning blushed and shook her head.
"Not yet."
Su Baihui couldn't help but smile and continued to ask, "Why not yet?" Although the livestock research base doesn't usually allow outsiders, Miao Miao said there are mercenaries there, and probably quite a few single, unmarried mercenaries too. Sun Yuning looked confused and said, "I'm not really sure about that. My brother and I mainly handle the regular cattle and sheep area, the grass planting zone, and sometimes help Sister Miao Miao watch over the vegetable greenhouses. Qiao Qing and the others are responsible for the chicken and duck area and grass processing. The mutated cattle, sheep, wild rabbits, and fruit trees are all managed by the mercenaries. The areas are separated, and we try not to bother them. They have their own equipment and plenty of staff, so they don't need our help. When we do need to communicate, my brother handles that. I just do the work. So far, I've only spoken a few words to Captain Gao." This made Su Baihui and her grandson very happy. Su Baihui excitedly held Sun Yuning's hand and said, "Good kid, since the base doesn't seem interested in you, how about considering my grandson Gu Yi?"
"Whoa."
Sun Yufan and his wife gasped in shock, and Sun Yuning was already stunned. "Grandma, are you joking? I don't think I'm suitable for Director Gu." Sun Yuning was at a loss and politely declined. But Su Baihui wouldn't give up easily and pretended to be angry, saying, "What director, or not? If the government wasn't short of workers right now, he wouldn't be the director. Besides, he only knows a little about medicine and isn't really outstanding in other areas. Unlike you, obedient, sensible, and understanding. Grandma is very happy with you. If my grandson could marry you, it would be a blessing from his past life." Yufan finally snapped out of it and stammered, "Grandma, this marriage thing should be up to Director Gu. My sister and Director Gu aren't really a good match."
Tan Xiaofu an gili kích kết Yufan.
Yufan, feeling the pain, immediately shut up. Tang Xiaofu then gave a gentle smile and asked, "Grandma, have you asked Director Gu what he thinks about this?" I asked. And he's willing," Su Baihui said happily. Tang Xiaofu's smile deepened. Before Yufan and his sister could answer, she quickly said, "Grandma, this is such a sudden thing. They're probably still surprised. Why don't we go back and discuss it? We'll give you a definite answer in a couple of days. What do you think?"
"Sure.
I'll be at home these days. You're welcome to visit anytime." Su Baihui is very easy to talk to. After seeing off the Sun family, she hurried into the kitchen, gave her grandson a firm pat, and said, "All right. In the evening, you should deliver a return gift to their door and act more attentive. This will likely be settled easily." "Grandma, you're really the best grandma." Gui hugged Su Baihui and acted spoiled. Su Baihui chuckled and patted her grandson's back, feeling a bit emotional. In just a short time, her grandson was about to get married. Time really flies. Back home, Sun Yufan and the others were also talking about this matter. "Yuning, what do you think?" Sun Yufan looked at his sister carefully. Yuning didn't react much. "Brother, does it matter what I think? The government already says unmarried young men and women must marry. I will find someone eventually. Director Gu has such good conditions. I would be aiming high. So, the initiative isn't mine, but belongs to the Gu family."
Tan Xiaofu not that approving.
"It's smart of my little sister. The Gu family is different from ours. Director Gu not only manages the hospital, but also has mercenaries backing him. He's related to Jiang Miaojia, and any one of them could shake up the outer city. Plus, Director Gu is handsome and honest. If my sister could marry Gu Yi, she wouldn't have to worry for the rest of her life." She had just thought of this, and hurriedly interrupted Sun Yufan. Sun Yufan frowned, then sighed. "I only worry because Director Gu has such good conditions. If my sister really marries him, I wouldn't have the confidence to support her if they argue." Tang Xiaofu rolled her eyes at him. "Grandma has helped you so much. You don't know her personality? She cares about the matter, not the person. If the couple really argues, do you think Grandma would take sides? And with Miao Miao there, what are you worried about?" When Jiang Miao was mentioned, Sun Yufan's tense brow instantly relaxed. "That's true. Miao Miao is the most thorough. She always helps fairness, not kinship." "Okay. Should we visit the Gu family again tomorrow?" Tang Xiaofu shook her head. "Not tomorrow. Even if we go, it should be in the afternoon. We can't rush." Although she was also quite anxious inside. The matter was temporarily settled this way. Because of the Gu family's proposal for marriage, Sun Yufan was distracted and kept thinking about it all day. Around 3 p.m., the door of the Sun family was knocked. Sun Yufan opened the door and was shocked. "Director Gu, why are you here?" Gui carried the food box they sent in the morning and smiled gently. "It's courtesy to reciprocate. I brought some food for you." Sun Yufan quickly invited him in. At this moment, Tang Xiaofu was holding the child, and Sun Yuning appeared with her. Sun Yuning took the lunchbox calmly and said, "Auntie is too polite." Gui smiled nervously and said to Sun Yuning, "My grandmother said I shouldn't take advantage. Inside are her homemade rice cakes and braised pig's trotters." "Pig's trotters? Does the supply and marketing cooperative sell pork?" Sun Yuning asked in surprise. Gui shook his head. "Not the cooperative, but the inner-city trading center. A research institute previously bred safe pork, but it wasn't widely sold. I asked my cousin to help me buy some." When mentioning Jiang Miao, Sun Yuning understood. They could sometimes eat pork at the livestock research base, but since the base didn't raise pigs, they didn't ask much. After a brief chat, Sun Yuning carried the lunchbox to the kitchen. Guyi then looked away and talked a few words with Sun Yufan before leaving. As he left, Tang Xiaofu immediately excitedly hugged the child and spun around.
Great.
The marriage between my sister-in-law and the Gu family is sure to succeed. Yufan, tomorrow morning you should go to the Gu family and give Annie a definite answer. Didn't we agree on tomorrow afternoon? Why has it changed to tomorrow morning? Sun Yufan looked confused. Tang Xiaofu said meaningfully, times have changed. If Director Gu hadn't come just now, we would have been more reserved. But now that he's here in person, acting stubborn would be pointless. Do you understand? Yufan said he didn't understand, but he listened and told Sun Yuning. Seeing that his sister had no objection, they finalized the plan. Night slowly fell. Every household was brightly lit, and the festive atmosphere of the New Year spread through the night. Jiang Miao prepared a lavish New Year's Eve dinner. She went straight to Yao Yulian and asked softly, "Does Director Yao want to come to your sister's house for dinner? If you want to go, I can drive you." Yao Yulian politely declined Jiang Miao's kindness. "Although we are sisters, she has her own family. At this time, I shouldn't bother her. I still need to trouble Jiang Miao." Jiang Miao wasn't bothered. "You can stay as long as you want here, no need to be polite. Since you don't want to go, let's eat together." Yao Yulian helped set the dishes quietly. Having stayed at Jiang Miao's house for so long, her stomach had become spoiled. Since her cooking skills were not impressive, she could only help serve the food. During dinner, 3 children chattered nearby, making the scene lively. Children have their own world and topics and don't need adults to interfere. Jiang Miao and Su Yi casually talked, while Yao Yulian silently ate and occasionally helped serve the children. Yesterday, after hearing what Huiding said, I felt that the development work in Guangming County might not go smoothly. It probably won't be completed in half a year. Sui gave Jiang Miao a warning in advance to prevent her from being disappointed. Jiang Miao fell into deep thought. Is it because of that creek? Partly yes, but mainly because of those deeply buried tree roots. Think about it. Trees that grow to dozens of meters have roots that go very deep. If there were a way to quickly burn all the roots underground, that would be helpful. Laser destruction of roots requires the roots to be exposed to the air. Since underground roots are usually moist, burning them might be difficult. Su Yi casually mentioned this, and Yao Yulian suddenly looked up and said, "I can do it." The couple looked up at her in surprise. Yao Yulian lowered her eyes and said thoughtfully, "My special power is fire. I can control anything related to fire, including underground magma fire."
Wow.
Su Yi and Jiang Miao both widened their eyes. "That's amazing. Yu, why are you the one to come see the child? What does the minister think?" Jiang Miao was stunned and confused, almost wanting to call Jiang Yan immediately to ask if he had lost his mind. Yao Yulian shook her head seriously. "The council has many talented people. My abilities are nothing special. Besides, I haven't been in good shape before. If I lose control, I could hurt someone. So the minister tries not to use me.
I've been free for a long time.
In the council, I'm just a transparent person."
Then now.
Jiang Miao tilted her head and asked cautiously. Yao Yulian smiled reassuringly and said, "Thanks to your mutated milk and mutated colostrum, my health is very good now. Using my powers doesn't affect me, and I can help you." The couple was overjoyed. Jiang Miao eagerly served her a bowl of chicken soup and then happily went to the basement to bring up a basket of loquat canned fruit. "We haven't figured out how to make wine yet. Once I do, I'll invite you to try it. For now, let's eat this." The loquat canned fruit was made from mutated loquats harvested this year. It was only put on sale at the end of the year by the Supply and Marketing Cooperative, and it was quickly snapped up by residents. Outer city districts already had limited sales, and when the trading center in the inner city heard about it, they rushed to Pincian town, insisting that the processing plant give them a batch. This caused the price to rise significantly, making it quite expensive. Yao Yulian accepted Jiang Miao's kind offer, and the atmosphere at the dinner table became even more harmonious. The New Year's Eve dinner lasted until nearly dawn before it finally ended. Jiang Miao entered the room and immediately pulled Sui to hide under the blanket, whispering, "Why has Director Yao suddenly become so active? She's even helping us." Sui thought for a moment and said, "Maybe it's because of her sister. They probably talked for a long time last night. Director Yao should know about her sister's situation. I think she might want to help her sister repay a kindness." Jiang Miao also found this reason quite believable. The couple talked for a while before falling into a deep sleep. By noon the next day, Su Baihui and her family came to visit for the new year. Jiang Miao looked at their happy faces and raised an eyebrow, asking, "You all seem a bit strange." Jiang Yunro held her hand eagerly and said, "Xiaoyi has fallen for Yuning. The Sun family agreed to let Yuning marry Xiaoyi." "Really?" Jiang Miao looked at Guyi in shock.
Wow.
"Good eye." Guyi became even more proud. "My grandma and my mom said the same. They said once I get a job at the resettlement management office, I can get the marriage certificate. When the weather gets warmer, we'll have a family dinner." Jiang Miao nodded repeatedly, thinking she should prepare a dowry for Sun Yuning. After all, she had worked under her for so many years, always hardworking and patient. Her siblings had no elders, so she definitely wanted to show her support. While they were talking, Huiting brought Yao Qinghe and her children over. Jiang Miao quickly told Guyi about Yao Qinghe.
You should call her Aunt Yao.
She works in the external medicine department and wants to do an internship at your hospital. Can you help arrange that? No problem. Leave it to me, Guyi said confidently. Yao Qinghe and her husband were surprised that everything was settled so quickly and felt very happy. After discussing the matter, Yao Qinghe took her children to the room to talk with Yao Yulian. Yao Yulian's gaze fell on Huisishan, and she suddenly thought of her unfortunate daughter. Her eyes welled with tears, but she smiled kindly and gave the children some points as a gift. The children quickly thanked her. Yao Yulian gently patted their heads and said softly, "Go play with Nian Nian and the others. When school starts, you'll go study." The children obediently agreed and approached Su Nian Nian and her friends. Knowing they were guests, Su Nian Nian stepped forward to greet them, playing together and sharing snacks and loquat jam with them. Yao Qinghe watched this and couldn't help but feel emotional. Miss Jiang Miao and Captain Su have raised the children very well. Yao Yulian also agreed. Because Gu Yi promised Yao Qinghe to intern at the hospital, Yao Qinghe went to work on the second day of the Lunar New Year. Jiang Miao's house was still busy with visitors until the 6th day of the new year, then it finally quieted down. Everyone continued to rest and relax, eating and drinking, to prepare their strength for the upcoming farming season. After several days of clear weather, the ice and snow began to melt. Ice on the roadside trees broke and fell. Su Yi received the news and immediately organized mercenaries to handle the situation. Once he finished here, the development work in Guangming County officially started. After a winter, the ice and snow just melted, and the mutated plants started to grow wildly. The land that was burned to ashes last year surprisingly sprouted tiny new shoots, which made the mercenaries nervous. Zhang Cheng frowned and said, "Captain, it's just like the saying. Wildfire can't be completely extinguished. Spring breeze brings new life. What should we do now? Should we bring over the excavator and start working?" Sui shook his head and took some pictures to show Yao Yulian. "This is how it looks now. Can we burn it?" Yao Yulian nodded without hesitation. "Yes, but I don't want anyone else around when I use my powers." Understood. After they agreed, they planned to act at dusk when work was done. Su Yi drove a helicopter alone, taking Yao Yulian to Guangming County. The helicopter landed right on the area, with the new shoots emerging from the ashes. Yao Yulian immediately squatted down upon landing, placing her palm on the ground to sense. Su Yi silently stood nearby, alert for any creatures that might appear suddenly. Almost an hour later, Yao Yulian suddenly opened her eyes. "I found it!" Su Yi was still reacting when he heard rustling sounds around him. It seemed far away, but also close, coming from all directions. Found what? He hadn't seen anything himself. Just as he spoke, the cut tree stumps around them started to smoke. Yao Yulian looked serious and said, "Let's go." We need to retreat now. Su Yi didn't hesitate, rushing onto the helicopter and starting it quickly. As the helicopter lifted about 10 meters off the ground, thick smoke began to rise around them. The smoke grew denser, almost covering the entire town center. From above, it looked spectacular. So this is your power. Su Yi's eyes widened in shock. Yao Yulian's expression was calm. There's a volcano underground nearby. I just triggered the magma. It might burn for several days. Su Yi swallowed hard, trying to stay calm. Will it spread to other places? Fire is hard to control. Yao Yulian shook her head. No, the snow has just melted, and the mountain is very damp. I only directed the underground fire to Guangming County. It can't burn that far. Su Yi felt relieved. The two of them happily returned, completely forgetting that the entire Xiashan town across the mountain was full of people. Half an hour after they left, underground magma started erupting from tree stumps one by one. The magma, mixed with burning trees, quickly turned Guangming County into a sea of fire. Although the mountains blocked the view, the smoke was carried by the wind to Xiashan town. In the middle of the night, all the survivors in Xiashan town were awakened. They rushed out of their shelters, feeling confused and worried. Gao Tianlong led a group to the peacekeeping organization's territory and woke Luo Kai, who was lost in sleep. Are you messing around again? I tell you, Luo Kai, Xiashan town isn't just your territory. If you destroy Xiashan town, I will fight you. Luo Kai felt confused and annoyed. He walked out of the base shirtless, glaring at Gao Tianlong. You better give me a good explanation. Gao Tianlong was startled by his fierce gaze, but still stubbornly said, Do I need to explain? Can't you smell that strong burning smell? I checked. Everyone else is resting. Besides you, who else could make such a big fuss? Luo Kai took a deep breath, noticing the obvious smell of burning in the air. He frowned and asked his subordinate, What's going on? The subordinate looked confused. Boss, we don't know anything. We've been smelling this all night. We went out to check, but no one is burning anything. Luo Kai slapped him. Idiot! Such a strong smell clearly means a large fire. Go find the source. His shout caused everyone to scatter quickly. In the middle of the night, they searched everywhere with flashlights for the fire. There was chaos everywhere. The survivors of Xiashan town were ordered to go out and find the fire. They worked all night, but saw no sparks. Still, the heavy smell of burning lingered. Until dawn, they realized that the entire town was covered in thick smoke. Unbelievable. Could it be a mountain fire? Luo Kai stared in the direction of the wind, clenched his fists tightly, trying to suppress his unease. They had been running Xiashan town for many years. It was their base and the safest place outside the city. If they left, everything would have to start over. The government is developing rapidly now. If they start again, they will never catch up. The more Luo Kai thought about it, the more anxious he became. He looked around and saw that Su Qian was not there, which made him even more unhappy. Where is the second in command? His subordinate quickly responded, Boss, I think the second in command has gone back to rest. She said she would call her when she found the fire source. Without it, there's no point in calling her. Luo Kai immediately got angry. What does she mean? Does she not want to be the second in command anymore? Tao Gui, standing nearby, looked down and sneered. Boss, I told you before, women are only good for keeping warm. They can't handle responsibilities. This second in command is really hard to convince. Now, with me, Tao Dao. Here, what use does Su Qian have? When Luo Kai heard the name Tao Dao, he suddenly remembered that since Tao Dao had been with him, Su Qian hadn't been in his bed. Could it be that she was jealous? Humph. A hen that doesn't lay eggs has no right to be jealous. Forget it. Women are like that. Considering she has served the peacekeeping organization for many years, I won't argue with her this time. But there won't be a next time. Luo Kai shot a stern look at his subordinate. The subordinate immediately went to inform Su Qian. At this moment, Su Qian was not sleeping but waiting in her room for news. The subordinate came back and explained the situation. Su Qian showed a cold, amused smile. It seems Tao Gui is getting more restless. Luo Kai, that fool, is really getting old. He's being played around and doesn't even realize it. Go, give him some more shocking news. Yes, the subordinate respectfully responded. Su Qian took a deep breath, pulled back the curtain, and looked at the thick smoke outside. Is there a mountain fire? The subordinate shook his head. Not sure yet, but the smoke is coming from the mountain. We don't know when it will clear. If it burns down Xiaoshan town. Second in command, we should find a way out for ourselves quickly. If necessary, we can go to the city. Go to the city? What for? Those who go to the city are like missing persons. Do you want to end up like Zhao Qingmai and Wu Lida? Su Qian turned around, her eyes fixed on her subordinate. Zhao Qingmai and Wu Lida were mid-level members of the peacekeeping organization. They had been chosen to go to the city because there was no other way. The plan was to help them establish themselves in the city and then work together to get resources. By now, after so long, even if these two couldn't make it big in the city, they should at least have a foothold. Once they were stable, it would be easier to contact them. She's been watched for so long, but these two people have not sent any news. Su Qian instinctively feels that something has gone wrong. Her younger brother looks pale with fear. Second leader, if we don't go into the city, where else can we go? Su Qian slightly smiles and calmly sits down. Why rush? If something happens, there will be others leading the charge. Her brother still worries. But third leader has always wanted to overthrow you, and the current leader also has a lot of opinions about you. What if they attack you first?
Su Qian Su.
Just follow my instructions.
Don't worry about the rest.
Her brother can only obediently leave. All day, Su Qian stays in her room. The thick smoke in the sky shows no sign of easing. Instead, it gets worse, with no sight of fire. In such a situation, some scared and cowardly people have already packed up and left. At this moment, Luo Kai is leading his men and other organization leaders, including Gao Tianlong, to the foot of the mountain. Everyone looks at the vast mountain with serious faces. Luo Kai, are you really going into the mountain to check things out? Gao Tianlong asks again. Luo Kai's eyes flicker with determination, as if risking everything for justice. He loudly says, Xiaoshan town has been our home for over 10 years. It is our roots. For the survivors living here, what's wrong with leading the way? Gao Tianlong, isn't that what you think too? Gao Tianlong sneers, not falling for it. Luo Kai, you can say such noble words in front of outsiders, but there's no need to pretend in front of us. Everyone knows the truth. Luo Kai is annoyed and glares at him. At this moment, he can't afford to argue, so he stays silent. Others can't sit still anymore. Boss Luo, you need to think of a plan. If there's no other way, let those who just eat and wait die in a mountain. We've protected them for so long. Now it's their turn to contribute. Hearing this, Luo Kai's expression softens a bit. He looks at the speaker with admiration, then frowns. But the elderly, weak, sick, and disabled might not want to go. Even if they are forced into the mountain, they probably won't get far before dying. This was the reason he didn't say earlier. It's not because he cares about them, but because their going into the mountain is like moths flying into a flame, most likely useless. If they stay, they can still be used as cannon fodder against the government. Old people can stay, and the young ones can go, said Jia Deong, leader of the Tiger Organization, with a malicious look towards Xiaoshan town's entrance. The thick smoke continues to rise, occasionally accompanied by the howling of wild animals. At the foot of the mountain, this group of people is terrified, with goosebumps all over their bodies. Luo Kai hesitates, but instinctively steps back. Wait a bit. If the smoke doesn't clear by early tomorrow morning, let them go into the mountain. There is no visible open fire at the moment, and everyone can accept this deadline. One man from the crowd quietly leaves and quickly heads to a dilapidated small house at the entrance of Xiaoshan town. Xiao Jing, that crazy man Jia Deong, actually suggested you go into the mountain to find the fire source. If the smoke doesn't clear by tomorrow, you won't survive. Hurry and pack your things, leave Xiaoshan town tonight. Xiao Jing gestures with her hands, looking panicked. Gu Fengshou immediately understands her meaning, a flicker of struggle in his eyes. I don't want to leave you either, but if you stay, I can't protect you and the baby in your belly. Leaving is for your safety. Gu Fengshou thinks for a moment, clenches his fists, and looks toward the city. Go into the city now. Only by escaping to the shelter can they not hurt you. I will try to persuade others to escape too, so you won't be alone. Just as he finishes speaking, a loud roar suddenly comes from downstairs. Old Luo has spoken. Stay in Xiaoshan town, and don't run around. If you try to escape and we catch you, we'll throw you into the mountains to feed the wild animals. Xiao Jing's face instantly turns pale. Gu Fengshou also looks very serious. He thinks for a moment, then lowers his voice and says, I'll secretly deal with them tonight. You must leave immediately and escape to the shelter. Xiao Jing, who was hesitant before, now dares not delay. She wipes her tears and nods, gesturing for a while longer. Gu Fengshou nods repeatedly, showing a sad smile. Don't worry. Once I get away, I will go into the city to find you. Our family will never be separated again. Be careful when you go into the city, and don't mention me. The government might kick you out. Although she doesn't know what the city is like, at least the shelter has good conditions, and the city is safer than outside. With so many people, the government probably won't target a mute pregnant woman. Xiao Jing agrees. As it gets dark, Gu Fengshou first returns to the peacekeeping organization. He discreetly inquires about their plans and, using patrol as an excuse, visits the town entrance. After confirming the approximate number of guards, he feels more confident. He had originally planned to return after handing over his shift and then kill the guards. But by the time he arrived at the town entrance, the guards had already been killed beyond recognition, and he didn't know who did it. Gu Fengshou didn't have time to think much and quickly went back to secretly Xiao Jing away. Along the way, they saw many other survivors sneaking away silently. Everyone kept quiet and hurried forward. When they reached the town entrance, Gu Fengshou had to stop and watch as Xiao Jing's figure disappeared into the night. He wiped away tears, quickly regained his composure, listened quietly to the sounds around him, and returned to the organization to lie down as if nothing had happened. For Xiao Jing, who couldn't speak, fleeing at night was already very difficult. Being pregnant made it even harder. Fortunately, everyone was focused on escaping, and since it was dark and windy, no one paid attention to her. She remembered Gu Fengshou's instructions and kept heading toward the shelter. When tired, she only dared to hide and rest nearby. If no one was around, she would get up and catch up. After about 4 hours of walking, a car suddenly appeared ahead and stopped. A mercenary shined a light on her and asked, "This is within the city limits. What are you doing?" Xiao Jing was stunned and, still scared, gestured with her hands. The mercenary frowned. "She's mute." The driver sighed, asked if she wants to enter the city. The mercenary shouted a question, and Xiao Jing nodded repeatedly. They told her to get in the car, which then picked up several other survivors fleeing from danger. Tang Zheng received the news, frowned, and went to investigate himself. He learned that a big incident had happened in Xiaoshan town and immediately reported it to Sui. Before dawn, Sui arrived outside the shelter by the city wall and saw the refugees covered in foul smell.
"What's on you?"
Sui asked with a frown. The people looked as if they had fallen into a mud pit, disgustingly dirty. A man carefully replied, "It's
"Mud."
It smells bad, but it can prevent mutant beasts from attacking. We all smeared it. Why did you escape from Xiaoshan town overnight?" The man didn't dare hide anything and explained the plans of Luo Kai and others, crying sadly, "Sir, we just want to survive." "Why is it so hard? We lived in Xiaoshan town, but we didn't eat a single grain of their rice or benefit from them. They often bullied us. If it weren't for them, we could live better. But those people shamelessly say they protected us. It's unjust." Sui held back his discomfort and waved his hand, saying, "I understand. Since you've entered the shelter, you should keep yourself clean. Go wash up before you speak." Everyone was too afraid to move at first. Now, upon receiving Sui's order, they all quickly entered the nearby bathroom. When Sui reached the wall, Tang Zheng hurried over. "Boss, how did the question go?" Sui looked toward Guangming County and cleared his throat. It's a small matter, no need to worry. He couldn't exactly say it was because of the underground fire that caused the mutated plants to stir up trouble. The fewer people who knew about this, the better.
Tank zeng turustetsuyi kompleteli.
If Sui said not to bother, he wouldn't. He turned to handle the refugee situation. At dawn, several forces in Xiashan town finally discovered the dead subordinates at the town entrance. Jia Deong was furious and ordered people to check house by house. They found that all the survivors living at the town entrance had run away. He immediately reported the situation to Gao Tianlong. Everyone gathered at the peacekeeping organization base. Luo Kai was so angry, he cursed out loud. Useless. All of you are useless. Didn't I tell you to watch the town entrance? So many people are dead. Everyone looked at each other, their faces long with worry. Luo Kai, we all sent people. For in total, at least 2 from your side. How many did you send? Gao Tianlong asked, feeling annoyed. Luo Kai looked at Tao Gui. Tao Gui nervously replied, I saw they sent quite a few, so I only arranged for 2 people to help. They didn't come back? Tao Gui shook his head seriously. With so many people there, even if fighting broke out, we should have heard something. But last night, it was completely silent, no sound at all. Because of the thick smoke, he felt uneasy. He didn't sleep at all last night, staying in a half-asleep state. Any slight movement or wind would have alerted him. He then looked at Gao Tianlong and the others. Did you hear any sounds? Everyone shook their heads. If they had heard anything, they wouldn't be standing here now. Luo Kai didn't want to admit that he had spent last night playing with Tao Tao in bed. He cleared his throat awkwardly. I didn't hear anything either. They must have planned this long ago. The smoke doesn't seem to be decreasing, and it doesn't look like it's burning this mountain. If you're worried, send someone into the mountain to check. If you think we can wait, keep watching. Even if the fire really reaches this mountain, we still have time to move, right? Everyone looked at each other, unhappy with Luo Kai's plan. But they didn't want to risk sending their people into the mountain, so they remained silent. Due to the issue of thick smoke, the atmosphere in Xiashan town became very strange. Everyone held their breath and lived anxiously. This situation could easily explode over small matters. Gu Fengshou stayed low-key and watched quietly. When he saw that Luo Kai didn't pursue the matter further, he felt relieved. Looking at the sky full of smoke, he surprisingly felt a faint sense of gratitude. If it weren't for this smoke, Luo Kai and his group would not have easily overlooked the incident. He wondered how Xiaojing was doing now, whether she had arrived safely at the shelter. He wanted to go ask about her, but dared not show himself, so he had to endure quietly. Meanwhile, Tang Zheng had also completed a preliminary investigation of the people at the shelter. According to the statistics, up to 400 survivors had sought refuge with the government last night. Although many were elderly, sick, or disabled, there were also quite a few healthy young people. Before knowing their backgrounds, these people were all settled in the 4th Shantytown area. The houses there had just been built, about 1,500 self-built homes, enough to accommodate everyone. Dai Deshan had now been promoted to the overall head of the Shantytown area. Tang Zheng immediately informed him, and he quickly drove to the 4th Shantytown to make arrangements. The management office of the 4th Shantytown was already built, but there were no staff members, so new personnel had to be selected. There were strict requirements for candidates. First, their background had to be clean and their character suitable. Other qualities were less important. For example, Zhao Qingmai and Wu Lida, despite their talents, couldn't be considered if their backgrounds were problematic. In 7 days, 400 people would move into the 4th Shantytown, so time was very tight. He could only think of a few reliable candidates and quickly listed their names to discuss with Sui. Captain Su, I've recommended a few people for the staff in the 4th Shantytown. What do you think? Sui took the list and was surprised to see the name Song Wang, the son of Song Hai, on it. Besides Song Wang, there was also Ji Xiaoi. He asked in confusion, I can understand why you recommended Song Wang, but what's going on with Ji Xiaoi? Dai Deshan explained, here's the situation. Captain Zhang asked me earlier. Their child is now in elementary school, and relying only on the elderly at home isn't enough. Ji Xiaoi has wanted a lighter job and can help out more at home. I've kept that in mind. The work at the Shantytown Management Office isn't difficult, but the person must be well-known and trustworthy. I think Ji Xiaoyi is quite suitable. Sui nodded. All right, then it'll be Ji Xiaoyi and Song Wang. Also, include Huiting, if he's willing. Give him the position of director of the 4th Shantytown Management Office. Dai Deshan hesitated a bit, asking, has Huiting already arranged the work? The work issues for the Zhong, Hua, and Song families have all been resolved. Song Hai is teaching middle school at school. Zhang Milan is farming and raising livestock at home. Huiting is developing Guangming County with a mercenary group. Yao Qinghe has been interning at the hospital for some time. Yuan Linyue is teaching various languages at the university, and Zhong Lishuan initially planned to set up his own private research institute. After learning that the costs were too high, he switched to working at Gu Ye's hospital laboratory. All 6 have proper jobs, and the 3 families haven't given up farming and raising livestock either. They only have fewer contracted lands now, which should be enough for self-sufficiency. Selling produce for points isn't very practical at the moment. They're quite satisfied with this outcome and are very motivated. Su Yi let out a long breath, feeling somewhat helpless. I hired him to help out. He only needs to be present during important development work, and otherwise he's free. It's better than doing nothing. I asked him before, and he said he's getting older and wants to live peacefully in the next few years. Sending him to the Shantytown Management Office is just right. Since Huiting is a Special Forces soldier, he has his own unique way of judging people. Most people find it hard to escape his eyes, and even those good at disguising themselves tend to reveal their true nature under his scrutiny. Moreover, he has a commanding presence that can keep others in check. Sui feels assured giving him this job. Hearing this, Dai Deshan quickly thanked Huiting on his behalf. After leaving Sui, he immediately went to the Hor family. Huidong's medical reports came out in mid-January. After Zhou Lantian evaluated him, he designed a set of assistive prosthetics for him. For Huidong, the prosthetics are a hope to stand again. But since he is older and has been lying down for a long time, controlling the prosthetics is quite difficult at first. Fortunately, Guangming County caught fire these days, giving Huiting some time off at home, which was perfect for accompanying his father in rehabilitation. When Dai Deshan entered, he saw Huidong training and hurried over to help. Uncle Hua, are you getting used to it?
Getting used to it.
I never thought I'd be able to stand again in my lifetime. If I had known the government would treat survivors so well, we should have moved to the city earlier, Huidong said, regretting more than once that he moved to the city late. Dai Deshan smiled and said, you can't say it like that. If the government hadn't wanted to develop Guangming County, you wouldn't have been able to leave that place surrounded by mutated plants. Now it's possible, no better time than now. Uncle Hua isn't in a rush. Take it slow, we have plenty of time. Huidong nodded, his eyes shining with hope. I just want to recover soon. When I'm better, I'll go to the planting and breeding areas to help my family. I heard from Sister Zhou that most farming and breeding are done with machines. Managing dozens of acres alone is easy, and it doesn't take much effort. If my leg heals, I can do it too. Yes, you'll definitely be fine. Dai Deshan nodded repeatedly. Huidong was even happier. Huiting asked him to sit down and rest. You don't have to work today? No, I have good news for you, Dai Deshan said as he sat down heavily and told him about the work. Captain Su specifically assigned you to be the head of the Shichu Resettlement Management Office. Song Haijia's eldest son is now an adult. He can go to school, but I think it's better to give him a good job now, so we arranged that for him. Also, Ji Xiaoyi, she's Captain Zhang's wife and Jiang Miao's sister, almost like a real sister. Please take good care of her. That's about it. What do you think? Do you want to take the job? Huiting snapped back to his senses and nodded heavily. Old Dai, thank you. I really don't know how to repay this kindness. Dai Deshan waved it off. Our families are not that close. I helped you because I should. Besides, I trust you to handle this. We recently caught some spies, and the higher-ups are paying close attention. If someone problematic takes this position, I might lose my role as the main person in charge. No matter what, Huiting remembered this favor. After seeing Dai Deshan off, Huidong trained even harder, hoping to help his family sooner. At the same time, Ji Xiaoi received her transfer notice. Her current work was simple, so she quickly handed over her tasks and happily went to report to the Shichu Resettlement Management Office. Once the staff were in place, the follow-up work could proceed smoothly. The survivors in the shelter didn't know that everything had already been arranged for them in the city. On their first night inside, everyone was busy cleaning the dirt off their bodies. Nothing else was done. Xiao Jing learned from everyone and washed herself inside and out. Over the years, she had gotten used to saving water and didn't dare use too much. She thought she had already washed herself very clean. However, when the equipment checked her, it turned out she didn't pass the inspection. There was a lot of dirt and leftover grime in the guest's hair, and her body was covered with thick mud. Considering she is pregnant and not suitable for a bath, we suggest she shave her hair or cut it as short as possible. She should wet her body. Leave the cleaning agent on for 15 minutes to soften the dirt, then rinse thoroughly with plenty of warm water. Our tap water is purified through radiation treatment, making it safe. We have plenty of water, and as long as guests do not waste it, using it reasonably is fine. There is no need to save water, specifically. The machine gently guided Xiao Jing on how to take a shower. She was stunned listening, unable to leave due to her unqualified status. She had to follow the machine's instructions, cutting her long hair into uneven, short ear-length hair, then applying a thick layer of cleaning agent on her body. She silently timed herself, waiting nearly half an hour before turning on the tap. She rinsed her body thoroughly with a large amount of warm water to wash away the foam and dirt. After nearly an hour of washing, the machine finally approved her cleaning. It opened the door to let her out. Xiao Jing quickly dried her hair and changed into clean clothes. When she lay down on the soft, tidy bed, she felt an unreal sensation. Is this really a shelter? Why is the government so kind to us old, weak, sick, and disabled people? Could there be some hidden plan? Too many questions troubled her, but before she could think more, the comfortable bed seemed to hypnotize her, forcing her into sleep. When she woke up again, she didn't know what time it was. Mercenaries brought her a warm breakfast, thick, white porridge, some vegetables, and a boiled egg. Simple food like this was a real delicacy for refugees who often went without meals. Through the window, Xiao Jing saw people on the other side eating hungrily, looking satisfied but still wanting more. She also started eating, feeling relieved. The food was a bit hot, indicating it was freshly made. She had never tasted such good food before. Thinking about Gu Fengshou not being here, tears suddenly welled up, but she couldn't make a sound. After finishing her breakfast, her stomach calmed down. Last night was so intense, and she had traveled such a long way. She hadn't fully recovered yet. After eating, she felt sleepy. She lay back down to rest, and soon fell asleep. When she woke up again, it was time to eat. She was confused. Had she slept for a whole day and night? Not understanding, Xiao Jing carried her food and found that this time, she didn't recognize what she was eating. I ate a sweet potato, which tasted very delicious. I took another bite of corn pancake and was amazed, my eyes wide with surprise. Besides these two main foods, there was also some greens and a few pieces of meat. Dinner was steamed buns with vegetable soup. Not long after finishing dinner, the bathroom alarm rang again. Guest, your bath time is up. As clean residents, we should develop the habit of bathing every day. That was when Xiao Jing realized she had only been in the shelter for one day. However, this was the best day she had experienced in years. She couldn't help but smile bitterly and obediently went to take a shower. After several days of bathing, the old dirt on her body slowly softened and fell off. After 7 days, these refugees seemed to have changed completely. When they left the shelter and met familiar people again, they almost couldn't recognize each other. Everyone couldn't help but laugh loudly as they were taken by public transport to the Shantytown area. This is the main square of the Shantytown Management Office in District 4. You are under their care. If you encounter any problems, you can come here to ask staff for help. Now, please line up and listen to the director's speech. Don't miss any important information. The driver kindly reminded everyone. Seeing everyone line up in order to get off the bus, he then closed the door and continued to pick up the next group of passengers. Once all the survivors had been brought over, Ting appeared with his team and loudly asked Xiao Jing and the others, "Now, split up on your own. Those with family members stand together on the left. Those without family members stand on the right. Line up on the right. Under 18 in the first line, 18 to 30 in the second, 30 to 40 in the third, over 40 in the fifth, and over 60 in the sixth." After Ting finished speaking, he pressed the horn to repeat the instructions until everyone found their place. Ji Xiaoyi was responsible for recording the survivors on the right side, while Song Wang handled those on the left. When they reached Xiao Jing's name, she immediately noticed her belly. "Pregnant?" Xiao Jing nodded nervously. Ji Xiaoyi smiled gently at her. "Don't be nervous. We're just recording your information to help arrange your accommodation. The government gives special treatment to pregnant women. Since you're pregnant, you can stay here for now. Later, we'll arrange a separate place for you." Xiao Jing understood and shyly smiled at Ji Xiaoyi, making a few gestures. Ji Xiaoyi didn't understand at first, but someone nearby whispered, "She's mute." Seeing Xiao Jing's eyes, Ji Xiaoyi's expression softened with compassion. She even kindly asked her to sit on the side and rest. By evening, after all the survivors had been arranged and everyone had left, Ji Xiaoyi didn't forget about Xiao Jing, who was sitting nearby. She quickly went over to talk to her, asking, "I don't know sign language.
Can you write?"
Xiao Jing shook her head. Ji Xiaoyi was suddenly at a loss and hurried to find Director He for help. "Director, this pregnant woman is mute and can't read or write. I need someone who knows sign language to help." Hu Ting immediately contacted Yuan Linyue and asked her to come over. Yuan Linyue studies languages. I remember she mentioned before that she learned sign language. That's great. Ji Xiaoyi was very happy. Yuan Linyue just finished work and arrived just in time. She started communicating with Xiao Jing through gestures. Ji Xiaoyi looked at Yuan Linyue with admiration. Yuan Linyue smiled at her and said, "She says her name is Xiao Jing. She used to live at the entrance of Xiashan town. She got separated from her husband and doesn't know where he is now. The local leaders wanted them to go into the mountains, but they escaped into the city to survive." Ji Xiaoyi quickly took notes and asked, "How many months pregnant is she?" Yuan Linyue gestured and said, "She says about 6.5 months. It's best to take her to the maternity clinic for a full checkup." Ji Xiaoyi nodded. "That's what I think too. She's alone, mute, pregnant. There are many potential dangers. I'm worried about how to take care of her. It's not realistic to teach her farming skills immediately or have her work in the fields. It would be easier if she had a family member or friend nearby, but after asking around, the survivors knew very little about Xiao Jing, only that she lived nearby and nothing else." Yuan Linyue also sighed. At such times, she didn't dare to be overly kind. Ji Xiaoyi thought for a moment and asked, "How did you survive alone before?" Yuan Linyue answered for her. She said before she was pregnant, she would go scavenging with everyone. Her husband, to make a living, worked for some organization and managed to get food. After she got pregnant, she rarely went out. Her husband secretly brought her food. If the organization found out, her husband would be expelled, and they couldn't stay in Xiashan town. Ji Xiaoyi kept a cautious mind and shared her doubts with Hu Ting when reporting. She said her husband works for an organization. As her family, how could the organization treat her so badly? Hu Ting heard this, stood up, and went outside to find Xiao Jing himself to understand better. "Which organization does your husband work for?" Xiao Jing nervously bit her lip. After some hesitation, she chose to tell the truth. Yuan Linyue gestured and then frowned, saying, "It's the peacekeeping organization." "No wonder," Hu Ting replied with just these 2 words before returning to his office. He explained to Ji Xiaoyi, "The peacekeeping organization is not a just organization. When I was powerful, they couldn't accept my father. The pregnant woman is mute. Unless her husband is one of the 3 leaders of the organization, even family members of members are not recognized. But whether she is truly mute or not needs further check, just to be safe." Ji Xiaoyi nodded slightly and asked, "How should we arrange her now?" Ting looked at the sky. It was almost evening. Send her directly to the maternity hospital. Tell the director that she needs special attention. Also, her personal info and blood sample should be taken there. Send a doctor from the ENT and neurology departments for a consultation. After Ji Xiaoyi agreed, she went out to carefully explain to Xiao Jing. Don't worry. Going to the hospital is mainly for a health check. Since you're pregnant, we need to be responsible for you and your baby. Also, when entering the city, personal information must be collected. These are normal procedures. Xiao Jing looked seriously into Ji Xiaoyi's eyes. Seeing her sincere gaze, her nervousness gradually eased. When Xiao Jing was taken to the maternity hospital, Jiang Yunru was the first to come out with people to settle her into a special single-room ward. The next morning, doctors from the maternity hospital and the first hospital, along with staff from the District 4 Shantytown Management Office, all arrived. Ting and Ji Xiaoyi watched nearby. During Xiao Jing's checkup, Ji Xiaoyi followed closely throughout. After the examination, Ting and several doctors held a meeting. Everyone agreed that the pregnant woman's development was normal and she was not pretending to be mute. It was likely a trauma or illness from childhood. As for the fetus, although the position was a bit unstable, there was no major problem. After a few days of careful observation in the hospital, she could be discharged if everything was fine. Ji Xiaoyi explained the situation to Xiao Jing and immediately left with Ting. Meanwhile, Ji Xiaoyi kept a close eye on Xiao Jing's condition, and Zhang Chun received orders to resume work. After nearly 10 days of burning, the mutated plants scattered throughout Guangming County were almost completely destroyed. The remaining green was wilted and lifeless. The air was thick with the smell of burnt material, mixed with the stench of burning proteins, which was quite pungent. Su Yi and Zhang Chun stepped down from the helicopter, gazing at the dark land. He sighed. This fire could have burned for a few more days, but last night's rain put out the last flames. Now we can start working. Zhang Chun looked regretful. If we hadn't burned it, maybe we could have found some treasures underground. Now, the land was probably mostly burned. Su Yi shook his head helplessly. We only burned the plants intentionally. The area was already taken over by mutated plants. Even if there was something good, it's probably been destroyed. Let's begin. Everyone nodded. Then construction machines were brought over by the helicopter. The land, after being burned, was soaked by rain overnight. The soil was moist and soft, and the excavators worked much more efficiently. On the first day, everything went smoothly. Afterward, Su Yi went back and thanked Yao Yulian specially. Yao Yulian remained calm, unaffected by praise or criticism, focusing all her attention on her 3 children. Seeing this, Su Yi could only remind Jiang Miao to cook some good food for Yao Yulian. Jiang Miao also thought she should thank Yao Yulian properly. Since spring planting was almost done and she didn't need to worry about the base, she brought some fresh pork and invited friends and family to her home for a feast of whole pig, to give everyone a good boost. Yao Yulian received a big bowl of pig's foot soup, which looked very nutritious. Ji Xiaoyi saw the pig's foot soup and said, "This must be very good for milk production." Meow meow. Maybe you should consider raising some pigs. I think the pregnant women at the maternity clinic really need it. Everyone looked at her with some surprise. Are you planning to have a second child? Jiang Miao asked, a bit surprised by her look. No, you misunderstood. I just changed jobs recently and my family has a lot of issues. I wouldn't dare get pregnant now. It's because a group of survivors was taken in by the old housing district, including a pregnant woman who's alone and mute. After a doctor's consultation, they said her condition was caused by trauma or illness from childhood. She's thin and weak, alone, unable to communicate, and her belly is big. She's about to give birth. I'm worried about her and don't know what will happen next. Lately, I've been visiting the maternity clinic more often. I've heard many women say they have no milk and can only give their babies goat's milk. I talked a bit with Grandma Sue. She said that boiling soybeans with pig's feet can help with milk production, and there are also fish and shrimp or herbal soups. But we can't get those last 2 right now. Still, boiling soybeans with pig's feet might be worth a try, right? Jiang Miao nodded thoughtfully. If that's the case, we can raise pigs, but right now the technology is controlled by a private research institute in the inner city. The pork sold in the city is produced there. It's a monopoly. If I ask them for piglets now, they probably won't give them to me. Also, the inner city is very strict with outsiders, and even the trading center is reluctant to sell seeds or animals to us. Buying daily supplies there is also more expensive than for residents in the inner city. What should we do then? Ji Xiaoyi frowned, feeling a bit discouraged. Yao Yulian, who had been quietly listening, spoke calmly. As long as Miao Miao talks to the department head, it's easy to get a few piglets. Jiang Miao shook her head decisively. I know this method is simple, but they probably don't genuinely want to give us the piglets. If I involve the department head, small issues could turn into big problems, which isn't worth it. The best way is for both sides to trade freely and willingly. Since we can't buy in the city, I wonder if we can find some outside, she added. Ji Xiaoyi kept this in mind and later discussed it with Yuan Linyue when they went to see Xiao Jing. Unexpectedly, Xiao Jing actually knew about it. Yuan Linyue carefully translated. Several groups in Xiashan town have their own farms for growing crops and raising animals. It seems they use water cultivation and dig holes, with animals kept inside. I don't know the exact methods, but sometimes my husband brings me food that includes pork. Are you sure it's pork? Ji Xiaoyi's eyes lit up, excited as she moved closer to Xiao Jing. Xiao Jing nodded, happy to help. She then frowned and gestured. Yuan Linyue explained, most of the survivors in Xiashan town have probably fled. I don't know if they found a fire source or left the town. Also, trading with them is difficult because they won't easily give up their supplies unless you offer something of higher value. Plus, they are untrustworthy and may betray you.
Who are these people?
Ji Xiaoyi couldn't hide her disgust. Xiao Jing looked helpless and gestured for a long time. Yuan Linyue said, the outside world is a place where the strong prey on the weak. Before coming to the city, I couldn't see any hope for the future. If my husband hadn't protected me, I wouldn't be alive now. So I understand well, outside the city, even the weak can't be trusted or shown sympathy. Ji Xiaoyi seemed to understand something and quickly shared this information with Jiang Miao and Su Yi. The current situation is that someone in Xiashan town is raising pigs, at least the peacekeeping organization is doing so. If you want piglets, you can trade with them. Whenever the peacekeeping organization is mentioned, Su Yi instinctively feels resistant. Let's first negotiate with the inner city district. If that doesn't work, we can consider trading with the peacekeeping organization, but this must be approved by the minister. Jiang Miao has no objections. To her, raising pigs is optional. If it can't be done, then so be it. Su Yi immediately went to the inner city district to find Zhao Qingfeng, and together they went to meet Zhou Yongnian. When Zhou Yongnian saw Su Yi, he started to speak sarcastically. Oh, isn't this our Captain Su? What wind blew you here today? Do you have any instructions for work? Zhao Qingfeng stepped in front of Su Yi. Director Zhou, you should know the etiquette of guests. We came here to buy things. The trading center shouldn't turn customers away. Zhou Yongnian's face turned pale and then flushed. Though unhappy, he didn't argue. Instead, he took a deep breath and politely asked, Dear guests, what would you like to buy? I want to buy a pair of live piglets, one male and one female, Zhao Qingfeng said calmly. Zhou Yongnian thought he must be hearing things.
What?
Piglets?
You really dare to ask?
No way. His face darkened and looked very unpleasant. Out of pride, he didn't chase after them but instead rolled his eyes with anger. This answer was expected by Su Yi. All right, since the inner city trading center can't sell them, we'll leave first. He pulled Zhao Qingfeng to turn away. Zhou Yongnian's expression slightly changed. Out of pride, he didn't follow. After they left, he immediately drove to the city center distribution area, specifically instructing Xie Pengfei and others not to sell piglets to outsiders. Xie Pengfei was confused. Director, why can't we sell? Didn't the research institute say we could exchange? Zhou Yongnian snorted coldly. Are you stupid? Right now, the only way to sell pork externally is through our trading center. If we really sell piglets outside, we'll lose a lot of income. What's the point? but the prices from the research institute are pretty good. If they contact us directly, we won't even get the brokerage fee. Xie Pengfei suggested the worst-case scenario. A fierce look flashed across Zhou Yongnian's face. That's impossible. Keep a close eye on the research institute. Those people won't easily contact outsiders. Xie Pengfei could only agree helplessly. Meanwhile, Zhao Qingfeng, who had just left the trading center, was also discussing this matter. Zhou Yongnian's grandson probably hates you very much. He can't even speak properly. It's almost certain that buying piglets from him won't work. Maybe you should think of another plan. Su Yi shook his head. He will refuse, which I expected. He came today just to try his luck. If he agrees to help, that would be great. If not, it's okay. We've already made arrangements, and any problems later won't be our concern. Zhao Qingfeng suddenly understood and pointed at Su Yi, laughing loudly. You are always so cunning. Do you have another way to buy them? Su Yi didn't hide anything. He explained about the peacekeeping organization raising pigs. Most of the news is true. I don't want to deal with them, but trading with them can save us a lot of trouble. Zhao Qingfeng frowned slightly, thinking for a moment. He then suggested, check if there are others around you. Have them disguise themselves. Don't appear as government officials so they won't think about stealing mutated cow milk.
Sui noted.
He was worried about this, which made it hard for him to decide. When he returned, he gathered his team to discuss. Hu Ting volunteered. I'll go. I used to be part of the peacekeeping organization. Many people know me. I've been out of sight for years, so they don't know where I am. I can create a new identity for myself without raising suspicion. And I want to take this chance to get revenge. I promise not to involve the government. Also, I want Zhong Lixian to come with me. He knows chemistry and physics, and he can help. Sui hesitated for a moment and asked Jiang Yan for approval. Jiang Yan had already agreed to develop Guangming County, so he naturally didn't oppose this small plan. Thus, a private group led by Hu Ting and assisted by Zhong Lixian was formed, disguising themselves as mercenaries. They called themselves Exorcise Evil. 100 people dressed in ragged clothes, sneaking into Xiaoshan town on a dark, windy night, quickly taking over the houses at the town entrance. The next day, members of the Mongoose organization, living closest to the town entrance, received the news and immediately gathered their forces. Who are you? Jia Daong asked sternly, looking like he was about to question them. Fang Yuchen, leading a dozen men, forcefully pushed open the dilapidated gate, eyeing Jia Daong and his ragtag group arrogantly. He raised his chin and said proudly, "We are the Exorcise Evil organization. We passed through this town and liked it, so we decided to settle here." Exorcise Evil? Never heard of you. Get out now. This is our territory. Jia Daong, confident because of his numbers, was not afraid at all. Fang Yuchen sneered and waved his hand. Instantly, over 100 strong and healthy people emerged from all directions. Jia Daong was very startled, swallowed hard, and immediately changed his attitude completely. "Brother, let's talk nicely. Where did you stay before?" Fang Yuchen looked indifferent, and Jia Daong, holding back his anger, had to lower his stance further and spoke kindly. "If you don't explain clearly, the people in this town won't tolerate you. There are more than one or two powerful groups here." Reluctantly, Fang Yuchen replied, "Guangming County." "Guangming County?" Jia Daong frowned, thinking Fang Yuchen was lying or joking. He looked at his men. A young follower quickly ran over and pointed toward the mountains. "Boss, the place where the smoke was rising seems to be Guangming County."
Wow.
Jia Daong gasped, raising his voice. "Did you come from that fire?" Fang Yuchen nodded, displeased. Jia Daong hurried forward to ask, "Brother, why didn't you say earlier? What's going on over there? Why has it been burning for so many days? How did you come here?" If the mountains hadn't blocked them, they would have gone to check it out already. Fang Yuchen calmly said, "It's nothing special." A volcano erupted, and lava flowed all the way to Guangming County, flooding the entire town. "We were forced into the mountains. Out of hundreds of people, only we remain. Those who can stay are the strongest." He then showed off his muscles. Jia Daong and his men compared their physiques to Fang Yuchen's, and they were so frightened they ran away in panic. Finally escaping back to the Tiger Organization's main base, everyone whispered anxiously. Jia Daong's trusted subordinate advised, "Boss, I think we must tell Gao Tianlong and Luo Kai. These people are not to be trusted." Everyone else agreed. Jia Daong's eyes flickered with hesitation. After a moment of struggle, he pretended to sigh and said, "All right, since everyone feels that way, I'll go along with it." He then organized notices to be sent out to everyone, and they all gathered at the peacekeeping organization's base. Luo Kai saw them and was annoyed, sneering, "What? Do you all think my place is just a meeting spot now? Coming here for every little problem, do you think I have no temper?" Jia Daong hurriedly said, "Boss Luo, the sky is almost falling. Losing your temper won't help. Last night, a crime-fighting organization came to town. Do you know about it? There were over 100 people, all strong and healthy men. They planned to settle in Xiashan town. Our small forces definitely can't fight them. If even the peacekeeping organization stays silent, Xiashan town will change forever." This really hit Luo Kai hard, but he wasn't stupid. After venting, he sternly looked at Jia Daong. "You say there are over 100 of them, all strong and healthy? Who else besides the government mercenaries could be so fit at a time like this?" Jia Daong paused, thinking about the unfamiliar faces and their clothing. He hesitated and shook his head. "I don't think they're from the government. They look pretty ragged. They say the organization came from Guangming County. The recent fires were caused by underground volcano eruptions affecting Guangming County. They had no choice but to escape over the mountains. There are a few hundred people, now down to over 100. These are survivors from the mountains, strong and capable, which makes sense." Luo Kai's attention was suddenly diverted. "You mean the thick smoke during those days was from underground volcano eruptions?" Jia Daong nodded repeatedly. "Such a large area of smoke and burning for so many days, ordinary forest fires can't do that. Besides, if it were just a normal fire, it wouldn't affect us here at all. I believe what they said is true. If the government people wanted to settle in Xiashan town, why would they need to conspire? The government has plenty of ways to deal with them. There's no need for all this fuss." Something didn't add up. Before Luo Kai could decide what to do, Gu Fengshuo rushed in looking anxious. "Boss, several strangers are outside. They haven't come in, but they sent a message saying Xiashan town now belongs to them. The crime-fighting organization will be the new rulers here. If you disagree, fight them." Ridiculous. Luo Kai angrily slammed the table and led everyone to the town entrance. Tao Gui hurried forward, shouting loudly, "Crime-fighting organization. Listen up, Xiashan town is under our peacekeeping organization. Be smart and get out now." "Who are you, you idiot?" Fang Yuqing squinted stubbornly at Tao Gui. Tao Gui was so angry he almost stomped his feet, shouting loudly, "I am Tao Gui, the third in command of the peacekeeping organization." "Tao Gui, why are you still alive?" Zhong Lishuan's voice drifted from inside the room. Tao Gui was stunned. "Does he know me? Who is he?" Before he could figure it out, Zhong Lishuan's figure appeared at the second-floor window, standing with his hands behind his back. Tao Gui and Luo Kai stared in shock, their eyes wide. "It's you." Zhong Lishuan sneered and slightly curled his lips. "It's not just me." As he spoke, Huiting stepped out from behind Zhong Lishuan. Seeing Huiting, Luo Kai's face visibly darkened. Tao Gui looked like he had seen a ghost.
How?
"How could it be you guys?" Gao Tianlong raised a questioning brow.
Who are they?
"A traitor from the peacekeeping organization." Tao Gui clenched his fists tightly, grinding his teeth.
Huoting snäred.
"Traitor? They're just a fake, disgusting evil group. Anyone with a sense of justice wouldn't associate with them. Our goal: eliminate evil and corruption." Luo Kai narrowed his eyes dangerously and sneered. "Bluffing. The peacekeeping organization was able to make you run like dogs back then, and they can do it again today. Over the years, we've cleaned up many traitors. Since you walked right into our trap, don't blame me for being harsh." The atmosphere grew tense and confrontational. Seeing the situation turning bad, Gao Tianlong and the others quietly slipped away during the standoff. Tao Guo, coming to his senses, wanted to rally others to fight together, but he found only their own people remained. His face darkened with anger. "Boss, those ran away." Luo Kai wasn't surprised but was still furious. No one knew the situation in Xiashan Town better than them. The peacekeeping organization was strong, but times had changed, especially after his giant python was killed. He no longer had the same confidence as before. If a fight broke out now, Gao Tianlong and his group would definitely take the opportunity to attack. "What do you suggest we do?" he asked Tao Guo. Tao Guo was speechless for a moment before finally saying, "I suggest we retreat and plan carefully. This isn't just about the peacekeeping organization. Other groups should also contribute." So, in the absence of other organizations, Luo Kai confidently announced their withdrawal. Zhong Lishuan watched them leave with eager eyes. His hands itched. What a pity. Why didn't they fight? He was already prepared with biochemical weapons. As soon as the other side made a move, he could strike back legitimately. Huating waved his hand.
Stay calm.
Don't forget our goal. Even if we need to act, we must complete the mission first. Zhong Lishuan nodded. I understand. It's just that seeing Luo Kai and Tao Guo with their sharp, sneaky faces makes me so angry. Back then, he was just a researcher in the peacekeeping organization, nowhere near the skill of those agile fighters. They often mocked and looked down on him. He kept every insult and slight in his mind. Huating gazed out the window in deep thought, then said after a moment, "This evening, we'll contact a few small groups to exchange supplies. Since we're new here, needing food is normal." Fong Yuchen nodded and asked, "What will we exchange?" "We should have some medicines that they probably need," Huating replied, then walked toward the warehouse. The supplies for the exchange were carefully prepared by Sui. They included common hospital medicines like fever reducers, anti-inflammatory drugs, and disinfectants. These items weren't rare in the city, but outside the city, they were valuable to other factions. Since they are always in danger, even minor injuries can turn deadly, so medicines are very attractive to them. Besides medicines, Sui also prepared some high-quality replicas of antiques for emergencies. Of course, revealing these high-quality fakes too soon could raise suspicion among major factions. The best approach was to use medicines for the exchange. After the mercenaries finished sorting the medicines for exchange, dusk fell. The leaders of several influential groups gathered at the Phylong Organization's meeting hall. "Boss Gao, I think this anti-evil organization is clearly targeting the peacekeeping organization. Even if they weren't originally, now they're rivals. I suggest we wait until they weaken each other, then take advantage of the chaos. We can get a lot of good stuff. Without the peacekeeping and anti-evil groups, this Xiashan town will be ruled by your Phylong organization. We just need to follow along and enjoy the benefits." Gao Tianlong enjoyed the admiration of everyone, always wearing a satisfied smile. He modestly waved his hand. "It's nothing. Over the years, we've supported each other against the peacekeeping organization. We're like family. If we get a piece of the pie, everyone can share." I'm not as heartless as Luo Kai, but whether they will fight or not is uncertain. Even if they do, whether it will affect us is another matter. Thinking about this, Gao Tianlong frowned. Choosing sides at critical moments is risky. If you pick right, the future is bright. If wrong, it could be deadly. Xiashan Town is so small that avoiding involvement is impossible. We need to think carefully. Just as everyone was lost in thought, a subordinate hurried in and whispered to Gao Tianlong, "Boss, we found that after dark, the anti-evil organization visited several small groups. They're starting to win people over?" Gao Tianlong felt a faint sense of excitement, which meant they were one step closer to war. My younger brother shook his head. "It doesn't seem like that. I was watching from afar, and it looked more like they were exchanging supplies." "Exchanging supplies?" Jia Deong frowned. "Aren't they quite strong? What would they need to trade for?" Gao Tianlong thought for a moment and said hesitantly, "Could it be food? Those people escaped from the mountains, so they probably don't have much food. But what are they trading with?" This was also a mystery that everyone couldn't figure out. Go, all of you, find out what's going on.
I want to see what good things they have.
Jia Dayong's eyes flashed with greed, completely forgetting that their ragtag group had no ability to face the evil organization directly. Several younger brothers ran out quickly, and soon they received definite news. Jia Dayong was stunned. Your evil organization has all kinds of medicine for healing? Where did they get it? Gao Tianlong remembered the information he heard today and hesitated. Could it be related to Zhong Lishuan? I heard he used to be a researcher in a peacekeeping organization. Making medicine isn't difficult for him. Everyone immediately lost their doubts and started planning. Since the evil organization has medicine, should we try to make friends with them? Said Bai Jun, the leader of the Baiyu organization. Many members of Baiyu were sick. Not only were their bodies weak, but their families were also in trouble. He couldn't be as cold-hearted as Luo Kai or Gao Tianlong, nor could he casually kill people. Because of this, Baiyu is weak in Xiashan Town, even weaker than the Flying Dragon and Fierce Tiger organizations, and could only follow behind them, wasting time. But because he still had a conscience, many people joined Baiyu, and they were very united, which was their advantage. Gao Tianlong frowned in displeasure. We don't even know what kind of medicine it is. Ordinary medicine isn't worth our effort. At most, we can trade with them, neither side will be offended. Everyone looked at each other and thought Gao Tianlong was right, so they went back to discuss. Bai Bo, Bai Jun's younger brother, whispered, Big brother, we really need a lot of medicine. If the evil organization has medicine, it wouldn't be bad to rely on them.
Bai Yun sighed helplessly.
I've thought about that too. We all have families to support, and our bodies are badly damaged. If it weren't for our unity, Luo Kai and the others would have already targeted us. The evil organization is strong and healthy. How could they look down on us, the burden carriers? Although he also wanted to latch onto a strong supporter, such things were just a dream and nearly impossible to achieve. If things don't work out, they can only turn to the government. They know nothing about the situation in the city and are afraid that going there will make life even harder. Since the brothers trust him, he must take responsibility for them. Bai Bo's eyes flickered with struggle. He clenched his teeth and fists, saying, Big brother, let's contact them first to exchange items. If they really have the medicine we need, we should plan early. Over the years, they have been living in Xiashan Town, working lowly with the peacekeeping organization, cooperating with them, but in the end, they gained little real benefit. The organization initially gave them some hydroponic vegetables and grains so they could be self-sufficient. Those supplies are not enough to support so many people. Most of them still survive by scavenging. Sometimes they have to go out for days just to find food. The peacekeepers are aware of their situation but don't care, even mocking them for barely surviving. His inner anger was about to explode. The appearance of the evil organization finally gave him the courage to speak his mind. Bai Jun's face grew more serious. That night, the brothers secretly took a few trusted followers to the entrance of Xiashan Town to negotiate with Fang Yuchen. We heard you have medicine. We want to trade with you, Bai Jun tentatively said. Fang Yuchen looked them over. From Bai Jun's tone, he could tell this organization lacked confidence. He was somewhat indifferent, that's right, but what can you offer us in exchange? We don't eat expired food. His words made Bai Jun and the others change their expressions. Bai Bo couldn't help but ask, then what do you want? Fang Yuchen replied leisurely, since we plan to stay in Xiashan Town long term, we need a sustainable food source, like fresh, healthy vegetables and grains, or livestock such as chickens, ducks, pigs, cows, and sheep. Bai Bo was surprised that the evil organization dared to think so boldly. His eyes widened in shock. We don't have livestock, but we do have some hydroponic vegetables and grains. Those are our last reserves and can't be easily given away. Fang Yuchen shrugged, looking regretful. Then there's nothing to discuss. Bai Bo looked at Bai Jun. Bai Jun asked seriously, we need medicine to boost our energy and blood, disinfectants, cold and fever medicines, anti-inflammatory drugs, and even medicine to treat radiation mutations. Do you have any? Fang Yuchen's eyes flickered slightly, and he shook his head.
Bai Yun looked visibly disappointed.
Just listen as Fang Yuchen calmly said, we only have medicine to treat radiation mutations. We can provide other medicines, but unfortunately, You arrived a bit late. The previous group exchanged fresh vegetables and grains with us. Now, we mainly want livestock. Our boss likes to eat pork. If we can get live piglets or pregnant sows, we can find a way to get medicine to treat radiation mutations. Hiss. By June and the others gasped in shock. Isn't it only the government that has medicine to treat radiation mutations? Could it be that you have dealings with the government? Bai Bo wondered aloud, thinking what he was feeling. Bai Jun wanted to stop them, but it was too late. His expression flickered with worry, as if he wanted to write concern on his face. Fong Yuchen chuckled. As far as I know, the government only controls medicine for radiation mutation, not a cure. But we have a way to get medicine that can cure radiation mutations. However, this medicine is risky. People who take it and are suitable will be cured, but those who aren't will only worsen their radiation mutation, and some might die within a few days. Because of this, we haven't actively traded this medicine with others. Do you understand? Only the government council members know about the mutated cow's colostrum. It hasn't spread in the city, and people outside the city are even less likely to know. Their current information still relies on the rumors spread by Su Qian about mutated cow's milk. Bai Jun initially suspected that the evil organization might be connected to the government. But after hearing Fong Yuchen, he immediately dismissed that suspicion and exchanged a meaningful look with Bai Bo. Mr. Fong, we will remember what you said. We really can't get piglets or pregnant sows right now. Please give us some time. We will do our best to acquire them. Also, please prepare some medicines for us. We don't need the radiation mutation cure for now. Fong Yuchen nodded with satisfaction and watched them leave. Back at the main base, Bai Jun and his team started planning. Only the peacekeeping organization breeds pigs, but they didn't know where they kept them or how many. Stealing them was probably impossible, so they could only try to trade secretly. They heard that the second-in-command of the peacekeeping organization had been neglected recently. Maybe they could start with her. Thinking this, Bai Jun immediately sent someone to contact Su Qian. Bai Bo had a good relationship with Gu Fengshou from the peacekeeping organization, who often helped Su Qian. Bai Jun quickly took some supplies and went to find her. Gu Fengshou was thinking about how to make the peacekeeping organization more chaotic. When Bai Bo came over, he quickly invited him inside. Why are you here? Isn't everyone discussing how to deal with the evil organization? Gu Fengshou looked at Bai Bo with surprise. As a minor member of the peacekeeping group, he couldn't participate in such big matters, but Bai Bo was different. No matter what, he was the younger brother of the leader of the Bai Yu organization, almost like a second-in-command. Bai Bo chuckled awkwardly and sat down heavily. We've discussed it, but we haven't come to a clear plan yet. I just wanted to talk to you. How are things on your side? Gu Fengshou shook his head. Thinking about Luo Kai's craziness and the situation with the Bai Yu organization, he couldn't help but remind him, you should quickly think about a backup plan. If a fight really breaks out, you'll definitely be pushed to the front as cannon fodder. The Bai Yu organization was different from others. It had many weaker members. Gu Fengshou was willing to be friendly with Bai Bo because the Bai brothers were rare, honest, and kind people in Xiashan town. Bai Bo's face paled slightly, and he asked in fear, is the news reliable? We just found out that the evil organization plans to settle in Xiashan town. They exchange medicine for food, but they only want fresh vegetables, grains, and livestock, no expired food. We went too late. They've already collected enough vegetables and are now asking for livestock. They said their boss likes to eat pork. He thought maybe the peacekeeping organization raised pigs, and he wondered if he could make a deal with the second-in-command. Gu Fengshou looked troubled. I can help with other things, but doing business with our second-in-command. Honestly, that woman is very scheming and harder to get along with than the first-in-command. It's better to trade with the third-in-command. He was now focused on overthrowing the second-in-command. Men flatter, praise, stir up trouble. That's no big deal. But could the evil organization really produce so many medicines? Bai Bo nodded heavily and shared Bai Jun's suspicion. When Gu Zhongli Xian was known to have pharmaceutical skills, Gu Fengshou didn't say anything more. The next morning, Bai Jun heard that Gao Tianlong and others had already traded with the evil organization. These groups were stronger than the Bayou organization. Even if they didn't raise pigs, they kept some small animals, perhaps insects, field mice, or wild rabbits. But their pockets were as empty as their faces. They had no good things at all. Thinking of this, Bai Jun and his brother became even more eager to get piglets. While several leaders were in a meeting, Bai Bo secretly went to see Tao Gui. A few words made Tao Gui feel light and happy. Just then, Tao Tao appeared. Bai Bo, looking amazed, praised Tao Tao as if she were a fairy. Even the proud and high-maintenance Tao Tao couldn't help but smile. She looked at Bai Bo happily. "Are you my brother's friend?"
Bai Bo smiled politely.
"I don't think I'm qualified to be friends with the third boss. My older brother is Bai Jun from the White Moon organization. I'm just a casual person under his protection, trying to show off in front of my brother and asking the third boss for a favor." "Help? With what?" Tao Tao looked at Tao Gui with confusion, not understanding what a casual person could need to do. Tao Gui lowered his eyes calmly and said slowly, "The Flying Dragon and the Tiger organizations both keep animals. They want to raise livestock too. They asked me to help get some piglets." Tao Tao suddenly understood and sat down casually. "I thought it was something important. Since they want to buy, we can just sell to them." Tao Gui sighed and said seriously, "That's easier said than done. Those animals are all managed by the big boss. If the big boss doesn't handle it, then the second boss will. I can't get involved." Bai Bo was shocked and covered his mouth. "I thought the third boss could decide."
"Turns out you can't."
"If that's the case, I'll forget I said anything. I'll go talk to the second boss later." When Tao Tao heard Bai Bo wanted to flatter Su Qian, she immediately became unhappy. She glared and snorted coldly. "Are we unable to handle this? It's not a big deal." She then ordered her trusted aide, "Go to the breeding farm and say, I want to eat roasted piglet. Tell them to send a few live piglets for me to choose." The aide left. Bai Bo looked shocked and exaggerated his expression. "Miss Tao, not only are you beautiful, but you're also so straightforward. I really admire you. If you need anything, just tell me. I'll find a way to get it for you. You're such a flip-flopper. It's kind of cute." Tao Tao sneered coldly, looking at Bai Bo with a playful gaze. Bai Bo, with a thick skin like a city wall, showed no embarrassment. Instead, he eagerly admitted he was a flip-flopper. Tao Tao found this boring and annoyed. She pouted and said, "Let's put on hold for now. When I really need you, I'll contact you." Bai Bo nodded vigorously, feeling relieved, and looked at Tao Tao with even more eagerness. Soon, members of the organization carried over several cages, each holding piglets. "Here they are. You can pick whichever you like," Tao Tao lazily said. Bai Bo carefully looked around and asked with a puzzled face, "I can't tell." Could you help me choose a pair of piglets, one male and one female? Or maybe two females and one male?" Tao Tao had never seen someone so shameless before and looked at Bai Bo with deep disapproval. Speechless and out of patience, she waved for her younger brother to pick 3 piglets, one male and 2 females. Bai Bo was overjoyed to get the piglets and couldn't wait to rush up and hug Tao Tao, spinning around. Seeing a warning look from Tao Gui, she could only awkwardly leave. Before leaving, she still reminded Tao Tao, "Miss Tao, let me know when you decide what you want. I am always ready to serve you at the Bayou organization." Tao Tao nodded with a fake smile. After they left, she also told the others to go away. Confused, Tao Gui asked, "Why are you helping him?" "Helping him?" Tao Tao sneered. "Big brother, do you think I'm that kind of kind-hearted person? Just 3 piglets. It's only a few days' worth of food for me. Giving them away costs nothing. What's the harm? What I want is to slap Su Qian in the face. That old woman doesn't know what's going on. She's clearly just a figurehead now." Luo Kai is annoyed with her, but no matter how angry he is, he won't let anyone hurt Su Qian. Lately, I've realized that no matter how much Luo Kai spoils me, I can't surpass that Su Qian. If I don't cause her some trouble, how can we take her down? Even more hateful, Luo Kai treats her like a canary, not letting her get involved in the organization's affairs. She can't interfere in the power struggle with Su Qian, so she can only do small tricks to annoy her. Seeing her sister's anger, Tao Gui comforted her. I know you're worried for your brother, but we can't rush things. Su Qian has been with Luo Kai for so many years. She knows all his secrets. Even for their shared interests, Luo Kai won't hurt her. All I want is to weaken Su Qian's power, she continued. Right now, the beauty scheme isn't working well. But don't be upset or discouraged. Quickly have a child for Luo Kai. When the mother has a son, her status will rise. Then Luo Kai's heart will lean toward you. Our plan will succeed eventually. Tao Tao frowned with dissatisfaction. How long will that take? I've been trying hard, but I just can't get pregnant. Su Qian has been with him for so many years and still hasn't had a child. Do you think Luo Kai's body might be the problem? Tao Gui hadn't thought about that. He saw her lost in thought, and Tao Tao felt more frustrated. As long as I can prove he's healthy, I can find someone else to have children with, even if I don't have a child with him. I'm just worried he might hide his health problems intentionally. What if I get pregnant and he hurts me then? Tao Gui also thought her sister's idea made sense and didn't suggest anything else. Soon, Su Qian received news that Tao Tao was planning to take 3 piglets and told Luo Kai. Luo Kai was angry about the evil organization trying to buy people's loyalty and didn't want to get involved in the women's jealousy. If she's too free, she should go solve problems outside. We're all grown up, yet she still acts like a young girl, not stepping out of her house. Our peacekeeping group doesn't support idle people, Luo Kai scolded angrily. Tao Tao arrived at the door and overheard this. She took a deep breath, looked sad, pulled down her collar, and softly cried, Brother Kai, do you dislike me because I'm useless? Or think I'm a burden? If you don't like me, I'll leave.
Boo-hoo.
Luo Kai saw she was almost calmed down and quickly stepped forward to comfort her. I meant Su Qian, not you. Why are you crying? By the way, Su Qian said you took 3 piglets. What are you doing? Tao Tao pouted and looked more wronged. Do you believe her or me? I definitely believe you. You've been with the peacekeeping group since you were a child, Luo Kai said gently. Tao Tao finally smiled through her tears, a mix of annoyance and resentment. I didn't plan to take 3 piglets at once. I just wanted to eat something, or when my brother entertains guests, she digs into everything. Even a single egg has to be checked thoroughly. If she takes something, she'll definitely eat it. I didn't want a lot at once, but she treats us like criminals, and it makes me uncomfortable. Instead of watching her face all the time, I'd rather ask for a little more, so I can see her once every few days and feel a bit happier. Luo Kai understood the situation and couldn't help but scold Su Qian. Really irresponsible. She's busy outside, yet she still causes trouble for me. Tao Tao agreed sincerely. Brother Kai, I can take some small unfairness. I just worry about the brothers below. I heard there's a group called the Evil Organization in town. What if some of our people betray us and join them? She continued, I think during times like this, we need to keep everyone calm. Someone like the second in command, who sticks to rules all day, definitely won't work. She said to leave half and keep half, which made Luo Kai start to think freely. He was so angry that he cursed loudly and ordered his younger brother, tell the second in command that from now on, the breeding matters will be handled by the third in command. Let her come out and deal with the mess outside. Tao Tao's eyes sparkled with excitement, afraid Luo Kai would notice her unusual behavior. She buried her whole head in Luo Kai's embrace. After Bai Bo successfully obtained 3 piglets, he immediately sent a message to Bai Jun. They waited until nightfall before carrying the boxes to the town entrance to meet Fang Yuchen. We have the piglets you wanted, 1 male and 2 females, all alive. Fang Yuchen was suddenly interested. He squatted down to examine the 3 piglets. How do you tell if they are male or female? Bai Bo couldn't give a clear answer. Fang Yuchen didn't mind. He stood up calmly and said, Since you brought the piglets, we keep our promise. Come, bring out the items. Soon, several boxes were brought over. Fang Yuchen personally opened them and pointed to the contents, explaining, This box contains disinfectant, 100 bottles. This one has fever medicine, 60 bottles. There are 2 boxes of anti-inflammatory medicine, 160 boxes total. We also have cold medicine, 2 boxes, divided into heat and cold types, with 80 boxes each. You can have someone try the medicine when you take it back. If it doesn't work, come back to me. Our products are guaranteed quality. Bai Jun and his brother had lived in Xiaoshan town for a long time, but this was the first time they encountered such an honest organization. Their impression of the anti-evil organization improved a lot. They didn't hesitate and quickly took the items and left. As soon as they left, Fang Yuqin immediately called Hu Ting and Zhong Lixian. Got the piglets. What's the next step? Hu Ting and Zhong Lixian crouched down to carefully examine the piglets. They nodded and said, not bad, not sick. 1 male and 2 females. To prevent trouble at night, it's best to send these into the city now.
How do we send them?
The town's forces are watching us closely. Any movement could get us caught. Fang Yuqin frowned. Hu Ting stood up and looked at the thick night. He said in a deep voice, I'll take 3 people with me. We'll head toward Guangming County, send a signal flare, and Captain Su will send someone to support us. As long as they stay away from the city, Luo Kai and his people won't be able to figure out their plans. Fang Yuqin asked, puzzled. We have the items now. Shouldn't we retreat? Are we really going to fight them? Zhong Lixian cleared his throat and pretended to be mysterious. Since you have already come, it would be strange to leave just like that. Next time, if you want to copy their methods and ask them for things, it won't work. Instead, it's better to stay and keep fighting them. Maybe you'll get some unexpected gains. Of course, the most important thing is that they haven't taken revenge yet, so leaving like this feels unsatisfying. But matters of personal revenge are not something to be discussed openly. Fang Yuqin was quickly convinced and immediately chose 2 strong mercenaries to assist Hu Ting in the operation. They had already mapped out the locations of various organizations in Xiaoshan town. Now, these group spies were all at the town entrance, and there weren't many people inside. The 3 avoided all the spies and arrived at the foot of the mountain as quickly as possible. Hu Ting contacted Su Yi, and soon 3 large drones descended from the sky. These large drones could carry a weight of 1 ton, easily transporting a piglet. The 3 watched as the drones flew high into the sky and gradually disappeared into the distance. Only then did they turn around quickly and head back to their base. The next morning, Zhang Miao saw the 3 piglets at the animal research base. You really managed to do it. These 3 piglets look quite normal. They probably haven't been exposed to sunlight radiation. Where did you get them from? Zhang Miao performed a simple scan on the piglets and everything seemed normal. However, they still detected radiation levels above the safe limit inside their bodies, likely related to what they ate. Su Yi didn't hide anything and explained Hu Ting's team's actions in detail. Zhang Miao raised an eyebrow. So the mission is complete, and they haven't returned yet? Su Yi shook his head. Hu Ting, Zhong Lixian, and the peacekeeping organization have old grudges. Since they have a chance to seek revenge openly, they definitely won't let it go easily. I also want to learn more about the peacekeeping organization. The origin of that snake back, then, is still a mystery. If we can find some clues, it would be even better. Is it dangerous? Sui shook his head. The forces outside the city have been eating food with radiation for years. Their bodies are somewhat affected, but our people are all healthy elites. If it comes to a fight, we won't lose. Plus, our team is in Guangming County and can support at any time. As long as things don't get out of control, let them handle it. Since Su Yi said so, Zhang Miao had nothing to worry about. Although the 3 piglets were healthy, their radiation levels still needed to be cleaned. She planned to keep these piglets as breeding stock until they died naturally, and their meat would no longer be eaten. Now, every greenhouse at the animal research base was in use, and a few more pigsties had to be built specifically for raising pigs. Gao Yi received the task and immediately arranged for people to contact the inner-city trading center to buy large quantities of supplies. Gao Ye's team came in under the name of a mercenary group. Zhou Yongnian, although he has opinions about Zhang Miao and Su Yi, doesn't dare to interfere with the building materials because they are still controlled by the trading center. If there are problems with the construction project, he would be held responsible. If the situation worsened, He might even lose his position as director. Additionally, the prices of building materials are set by the government, so even if he wanted to inflate prices, he couldn't. Knowing that Gao Yi brought people to buy building materials, he looked annoyed but kept his feelings to himself, letting his staff handle the reception. After Gao Yi and his team left, Zhou Yongnian called his staff over to ask, "What did they buy?" The staff replied honestly, same as before, mostly for building greenhouses. They probably want to expand. They haven't told us exactly what they're for.
Ha!
They really keep their mouths shut. Zhou Yongnian sneered, but didn't pay much attention. In his view, residents in the outer districts are self-sufficient now, solving their basic needs. His trading center has taken the biggest hit, so whatever they do next won't matter much. As long as he maintains a monopoly on daily necessities and pork, the trading center's performance won't suffer much. Although residents in the outer districts refuse to buy fresh grains for the trading center, they still receive some stockpiled grains, so he can't completely offend them. Feeling confident, Zhou Yongnian continued to drink tea, looking sure of victory. After the building materials were delivered to the livestock research base, Zhang Miao also handed over the materials for pig pen construction to Gao Yi. Once the pig pens are built and the radiation inside the piglets has been mostly removed, they can be placed inside. The problem is pig feed. Since pigs are omnivores and eat everything, it's uncertain whether they will eat the pasture grass. If they refuse to eat it, Zhang Miao will have to set up a few greenhouses to grow pig food. Zhang Miao is busy because of these 3 piglets. Meanwhile, Su Yi's development project has entered an important phase. Now, the entire center of Guangming County has been leveled. During excavation, several underground springs were discovered. To prevent these springs from being contaminated by sunlight, Su Yi immediately ordered workers to build shelters over the springs and continue digging until they uncovered large pits of over 100 square meters, confirming they were underground springs. Because the springs flow slowly, Su Yi sent people to monitor them and then moved on to follow up with the other 2 springs. All 3 springs are located in the city center, about 2 kilometers apart from each other. The second spring is located right beneath the abandoned building where Huiting and his group are staying. It is likely that the water they drank came from the spring, not from stagnant water. This explanation makes sense because stagnant water would either dry up or smell bad after a long time, and it couldn't have been safe for so many years. The only reasonable explanation is that they have been drinking spring water all along. The third spring is on the outer edge, near the big mountain, and it produces the most water. Originally, this area probably had many large mutated plants. After the underground fire burned them away, the flow of underground water likely changed, turning this spot into a water outlet. The spring gushes out, filling a large pit of over 100 square meters quickly. Su Yi ordered people to dig a drainage channel. After several days of observation, he noticed an interesting phenomenon. The radiation level is lowest at the spring, and it increases the farther you go from it. After a few days of settling, the 3 man-made ponds became very clear. The water flowing out through the channels did not reach the small creek. Instead, it seeped into the soil halfway. It rained twice during this time, but the radiation levels in the spring remained quite stable. Could soil somehow purify radiation from water? Su Yi couldn't figure it out and carefully recorded the situation. Meanwhile, in Xiashan town, Huiting and Zhong Lishuan secretly exchanged strange items with various groups, such as insect eggs and some fruit seedlings, normal plants and animals. What shocked Huiting the most was that someone brought 2 small carp fish. "What do you want to trade for these?" Huiting personally went out to meet the mysterious woman after receiving the message. The woman looked a bit dazed, constantly rubbing her hands and coughing now and then, as if she was about to cough out her lungs. I want to trade for medicine that can save my life. I can't die. Please help me," she begged. Huiting immediately called Zhong Lishuan over. "Look at this. What kind of illness is this?" Zhong Lishuan looked completely speechless. "Brother, I study research, not medicine. How am I supposed to know?" He then looked at the woman with a faint frown. "Who told you we can save you?" The woman didn't answer. Tears fell down her face as she clenched her fists tightly. "I'm already at my wit's end. If I die, what will happen to my daughter?" That definitely won't spare her. He even gave away his own sister easily. My daughter definitely won't survive. The woman grew more anxious and coughed more violently. Huiting and Zhong Lishuan were deeply afraid she might die here. They wanted to send her away immediately, but also couldn't bear to part with these two carp. After all, the city still had no normal aquatic animals, and these two carp meant a lot to them. They insisted on keeping them. We only have this much medicine. Do you want it? Or maybe you have other demands, as long as we can fulfill them, Huiting suggested differently. The woman's emotions gradually calmed, and she started to think about what was possible. After a moment, she clenched her fists and said firmly, "Fine. I won't make things difficult for you. Since you can't cure my illness, at least protect my daughter." Huiting didn't immediately agree. "What is your daughter's condition?" When she mentioned her daughter, the woman's eyes softened. "She is 13 years old now, pretty and adorable. She is sensible and gentle. She is my most precious treasure. Unfortunately, she has a bad fate, with a father who isn't a good person. Her father never paid attention to her when she was little. As she grew older and more beautiful, he repeatedly wanted to give her away, saying it was for her good. I spat on that. That man just wants to ruin my daughter. If it weren't for my child, I would have long ago chosen to die with her. As long as you can protect my daughter, I am willing to do anything." Her eyes grew more determined. It was the look of a mother risking everything for her child. Huiting and Zhong Lishuan exchanged glances. Zhong Lishuan pushed his glasses up and asked quietly, "We can help, but we need to know everything about you and your daughter. First, where did these two carp come from?" The woman took a deep breath, then coughed twice before slowly saying, "From a secret underground breeding farm of the peacekeeping organization." "How did you get them?" Huiting's suspicion about her identity deepened. The woman sneered, "Because I am Tao Guo's woman. He has now taken control of the underground farm. There aren't many people around him he can use. He's always been stubborn, proud, and arrogant. He doesn't look down on women, and he doesn't believe his own woman would betray him. So he put us in the underground farm, making us, old and worn-out women, do the dirtiest and hardest work. I'm close to the source, so as long as I want, I can get anything I need." Huiting's eyes narrowed as he stared intently at her. "What exactly is in the underground farm of the peacekeeping organization?" The woman frowned and shook her head. "The underground farm is large, and the tunnels are connected like a maze. I can walk around freely inside, but I can't go too far. Everyone has their own job, and if I run too far, it might raise suspicion. Luckily, I am responsible for fish and shrimp farming, so sneaking out some supplies is quite easy. If she weren't truly desperate, she wouldn't have done this." When they heard that the peacekeeping organization not only raises fish but also shrimp, both Huiting and Zhong Lishuan looked surprised. Before, when they were part of the peacekeeping organization, there were no such things. "When did you start farming?" Zhong Lishuan asked, studying her closely. She didn't hide anything. After Luo Kai and his team set up their own group, they went out looking for food. They were gone for 4 or 5 months. Everyone thought they had died outside, but in the end, they all came back alive. Since then, they started looking for underground farms. The peacekeeping base wasn't in Xiaoshan town. They moved here specifically for farming. Huiting was surprised that this unremarkable woman knew so much. He quickly changed his mind. "I can find a way to save you. Even if I can't cure your illness, I will try to ease your condition. As part of our deal, we hope you can provide more aquatic products." The woman wasn't surprised at all. Instead, her eyes showed a hint of disdain. "You all are the same. Greedy and insatiable, desires are too big, and that's not good. Honestly, even if I give you all the aquatic products from the underground farm, you won't be able to raise them properly."
"Why?"
Zhong Lishuan asked, clearly more interested in this question. The woman took a deep breath and then started coughing. Huiting waved his hand, and someone behind him brought a special tea. He handed it to the woman. She hesitated for 2 seconds before decisively drinking it. This tea looked like traditional herbal medicine. As soon as she drank it, a cool sensation spread through her throat. The heat and discomfort in her chest were suppressed, and the itchy feeling diminished significantly, within a manageable range. Huiting didn't miss the shock on her face. He smiled and asked, "May I know your name?"
Kviuye.
From her name, it was obvious she was a beautiful woman in her youth.
Huoting nodded politely.
Ms. Chuyue, this is the only medicine we have that somewhat matches your condition. You can see how it works for yourself. If you think we can cooperate happily, we can discuss the next steps. No need, I promise you. The shock in Kiweiji's eyes gradually calmed, and she clenched her fist again. I can work with you to get more plants and animals, but my first condition is to protect my daughter. In 3 days, that Tao Gui will send my daughter to Jia Daong, trying to win over the Tiger organization to do his bidding. You must help my daughter escape her suffering, preferably make sure she never has to be controlled by anyone again. Huiting agreed. Kiweiji relaxed completely, looked deeply at Huiting, and said in a hoarse voice, "I believe in you. As long as you can protect my daughter for a lifetime, I am willing to risk my life to meet your demands." After Kiweiji left, Zhong Lishuan only felt a headache coming on. "Old Hua, are you really planning to start a full-scale fight with them?" Huiting rolled his eyes at him. "Do I look like that kind of reckless guy? Whether or not Tao Gui is sending women, we need to stop his plan. One peacekeeping organization is hard enough to deal with. If they form an alliance, how can we settle the score? We don't have much time to waste." At this moment, Fang Yuchen came out from outside, his gaze falling on the 2 carp. "The urgent thing is to get this into the city first. Everything else can wait."
Huoting nodded.
"I'll deliver the items. You guys find out how Tao Gui is sending women to Jia Daong." Fang Yuchen immediately took people out, and Huiting and the 2 mercenaries followed closely behind. The more they went, the faster they moved. This time, their 3-person team ran even quicker to the back mountain. After sending all the recently collected items via drone, they hurried back. On the way past the Tiger organization's main base, Huiting suddenly stopped, skillfully climbing through a broken window. The 2 mercenaries exchanged glances and silently took up watch nearby for Huiting. The Tiger organization's main base was actually a row of self-built houses connected along the street. Because of its proximity to the road, the buildings had a uniform exterior, all 4 stories high. There were 8 shops in this row, originally 8 households. The Tiger organization had occupied all these houses, dividing them into various small rooms, all filled with people. Using his sharp hearing and night vision, Huiting moved swiftly through the darkness, quickly reaching the 4th floor and approaching the only room with a light. "Boss, are you really going to marry Tao Wu? That little sprout has no chest, no, just an undeveloped kid. How can she compare to Tao Tao, who's curvy and attractive? Putting someone like her in front of you is just humiliating our Tiger organization." A bold man's loud and careless voice rang out. Jia Daong forcefully slapped the other person. "What nonsense! Tao Gui's old ghost's daughters all married off or died young. What choice does the oldest Tao Wu have? Besides, I haven't even tasted what a young girl like a sprout feels like."
Hee.
Laughter with a lecherous tone came from the room. Huiting, furious, quietly sneaked into the kitchen where they were cooking, added some ingredients to their water, then quickly left. At this moment, Su Yi, who had received 2 crucian carp and other plants and animals, quickly took a helicopter back to the city and delivered the items to Jiang Yan. Yang Su and Lao Xie, who arrived after hearing the news, looked at the 2 normal crucian carp in the water tank with disbelief. They're actually normal. Yang Su used his equipment to test the fish in various ways. The results made him start doubting himself. He was the director of several government labs, with a large team and many resources, but for years he hadn't been able to solve the mystery of aquatic plants and animals. Yet a small organization outside the city was already doing aquaculture successfully. He felt useless, like he was nothing. Lao Xie sympathetically patted his shoulder. "There might be some secrets we don't know about here. Don't be discouraged. Stay strong." The mutated cow colostrum almost drove Yang Su crazy before. He was really worried that Yang Su might be overwhelmed again and completely break down. Jiang Yan asked Lao Xie to take Yang Su away, then shifted his gaze from the two crucian carp to Suyi's face. Are you sure these came from the peacekeeping organization?
Sui noted.
Huiting personally collected them. He also said that the woman trading with her told us that even if we took more fish and shrimp, they wouldn't survive. He told us not to waste effort. He wants to get more aquatic products and learn more secrets. After weighing the pros and cons, he didn't pursue it further. Jiang Yan tapped the table thoughtfully. Let them find ways to investigate. Also, give these two crucian carp to Miao Miao. Suyi's face immediately darkened. Without hesitation, he refused. Minister, the government has the best resources. I think it's better to hand these two fish over to you. He thought, if the other side was so confident they couldn't raise these fish, and if something went wrong with Jiang Miao's hands, who would be responsible? He couldn't let his wife get into trouble. Jiang Yan quickly saw through his little scheme and scolded him with a smile. Stop playing tricks in front of me. Are you just worried that these two fish might die and Miao Miao will be responsible? With me here, if there's any blame, it will be on me first. No more nonsense. Just take the stuff and go. Su-yi wanted exactly that. So, he quickly carried the water tank out and even went to the lab to see Lao Xie and Yang Su. Both of you. The director insists I bring these two fish back for Miao Miao to handle. I really don't want to do it. Our conditions are not as good as yours. If something happens to these fish, we won't be able to explain. Would you like to take over? Su-yi placed the water tank on the table and turned to leave. Lao Xie was still confused, and Yang Su, who was half dead, grabbed the water tank and chased after Su-yi, shouting, Captain Su, wait for me. Let's talk nicely. This is the director's order. You can't run away. Their loud shouts echoed through the building. Su-yi kept Yang Su at bay until they rushed out of the government building. When he was about to open the car door, Yang Su finally caught up, hurriedly placing the water tank in the front passenger seat. Captain Su, it's a tough job, but I believe Miss Jiang Miao's ability. If she can't take care of them, then we definitely can't. Look, the sun is about to rise, so let's go back quickly. Yang Su turned and ran without giving Su-yi a chance to speak. Su-yi sneered and then got into the car. When he delivered the items to Jiang Miao, he thought she would have a headache, but surprisingly, she became excited. It's really crucian carp. Still the non-mutated kind. My goodness, how is it bred? Behind the base was a river with foul-smelling water, but no dead aquatic animals could be seen. She had tried to observe from above with a helicopter, but the stench made it impossible to breathe without a gas mask. Looking down from above, the water seemed empty. She once tried to tie a chicken with a noose and throw it into the water. Within 2 seconds, most of the chicken's feathers were chewed off, and after about a minute, the chicken was gone. She believed there were definitely living creatures in the water, dangerous ones, so she gave up on catching mutated aquatic animals from the river and was very wary of it. She thought her plan for aquaculture would be halted, but Su-yi surprised her with this big revelation. Su-yi explained the situation roughly, frowning as he said, That woman said even if we get fish and shrimp, we can't raise them. She didn't say why exactly. What do you think is going on? Jiang Miao shook her head. I'm not sure yet. Luckily, they are building a large greenhouse. I'll ask Gao Yi to make a few fish ponds and see how it goes. That's all we can do for now. If they can't survive, it's okay. I've already arranged everything for you. After giving instructions, Su-yi left. Jiang Miao immediately carried the water tank to the laboratory building. This was her private territory, and as soon as she entered, the system appeared.
Ding.
Congratulations, the host has completed 100% of the territory construction. Water aquatic fish have appeared around the host. Aquatic animals are an essential part of nature. This world needs normal aquatic creatures to build a balanced ecosystem. Please take good care of them and nurture them carefully. Today's check-in items: A. Food. B. Drinking water. C. Daily necessities. D. Plant and animal growth enhancer. E. Building materials. F. Poultry feed. G. Soil improvement. H. Survival medicine. I. High-tech equipment. J. Maternal and infant products. Please make a choice. Jiang Miao's lips twitched, suppressing her excitement. Finally, The territory construction progress reached 100%. A big weight in her heart was lifted. I choose the plant and animal growth enhancer. She waited eagerly for the system's response. Okay, the host's choice is D, plant and animal growth enhancer. Congratulations, the host has received a batch of aquatic animal stabilizers. Function: the aquatic animal stabilizer can stabilize the vital signs of aquatic animals and improve their adaptability to the environment. Even if water conditions change, they won't instantly lose activity. Usage: add the stabilizer to radiation-free water at a certain ratio and let it sit for half an hour before use. The system finished explaining. Suddenly, several boxes appeared in front of Jiang Miao, labeled Aquatic Animal Stabilizer. She hurried forward to check. This time, the bottles of the stabilizer had detailed instructions on storage and water mixing ratios, even some small tips. It was truly groundbreaking. Usually, the system's supplies were designed to be simple. Medications for humans only had a name, with no dosage instructions. But this aquatic animal stabilizer seemed to have some special meaning. Jiang Miao couldn't understand it, but it didn't stop her from finding a larger container for the two fish. Fortunately, the laboratory had a 200-liter transparent culture dish. Following the system's instructions, she mixed the water and stabilizer, let it settle for half an hour, then carefully placed one carp inside. After a night, the two fish looked a bit droopy. The carp in the culture dish swam a little and then sank to the bottom. Jiang Miao's heart sank along with them. Oh no! Is this fish about to die? Just as she was feeling anxious, the crucian carp suddenly darted backward quickly, clearly full of energy. Jiang Miao secretly relaxed and released another crucian carp into the tank. After finishing this, she eagerly checked the fish's food source. Knowing that these fish are omnivores, she felt relieved and left the laboratory building. Due to limited facilities at the base, she could only experiment with homemade fish food, hoping to keep the two little fish alive. She also contacted Su Yi and asked Huiting to help find out what kind of feed peacekeeping organizations give to fish. When Huiting received the message, they were planning how to stop Tao Wu's tragedy. Last night, I gave them medicine, but I don't know what will happen today, Huiting said thoughtfully, stroking his chin. Fang Yuchen kept watching the outside activity and said, "We'll see if it works later. If not, just kill Jia Deong." Zhong Lishuan shook his head like a rattledrum. Young people shouldn't be impulsive. Jia Deong has been safe in Xiaosan town for many years. We just arrived, and he's dead. It's obvious this has something to do with us. There's no need to cause more trouble now. I think it's better for Tao Wu to act on his own.
Huh?
Huiting and Fang Yuchen looked at him together. Zhong Lishuan sneered. As long as we protect Tao Wu, and we haven't said how, we can secretly give him some things. When the peacekeeping organization sends someone over, Tao Wu can take the chance to kill Jia Deong. Then we can move Tao Wu away. This way, the Tiger organization will definitely clash with Tao Goe. Could this also involve Chuyueji? Fang Yuchen frowned. Zhong Lishuan nodded helplessly. There's no other way.
So, these days let Chuyueji do something big.
If we move her away, it's settled. The three of them thought carefully, but couldn't find a better plan. They also worried that Chuyueji's situation might be exposed. The simplest way was to do it once and for all. In the end, they decided to follow Zhong Lishuan's plan. That night, Chuyueji, wrapped tightly, went again to the exorcism organization, bringing a small box of freshwater shrimp. The stuff is here. Have you decided how to help me? Huiting didn't want to hide and directly explain their plan. Chuyueji was shocked and stared wide-eyed. Are you crazy? My daughter has never even killed a chicken and you want her to kill someone? That's impossible. Without thinking, she shook her head angrily, her eyes turning red. I think you're just fooling me. At this moment, Kiweiji began to regret her earlier decisions, wondering why she had blindly trusted these people's lies in her desperation. Don't get too excited yet, Huiting said as he handed her another cup of herbal tea. Our cooperation is based on mutual trust. Since we promised to help you, we will do our best. As long as you cooperate with us, we can protect your daughter and even help you and your daughter escape from suffering and free yourselves from Tao Guo's control. Kiweiji's pupils widened in shock, and she stared at Huoting without blinking. How can I believe you? Now you have no choice but to believe us, Huoting leaned forward, signaling a tense game of negotiation between them. After a while, Kiweiji closed her eyes weakly, her lips trembling. I can't risk my daughter, but I can. Then she suddenly opened her eyes wide. Jia Daong, I will kill him. Do you have any other requests? Huoting nodded. That works. Also, before you kill Jia Daong, bring us a batch of seafood. The more, the better. Kiweiji immediately understood the Xuexie organization's plan, but she had no other options. Since it was like this, she would bear all the risks herself. Having made up her mind, she drank the herbal tea in one gulp. Just as she was about to stand up and leave, Zhong Lishen called her back. There's one more thing. I want to know what you feed these fish and shrimp and how you usually raise them. Kiweiji shook her head. The fish and shrimp eat wild, non-toxic fruits. Those fruits grow on the shady side of the mountain, where sunlight hardly reaches. They shouldn't have radiation mutations. Also, the underground farm uses live water, and that's how we've been raising them all these years. Can you get wild fruits? Huoting asked. Kiweiji still shook her head. That's not my responsibility. Picking wild fruits is dangerous. Luo Kai specifically arranged a team for that. All the fruits they collect are crushed. I can't see the whole fruits, so I don't know exactly what they look like. Huoting didn't say anything further. He watched Kiweiji leave and then delivered the shrimp to the foot of the mountain before informing Suyi of the situation. The mercenaries immediately took the items into the city. Suyi didn't delay. After informing Zhang Yan, he headed straight to the animal husbandry research base. It was already past 11 at night. Zhang Mao received the items and didn't dare delay. She directly took them into the laboratory building. Did Huoting find out what the fish and shrimp are fed? Sui shook his head. They said the peacekeeping organization feeds them with ordinary wild fruits. I guess the focus isn't on the food but on the water. How are the two crucian carp doing? The fish are lively and healthy. Everything is normal for now. Once the fish pond is built, they will be transferred inside. Also, I need a water circulation and filtration system. This is the best idea Zhang Miao can think of for large-scale aquaculture in the greenhouse. Su Yi checked the two crucian carp and immediately contacted his team to help buy more. After Su Yi left, Zhang Miao quickly arranged water and stabilizers, moving the freshwater shrimp into larger containers. Time passed quickly. When midnight struck, the system's voice sounded again. Congratulations! You have successfully completed the daily sign-in territory building task. The system has upgraded and unlocked more special items. Explore now. Today's sign-in items. Basic. A. Food. B. Drinking water. C. Daily supplies. D. Plant and animal growth aids. E. Building materials. F. Animal feed. G. Soil improvement. H. Survival medicine. I. High-tech equipment. J. Maternity products. Upgrade. A. Safe house. B. Attack weapons. C. Seed storage space. D. New medicines. E. Transportation tools. F. Support tools. Friendly reminder. Upgrade items can only be triggered at necessary moments. Please choose carefully. Now, please make your choice.
Wow.
The system has upgraded. There are even safe houses and storage spaces now. She feels she really needs a storage space right now. Not sure if it counts as a necessary moment. Zhang Miao rubbed her hands, a little excited. I choose upgrade C. Seed storage space. Okay, your choice is upgrade C. Seed storage space. The system detects that you are signing in for non-essential items. It is analyzing. Signing in. Congratulations. You have signed in a new toilet brush. This new design is resistant to dirt and bacteria, perfect for home and travel. As soon as the system finished speaking, a toilet brush appeared in front of Zhang Miao. She was speechless. Was the system mocking her? Wasted a sign-in opportunity. But she also realized from this test that upgrade items are not easy to get. If you can sign in, the system will give a prompt. After understanding this, She observed the fish and shrimp a bit longer before leaving. In the blink of an eye, it was the day Tao Gui's daughter was getting married. Although everyone knew the details of the wedding, the proper ceremony and face-saving measures still had to be done. Qiu Yueji, Tao Wu's mother and head of aquaculture, made sure that no matter how many fish and shrimp she brought out that day, no one would doubt her. Early in the morning, she appeared at the underground breeding farm, greeted some people from different groups, and kept talking about her daughter's marriage. Then she took a water tank and kept filling it with various fish and shrimp. Everyone thought she was preparing for a feast, so they didn't say much, only feeling a bit sympathetic. Qiu Yueji successfully took a bunch of fish and shrimp out of the place, avoiding everyone's eyes. She secretly handed the water tank to her contact and quickly returned to work. Tao Gui walked out of the building as if nothing was wrong, accepting everyone's congratulations. Dusk was approaching. Tao Wu rarely wore a nearly new outfit and sat in her room, quietly crying. Qiu Yueji quietly entered. Tao Wu's heart tightened, and she trembled as she cried out loud. Qiu Yueji felt very distressed and hurried to hug her tightly. Don't be afraid. Mom won't just watch you fall into trouble. Soon, Jia Daong will come to pick you up. Be good and follow him. Mom will go with you. Tonight, I will take you away. Although she wasn't sure if they could escape successfully, she decided to take a chance because her life was already coming to an end. Mom, how will you take me away? Your health. Tao Wu looked at her mother with tears, worried. At that moment, Tao Tao and a few women came in from outside, ignoring Qiu Yueji entirely. They looked down at Tao Wu, still a girl, with disdain. If there was no other choice, it wouldn't be you. What can a fool like you do? I really don't understand what Big Brother is thinking. The other women cheered secretly and said congratulatory words insincerely. Qiu Yueji was so angry she trembled and kept coughing. Tao Tao, disgusted, stepped outside. Sickly one, dare to infect me? Just wait and see how I deal with you. Filthy thing. If Jia Daong hadn't come soon, she really wanted to teach Qiu Yueji a lesson. Seeing Tao Tao and the others walk away, Qiu Yueji calmed down. In less than half an hour, Jia Daong entered the room amid cheers from his followers. He carried Tao Wu on his shoulder, talking in a tone, and swaggered away proudly. Qiu Yueji watched coldly and silently followed behind. As soon as they left the peacekeeping organization, Tao Gui called out, "What are you doing?" Qiu Yueji pretended to be timid and scared, lowering her head and hesitating. Xiao Wu is still young. I'm afraid she'll cry and upset Jia Daong. I want to go see her. Tao Gui's frown eased a little, and she waved her hand. Go, and come back quickly. Qiu Yueji felt like she was given a reprieve and hurriedly turned around and ran toward the Manhwa organization. Jia Daong's subordinates knew about Qiu Yueji's identity, but didn't stop her. They simply let her in. Qiu Yueji, getting bolder, asked a subordinate to help her find a place to rest. That night, the Tiger organization celebrated Jia Daong's recent acquisition of a woman, eating and drinking happily, unaware that their food had been secretly spiked. Soon, the cheers faded, and Jia Daong watched helplessly as his men fell one by one. He sensed something was wrong and struggled to stand, trying to leave. He staggered a few steps but suddenly froze, his eyes slowly drifting downward. He saw a long knife stuck in his chest and, with difficulty, turned his head. Right at that moment, he met Qiu Yueji's cold, piercing eyes. After Jia Daong fell, Qiu Yueji quickly ran upstairs, grabbing Tao Wu and rushing to the back mountain foot. Hu Ting and two mercenaries had been waiting for a while. Seeing them, they hurriedly urged them onto a helicopter. Don't ask questions. The pilot will take you somewhere safe. The area was pitch dark, and Tao Wu had no idea what kind of vehicle Hu Ting was using. Mom, are we really going up there? She was about to break down. Qiu Yueji, determined, pulled them onto the helicopter. Once on board, she realized the fish and shrimp she had secretly sent out earlier were right beside her. The pilot confirmed they were seated and started the helicopter without saying a word. This place was far from where everyone lived, but She couldn't be sure if anyone nearby was awake late at night. If they heard the noise, it might attract trouble from the town's forces. Only when the helicopter soared into the sky did Ji finally react. Holding her breath, she kept a cautious eye on the pilot and the mercenary sitting in the co-pilot seat, trembling as she asked, "Where are you taking us?" She never expected the evil organization to have a helicopter, something even peacekeeping organizations didn't possess. It wasn't that the government didn't have the funds to buy one. They simply didn't sell to outsiders, and they lacked the spare parts. What kind of background did the evil organization have to own a helicopter?
No.
That can't be right. I heard the evil organization only escaped from Gwangming County because of the volcanic eruption. If they had helicopters, why would they still need to run? Why would there be large-scale casualties? And where is such a big helicopter hidden? It's unlikely that Xiashan town has such equipment, yet other forces seem unaware. At this moment, Ji realized the evil organization was not simple. She started to regret secretly sending them away. What if these people took them to a deserted area to die, or pushed them out of the helicopter? The co-pilot turned back, smiled reassuringly at the two people, and said, "We will arrive at the destination soon. You might need to stay inside for a few days until we confirm there are no contagious diseases." Yueji felt this step was a bit familiar, like she had heard it somewhere before, but she couldn't remember where. While the mother and daughter were feeling nervous, the helicopter finally landed. In the late evening, they couldn't see much of the surroundings and were hurriedly told to get on the vehicle. Eventually, they were taken into a small private room. The staff took over and explained some rules. Only then did Yueji realize, this is a shelter. The anti-evil organization is part of the government. No wonder they agreed so quickly. Everything makes sense now. Tao Wu, feeling scared, turned pale. "Mom, will they hurt us?" The second-in-command of the peacekeeping organization had warned them that the government was dangerous and disliked all peacekeepers. If caught, the best option was to take their own lives. At this moment, Yueji was also very anxious, but tried to comfort her daughter. "Don't worry. We don't have anything valuable for them to want. If they really wanted to hurt us, they could have done it earlier, not waited until now." Seeing the mother and daughter look so scared, the staff, with a tired expression, interrupted. "You two need to stay here in quarantine for 7 days before entering the city. You have plenty of time to talk now. First, can you go to the restroom to wash up and change into clean clothes?" The mother and daughter looked at each other. Tao had just been allowed to take a shower yesterday after her wedding, but it was just a simple wash, and she still smelled. As for Yueji, she was exhausted from working all day and being mistreated, so she didn't even think about bathing. Her body was full of a foul smell. Compared to the clean, fresh staff, they looked embarrassed and quickly went into the bathroom. As soon as they entered, the door automatically locked, and a device beeped. The mother and daughter were startled. They reacted quickly, following the prompts to cut each other's long hair, scrub themselves, and almost scrub off a layer of skin before the device approved them and they could leave the bathroom. Both of them, now dressed in clean clothes, looked a bit dazed. After enjoying a warm shower, the unpleasant smell was replaced by the scent of fragrant body wash. Their teeth, cleaned with a strong hygiene agent, no longer felt coated with thick plaque, and their breath was much fresher. As the dirt on their bodies disappeared, their inner fears also eased. Thinking that since they had come, they should accept it, the mother and daughter hugged tightly and fell into a deep sleep. Near dawn, the members of the Tiger organization, who had been knocked down, finally slowly woke up. Seeing that Jia Daong had been killed, the entire organization was furious. Some faintly saw Yueji commit the attack before losing consciousness, so now there was no confusion about what happened. "Boss, something's wrong. Something has happened." A younger brother was desperately knocking on Luo Kai's door. Tao, feeling annoyed, threw a pillow.
Who is it?
Shouting so early in the morning. Luo Kai was already awake from the noise. He gently patted Tao's smooth back and, shirtless, went to open the door. "You better give me a good explanation, or I'll make sure you regret it." The younger brother looked into Luo Kai's fierce eyes and almost cried. Boss, Jia Daong from the Tiger Organization is dead. They say Chuyue-ji killed him and want us to hand over Chuyue-ji and her daughter. If not, there will be no peace.
What?
Tao Tao's face changed drastically, and he sat up quickly from the bed. He hurriedly dressed with Luo Kai and headed outside. At this moment, over 100 people had gathered outside the peacekeeping organization's base, all demanding answers. Luo Kai looked down through the window, his face darkening further. Where's Tao Gui? His woman caused trouble. Where did she go? Faced with Luo Kai's furious anger, Tao Tao's face turned pale. He weakly defended his brother, Brother Kai. This must be Chuyue-ji and Tao Wu's mother and daughter. My brother cares deeply about the peacekeeping organization. He would never harm Jia Daong to bring the Tiger Organization over to us. Don't worry, I'll go find him right now. Tao Tao had already cursed Chuyue-ji and her daughter 1,000 times in his mind, but dared not show his anger on his face. Luo Kai took a deep breath, but his expression remained grim. Halfway there, Tao Tao bumped into a nervous Tao Gui. He quickly grabbed him. Big brother, where's Chuyue-ji? Didn't that woman come back yesterday? Tao Gui was so angry, he stomped his feet.
No.
If I had known she was so ruthless, I wouldn't have let her go yesterday. What's the situation outside now? Tao Tao shook his head seriously. The Tiger Organization has already moved Jia Daong's body. The Flying Dragon Organization and the White Moon Organization are all watching nearby. If we don't handle this well, our situation will be dangerous. The most urgent thing now is to send someone to catch Chuyue-ji and her daughter. They probably can't run far.
Right.
I am so anxious and confused. Once I find that despicable woman, Chuyue-ji, I will definitely hang her at the town gate and cut her into pieces. He had planned carefully for so long, finally convinced Jia Daong to help him, but everything was ruined by Chuyue-ji. Third Master is in trouble, something's wrong. A close aide rushed in like the wind. Tao Gui was furious and stared angrily. What's wrong now? Third Master, the people at the underground farm said Chuyue-ji stole a batch of fish and shrimp. The quantities don't match. The big master is about to go crazy and wants you to come right away. Tao Gui felt dizzy and almost collapsed. Tao Tao hurriedly grabbed him. Brother, right now the most important thing is to catch Chuyue-ji and Tao Wu. If we fail, everything we've done before will be wasted. She knew Luo Kai's temper well. He was suspicious and ruthless. Now that there's been such a big mistake, Tao Gui might be abandoned by Luo Kai. Also, the matter at the underground farm wouldn't be settled easily. If they couldn't find Chuyue-ji and her daughter, Tao Gui would be finished. She relied on Tao Gui's support to thrive in the peacekeeping organization. If Tao Gui got into trouble, her good life would end too. Tao Tao understood what Tao Gui was thinking. His eyes darted wildly as he looked at his sister with intense focus. Tao Tao, only you can help me now. Go calm Luo Kai. I will take people to catch Chuyue-ji and Tao Wu. If we can't find them, I won't be able to face anyone again. What do you mean? Are you running away? Tao Tao's beautiful face twisted in shock. Tao Gui looked cautiously behind Tao Tao, lowering his voice. Sister, as long as the Green Mountains remain, there's firewood to burn. I'm not running away, just leaving a way out for myself. If we find that hateful mother and daughter, we will come back. If not, I'll return dead. You know that. This isn't really your business, but now you're the most beautiful woman in our base. Luo Kai surely won't want to let you go. Just play your part well, and after this is over, you'll still be his top girl. If I don't come back, don't worry about me. If I can stand firm outside, I'll come back to get you. If I don't, that's my fate. Take care of yourself. Tao Tao's cold expression shattered as Tao Gui's last words. She watched helplessly as Tao Gui left. After a long while, she took a deep breath, slapped herself hard, then covered her face and ran back to see Luo Kai. Luo Kai immediately exploded in anger when he saw her like that. Who did this?
Woo-woo.
Tao Tao covered her face and sat on the bench, crying loudly. I found my older brother and told him about Chiao Yueji and her daughter. He said he would take people to catch them and give the Manhwa organization an explanation. If he can't find them, he won't come back. I didn't want him to go, but he was so angry, he slapped me and said I have short sight because of my long hair. This isn't a matter for me to interfere in. This is outrageous. Luo Kai was furious. He personally went to find Tao Gui, but when he arrived at Tao Gui's place, he found that Tao Gui had already run away with his trusted followers. Whether Tao Gui really went to catch Chiao Yueji or just ran away, Luo Kai couldn't decide immediately. There were over 100 people outside waiting for him to calm them down. Also, the Xiezhuzhi evil organization should have received the news too, and they might take the chance to act. As for the fish and shrimp lost from the underground farm, Luo Kai wasn't too concerned. Those creatures couldn't survive outside the farm anyway. Stealing a little wouldn't feed many meals, and fish and shrimp are quite fishy and hard to eat if not prepared well. He wondered what Chiao Yueji was trying to do by stealing them. Since she was mainly responsible for aquatic products, besides stealing them as backup food, she probably couldn't steal much else. Thinking of this, Luo Kai stopped worrying and ordered his men to bring Tao Gui's other women and children over. If Tao Gui didn't return in 3 days, he would hand them over to the Manhwa organization. He didn't care what others thought. In front of absolute strength, everything else was meaningless. If it weren't for the Xiezhuzhi evil organization watching closely, he wouldn't even bother with these people. He kept them around to do the hardest and dirtiest work, and if he was unhappy, he could vent his anger on them. Tao Gui's women and children were quickly taken outside the Xiezhuzhi peacekeeping organization base. Luo Kai's trusted aide, Ah Chang, angrily said, "Third brother has already taken people to chase after Chiao Yueji and Tao Wu. These are his women and children. You can take them. If third brother doesn't find them or come back, you can handle them." Shi Tao, the second-in-command of the Manhwa organization, sneered and kicked over a nearby stone bench. "Lao Luo, you're supposed to be the top person in Sashanjin, Xia Mountain Town, but when trouble comes, you just hide like a turtle? Anyway, Tao Gui is a member of the Xiezhuzhi peacekeeping organization, and he's your third brother. His woman killed someone, and you want to use these useless women and children to pay the debt?" Ah Chang took a deep breath, suppressing his anger, and explained calmly, "Second in command, our boss never said we wouldn't take care of this. We just handed these people over to you to calm your emotions first. After all, our third in command has already gone after them, and no one knows when they will be caught. Outside Sheshan town, danger is everywhere, and we don't know what might happen. Giving you his wife and children early is our way of showing sincerity. Why does it become our fault when you say we're shirking responsibility? Besides, this marriage was arranged by our third in command and your boss. When did you discuss this with our boss?" "Oh, it was your idea, and now something went wrong, and you want our boss to take all the blame? That's not fair. It's funny that your main boss wants such a young boy, only 13 years old, still undeveloped. How hungry must he be to want a child like that?" Seeing Shi Tao's face darken, Ah Chang changed his tone, "But no matter what, they're still members of our peacekeeping group. Our boss will definitely not ignore this. If we can't catch them in the end, Tao Gui and his wife and children will be handed over to you. Also, our organization will give you some compensation. How does that sound?" When Shi Tao heard compensation, his expression softened a bit. "What kind of compensation does Boss Luo plan to give us?" Ah Chang lowered his eyes slowly, a cold smile on his lips, as if he had expected this. "It depends on whether Tao Gui can bring back Chiao Yu and her mother. This isn't urgent, right?" Shi Tao was quite unhappy, but since his goal was achieved, he understood the principle of knowing when to stop. He waved his hand, "Take the third in command back first. Ah Chang, I hope Boss Luo keeps his promise, or this matter won't be settled so easily. Also, our Tiger organization doesn't support idle people. You should prepare their food." Shi Tao was referring to Tao Gui's wife and children. Ah Chang stared in disbelief, seeing such shamelessness he had never encountered before. He impatiently looked at his subordinate, who quickly carried over a bag of food. Ah Chang's face darkened as he said, "Is this enough?" Sure Tao, satisfied with the food, finally led his men to retreat, pushing Tao Gui's wife and children along with them. Along the way, women's crying could be heard, and Bai Jun looked at them with some pity. Bai Bo quickly pulled him back. "Brother, Sure Tao is more cruel and vicious than Jia Deong. We can't get involved in this." Once they got involved, it was very likely they would be targeted by the Tiger Organization. The peacekeeping group is strong and not afraid of these petty criminals. They can't handle this. Once they are watched, they will never have peace again. Bai Jun helplessly lowered his hands and sighed. "I think they are too pitiful. They are all victims of greed. I heard Tao Gui is fickle. He favors women for a year or so, then gets tired of them. The children are also unimportant. Besides his adult sons, he sees the others as nothing. Especially the daughters. Those who are pretty might get some charity, but the ugly ones can't even get enough food. They live cautiously, and now they have to pay for such. Big brother, everyone knows what you're saying, but we really can't do anything. We can only hope Tao Gui comes back. Otherwise, I fear none of these people will survive," Bai Bo said seriously. "Jia Deong even doesn't spare the 13-year-old girl, so it's uncertain whether others in the Tiger Organization won't harm the children." Bai Jun's face was calm as he slowly lowered his eyelids, hiding his complex emotions. At this moment, all the women and children brought to the Tiger Organization were kept in a small, dark room. Sure Tao hurriedly checked the food bag with his men, ignoring them completely. A woman dressed in ragged clothes, barely covering herself, held her 6-year-old daughter and sobbed softly. "What do we do? Are we really going to die here?" Chun Zhu sighed deeply, tightly protecting her 2-year-old son, and looked around the dark room with a heavy heart. "Now we can only hope Tao Gui will come back to save us. We can't rely on anyone else." Xia Lan continued crying. "Do you think Tao Gui will come back? He doesn't lack sons. How could he come back to die for us? We can't survive."
Boo-hoo.
Xia Lan cried hopelessly, her daughter trembling with fear beside her. Chun Zhu hugged her son tightly. Even though she knew Xia Lan was right, she didn't want to accept this fate. Her son was still young and shouldn't die like this. Thinking of this, she took a deep breath, her eyes growing more determined. "Someone will come to save us. We will be safe. If Tao Gui really abandons us, I won't let him get away with it." In the corner, Dong Mei chuckled mockingly. "You're already in trouble yourself. Tao Gui has run away. What more can you do?" Chun Zhu suddenly looked at Dong Mei sharply. "I know Xiao Zhou isn't Tao Gui's biological child. Her real father will help us, right?" Dong Mei's face darkened as she glared fiercely. "Nonsense. Believe it or not, I'll tear your mouth apart." Spring Bamboo was not bothered and instead smiled. "Dong Mei, Tao Gui isn't here. Our situation isn't good. What's the point of hiding things now? To tell you the truth, our little 12 isn't Tao Gui's child. I've already given him a green hat." She revealed a long-held secret without feeling embarrassed. Instead, she felt a sense of revenge and relief. Dong Mei was stunned and speechless with shock. You. Who is the child's real father?" Spring Bamboo stopped talking and looked at Xia Lan, who was staring blankly. She said impatiently, "And you? Don't tell me you've been loyal to Tao Gui all these years." Xia Lan finally came back to herself, looking at them with complicated feelings. Dong Mei was curious. "Xia Lan, you've been with Tao Gui for 10 years. That scoundrel hasn't treated you well. You wouldn't still be faithful to him, right?" Xia Lan lowered her head, feeling a bit embarrassed. Then she covered her daughter's ears and said, "Yes, I'm not a pure and virtuous woman, but Tao Gui forced me. I had someone I loved, and we barely survived together. Tao Gui wanted me, and we couldn't resist. To save his life, I agreed to be with him. He was disappointed and left. I thought I'd never be able to love someone truly, but at least I could live peacefully with Tao Gui. But I underestimated his bad nature. He was only interested in me for a short time and made me miscarry twice. Later, I finally recovered, hoping to have a child. But he had already grown tired of me. Then he came back. We had little Seven. Tao Gui, that old man, didn't care about us at all. He couldn't even remember if he had slept with me. Haha, isn't that funny? Now I realize that the children you all have aren't Tao Gui's. I suddenly understand. Maybe that old man can't have children anymore, or he already knew this and was aware the children weren't his. Otherwise, why would he treat us this way? Spring Bamboo and Dongmei turned pale. Thinking about Tao Gui's attitude toward his older and younger children, they suddenly understood everything. So Tao Wu isn't his daughter either. Spring Bamboo covered her mouth. At that moment, she understood everything. No wonder Tao Gui was so cold to Tao Wu. Maybe he was also trying to get revenge on Qiuyueji. It's over. It's completely over. Tao Gui definitely won't come back. Dongmei hugged her daughter anxiously. Although she already knew Tao Gui had given up on them, she still held some hope before. Now that her hopes are shattered, the only thing she can rely on is her lover. But the man she chose is just an ordinary person. Can he really save them? Dongmei doesn't dare to think too much. While they were feeling anxious, the door of the small dark room opened, and the other person didn't say anything but walked toward them.
Sure.
If you don't want to die, stay quiet. Spring Bamboo and the others felt relieved and quickly told the children not to speak, then followed the person out. After leaving the small dark room, they saw it was an aluminum door, but the lock was broken. The people from the Manhwa organization had tied a thick stick with a rope and wedged it against the wall. From inside, it couldn't be opened, but from outside, removing the stick would make it easy to get in. It was clear that the other side had already investigated the Manhwa organization's interior. They brought the women and children to a room on the first floor. Under the moonlight, Spring Bamboo and the others saw several people lying on the bed. They were so scared they almost shouted out and dared not go inside. The guide ignored their fear and kept signaling for them to follow. The three women made a quick decision, biting their lips, and hurried inside. They climbed out through a broken window and followed two people waiting outside into the night. Until they reached the foot of the back mountain and got on a helicopter, they looked at each other with wide eyes and small glances. They pointed at the pilot. "Isn't this your rescue team?" The three women said in unison, then shook their heads at the same time. Everyone's eyes focused on the two mercenaries in front. The mercenary in the co-pilot seat had been here recently, getting people. He turned to them with a big smile showing 6 teeth. "Someone made a deal with us to rescue you. We're taking you to a safe place now. Please cooperate." The three women breathed a sigh of relief, looked at each other, and thought that one of their lovers might have brought the rescue team. Their tension eased. At this moment, Hu Ting received a message and looked at Bai Jun, who was still reluctant to leave. He looked a bit annoyed. "Big boss, we've already rescued the people as promised. They've left Shashan town.
You can go back now."
Thank you." Bai Jun nervously stood up, bowed deeply to Hu Ting, and repeatedly assured him, "From now on, the Baiyu organization is sworn to fight evil. Whatever you need us to do, just say."
Hu Ting nodded calmly.
"Just keep an eye on the peacekeeping organization and the various forces in town. That's all you need to do." "Understood." After Bai Jun left, Zhong Lishuan and Fang Yuchen came out. "I never thought there would be such silly, yet adorable people in a place like Shashan Town, where the strong prey on the weak," Fang Yuchen sighed. Zhong Lishuan rarely nodded in agreement. "The Bai brothers are truly good people. I thought it would take some effort to win them over, but it turned out to be so easy." Hu Ting finished organizing the documents on his desk and said in a deep voice, "I heard that Shi Tao is even more ruthless than Jia Deong. We saved so many people, and sooner or later, they will suspect us. Instead of waiting to be caught off guard, we should take the initiative." Fang Yuchen, "Later I will send someone from the mysterious tiger organization to kill Shi Tao. You guys should reveal the true backgrounds of those children and spread the word that their biological father killed Shi Tao to save them. Those children existed before the Xie organization appeared. This way, they can expose Tao Gui's past and also divert everyone's attention. As for what will happen to those three women's lovers, Hu Ting doesn't care at all. He already gave the other side a chance. If tonight those lovers come forward to trade with them and ask for help, Ting wouldn't be so ruthless. Now he knows the attitude of those men. These irresponsible trash can die, and he wouldn't care. As for how he found out the secrets of those 3 women, it's thanks to Bai Jun. Although the Bai Moon organization doesn't have much influence in Xiashan town, they have infiltrated various groups and are friendly with all the lower-level members. As long as Bai Jun is willing, he can know all the secrets of the town's surviving lower classes. Fang Yuchen agreed. At this moment, Chun Zhu and the others had already arrived at the shelter. The 6 of them stayed 2 per room, right next to Chiu Yueji and her mother. Mother and daughter had a good day, eating well and living comfortably, things they never dared to imagine before. They were so excited that they couldn't sleep past midnight. Chun Zhu and the others passed by their door. Tao Wu immediately recognized Tao Qi.
Qi.
The 6 of them stopped in surprise when they saw the refreshed Chiu Yueji and Tao Wu. Chun Zhu and the others stared with wide eyes. How come you're here? Xiaolan rushed to the glass door, staring at them intensely. Chiu Yueji stood up and stepped forward, frowning. That's a question I should be asking you.
How dare you say that?
You killed Jia Daong, and sure Tao came early in the morning with people to attack us. The peacekeeping organization was asked to give an explanation. Tao Gui said she was chasing you, but it was obvious she ran because she saw trouble. Luo Kai handed us over to the mysterious tiger organization, and you know what? We almost got killed because of you. Winter Plum felt very annoyed. Autumn Moon and Rose remained calm, without any guilt, and said, it was Tao Gui who abandoned you, and Luo Kai who pushed you away. If you can't fight them, you just blame me. Isn't that funny?
What?
When Tao Gui wanted to send my daughter into danger, you said nothing. Now I have to think about your feelings? Her words left Winter Plum speechless. Indeed, they chose to stay silent about Tao Wu's matter. Besides silence, they could do nothing. Since they couldn't help, why should they care about their safety? The staff urged, all right, since you all know each other, live together, and look out for one another. So, Xiaolan and her daughter moved to the house opposite Autumn Moon and Rose. Chun Zhu and her son moved next to Autumn Moon and Rose, and Winter Plum and her daughter stayed near Xiaolan. If they sat close to the glass door, they could talk quietly. The staff took them into a quarantine room, explained the rules and requirements of the shelter, and urged them to take a shower and change clothes. Everyone saw that Autumn Moon and Rose looked clean and tidy, so they went to the bathroom without asking questions. After about an hour, the 6 of them came out one after another, looking much better. Xiaolan held her daughter close to the glass door, looked around, and sighed in relief when no one was nearby. She then started talking to Autumn Moon. How did you come here? Autumn Moon raised an eyebrow. We came the same way you did.
Huh.
Xiaolan still didn't understand and told them everything about their experience. Now Autumn Moon was speechless. You didn't even know who the other person was, and you dared to follow them? Xiaolan awkwardly explained, I thought those people were helpers found by the father of the 3 children. Autumn Moon looked surprised, glanced around, then laughed until tears came out. She shook her head and said, This is a shelter. The government is helping you. After 7 days, we will go to the city and get government protection. Everyone's face turned pale when they heard about the government. Winter Plum was so anxious she jumped up. If the government finds out we are peacekeepers, they definitely won't let us go. Autumn Moon shot her a sharp look. The house you're living in, the bed you sleep on, the clothes you wear, and the things you use to wash are all provided by the government. If the government wanted to hurt you, why go through so much trouble? You really think too highly of yourself. Winter Plum's face turned pale and red, feeling embarrassed and helpless, unable to argue. She angrily turned away and ignored Autumn Moon. Xiaolan and Chun Zhu only felt a headache and quickly tried to smooth things over, saying, Now that we're all in the same boat, once we go into town, everyone should look out for each other and stay united. Sister Chiu, Dong Mei has this temper. Don't take it to heart. Chiu Yueji snorted coldly, pulling Tao Wu to turn back and lie on the bed. Xiaolan watched her mother and daughter crawl into bed, feeling exhausted. Her stomach suddenly growled uncomfortably, but she endured it and prepared to rest with her daughter. Suddenly, a cold voice from across the room said, "Press the bell on the wall. They will bring food." After saying this, Chiyo Yueji no longer spoke.